the 6th seed right now in the AFC playoffs. They would play the Bengals in the opening round if the playoffs matchups were to hold where they are today. Indianapolis 4-10-1 with that loss. News from the NFL, where Miami Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa was placed in the concussion protocol. His status for this week's game against New England is unknown. It is officially the second time this season he suffered a concussion, although there are many that believe it's his third concussion of the season. Denver Broncos fired their first-year head coach Nathaniel Hackett after an embarrassing 51-14 loss to the Rams on Sunday. Broncos are 4-11 on the season. Jerry Rosburg's been named interim head coach. New York Jets quarterback Mike White ready to return from injury. Doctors have cleared him to play, and he will start on Sunday at Seattle. And Cincinnati Bengals left tackle Lyle Collins suffered a torn ACL and MCL in his knee on Saturday against the Patriots. He's going to miss the rest of the season. College football in the Quick Lane Bowl. It was New Mexico State over Bowling Green, 24-19. In the NBA, the Nets knock off the Cavaliers in Cleveland, 125-117. That's 9 wins in a row for Brooklyn. Kevin Durant had 32 points and passed Tim Duncan for 15th on the all-time NBA scoring list. Clippers were down 14 points with 3.5 minutes to go. Rally back, force overtime, and then beat the Pistons 142-131. Pelicans over the Pacers, 113-93. Rockets beat the Bulls in Chicago, 133-118. Now back to Brady Quinn, Lamar Arrington, and Jonas Knox in the TireRack.com Fox Sports Radio studios.
Thanks, Eddie. 2 pros and a cup of Joe here on Fox Sports Radio. All right, so coming up next, we are going to get into some rumblings regarding a coaching search in the NFL, plus an update on a major injury story as we head into the final couple of weeks of the regular season. It's all yours as we put a bow on this bad boy. It's next here on Fox Sports Radio.
Our podcasts come in different shapes and sizes. There's always one to fit into your schedule.
Holy balboni! Now we're talking.
Like our best of podcasts. In other words, concise, on-the-go brilliance. Just enter Fox Sports Radio on your favorite platform, and you'll be glad you did.
It's that easy.
This is Fox Sports Radio.
When you open up a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van, you're unlocking potential. The potential to do your own thing. Be your own boss. Steer your own success. Blaze your own trail. Each and every Sprinter van built, designed, and equipped to let you hit the open road and take on any goal. To help you follow your passions, reawaken that spirit of adventure, check all of those big, bold, exciting experiences off your bucket list. Owning a Sprinter van lets you live, work, and play out your dreams wherever they take you. 16 body types, a choice of gas or diesel engine, thousands of ways to customize. It's capable and versatile enough to help drive your ambitions. And now you could win your own Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van customized by Gretsch RV by entering the Dan Patrick Show's Ultimate Fan Van Sweepstakes. To enter, get official rules, visit danpatrick.com for your chance to win the Sprinter van. So go ahead, now's the time. Unlock your potential inside a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van.
Everybody needs an edge. The other guy is working on his edge right now, whether you have one or not. Testosterone levels are at an all-time low historically, and individual T levels in men decline 1% every year with age. There's a new champion of natural testosterone boosters, and it's called CHOQ, C-H-O-Q. 100% natural herbal extracts with game-changing effects on your energy, mood, and focus. CHOQ Daily's main ingredient has been clinically studied to boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. Supercharge your masculinity with higher T and a massive boost of energy by taking CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack every day. Take the 90-day CHOQ Challenge and reap the benefits of the reigning champion of natural men's health with CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack. For a very limited time only, CHOQ, C-H-O-Q, is giving our listeners a 30% discount with promo code USA. That's CHOQ.com, code USA, for 30% off while supplies last.
Every week, Damon and Retto go inside the 49ers locker room.
The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Retto.
Bang, bang, gang!
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Your Warriors 2022-23 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. Happening now. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale.
Hi.
We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at ikea-usa.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's aficisf.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In 1848, James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill. And in 3 years, a multicultural migration grew a sleepy trading post of 800 to a city of over 250,000. These were the first dreamers, innovators, builders, and inventors that defined San Francisco. The San Francisco Historical Society exists to uncover, preserve, and present in engaging ways the colorful and diverse history of our city from its earliest days to the present. As a member, you'll receive The Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And The Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
And, of course, the formidable Fox Sports Radio lineup.
And this is who we are. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Test.
1.
Two pros and a cup of Joe, Fox Sports Radio, LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox with you here. You can hang out with us as always on the iHeartRadio app. If you missed any of this program, you can check out the podcast at foxsportsradio.com. It'll be up shortly after we go off the air. We'll be back on the air coming up tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern time, 3 o'clock Pacific. And we're going to have a BQ News coming up tomorrow. Can't wait for that.
Yeah.
There's plenty of stuff to get to. Little Florida edition, little shenanigans from Florida. Who knows? Maybe we'll get all Florida. Maybe get 2 of the 3 stories from Florida.
Are you just really trying to get Florida news in there? Because we did last time.
It feels like that's the state you go to.
Feels very Florida.
Yeah.
It wasn't the last time if you listen to any of them.
No, I mean, listen. Sometimes you say it's brought to you by the great state of Florida, and then sometimes you say,
that'll be $10.
By the way,
it's so passive aggressive.
That was super passive aggressive.
How is it passive aggressive?
How do you not
know
what's
weird? Is like Jonas feels like the show should be a certain way, and so he tries to really passive aggressive force it in that direction.
That's not accurate at all. By the way, I got your $10 right here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh wow, that'll be $10.
So we
That's
talked
$20
about
all in 2 minutes.
Our friends listening on the Blowtorch, AM 570 LA Sports, they do have a playoff team in the NFL. It's the Chargers. We talked about that to start the show. They clinched the playoff spot last night with that win over the powerhouse Indianapolis Colts, who are on their
Super Bowl 2 years in a row.
Yeah, 38th quarterback of the season for the Indianapolis Colts, and the Chargers get it done. So I would assume, and we brought this up earlier, that if Brandon Staley, let's say he's going to be safe and his job's going to be safe moving forward because they made the playoffs. The other rumblings out there when it comes to Sean Payton, obviously we talked about it with Nathaniel Hackett gone and Vic Fangio's his defensive coordinator, maybe that doesn't make sense. But now you've got the Cowboys story that's out there, and Jalen Hurts' status for coming off that loss to the Cowboys. The Philadelphia Eagles look like we might get Gardner Minshew playing again this week because Jalen Hurts' status is up in the air. So now the rumblings came out that Mike McCarthy could also be on the hot seat as well, too. Mm-hmm. And maybe that Sean Payton to Dallas stuff starts to churn up again. My question is, if Dallas and that game against Philadelphia, look, Dak Prescott had the interception early on. That's got to be one of Dak Prescott's best games that he's played as a Cowboys quarterback. That was an awesome game. Philadelphia, you could argue, probably should have won that game. I thought Minshew played pretty well. But what's it going to take for Mike McCarthy to be safe from a job standpoint? What does he need to do?
A Super Bowl.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
So basically, Sean Payton's looking around. If the Chargers job's not going to be available, if Sean McVay wants to come back to the Rams and that's not going to be available, and he's not interested in the Denver job, if Dallas is the only one out there that he's being rumored to go to, and Mike McCarthy, so basically McCarthy's got to win it all in order for Sean Payton not to be the head coach of the Cowboys next year. That's basically how this works.
Okay. I mean, if McCarthy does win it all, by the way, I have no idea what Sean Payton's going to do with that all-star staff that he's assembled.
Yeah,
I guess
that's true.
They're just going to have to sit on the sidelines.
Yeah, like it is kind of weird. Every job that he's been rumored to go to, they're starting to go away. Brandon Staley just clinched a playoff spot.
Yep.
The Cowboys are on their way to the playoffs.
I mean, the
Rams,
if
they make a run.
The Rams were brought into the conversation, but I don't know how that one works. Listen, I'm going to start here with Dallas. Let's go back to McCarthy and Dak on Sunday.
Your Cowboys.
It was the first time we had the conversation about if this was a lose-lose situation for the Cowboys and if there was any way for them to win in their game against the Eagles. And I would say with an astounding, vote of confidence that this was the first time that I could say I watched this team and said they're going in the right direction. Like it looked pretty good. It didn't look unimpressive at all. What I wanted to see, because everyone that would sit there and say, well, Jalen Hurts didn't play. I'd say you're 100% right. But again, Jalen Hurts doesn't play defense. And I thought that Philly was a better team overall, even with Jalen out of the lineup. And we needed to see if their offense could put together a game that would say, this is impressive. That game showed me, even without Jalen Hurts, that game showed me that Dallas can make it through the NFC. That's what that game showed me. The way they played in that game, Dallas can make it through the NFC to the Super Bowl. So that's what I haven't had that feeling coming out of a game, watching Dallas all year long. But to have that right now, that I think that's pretty important. So I think Dallas is in good shape. But to that point, that I almost feel like that puts that type of pressure that Q just mentioned, it puts more pressure on Mike McCarthy to have that type of success.
So they needed it, though. They needed that win. You're going up against a backup quarterback. Say what you want about Philly's roster. They come off a disappointing loss to the Jaguars, almost losing the Texans. I think they needed that win to change the perception in your mind and all those other people who are doubting the Dallas Cowboys, what they're capable of. Because if they would have lost that game, it would have not looked good, especially as Nick Sirianni yelled across the field.
Yeah, take it again. Take it again.
Yeah, F you.
Take this F you again.
That's game, F you. It's so good. All right, so there it is. Listen, this was a fun Tuesday, and we're back again tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern time. How about that?
Wednesday.
Holla, 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 holla.
Hey, Pac-Man.
If you want to experience the unmatched flavor of live fire grilling, then look no further than the Big Green Egg. Forget the pellets, the propane, the knockoffs. Roll with the best. An authentic Big Green Egg grill backed by a free lifetime warranty. Yeah, lifetime. It's that good. Grill, roast, smoke, or bake. It's versatile, easy to light, and simple to use. Shop online for free home delivery at BigGreenEgg.com. That's free home delivery to your door. Let your grilling adventure begin. Visit BigGreenEgg.com.
The Where Were You in 92 podcast brings you back to the era of big butt anthems, achy breaky hearts, and grunge. Take an audio trip back in time to relive the wildest, most eclectic, and controversial 12 months in music through interviews with critics, industry bigwigs, and the artists themselves.
Take me back to a magical time when music was magic, and I had completely burned that to the ground.
Listen to Where Were You in 92, wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're with Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile, you're paying too much for your wireless service. Because Pure Talk gives you the exact same 5G coverage as one of those big carriers on the exact same network, but saves the average family over $800 a year. And Pure Talk doesn't lock you into an overpriced unlimited data contract. Why pay for data you don't need? Instead, get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. And switching is so easy. You can keep your phone and keep your number, or get huge discounts on the latest iPhones and Androids. So what are you waiting for? Start saving today. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say switch now, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250, say switch now. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from Pure Talk. Pure Talk is simply smarter wireless.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
If you have certain chronic conditions such as heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52, 36,
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor about getting vaccinated.
With Prevnar 20.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
It's Thursday night. You're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off as a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese.
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
If you have certain chronic conditions, such as heart disease,
asthma,
Diabetes.
and you're 19 years of age or older,
52.
36,
42.
you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor
about getting vaccinated.
With Prevnar 20.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pains went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
It's a rainy day in
Yeah, on the third day of Christmas, Nahigian gave to the Kyle Madsen and me, Kevin Michael, Whitey G. Yeah, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen in for the roasters today. Be careful if you're going anywhere this morning. I don't know about you, Kyle. Obviously, you made it here safely. Thank goodness. I was like sliding all over the place on my way in today. Hydroplaning, you too, Craig. And is there some spots where I thought, oh, well, this is higher. It should be safer. And nope. And there's other parts where it's lower. I thought, oh, I got to be careful. No problem. So just be careful.
You're basing your safety on your height?
Well, no, there were some times here, like under an overpass, and I thought, wow, this is going to be a lower part of the roadway, so there's probably going to be more water pooled, and it'd be like, okay, that wasn't a problem. And there's other parts where I thought I was higher up on the, up on the upper part of an incline, and I thought, well, this will be safer, and yeah,
sure,
surprises all over the place.
Yeah, no, totally.
Yeah,
there's nothing worse than when you zone out when you're driving. Is that just me? No, but you'll be driving, but you're just driving along and you're just in cruise control. You're listening to the radio or music or whatever it is you listen to. And you're just cruising, because you have a routine. When I drive into work, I drive the same way every day. I just drive I get in the same lanes. I'm just autopilot. And then all of a sudden the car in front of you see that massive wave.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh God, I'm doing 70. I don't want to go 70 into that. That's my big thing with the rain, is staying locked in.
Yeah. I really have to be careful about zoning out when I drive, because I will do that and miss wow, I should have gotten off the freeway 2 towns ago. So I got to be really careful about that. I hesitated when you said that, because I got an issue with that sometimes.
No, it's a real problem.
Yeah.
I'm
listening to music or something. Like, oh my goodness, yeah, I'm supposed to go somewhere.
I used to not tell anybody I did that, because I was like, this is bad.
Yeah.
The fact that I will drive, because again, I commuted for a long time from Brentwood to Sacramento. Brentwood is when I was living with my folks while I was in college.
In the Los Angeles area, Brentwood?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, okay.
No,
wow.
my folks out in the East Bay. And during the summers, I would commute. I would work up in Sacramento, but I'd live with my folks. And that drive up I-5 is just so monotonous and straight. And I was doing it 4 days a week.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't tell anybody that I would go 45 miles and then come to oh, I don't remember any of the drive I just did.
Right.
And
it's not like you're asleep or not paying attention to the roadway.
Right,
you're
totally.
Just, yeah.
I'm doing, I'm cruise control 75 or whatever the speed limit is, 70. And,
sure.
And I just go. And obviously, I'm braking. And if somebody, wants to get over, I'm doing that. And I'm following someone's hauling butt up behind me. I get over so they can, I'm doing all that. But I'll just, and I didn't tell anybody I did this for a long time, because I was ashamed. And then it turns out that that's just a thing that everybody does.
Yeah, sure.
And the day I learned that was so freeing for me.
Because there's nothing to see in Lodi and Galt. you just keep going.
There's like an olive oil place just randomly in a warehouse off to the side.
I thought you were going to say an Olive Garden, but it's not even an Olive Garden, huh?
No. The breadstick's not nearly as good probably at that place.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it happens, and here we are. Especially this time of year when
We
you
both
got
made it.
holiday things on your mind. Yeah, but it was a little daunting. I mean, it was.
My goal today is to zone out during the show. So we get to 10 o'clock and I go, wait, what just happened?
I've already done that a couple of times. Watching Monday Night Football last night, Kyle, I had an idea, and it's one of these things that when I first thought it, I thought, wow, this is a good idea, and now I'm not so sure. Watching, of course, the Chargers over the Colts last night, 20-3, the Chargers win, so they have clinched. They've clinched a playoff spot, and I was thinking, I was watching Nick Foles. That area is Nick Foles. And I thought, man, if quarterbacks were Christmas songs, stop. I actually had this thought. I guess it's like zoning out watching a football game. If quarterbacks were Christmas songs, ... Nick Foles, Grandma got run over by a reindeer. And I said, oh, what else? And that was it. It's like I had nothing else. So, 10 minutes in, I'm like, that was a really dumb idea. But that did come to mind.
I love that Nick Foles is the one quarterback that got you there.
He triggered it.
Did you know Nick Foles' name literally translates to putting a small cut in a baby horse?
I did not know that. I thought you were going to not lay off the low-hanging fruit this year.
Is that low-hanging fruit? I feel like I had to reach for that one a little bit.
Nick Foles. Okay. Yeah, well, I know yesterday on Twitter when Nathaniel Hackett got fired, you resisted the temptation to say you couldn't hack it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Just because that's easy work. Right. Well, my favorite thing was I guess the Broncos decided that Nathaniel couldn't make it as a head coach or do a good job as a head coach or something like that. And then multiple people responded, were like, they decided he couldn't hack it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's the bit. I'm doing a bit.
Yeah, I saw your tweet and I read it like 3 times. Like, I don't know what's going on. And okay, I get it.
The best jokes are the ones you have to explain.
Yeah, maybe a little early for hot takes here, but I think Denver's had a disappointing season. What a disaster!
I'm a good football fan, so I saved my sweeping declarations till after week 16.
Yeah, but what an absolute freaking disaster!
It couldn't have gone worse.
Yeah,
it could not have gone worse. It's like if. So remember the Kyle Shanahan's first year, the Niners start 1-10. It was like that, but they didn't invest in Brian Hoyer and invested in Russell Wilson instead.
Right.
Like, just brutal.
Yeah. The guy that this is it. Now we've got it. He's going to put us over the top. And instead.
And his contract hasn't even kicked in. Like, the money they paid him, they haven't even started paying him.
Yeah.
I don't know what. The funny thing is the Broncos fire Nathaniel Hackett. They keep George Payton, their GM, the guy that got Russell Wilson. And they fire Nathaniel Hackett because they want to bring in a coach who's going to, like, rein in Russell Wilson. That's clearly not going to happen. The Seahawks traded him to start Geno Smith because Russell Wilson just sucks to be around.
Then you had, as you know, I'm sure, the backup quarterback getting into the grill of the offensive lineman, defending. The backup quarterback was defending Russ, and then so one of the offensive linemen shoves the backup quarterback. You got all that going on. It was just an absolute disaster.
I feel like the last person you want to make angry as a quarterback is the offensive line.
I agree with that. And quarterbacks are supposed to be smart.
Anytime an offensive lineman, if I was a quarterback, anytime an offensive lineman said anything, it'd be like, totally, man. Like, I agree with you. You're right.
You know, Kyle, it's and you know more about this than I do because you're the Candlestick Chronicles guy. It's a great podcast. And 49ers Wire?
Niners Wire.
Niners Wire, pardon me. Yeah, so you knew all about this, but it's so funny to me as we look at how difficult it is for teams to figure out who their quarterback's going to be. And, some franchises are wandering in the wilderness for years and years. So the 49ers think they have it figured out with Trey Lance. Of course, that didn't work out. Garoppolo's back. He gets hurt. And then it's like, oh, Kyle is a genius after all because that guy they got with the last pick in the draft is great. Kyle's a genius. So he's proven he's a genius in an almost backwards way.
Yep. That's just how geniuses work.
Yeah.
That's just how genius works. And that's what I'm interested to see because we obviously can't do this now just because we don't have all the info. But it's going to be fascinating to see in a decade if Trey Lance just kind of, flames out. Maybe he has little stint as a starter and does okay, but isn't really any great shakes. He's just kind of a guy. And Brock Purdy turns into this quarterback that takes the 49ers to multiple Super Bowls. And again, not saying that will happen, but in that world, it would be fascinating to see where Kyle Shanahan winds up landing there. Because in the more nuanced conversation, it's, dude, they traded 3 first-round picks for this guy who didn't work out. Like, that's an abject failure that got saved because they fell backwards into a quarterback that was better for them.
Yeah.
Like, that's going to be a really interesting conversation. Like, do you get credit for picking the guy last and having success with him, or did you screw up because the massive investment you made failed miserably?
I think as long as the guy that you took works out, then, yep, you win. You win. I know there's been some criticism of Brock Purdy that kind of ruffles your feathers a little bit. And you're an easygoing guy. You don't get agitated easily. But there's a certain criticism that you've just had your fill of.
So I asked a question on the internet the other day.
Uh-huh.
I made the mistake of doing that. And and the gist of it is, if you were ranking the quarterbacks from the last 2 draft classes, where do you put Brock Purdy? Just if you want to put it, he's not above Trevor Lawrence, but I think there's a conversation of anywhere underneath Trevor Lawrence.
I think you're right.
Like, again,
Justin Fields has some
Fields,
big name backers right now.
Mac Jones. There's another really obvious one I'm missing.
Well, there was Zach Wilson went second, but obviously he's not going to be a guy.
Right, Zach Wilson. There's Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis, and like there's all these. So you can I'll hear arguments on all those guys, right? But somebody replied and was like, "You're crazy for even asking this after 4 games." I was like, "Well, okay, where where would you like? That's not an answer." And the guy's like, "All he's doing right now is hitting open receivers." Like, yup, that's the position. That's the goal of playing quarterback, to find the open receiver and then complete it to him. Like, that's the point.
Here's from the standpoint of whomever tweeted that, here's the problem. Because I've been one of those people too, not saying that Brock Purdy's not good, but just trying to say, hey, hold on here, because there's something odd going on here. But I don't know about that person, but I'm running out of things that I can say, well, he's got to do this. Well, we got to see that, right? So all I'm trying to say is, hold on. He just got here, and there's a reason why he was the last pick of the draft. But the more I watch him play, it's like, okay, you're right. He's great. I got nothing. So it's hard to take that side of it.
I think there's 2 different conversations that happen with quarterbacks, though. Like, Patrick Mahomes is in that echelon of QB that the greats get to, where it's like, plug him into any offense, and that's a playoff team.
And by the way, I know this isn't your point, but he was, the 10th pick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was, I remember when the Chiefs traded up to 10 for him, it was like, whoa, like that guy? Because there was talk of like, hey, in fact, Chris Biederman, who I do a podcast with, was on the 49ers beat at the time. Yep, thank you. Yep. No, hey, you did the first one.
I did.
So
remember, Arizona needed a quarterback, and they could have made a move for him. People thought they would, and they passed because we got Carson Palmer one more year. Carson Palmer.
Yeah, with Bruce Arians, they were going to do great.
Yeah,
they're going to do great things. So there was this talk of like, Chris wrote like, the Niners should get this guy in the 2nd round. Like, that's where he was going to. So when he went 10, it was crazy. But anyways, Patrick Mahomes is in that echelon of QB that's like, plug him into any team and they're a playoff team. And that's the expectation for what like a great quarterback should be. And I think that's probably right. But realistically, there's 4 of those guys in the league, maybe 5, like 4 or 5 guys. Like, finding a guy like that, that's why the Niners made the big investment in Trey.
Yeah.
Because he has the physical tools to be one of those guys. Whether he is, who knows? Like, Shanahan said there wasn't enough tape. But they took a swing because they wanted to try and get one of those guys. But the vast majority, so there's really bad quarterbacks, there's the great quarterbacks. The vast majority of the rest of the NFL lives in the middle.
And yet teams repeatedly, to me, it's insane when they have a chance to maybe get that guy, even though there's a lot of evidence at the time saying he's not going to be that great. Teams will go and swing, as you say, take that swing. For example, when Arizona has the number 1 pick, I think Nick Bosa's pretty good. But like Kyler Murray's going to be our guy. He's going to be our quarterback of the future. Look what Nick Bosa's doing. But instead, we got first pick. We got to go with the quarterback.
Yeah, and Cliff Kingsbury, new head coach.
I know.
And also Josh Rosen stinks.
Sure.
Which is probably the correct evaluation at the time. But so I think there's this want when we talk about Brock Purdy to be like, okay, well, where does he stack up against Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen? And it's like, that's not it. He's existing in that middle ground where he needs to operate an offense, which not everybody can do. So in a list of individual quarterbacks, where if you're drafting every quarterback in the league, Brock Purdy's probably down the list. But in a team sense or in the team perspective, I'm with you. Like, I had all these things. I'm like, okay, well, he has to do this, he has to do that. And with running this offense, with this team behind this defense, with this run game and these weapons, it's like there's no reason the 49ers can't continue winning with this guy at quarterback.
So why was he drafted last? And those things, whatever other teams everybody saw that made them decide we're not going to take him or we're not going to take him yet, do those things, has he outgrown them? Were teams wrong, or are they still going to rear their heads? And I think most notably there's talk that he struggled with accuracy, which we haven't seen, and he's kind of a rhythm thrower. I know, I think it was, who was it? Anyway, one of the NFL Network guys was saying, he's a rhythm thrower, which is great, but when he's out of rhythm, he can be really bad. So does that, it doesn't matter in this offense, or do we still have to be waiting to see, all right, but when things go sideways, he's not the same guy?
But I think we've seen things go sideways a couple times.
I know. Yeah,
and
you're right. You're right.
Just kind of stayed. That's been the most surprising thing to me, is the way he's handled pressure, the way he gets outside the pocket and can throw, with keeping his eyes down the field, not panicking when things break down. It's been really, really impressive from that standpoint. But on the other hand, we could talk about Tua Tagovailoa, who was an MVP candidate until he played the 49ers. And then the last 4 weeks, it's kind of been, oof, like what happened here? Like, what's the adjustment? So we haven't hit that oof, what happened here yet with Brock Purdy, and see what the adjustment is. Yeah. Because it feels like that's coming. And maybe there's a small enough sample this year that teams aren't going to quite catch on and they'll be fine. And then we're looking at next year where he kind of hits the wall. But it feels like there's a wall coming, and it's going to be about how does he adjust to that.
Yeah, Tua, I don't know. I wonder if, all the head trauma he's had has contributed to that. I know he was never an especially accurate thrower, but as I said yesterday, you'd appreciate this. Mike McDaniel has gone from boy wonder to boy wonder what went wrong there, huh?
Come on.
Yeah?
Come on.
I mean, that team was cruising. I remember there was a time when I said, wow, I'm looking at the 49ers schedule. I'm way more concerned about Miami than I am Tampa Bay. And it turned out neither one of them was much of a threat. But still, Miami was playing so well.
Well, and that's what, and remember early in the year, the Niners are struggling. Miami's kicking butt. And it was McDaniel the real genius here. Well,
yeah.
The thing with Shanahan is, he has a fix kind of for everything. And he's done it he's been an offensive coordinator since 2008. So almost 15 years he's been in the league and just churning out solid offenses.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I forgot there was a lot of talk that, the real creative genius was McDaniel. Now without him, Kyle Shanahan's got nothing. Yeah,
that was a thing.
That. Yeah,
that was a thing early in the year.
Yeah.
So it's like I still think Mike McDaniel's a good coach, and I think Tua is going to be a fine quarterback. But that's just when you talk about like with Brock Purdy, a little bit undersized. Can he continue taking hits? Although he's done a good job for the most part avoiding hits. Is his arm strength eventually going to become a problem? Are those bouts with inaccuracy going to start to show up? You've seen it a couple times here and there where he'll just kind of miss an open throw. But if you're missing one or two of those a game and you're accurate for the most part otherwise, I think he's going to be fine. It's fascinating.
I also think, quarterback on the 49ers, if you're the 49er quarterback, there are certain things that other quarterbacks do that you don't have to worry about. It's almost like, in a way, like center on the Warriors. Some teams are centers, or they dominate. Historically, they've dominated. And, if you're Kevon Looney, you just take care of the basics and we're going to be fine, and make sure you defend. Quarterback for the 49ers, get the ball out, get it on time, be accurate, and you don't have to worry about leading us from 3 touchdowns behind, because we don't play that way anyway. If we're behind by 3 touchdowns, we're not going to win no matter what you do, because that's not how we play.
Right. And that's been one of the other things with Purdy. And one of the things that I've wanted to see is, like, what does he look like when they're down 2 touchdowns? Not can he lead them back and because that's just hard to do. And that relies on so much more than the quarterback. You need a couple turnovers, you need some defensive stuff. But if he is down, if he does find himself down 14-0, does he start to get risky in ways that he's not? Because I think one of his best strengths is the fact that he knows what he can and can't do.
And there's been, relatively speaking, little pressure, right? The expectations have been so low for him.
Mm-hmm.
Look, compared to, Zach Wilson, who apparently has crumbled and they've deactivated him, the pressure being the number 2 pick in New York. And for Brock Purdy's like, yeah, he's the last guy picked in the draft, third quarterback. Maybe he can just hold it together. And he's like, I'll show you what I can do. He's like, oh, this guy's great because we expected so little.
So John Clayton, RIP, would always say a backup quarterback can win you 3 games, but he can also lose you 3. Well, Brock Purdy's won him 4 now. So that's something I'm really interested to see kind of going forward, because I was of the mind for the first couple starts that, like, hey, this is house money. Like, they're playing with house money the rest of the way. Whatever happens, happens. But after this last game against Washington, I'm like, that was just expected. This is what I'm expecting to get from Brock Purdy. And now it feels like if he does fall on his face, it's going to be more of a disappointment than I felt like it was going to be.
I'll just say this. For a guy who doesn't have great arm strength, according to the scouts, he throws a pretty effective deep ball, doesn't he? He takes some shots.
Yeah.
He's really efficient in the deep passing game.
Yeah, he gets it where it needs to go, for sure.
Let's see here. Oh, I'm very excited about the Warriors tonight. There's something about this game tonight. I know when you looked at the schedule when it came out and saw a couple days after Christmas, Warriors-Charlotte, but I'm really excited about this game tonight. We'll talk about that today, of course, among other things. Tune in to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. And you know how it is, Kyle. Anytime Kelly Oubre comes to town, look out, party time.
You think they'll do a video?
I think they already had a chance to do that, but I think he deserves another one. Coming up next, separating contenders from pretenders. It's what the Fraud Squad does. We are the Fraud Squad. And we will convene next right here. It's Kyle Madsen, Whitey Gleason in for the Roasters today on 95.7 The Game.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $17.48 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valente, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Fish Hippie. Save up to 70% right now at fishhippie.com on comfortable, casual, and active apparel.
From all your friends at Dolan's, have a safe and happy holiday season.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Are you ready?
At Lowe's, it pays to be a pro. Now through January 6th, Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members earn 1 bonus point for every $1 spent on qualifying purchases with a Lowe's Business Credit Account. Redeem bonus points for cool rewards for your business. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Subject to credit approval, Lowe's terms and exclusions. See Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points and Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms for details. U.S. only.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
On vacation, Whitey Gleason and Kyle Madsen in here on the roast today. 888-957-9570, Xfinity Mobile text line. We already have a text of the day nominee, Kyle. I love this from the 415. We've got some great texts already. We appreciate your participation. Give us a call, shoot us a text. From the 415, I just wish you'd put your name on it. If I was D'Amico Ryans, I would think long and hard before taking the Broncos job. Text of the day, nominee. Winner? Maybe. We don't know yet, but certainly a nominee.
Put it in the bucket.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see with D'Amico Ryans what he winds up wanting to do, because he had an opportunity for a second interview with the Vikings this year and didn't take it. And I think it was in part because of Kirk Cousins. Like, he just didn't want that to be the quarterback that he was dealing with. And I don't know that, like, is Denver the spot you want to go? Like, probably not. Like, they have a really good defense, but the thing with him is you got to figure out what you're doing offensively. And is there anybody on this Niner staff that he's going to be able to poach and feel good about it? Like, probably not.
How offended are you by what the Colts have done this year?
What do you mean offended?
I was in for Damon the day when they announced that Jeff Saturday was hired, and I was on with Ray, of course, and Ray was just like, he just couldn't believe someone would do that. And I know there are a lot of people around football that say, he never paid his dues. Jeff Saturday, it's ridiculous. It's discrediting everyone who's ever been a football coach. That's what I mean. Maybe I should say, does it offend you the way the Colts went about filling their head coaching vacancy, which, by the way, hasn't been working out too well?
No, and that's why, like, offends is, I think, probably too strong. But it was definitely...
I'm embarrassed more than offended. Like, oh,
no,
a bad look for everybody.
It's just not... So, since Jeff Saturday took over, they beat the Las Vegas Raiders. Okay. In Vegas, that's a good little win. But then you lose to Philly, you lose to the Steelers, you get blown out by the Cowboys, you blow a 33-0 lead to the Vikings, and then you just kind of lay down against the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're a disaster. Jim Irsay is a disaster. So they're kind of reaping what they've sowed here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it should... There was the whole talk of like, hey, Reggie Wayne is a coach and also a Colts legend, and he was on the staff. Like, give him the job. Like, sure, like I'll buy that, and maybe it would have gone better. But I mean,
I just wonder.
Congratulations, Colts, you're a laughing stock.
What were they hoping realistically to accomplish with Jeff Saturday?
I have no idea. Like, that's the thing, is I genuinely don't get it. Like, I've never gotten it. I don't want to relitigate the whole thing here. But what we've seen over the last couple weeks, they blow a 33-0 lead and then looked unprepared to play last night.
Mm-hmm.
And they started Nick Foles on purpose and demoted Matt Ryan to third string because he has like an injury guarantee that they don't want to deal with. So they made him inactive. So, like, this is what the Colts are doing. An NFL franchise is operating in a way that doesn't get the guy hurt that they already overpaid.
Storied NFL franchise at that.
That they already overpaid. Like, that's... No, the Colts are a joke.
Is there a more cursed position in the NFL than quarterback for the Colts? You consider what's happened since Peyton left. And I know they had Andrew Luck. Yeah, but how'd that work out? I don't know. They're having issues figuring out that position.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard, man.
I know.
Like, finding a good quarterback is really
look what
difficult.
The 49ers do.
Yeah, they went through Nick Mullins, who stunk, and then C.J. Beathard, who they traded up in the third round for, by the way, who also stunk. Brian Hoyer stunk. Like, Jimmy was good. It was a good acquisition. Brock Purdy's been good so far. Trey Lance, big question mark. Brock Purdy still is semi-question mark. Like, it's just so hard to get the position right.
We're going to get to the fraud squad, but first I want to address this text. I just mentioned the text line, Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. And I appreciate this, even though somebody's coming down our road here, 408. After all that yelling and screaming last week, and look, Correa is still not signed. Shame on you guys and this station. That's an interesting text. By the way, the latest on Correa now is, according to John Heyman, Carlos Correa has said, I ain't reworking my agreement with the Mets, so I don't know where that's going to go. So it's possible that he doesn't sign with the Mets. So that's a fair point there. I will say this, the Giants didn't handle it well. Maybe, I'll just speak for myself. Maybe I overreacted, but I don't feel right now, Kyle, don't know about you. Mm-hmm. I don't feel like, oh man, yeah, I'm so sorry. I just feel like, no, they really raised the bar on expectations and they haven't delivered. And okay, even if Correa, and it looks like, well, based on what the Mets are doing here, it looks like there were some legitimate injury concerns. The Giants didn't handle that well. At the very least, they shouldn't have announced a press conference before they knew everything was ready to go. So I understand your point. I understand that. I'm not sitting here feeling like, oh boy, I wish I hadn't said that.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely peel back some of the criticism of the Giants for being I don't think I called them cheap, but definitely some of that criticism, like, for sure. But the issue still stands with, like you said, scheduling the press conference first without having everything cleared and ready to go. The second part is that Boris was willing to renegotiate that deal to keep Correa in San Francisco, and the Giants just never called him back.
Yeah, as far as we know, that's only one side of the story, but the Giants haven't refuted that. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So they didn't even want to rework. Like, so maybe that ends up being the case, and Carlos Correa never plays baseball again.
Maybe.
Or he signs a 1-year, $2 million deal somewhere, and that's just going to kind of be the rest of his career, is these series of small deals. But there's still plenty of criticism to go around for the Giants. But like I said, I'll definitely peel back on some of it.
Yeah.
But they still didn't handle it great.
Right. I feel that, okay, maybe I overreacted some, but still the bottom line is look at this offseason. It's been, for Giant fans, wholly unsatisfying. After they had said they were going to, and I know, what can you do? You can only offer so much money, but they really let everyone know we're going to spend a lot of money this year. We're ready to do that. And instead, they got Conforto and Rogers, and those are, again, and Haniger, nice signings, but still fans feel let down.
Yeah, and it's because I think people wanted like a player that was the big thing. I'm going to buy a Carlos Correa jersey now. This is a player that I can get behind. This is going to be our guy. For 13 years, he's going to be in orange and black. And now they don't have that guy. You have Mitch Haniger for 3 years. You have Michael Conforto on a 1-and-1 deal. I think Ross Stripling's a 2-year deal with an option.
He's a good signing, too. That's all the one-year options. Guys come here, but they don't even want to stay here.
Okay, but right. And so that's the thing is the Giants, I think they'll be pretty competitive this year, actually. I think they're going to pitch the heck out of the ball. Like Logan Webb, Ross Stripling at the top of your rotation with maybe Kyle Harrison coming up at some point during the year. Like they have a chance to have a good rotation. I think they'll hit a little bit if they're healthy. The Haniger and Conforto playing a combined 57 games last year doesn't inspire a ton of confidence. But if they're healthy, I think they're going to be able to hit a little bit. And are they going to win 110 games? Probably not. And are they going to win
eventually?
And are they going to win in a playoff series against a team like the Padres or the Dodgers or the Phillies? I don't think so. But it's not like they're going to suck. The problem is if they're good this year and they win 90 games, they might be an entirely different team next year. And that's, I think, where a crux of the issue is.
Yeah, that's where it starts to resemble what's going on in Oakland.
Yes.
And that's why I say in some ways the Giants, it looks like they're the A's just in a prettier box.
Yeah, and spending more money.
Yeah.
Don't get it. The Giants are still spending. It's just not the way that we anticipated them spending.
And it's not what other teams that they're competing with are spending.
Right.
Yeah. And the whole thing is, and I think Tim Kawakami wrote about this today, at some point, the farm system has to start producing. And you mentioned Kyle Harrison. Yeah, it really has to. And that's why last year was so disappointing. Giants fans thought after winning 107, it's like, we're ahead of the game. We weren't supposed to be this good this fast. And now we got money and we got the farm systems developed. We're ahead of the Dodgers. And then last year, left fans going, wait a minute, we're going backwards. What happened? That's why this offseason has been so crucial. So, yeah, I understand. I overreacted, but still, I think ultimately it's been an unsatisfying offseason for the Giants. But we do have to wait and see what the heck happens ultimately with Carlos Correa. Maybe they end up with him, but I don't think that's anywhere.
That would be
on the table.
Nuts.
Yes. Well, this whole thing has been nuts, but I don't think that's in the offing.
At the rate that Steve Cohn's throwing around money, I have a feeling he's going to wind up with the Mets, and they're just going to pay him whatever and just eat whatever costs they're going to have to eat. But it's also really interesting that two teams now have been like, yeah, this plate in his ankle, there's long-term stability concerns. Like that's just for Carlos Correa and being a baseball fan, like that's scary. Like he's a good young player who might have his career cut short by this thing that we didn't even know was an issue.
Right. And it's only an issue if you're going to sign a 15-year deal for $14 gazillion, right? Teams aren't as concerned about it over the next couple of years, apparently.
Right. So, and is that what he winds up just doing, these like weird 3-year deals with a bunch of team options? Like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of teams now going, there could be an opportunity here. We could swoop in.
Yeah, with the Met, because the Twins last offseason did a 3-year deal for him with 2 player options, and he opted out and then went into going, I feel bad for him. Like, not on the level of, like, because he's going to get paid by somebody. He's going to make more money this baseball season than I'm going to make in my life. So I don't feel bad in that. But you go from, hey, family, friends, check it out. I got this huge deal with the Giants. Everything's awesome. I'm buying everybody a house. Let's go. We're hanging out. Press conference. Oh, it's canceled.
Well,
they're pulling out of the deal.
The worst part of that, I agree with you, but as Craig pointed out, it's that his father-in-law was there. I don't know how you get. I got along great with my father-in-law. It's no longer with us, but there's a dimension there.
I get along great with my father-in-law.
There's a dynamic there,
no doubt.
Like, you flew us all out here, huh? Oh, and what happened? And we're all dressed. We flew out of here, and no press conference. Oh, okay, all right.
Like, all right, yeah, no.
Could have married that other guy.
No, and I mean, he'll like I said, I think he's gonna get paid by the Mets. But man, and now to be like, Fine, I'm going to go to the Mets, and we're going to go, honey, start looking at schools and houses over in New York. That's where we're going. What borough are we going to live in? We'll figure this out. To have that rug now not yanked out, but like you can feel it being tugged.
Yeah.
That's...
Just think of the father-in-law the next time. Oh, another press conference, huh? Oh, sure. We'll be right there. Yeah. How would you play this? And I know we don't know everything. How would you play this if you're the Mets right now?
He's worth $14 billion, Steve Cohen is. Just give him the money. Have him play third base, and if the deal's bad after 4 years, then you're eating some money. But.
Yeah. That's the thing about these deals. Teams, we'll worry about the back end of it when we get there, right? It's all about what they're going to get in the near term.
That's what matters.
Yeah.
If you can compete for 6 years, that's 6 years of competing,
Then
theoretically.
we're getting value, and we'll worry about the back end when we get there, yeah.
Yeah, and if you've got to eat it, but you're eating this $30 million a year, whatever it's going to, 26, but you were competitive for those first 6 years, like you'll take that.
Well, remember, he walked away from 10 for 285 from the Twins. Mm-hmm. And then Anthopoulos is actually on record saying, hey, we would be willing to give him a deal, a lot of money, but on a short term. Mm-hmm. So they're looking at 3 to 5 years and maybe 30, 35 million plus. So he's got a couple suitors out there if he wants to kind of scale it back a little bit.
Yeah. Teams lurking, opportunity knocking here for Carlos Correa. Maybe there's a bargain to be had. Then the Giants would look even worse if one of their rivals ends up with them. But who knows what the heck's going to happen? I'm with you. Most likely, somehow he still ends up with the Mets.
Well, and this is where I think the Giants are going to wind up. I think long term, kind of in history, the Giants are going to wind up looking okay here once we get past how exactly it was handled, because I think a lot of that will get lost to history a little bit. If it turns out that they didn't even call to renegotiate. They didn't want to do like, hey, okay, we'll still do the 13, but we're going to take 10 team options or whatever. I don't know. And they didn't even want to do that. They were just out. Yeah. They just apparently wiped their hands clean and said, nope, we're not doing, like, we're just out on this. And now the Mets, who have Steve Cohen, who's just been throwing money around like crazy all offseason, this guy is going, oh, like he said, he has told media, this is the missing piece.
Yeah.
This is the guy I wanted.
One thing we needed.
It's the one thing we needed. And now even he is like, ooh. The guy in the best position in baseball to be like, it's fine, we'll figure it out, is like pumping the brakes.
Yeah. But that's where Giants fans are disappointed. After they won 107 games, they came back the next year. And I know there was a lockout. There was extenuating circumstances, but they actually cut payroll, right? The Mets win 101 and they're out in the first round, and they spent $801 million. Oh. Well, I guess we have to subtract the amount that they paid for Correa because we don't know about that yet. But they spent a lot of money.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
In one offseason.
Yeah.
And I mean, Giants for the next several years.
Giants fans just want confirmation from their club that we need to win, like the 49ers need to win, and the Warriors need to win well into the luxury tax. Are the Giants going to be one of those franchises? I think at this point it's still fair to question whether they are.
Well, and I think there's a star power element to this as well, where there's that, desire to win. And out. The Niners always right there up against the cap. They don't do a lot of cost-cutting stuff personnel-wise. In fact, the opposite. I think they probably overpay some guys to keep them in the building. The Warriors, of course, we know all about their journey into the luxury tax. And then they have star power. It's Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green and Jordan Poole and Kevon Looney and like recognizable players that people love to root for. With the 49ers, it's George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and Christian McCaffrey. It is this Trent Williams, this star-studded team that people want to buy the jerseys and have guys they're going to root for.
I'll make the case Robbie Gould he's got as high IQ factor as just about anybody on the Giants almost.
Yeah, probably.
It's close. I mean, not Logan Webb, but most of the Giants, Robbie Gould is a bigger, it's Robbie Gould than just about anybody on the Giants right now.
Probably. I'm trying to combat that. Webb, Crawford, more popular in the Bay Area, Jock Peterson or Robbie Gould?
Robbie Gould.
You think?
Well, so far, I don't know. I think that's I think there's a debate to be had there.
So I think
that's really the point.
If you poll the average Niners, Warriors, Giants fan and say rank your 10 favorite players on those three teams, is anyone putting a Giant in their top 10?
Probably not.
Brandon Crawford might get there. Like you said, Logan Webb maybe gets there.
Wait, is Mark Willard one of the 10 people? Because that skews the numbers a little bit. And bless him for it.
He's in that group. Yeah, no, he's
bless
in that
him for it.
group,
Okay,
sure.
you're going to have some Giants in there then. You're going to have some Giants.
Okay. But I think the typical fan of those three teams is probably like who, and that's the problem. Like they're trying to compete for attention in a market where like Steph Curry's existence makes the Warriors viable.
Right. And the plan was the plan was that by now the farm system would have produced more players who would at least be on the cusp of becoming stars, like Joey Bart, for example. And it doesn't always happen.
Yeah,
it's
really difficult.
It is. 888-957-9570. Jose joins us from Oakland, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Jose?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hello.
Well, my thoughts on this whole thing is I think that what bothers fans the most is the lack of honesty from the Giants, part. If they really didn't want to spend that much money and they were looking for excuses, just say, look, you know what, we'd rather split this money into different players instead of spending this much money into just one player because the team needs more than one player. But actually say it and do it instead of waiting for all the other good players to actually be signed, and we're left with. It's kind of like going to a place that is going out of business. You go in and you'll find just one thing here, one thing that nobody really wants to buy. That's one part. The second part is I'm not so much upset with Farhan, with what went on in the during this off season, but I'm actually upset about the fact that he was brought in to fix the farm system. And from what I see I think it's pretty much the same as he found it. We don't see any players that will be coming in this year, next year, maybe 2 years from now. By then, they'll probably be like 28, 29. Players that nobody else even wants to trade for, to be honest with you. And players that right now, they should be producing something, okay? And they keep putting this excuse about the pandemic. Look, other teams also went through the pandemic. And I see the Astros, I see the Dodgers. I see other teams actually producing players that they signed 2 years ago. This guy has been in charge for, 6 years, and the farm system still stinks. Honestly, I think that was their biggest mistake. Bringing him.
Thank you, Jose. I think you're right. That's the biggest problem right now, and that's why there's this dearth of impressive major league talent, and they have to try to backfill by going out and getting people, and you can't sign people. But yeah, the plan was by now you would have some established guys that came through your farm system already. Hopefully even some stars. So maybe Joey Bart, maybe it's not too late for him. You mentioned Kyle Harrison, Luciano at some point because he's still very young. So there's still a chance for that. But that's basically, Jose, I think you're right. That's why the Giants are in this predicament is that, wow, we were supposed to have more help from the farm system and it just hasn't arrived.
And that's why they want – it's like they're trying to – because the Dodgers thing is they have the money to spend.
They do it every way you can.
They will
free agents, minor league free agents, farm system, trades. They do it all.
Right, and they can make a big trade and still have a top 5 farm system. I think the MLB rankings, this specific one I'm looking at, the Dodgers are second in farm system.
And they've traded a number of top prospects over the recent seasons.
And the Giants on this are 19th. And maybe Kyle Harrison comes up and is awesome. And maybe Casey Schmidt comes up and mans third base for the next decade and he's awesome.
Where's San Diego? They're probably lower than the Giants right now because they traded so many guys to get Soto.
San Diego is 29th.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's what's impressive about the Dodgers, to your point, is they trade away prospects to get like Scherzer, and then they're still number 2.
So that's what and that's what the Giants are trying to get to, and they can't get any of it right now. And that's why I'm in agreement with Jose. Like, Farhan's had a couple different weird things thrown at him. Pandemic was weird. The Correa thing was strange. But they've shown no desire to spend a ton of money, or at least take that risk spending a ton of money. And I shouldn't say I haven't shown desire. They did pursue Judge. They did pursue Correa. They've pursued other guys. but they've not landed anybody. And their farm system hasn't produced anything yet. So is this a path to 2025? Are they going to 2024? I don't know. But when their farm system does bear fruit, it needs to be great.
Mm-hmm.
They can't just have
juicy, right?
Right. They can't just have
large fruit.
They can't just have Matos and Harrison and Schmidt come up and just be guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they need to produce all-star level talent.
A couple more Lance Necros ain't going to get it done. That's what you're saying.
It's correct.
Yes. On the text line here, 888-957-9570. 707, Seat of All Knowledge and Wisdom. I knew something wasn't right. I texted this last week, but everyone was still too invested in slamming the Giants for losing the deal. I don't know, but I find it suspicious that Scott Boras would be in such a hurry to make a lesser contract for his client. What's he know that concerns him? It's a good question. I don't know. Scott Boras has been, obviously, he's going to defend his client. He has been saying publicly for weeks now, my client is healthy. He's a healthy player, and all the teams already had all the medicals. So it is a puzzle as to why all of a sudden Giants see something, and all of a sudden the Mets see it too, and the Twins are like, yeah, we don't know. So it doesn't make sense on the surface.
It's very odd.
Yeah.
For sure. Maybe the Giants did the right thing, but how they handled it, in fact, it looks like they did do the right thing by going, pause. But like you said, setting up the presser ahead of time.
They had a cable car ready to go. He's going to ride a cable car
announcing
with his in-laws.
It was not handled great.
Yeah, a little ham-handed. From the 415, instead of looking for a big-time superstar, we should be looking for a big-time scouting team. It's just tough. That's just really hard. That's easy to do and say, man, the scouts suck and they don't know what they're Farhan doesn't know what he's doing. It's really hard to go out, draft young players that end up developing and becoming the players you dreamed they would be. And there's still a chance for some of those guys to come through.
Definitely. Yeah. Like I said, they could be competitive this year. And if they're competitive this year, and then you start getting some guys up from the farm system next year, and they're competitive again, and you start to be like, hey, here's a 23-year-old who's going to be around for a decade, and you have him in-house, and you can sign him long-term. That's where I think they're aiming for right now.
I will say this, just about any major league team, if they have a pretty good farm system, it's easy to look at like 5 guys and say, remember the Giants fans were doing this, Hunter Bishop and Luciano. And it's very rare for any team when you've got your top 5 prospects. If 1 or 2 of those guys make it, that's good. And if one of them is a superstar, you're way ahead of the game, right? Yeah. It's very easy to go, they got these 5 guys. Nope, they're probably not, no matter who it is or what team, they're not all going to make it. It just mathematically does not work out that way.
Right. Yep. It's like an NFL draft class.
Yeah. Yeah.
The analysis is like, wow, all these players are awesome. Well, one is probably going to be good.
Get ready for the playoffs with your Relevant and DPOY shirts now at 957thegameshop.com. Didn't you come up with the idea for the Relevant shirt?
And the DPOY one.
And the DPOY.
Your boy is just a shirt thought machine.
Wow. Cha-ching! So there was a little something extra in your envelope for Christmas, huh?
No.
A shirt?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go.
Coconut smile.
Coming up, how upside down is this Warrior season? This upside down. That's next. Kyle Madsen, Whitey Gleason, in for the Morning Roast today on 95.7 The Game.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and Pro Vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Congratulations to Steph Curry, Sports Illustrated's Sports Person of the Year.
Curry with the ball, takes a three off the dribble. Knocked it down straight on for about 28 feet. Curry, one dribble monster, half court. Curry! Back to Curry, relocation. Are you kidding me? Ridiculous by Curry, backing up to hit a three. Draymond to Curry. Curry guarded by Capella. Step back, three in front of the Hawk bench. Nobody in the association has scored more than Curry in a single game this year. He's got 48. Splash! There it is! The best shooter the game has ever seen has cemented his legacy. No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry. And when you consider he has many more years, he might be setting a record that may never be broken.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching a kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe. The daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Brought to you by the Capital One Venture X Card. Earn 10 X miles on hotels and rental cars and 5 X miles on flights when you book through Capital One Travel. Plus 2 X miles on all other purchases. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Holding the line till they get back, Whitey Gleason and Kyle Madsen, 95.7 The Game. Hopefully the rain has slackened off. I don't know. Just be careful. And I know you don't need us to tell you that, but we both drove in today, and we're thrilled to be here. But, a little perilous on the way in today. That's all. And Craig, too. All three of us, yeah.
And what's rare is it's usually, so I live way out in the East Bay. Some people don't even call it the Bay Area, and that's fine. I'll accept that.
For the record, Kyle is pointing to the East Bay now, I think.
I'm pointing toward...
I'm not sure where you're pointing.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm in that direction.
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm on that side of the bridge. And I live way out there. And when you live out in the cuts, sometimes the weather is pretty dramatically different. And if it's raining there, it might not necessarily be raining in the city, and vice versa. It was raining when I got in my car, and it rained the entire way here. And like rain, not like, oh, here was a little sprinkle. No, it rained the entire way. So
at one point,
very much be careful.
We were staying, of course, with the Lees in Pacifica. And at one point, we were watching, I think it was the Nets and the Cavs. And at one point, it's like satellite went out just for a minute. It was flickering. And I think it was because the storm system was so big that it was actually interfering with the signal from the satellite to the dish.
Oh, man.
I've had that happen before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we don't need us to tell you that. But yeah, please be careful. We'll be here the rest of the week. I'll be in on Monday as well. And tonight, Kyle, we have NBA basketball here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors against the Charlotte Hornets. Here's how upside down this Warriors season has been. Remember in the summer, I know you doing your fine show with Dibbs and Willard, a lot of talk about how, well, the Warriors, celebrating this championship, they got some tough things to figure out. But look what's going on with the Nets. What a disaster area. KD wants to trade. He says if he's not traded, they're going to fire. He wants the coach fired, and he wants the general manager fired, right? And then you got Kyrie, everything that happened early in the year. Well, right now, as we speak here, a couple days after Christmas, the Nets have won 9 in a row. They're 22-12. And the Warriors coming off that big win, they're still struggling. The Nets are 22-12. That's how upside down this is.
Just very quietly, a very good team. Like, if Ben Simmons is going to be engaged and playing well, which he has been, like, that's a scary, scary group.
And last night, Kevin Durant said, well, I know you guys want to talk about everything that's been going on, but I think we've always been all about basketball. I mean, bless him for playing well, but come on, KD.
I have no doubt that Kevin Durant has always been about that. But it's very clear that that's not been the case.
Right.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah. And that's fine.
He has to say that. No, he has to say that.
Yeah. So they beat the Cavs last night. We had Nick Friedel on Warriors This Week a couple weeks ago, JD and I, and we were talking to Nick about, the Nets are playing well. And he said, it's an easy part of their schedule. Don't be fooled. But they're playing really well right now. As I said, 9 in a row for the Nets, beating the Cavs 22-12. And I think last night KD passed Tim Duncan on the scoring list and Kobe on the all-time three-point list, for what that's worth. Just not that significant, but just more indications that he's on his way to establishing a career among the all-time greats.
I'm Kevin Durant. You know who I am.
Mm-hmm. That's who he is.
Yeah.
And I've always been a big KD guy. Before he got here, after he left, like the way he exited that last year was definitely kind of off-putting. But there's no denying that we'll probably never see another player like him.
Yeah.
Just in terms of his size and his handle and like he's just so unique.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'm glad that the numbers are going to reflect just how good he was.
Yeah, so in the East right now, it's Boston, and then it's Milwaukee, 1.5 back, and the Nets are 2 back. Of course, and Cleveland, 2.5 back. Remember, last year at this time, I made this point a number of times, Kyle. I don't mean to be redundant, but last year about this time, the Celtics were stumbling so badly that some were saying, you got to break up Tatum and Brown. It's never going to work. And then January came, and then whoosh, and they were just, it all clicked, especially defensively, and they were in the finals. So that could happen this year. The Warriors, meanwhile, biding their time. They got the Charlotte Hornets tonight, And this is, I think, as I said earlier, this is a huge game for the Warriors because it's part of this 8-game homestand, and they're coming off the big win over the Grizzlies, and they just need to establish some consistency, some sense of, yeah, we are going to get some traction and turn this around. Because looking at the standings, as bad as they've been, 16 and 18, they're only 6 games out of the top spot in the West.
Yeah, that's one of the encouraging things. And that's one of the things you can kind of lean on. It's like, hey, if they figure this out, though, has always been the big question mark. My benchmark, and I think for a lot of people, it's like the season starts at Christmas. Christmas Day, that's when the season actually starts. And the Warriors put up one of their best performances of the year. And again, without Andrew Wiggins and without Steph Curry at home against Memphis, you see that spark, you see that fire, and it's like, cool, they've still got it. But we saw it against the Celtics. And when they beat the Celtics here at Chase Center, I thought that was going to be a turning point. Like, this is where they start turning it around. They're going to rattle off a bunch of wins in a row. They're going to win, 10 of 12. They're going to get right back into the thick of things. They're going to look like the Warriors again. And then that didn't really happen. They ran into more of the same problems. So now, okay, let's do it again. You get blown out in New York and then in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
But that was a terrible road trip. They were clearly just trying to limp to the finish line. They did. They get back home. You beat the Grizzlies, and it's like, great. The emotion was there. The fire was there. You saw Clay getting a tech for talking trash, and Draymond's chirping all game, and you got Jordan Poole getting
6
ejected.
technical fouls.
6 techs. And that's great. Like, I love to see that. But I'm 100% in agreement with you. You cannot now on this homestand with Charlotte, Utah, Portland, Atlanta, Detroit, Orlando, and Phoenix. That's 8 very winnable games. Whether they're playing well or not, you have to go like minimum 6-2 here.
Charlotte played last night and they lost. And so this sets up very nicely for the Warriors. Charlotte scares me a little bit because as bad as their record is, they haven't had all their guys together, and LaMelo's back now. And I think since LaMelo's back, they're the top team in the league in transition. And we know the Warriors tend to get loose with the ball. Mm-hmm. So the Warriors should win tonight, but we know Charlotte's already beaten them, right? So they have to take care of their business tonight, which is obviously tough to do without Steph, and you still got Jordan Poole who's been so inconsistent. I'm also concerned going forward about the Warrior injuries, just the way the Warriors are, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but they're not really forthcoming with the injuries, and that's fine. Mm-hmm. But it's always, I remember 2 weeks ago, Wiggins, he hasn't been ruled out for tonight yet, and again, that's their business. But the thing with Steph, reevaluate it in 2 weeks. I mean, I hope that in a couple weeks they can say, yes, he's going to be ready to go in a couple days. I'm just not sure. The way the Warriors handle injuries like Wiseman last year, remember? Mm-hmm. He'll be ready to go for Thanksgiving. He never played. Mm-hmm. So that makes me a little nervous.
Yeah, definitely. And especially when you're talking with Andrew Wiggins and it's that groin area. Like, that's so sensitive. And so, like, you can't play when you're hurt there. Like,
right.
So, and same thing with Steph and his shoulder. Like,
you can't even really do a show with a pulled groin. Have you ever tried? It's really hard just doing a show.
I haven't.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't do anything athletic enough to hurt myself. So,
okay. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm all about pain avoidance.
Smart.
So, yeah. And with Steph, you get concerned with that shoulder because Dr. Pandya was on talking about with Willard and Dibs on Cleared to Play, talking about all the different things that you have to do to, like, first it's got to heal, and then you got to strengthen up all the areas around it to make sure it doesn't come out again. Like, it's definitely scary, but it's not something yet that I'm like, oh man, this might linger into.
Oh, no question.
We're not there yet.
But there's still a lot, to your point, there's still a lot of questions about he feels better, and then what, and hopefully that goes well, but you just have to wait and see and go through it.
Yeah. I mean, they can, weathering the storm, Sans, Wiggins, and Steph. Sans. Right. Yeah, I'm very professional. Thank you. Weathering the storm without those guys is never going to be easy. But if they can, let's say Wiggins isn't back for this whole homestand. Like, let's just go worst case scenario here. And they can still go 6-2, 5-3. Because they go 5-3, that makes them 500 on January 13th, going into San Antonio, where you could theoretically be having Steph and Wiggins back. And if that's the case, if that's what they're looking like, and they're 500 with those guys back, that's just enormous. What they need to avoid is 8-game homestand with 8 winnable games going 2-6. And now they're way out of it. And now it's an uphill climb when those guys get back instead of like, okay, sitting at 500 in a good spot. Now let's cruise and start putting some wins together.
One thing you said you like that I'm not crazy about is all the technicals. Jordan Poole can't get 2 technicals in that game.
No, the second.
You said, I love 6 technicals. I wanted more. That's what you said.
You know what? You're right. I did say that. No. The Clay one was great. Draymond picked one up. But even the first Jordan Poole one, fine. Like I love like that emotion, that fine. But the second one, you cannot. It ended up not mattering. It's fine, and they went on a win.
You're right.
But you cannot in that spot. You're already wearing one. Draymond has gotten a lot of leeway with officials in terms of not getting that second tech. Jordan Poole has not earned that cachet yet with officials. You can't in that spot. If that's a 3-point game, they could miss him big time. Like, they just don't have another player that can do it. And Ty Jerome hit some big shots down the stretch and was great for them. But they typically don't have a player who's going to, like, make up for his scoring. You can't get ejected in that spot.
No, you can't. You're right. You're right.
That was so bad. And it ended up being okay. But I'm hoping that that's something he learns from moving forward. Like, hey, dude, when you're wearing a tech, you can't go after the official, no matter how bad you thought the call was.
Interesting that you raised Draymond there. I was noticing something about Draymond. And yeah, Draymond, you're right. We all know that he gets a lot more leeway than somebody. I know Van Gundy made this point. Like, Draymond can rant and yell and scream, and he may not get a tech. Kyle Anderson, for example, now with Minnesota, if he goes, hey, that's not a foul, he's going to get teed up.
Yeah.
So that's not fair. But in addition to that, I think depending on the official, I think maybe Draymond intimidates the officials. The old way of thinking is don't yell at the officials. You know, you're going to want them to on your side.
Right.
Why do you do that? Well, Draymond got a call. He got he got a charge on a Grizzly when I think it might have been a block. And I think maybe it gets to a point where he yells at the officials so much, like, I don't want to call a foul. I don't want him yelling at me again.
That's the strategy?
Yeah, I think it actually
beat
works.
him into submission?
Again, depending on the official. And, you know, he's very smart. If there's anything to that, he's going to take advantage of that.
I would be interested to know if he does handle different officials differently.
I would bet
like, does he know this guy specifically is going to tee him up the second he drops an F? And so he walks over and like, hey man, I didn't, you know, that guy's got my arm twice. Like, is it that? And then there's other officials where he's like, hey, if I yell at this guy once, I'm getting every call, and just goes ballistic on him the first chance he gets.
If they're going to let him do that,
I would be fascinated to know that.
Yeah. You know, I was listening to NBA on Sirius last week. Brian Scalabrine was saying a guy like Jordan, he wouldn't show up to officials. But he would make a point of it if he thought he was fouled. You know, he'd go over by the official and he'd grab his shorts, lean over and go, you know, that MFer fouled me. You're going to have to call that. And he would always get the call. But now players don't care. They show up the officials all the time. And so on the one hand, I think, well, the complaining is getting out of hand. On the other hand, some of the things that have gone on with officiating this year, Kyle, I don't know what's going on. When James Wiseman gets his jersey grabbed by Jackson and Clay shooting free throws. And the Grizzlies go, hey, that's the wrong guy. And the officials go, oh, no. He's going to shoot the free throw. What?
That was insane.
I know.
I was certain.
How could that happen?
I was certain after they pointed it out that they were going to take the point off the board and let's get him out of there. And they just
3 of them get together. Yeah, and maybe they can't use video in that case, but hello. Wow.
I think that's part of the thing, too. You've talked about how kind of the culture has changed with players' attitudes toward officials. I guess because players now grew up with like every replay angle. And so in their brains, they're just going, look, everybody's going to be able to see that I got fouled. So I'm going to make a big deal out of it. Like, I think that's just kind of how the transition's gone.
I guess.
But I loved that the fact that the Warriors came out against Memphis in a game where I didn't think Memphis was going to blow them out, but
I kind of did.
I definitely was like, oh, this could get ugly.
Yes,
like,
I was right there.
If
too.
Memphis went like they're going to talk smack and like this could get bad.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the Warriors that kind of, without Steph, without Wiggins, just asserted their will on that game. It's a couple things. One, I think a great sign for Golden State moving forward. The fact that they still have that in their back. Maybe they can't reach in and grab it as often as they used to, but that's still in their bag.
No, they needed that one.
And when they absolutely need one, they can go get it. And that's okay. That's a good sign, especially moving into January. You love to see that. The other thing is, I think Memphis got a little complacent on some level where, and I don't have any tangible evidence that, like, they were 9 of 39 or whatever from 3, and I thought they were, for the most part, pretty sloppy. Like, they didn't look like they came out and, use Steve Kerr's word here, play with necessary force.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think they thought, hey, they only beat us because Ja was hurt, so Ja's back, here we go, we're going to win. They don't have Steph or Wiggins, we got this. And it's like, how did you not learn? How did you not understand that that's not how this goes?
I saw that too.
Just because you try and speak your title into existence doesn't mean you have one. You've earned nothing. You've done nothing.
I'll tell you what happened. I saw that too, and I'll tell you what happened. And Slates wrote about this. Okay, first half, the Warriors came out with they came out with a necessary force, had a big lead, and Memphis was looking at that going, all right, this is a little concerning, but we still should beat these guys. End of the half, they cut it to 5, okay? So halftime going in there, the Warriors had a good first half. Their lead had been cut to 5, and the game was tilting Memphis's way. So they come out for the second half, and Memphis, I agree with you, Memphis is looking at this going, we're about to topple these guys over. And then Jaren Jackson gets that foul where Draymond baits him into that foul. Jackson has to sit down. You see what Draymond did? He goes to the Memphis bench with 4 fingers.
4.
You got to take him out. And at that point on, then it swung back in the Warriors' favor.
Yeah, and they win that third quarter by 10. They score 40 points. And it was pretty much over then. And yeah, I think Memphis didn't learn from they're talking dynasty. They're talking would have won. That series visibly got more difficult for the Warriors after Ja left. And they're still trying to talk as though Ja being out is the reason they lost that series. It's like, no, that's the reason that series went to 6, bro. Like, what?
888-957-9570. Coach is in Vallejo. He joins us 95.7 The Game. Hey, Coach, good to hear from you again today. What's up?
Hey, good morning, Whitey, Kyle, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to you both. And
same to you.
You're two of my favorites, because you both tell it like it is, and you're not necessarily homers, and I can appreciate that. But Kyle, I do have one thing to say. You said no one can make up the points that Jordan Poole would make if he wasn't there. Well, he shoots 32 points, but he takes 25 shots. And I'd venture to say any NBA player can do that. So Ty Jerome proved that he could do it. DiVincenzo proved he can do it. Moses Moody, I guarantee you, could make up the points that Jordan Poole happens to have out there when he's taking that number of shots. He seems to have more leeway than the other players with Steve Kerr, but I don't think he's doing anything exceptional. I mean, scoring 40 points in the NBA game has been done many, many times this year, but the number of shots he takes to make his points, I think they can be made up. The Warriors played much better, matter of fact, after he got ejected the other night than when he was playing. So that's my take on that, guys. And I'll be watching you on YouTube. You're looking great. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Coach.
Let me amend that.
Yes.
Not make up the points, because Coach is right. The shot creation, though. There's nobody on the Warriors. Ty Jerome, Anthony Lamb, Jonathan Kuminga, Dante DiVincenzo. There's nobody that threatens a defense the way Jordan Poole does.
I agree with that.
I also don't think they necessarily played better once he went out. I thought they continued playing pretty well.
I love Coach. He's from Vallejo. I don't think the math is as simple as the way he lays it out. I don't think it's a matter of anybody could take the number of shots Jordan Poole took and you're going to score as many points. Now, he's right. Jordan Poole, that's an issue with him. He's not always efficient, but sometimes he is. So sometimes you got to go through an inefficient Jordan Poole stretch in order to get the guy that can do things that nobody else on the team can do. Steve Kerr talked about this after last game. He said he's still got a couple of levels to go. I think being more consistent is one of them. Being more efficient is part of that too. So I think the Warriors know what Coach is saying, but at the same time, to your point, Kyle, I agree with you. It's hard to look at that game and say that they win without Jordan Poole doing what he did.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
And Dante DiVincenzo's getting open looks because Jordan Poole's breaking defenses down, and same thing for Ty Jerome, and same thing for Anthony Lamb and Moses Moody. He impacts their offense in such a way that it ended up being fine. And Coach is right; they played well without him, but there was also a chance that they didn't do that.
I really like Ty Jerome, by the way. I like him a lot. And I'm not saying he's going to be a superstar, but he, as Jeff Van Gundy said a couple games ago, he knows what he's doing. He runs an offense, and he's a pretty good shooter. One year with the Thunder, he shot 40% from the three-point line. He's a nice player to have, and he can play either guard position. He's a nice piece for them.
He's drawn a lot of ire from me personally.
What?
This year? Yeah.
Now it's on.
But he made, it felt like every shot
he hit your chorizo of this year?
not quite there. I think he's probably a better player than Chris Chiozza, but he was 6 of 9, and it felt like all 6 of his shots were massive. All 6 of his shots were huge. Like, okay, the Grizzlies have cut it from 15 to 12, and like, oh no, Ty Jerome 3, back to 15. Like, oh, Grizzlies got an easy bucket. Okay, Ty Jerome set up the little floater, and he was very, very good. And you want to talk about a guy the Warriors don't win with? If he didn't play as well as he did, I don't know if the Warriors win that game.
I love what Coach said. He said, you guys are two of my favorites. You're not necessarily homers. So he didn't say we weren't. He just, you're not necessarily homers. Thank you, Coach. Coach raises a really interesting point on Poole. I think that's an interesting question with him going forward. But I agree with you, Kyle. They know that right now without Steph, you need somebody. And Clay's not that guy right now. Clay's not that guy that can, boom, have that bust-out scoring night. Now, Clay's a guy who scored, 24 in the last game? I have my box score right here. But he was like 8 for 25 or something like that. So.
Yeah, 8 for 25, 3 of 12 from 3. But 9 boards, 4 assists.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if Clay is going to not shoot it great, can you get extra possessions with rebounds? Can you set up your teammates? Like, can you just have a better floor game if you're not going to be shooting it well? That's my big question with him.
Want to remind you once again to get ready for the playoffs with your Relevant and DPOY shirts now at 957thegameshop.com. Did you know that Kyle Madsen designed those shirts? Really well done.
I came up with the idea. Isaac does the design. Shout out to Isaac.
Well, but what's a designer without the guy who says this is what the design should be?
No doubt.
I mean, really well done. Seriously. I know, we joke and stuff, but that's really, really clever shirts. And I can't wait to see what your next ones are. You have any Warrior ideas?
I haven't thought about it, but give me a few minutes and I will.
All right. Looking forward to that. Speaking of the Warriors, this is a warning. If you're going to watch the Warriors tonight, you're going to probably see something really, really strange. We need to prepare you for that, and we will do that next. This is the Morning Roast. Whitey and Kyle in for Bonte and Butch on 95.7 The Game.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need a new desk calendar so that I don't miss a meeting with my boss or a soccer game with my daughter.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year. Right now, a 2023 lined desk calendar is $3.99 and an unlined calendar is just $4.99. Make this year your year at Staples. Offer ends 12/31. In-store only.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
In for Bonte and Shasky, pardon me, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Kyle Madsen. Warning, 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 if you're going to watch the Warriors, or better yet, listen to them tonight on 95.7 The Game. And if you've seen Charlotte play this year, which you probably have because they played the Warriors, maybe you already know about this, but still, it can be jarring, even if you've seen it before and you're not expecting it. Kyle, have you seen much of Mason Plumlee play this year?
No, I've not taken in a ton of Hornets basketball.
Okay, Mason Plumlee last night for the Hornets. They lost to Portland. So again, Charlotte played last night, so this sets up nicely for the Warriors. Mason Plumlee had 14 points, and he made 4 of 5 free throws. And from the free throw line this year, and bear with me, I know it's like, who cares? Well, this is interesting. He's shooting like 59% from the foul line this year. He was under 40 last year. So he fixed it. And he started doing this, I think, into last year. He started shooting his free throws left-handed.
Yes.
And now he's shooting jump shots.
He shoots his jumpers left-handed.
Whatever. I mean, it's not really a jump shot. It's left-handed.
It's like a shot put.
Yeah, and it looks like somebody who's like, hey, I wonder if I could make it left-handed. And he'll go, that's how he shoots in NBA games. And it's not bad. I mean, it's effective. It just looks weird.
It looks very strange. I did see a video of this, and I didn't know the background for the video. I thought he just hurt himself or something and shot one left-handed and it went in. But no, it's just what he does now. It's wild.
It was so off with the right hand that I guess the thinking is, oh, maybe if I go to the left hand, it'll be more pure. Whatever these things are in my head that are bothering my right-handed shot, they won't affect my left-handed shot. So it ain't pretty to look at, and it's still not great, but it's working for him.
That's one of the theories with Ben Simmons, is that he's actually right-handed.
Huh.
But for some reason, he's shooting left-handed. And he should be shooting with his right hand.
Strange stuff.
Really weird.
That's why you just go to the old Rick Barry underhand, two hands. It's neither right-handed nor left-handed, but nobody wants to do that.
Right. Nobody wants to do that just because of how it looks, right?
I think so.
Like that's
no
the
one will
only.
admit that, yeah.
But that
also, when you've spent your whole life doing something, it's hard to get to a point where you go, I'm going to scrap everything I've ever worked on and try a new way.
But if you're a 50% free throw shooter and you can shoot 85+% like that, why would you not? It's free points.
I know.
And
well, there's no
get
guarantee
hacky,
that you will shoot that, but I think it would work.
I don't know why I would do it. I'm not above looking stupid, as you can see.
Well, the thing is, and I don't know how Mason Plumlee feels about it, but wait a minute, you already look stupid, right? And if you're missing, if you're missing 60% of your free throws, no matter how you're doing it, that looks stupid. So you're clearly not that concerned about how you look because you look bad as it is. So, yeah.
I would do whatever. I would do what if you told me like, hey, this is a way to improve. I would do it if I was shooting 50% from the free throw line.
The charity stripe.
There it is. I was gonna say 3, and then that was wrong.
Right.
I would love to shoot 50% from 3. But yeah.
Yeah. So interesting matchup tonight. Mason Plumlee and Mark Williams, who's a young center. I think he's a rookie center for the Hornets. He had a good game last night against, among others, James Wiseman. Where are we today with J-Dub? James Wiseman coming off a 30-point game in that humiliating loss to the Nets. Eyebrow raising, garbage time, but hey, 30 points is 30 points. And then the two numbers that really stood out to me about Wiseman's game against Memphis, Kyle, two numbers were really impressive. 0 and 1. 1 foul and 0 field goal attempts.
Yeah.
I applaud him.
That's what that's what the 30-point game was. Okay, fine. It turned into a summer league game midway through the first quarter. Congrats on your 30. But that's not what, the Warriors have never needed that from their center. That's nice to have in his bag. And if there is some version of the Warriors that he is on in a decade, maybe they'll need that from him. But go back to Andrew Bogut and Zaza Pachulia and JaVale McGee and Anderson Varejao and everybody else, Festus Ezeli, everybody else who's played center for this team, not named Draymond Green, and even Draymond to an extent. Offensive output is not, it's grab rebounds, play defense without fouling, protect the rim, and maybe distribute a little bit, and set good screens. How many times have you seen Wiseman set a screen where he gets there and just immediately dives to the basket without ever making contact with the player he's trying to screen?
It begs the question, honestly, and we're way down this road now, so you can't go back, obviously, but why they drafted him in the first place. Because the things that suit him and the things that he does well are not necessarily things that the Warriors want their center to do. But be that as it may, here we are. He's improving. I don't think with Wiseman it's a matter of, he was going to be great, but if he's not, he's a bust. That's not a very useful way to look at it. But I do think I look at him right now and I don't see a great player. I mean, he can be a useful player, but people assume that he's going to be a great player because he was drafted second, and some people, including the coach, compared him to David Robinson. I mean, he could still be a really good player, great player. I don't see it. The question is, can he be consistent enough to be useful enough to the Warriors for them to keep him rather than maybe trade him for something that's more useful?
Right, and that's just...
But he's trending in the right direction. That's good.
Right, and that's just it, is they don't need him to be great right now. Maybe he's great in a decade, but they need 12 effective minutes right now. Can I get 12 of setting screens, pulling down some boards, throwing down a couple of putbacks,
running the floor,
playing some defense? Can I get 12 minutes of that a game? 4 3-minute spurts or 3 4-minute spurts or 2 6, whatever it is. That's what's so aggravating. Is yes, he's clearly talented. Nobody is watching him going, hey, that guy cannot play back. He clearly can. But the fact that he too often looks like he has no idea where to be defensively. And then offensively, his priority is clearly not so much in this last game, and I agree with you, it's very encouraging. But it's so clear his priority offensively is not, I am going to set a devastating screen that's going to free up Steph Curry for a 3. It's, I'm going to jump out here, act like I'm going to screen, and then roll to the basket, and then hopefully get a dunk.
Yeah.
And he clogs the lane. He's trying to post up, and it's dude, read the room.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Now, this was a while ago, so it's not fair because he, I think, learned from this, but it is an example of what you're saying. I think it was the Orlando game where he sets a screen for Steph and then rolls and doesn't get the ball and slumps shoulders oh, Steph didn't give me the ball.
Yeah. That's not...
Steph's not giving you the ball. You want him shooting it. You don't want to shoot it if Steph has the ball.
Right. And there are going to be times where it's yeah, you know what? 3 guys went with Steph and he's going to go a little pocket pass and you're going to have an open dunk. That's right. But the goal of the play, like you said, is not to get James Wiseman the ball. James Wiseman is not in the game, typically in the game, to put up 20 points. If he does, hallelujah, great. But he needs to be setting screens, he needs to be altering shots, and he needs to be not clogging the lane off it.
So we had this debate yesterday, and I think I'm in the minority here. If you had to make a decision this year where you could get something of value for Wiseman that would help you now, presumably a piece that you might not have beyond this year, but a player who could help you this year, player who could help improve your chances to win a championship this year, but you have to part with Wiseman. To what degree are you open to that? I know it depends on the player, but just
way open.
Yeah, really? Okay,
I'm
me too.
wide open to that idea.
Yeah.
Because I think I'm not punting on Wiseman being a useful NBA player, but I think it might take 3+ years for him to get to that really useful, going to play 25+ minutes a night type of player. And that doesn't, I'm on board with the idea of do whatever you got to do to get Steph rings while you can. Because you have a generational game-changing talent who gives you a chance to win every time he's on the floor. Help him as much as possible. And I just don't think James Wiseman is there right now.
I don't see James Wiseman anymore as, wow, he could be great. And anybody could be, but there are so many guys that were drafted after him, so many guys without that second pick pedigree who are ahead of him in the NBA. So I'm not saying he's a bust. I'm just saying I think it's important when we evaluate him and his Warrior future. I mean, people obviously can disagree, and maybe there's even a split in the Warrior front offices. I don't look at that guy and go, wow, he's going to be a dominant center someday. Now, he's improving and he can be a useful piece, but the whole idea of Wiseman, foundational piece, I don't see it. I don't think it's even realistic right now to look at him that way.
Well, it goes back to what we talked about with the Giants. In baseball, if you have your 5 top prospects, if one of those guys is a superstar, you are in the...
You're way ahead of the game.
Top 1% of the 1% of... If 2 of those 5 become everyday starters, maybe one makes an all-star team here or there, you are yes, you crushed it.
Yeah.
Great job. Chances are a lot of teams, if you go through the top 5 MLB prospects for every team right now, there's a lot of teams where none of those 5 guys are really ever going to be anything.
You're right.
And the Warriors had 3. It was James Wiseman, Moses Moody, and Jonathan Kuminga. I leave Jordan Poole out. It's those 3 guys. If you get one of those guys in the NBA, if you get one of those guys who is an all-star, you home run.
Mm-hmm.
You did.
I agree.
Or slam dunk, to keep the metaphor of the sport. If you get one of those guys to be an all-star and one of those guys to be a starter, you are a contender now.
Yep, that's well done.
if you get all three, like that's so rare to have three young players like that who are all just awesome. So, and Bob Myers has said on this station, if we can get 1.5.
Yes, I was going to mention that.
1.5. It looks like Kuminga's the one right now and Moody's the half. Right now. Which means like the path to Wiseman being like you said, a dominant center is probably way down the road.
Now, I agree with you. I do know that this is not a great day to make that case after he's, the last 2 games he's had. But I agree with you. I do think the really good news is that game against Memphis, if you look at it, you had Moody played well. He had 10 points, 4 of 7 in 17 minutes. Wiseman played well, and the numbers don't floor you, but you look at what he did defensively. He had 5 rebounds. He played well. Kuminga had his moments as well. I don't know that they've had a game before, have they, where all 3 of those guys had good games in an important win. I don't know that that's happened before. So while here I am trying to temper expectations for Wiseman, that was a really encouraging game on that front for the Warriors.
Totally.
Really encouraging.
And you asked me the question, would you trade him for a piece you could use this year? Like, I would. But on that same token, I'm not 100% out on the idea that he could be useful for them in a playoff series for, like I said, can you give me 12 minutes? And if he does what he did against Memphis, and he can extrapolate that over he played 8 minutes, but another 4-minute stint, grab a couple more boards, alter another shot, like that could be useful for Golden State this year.
Yeah. We had Bob Myers on. I was in for Steiny last week, and Guru and I talked to Bob Myers. And I asked him, okay, Bob, can this team get anywhere near where you want to get to without either A, somebody on the roster making a huge leap forward, or B, you going out and acquiring someone? And, Bob Myers being Bob Myers, he's not going to directly answer that, but he said, that is the question. That's what we have to figure out right now.
Yeah,
and
Bob,
you can't. It's really, yeah, thank you. And he has that way of making you feel like, oh, yeah, great, thank you. It's like, yeah. It's hard to do right now without Steph playing. How do you figure out the answer to that?
Right. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I don't have one.
I guess the way you figure it out is if by chance while he's out, you do have some of your players and they do step up, maybe that's the answer.
Okay, and this is the other question I have. If they are going to trade James Wiseman, I don't necessarily think they're even going to. But like, let's just go to the hypothetical world right now where that's the case. Who are they even getting back? Like, what is his trade value? Because I can't imagine it's super high where you talk about like they could get a useful piece this year. Is that a Dante DiVincenzo level player for 1 year? And you're getting rid of James Wiseman for that? Like that's where I'm like, man, I wouldn't. Mm-hmm. That's what's tough for me.
It depends on what they really think of him. And for all Coach Kerr says about him and raves about him, we know, right? He doesn't play him. So we know that he doesn't see him as a piece that can help him right now. If he continues to play well and his trade value goes up, here's another part of the equation, Kyle. Next year, James Wiseman is due $12.1 million times, the luxury tax. Mm-hmm. So at some point, the Warriors have to make that decision. They got to make it soon. Do we want to pay him that much? Do we still believe in him to that much that we want to pay him that much when we still have so many other financial concerns?
So that's what's interesting is you bring up his trade value. Like, okay, if we're talking within this season, if his trade value is high enough that they're going to fetch a good player for him.
What about Jakob Poeltl? There's a name for you. Go ahead.
I mean,
go ahead. Sorry.
Like 1-for-1 right now, Poeltl probably helps more. But does he help enough to make that move? Because if Wiseman's trade value is that high, that means he's probably playing really well, and all of a sudden he's a useful player for you. So I loved what I saw the other night. Was it great? No. But was it more akin to what they need from him?
It was good. It helped. That's the thing. It's like he contributed. All 3 of them, wow, they helped you win the game.
And that was, I asked this question after his 30-point game against the Nets. I said, what has James Wiseman ever done to impact winning in a meaningful game? And he did it the other night. It was like, yes, that's it.
He affected shots.
Yes. So can he now the question is, can he do that again? And can he continue doing the things he needs to do to get on the floor consistently? Jonathan Kuminga figured it out. Moses Moody, I think, is starting to figure it out. Now, can Jonathan Kuminga do that? And just like I said, can he give me 10 minutes in a playoff game this year? That's all. That's all I need from him.
Which one from the 650 Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Appreciate your participation today. Thanks for being with us. It's Whitey and Kyle in for the Roasters. From the 650, which one, Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, most likely to be an all-star?
Kuminga. And I don't think it's close. That's where I land.
I agree with that.
Just what he's done.
I don't think he's close either, but I think I agree with you. He's most likely.
Yeah. And just what he does, especially defensively, I think the fact that he's drawing an assignment like Ja is a big deal. The fact that he's starting to understand how to use his size and his strength and do the things he needs to do to not only get on the floor and help this team win, but also kind of growing his game. There's a leap for him to take where I don't know if he'll ever be the shooter that like Jaylen Brown is, but I think he could be that type of player.
Boy, if he is ever anything close to that shooting,
Man.
You can't guard him. You won't be able to guard him.
That would be, but that's such a like, I'm not going to put that on him where it's like he needs to shoot 40% to be our 37% from three to be I think he can be an effective player without it.
That's a key question.
He gets there with his.
That's a key question in figuring out whether he is. Can he be a 3-4 or is he really a 4 or 5?
Right.
A small ball
right.
5. I know
right.
he's not a center, but yeah, if he can knock down that 3-point shot. And to me, he's kind of regressed a little bit with the 3-point shot, almost like I'm not really supposed to shoot this, am I? And he processes that before he shoots it. From the 510, centers take the longest to develop in the NBA. I think we need to take a closer look at that. I'm not sure that's true. It's one of those things everybody says. I'm not sure it's true. I just want to. I just don't think we need to just accept that at face value. It is something that a lot of people say, but is it true? I don't know. I think point guards take longer to develop in some cases than centers.
I think it just kind of depends.
Yeah,
like James Wiseman's learned, and they knew this going in when they drafted him because of what happened with his college career. He played 3 games. And then he gets hurt as a rookie. Like, he was already going to be behind the curve. And now he's even further behind it because of his injury. Like, I don't think this is a center development problem. I think this is James Wiseman just hasn't played a ton of basketball. Like, that's one of the big issues. That's why when he's on the court, it looks like he doesn't quite have a clue of where to be because he just hasn't played.
Mm-hmm.
And that stuff you can watch on film. But until you're playing alongside Steph Curry and Draymond Green and you've got players moving and you've got to set a screen here and then you have to turn and you have to set another screen. Like, it is a tough thing to grasp, especially when you're not on the court just doing it.
I think you're right.
We asked Kevon Looney. He was on with Willard and I last week. And we said, like, can you develop in this offense? Can you learn this offense on the bench? He was like, no, you just have to play. Like, you have to play alongside Steph and get used to what spots he likes and how to get him the ball in those spots, how to free him up to get to those spots. And Wiseman just hasn't gotten a chance to do that. And they've been in this weird position over the last couple of years where last year he wasn't healthy. Last year would have been a great chance for him to get into some games, but obviously he wasn't healthy. Now this year he's healthy, but they're not in a spot where they can be like, yeah, hey, go figure it out. Like, they're 3 games under on Christmas. Like, that's not a good spot to have a guy developing.
From the 415, if it takes Wiseman 3 years until he's a good to very good player, if not dominant, as a Dubs fan, I'm okay with that. I want the Dubs to have a long-term plan too. 3 years from now, if he becomes dominant, he's 23, he's getting better, let him develop. Fair enough, and you could be right. To me, I'm just frankly very skeptical that a guy who he hasn't played enough for us to even know what he is right now. I'm very skeptical that he can ever become a dominant player, and that's one of the reasons the Warriors drafted him is because they hoped he could be. Maybe he could. Right now, I'm not seeing it. That brings us to the Boxer and Gerson injury report. How about this? Some good injury news for the 49ers. They escaped their win over the Commanders without any injuries. Head coach Kyle Shanahan told reporters yesterday that Debo and Elijah Mitchell could both return to practice late this week, putting them on track to return for the playoffs Jimmy Garoppolo also had the cast taken off his foot, although his return is still considered a long shot. This injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for more than 40 years. Coming up, how hard should the 49ers gun for the 2 seed? That's next. Whitey and Madsen in for the Roasters, 95.7 The Game.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale.
Hi.
We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Maine. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Maine, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you been naughty or nice this year? Cash don't care. At Jackson Hewitt, you could still get up to $4,500 for the holidays. Some bucks now, more bucks in January. So be naughty. Snap up all the ginger snaps. Wear a pretty sweater to an ugly sweater holiday party. You could still get up to $4,500 when you go to Jackson Hewitt today. Details at jacksonhewitt.com. Eligible clients can get up to $1,000 in December and up to $3,500 in January. Loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Finance charge may apply.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
from the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
Just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters, a new limited series, streaming now, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
You're listening to
Happy Brock Purdy's birthday. How about that? Can you believe it? In for the Roasters, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Kyle Madsen. It's a glorious day, Kyle. I know it's storming. Look what's happened with our satellite DirecTV signal loss. Why? Because of the storm and the size of the clouds, and just be careful driving wherever you're going because we were sliding all over the place. But it's a beautiful day. It's a holiday season, and it's Brock Purdy's birthday.
Did you see, speaking of bad weather, did you see any of the videos from Seattle this weekend? So Seattle had a giant snowstorm, followed immediately by a giant rainstorm.
That's no fun.
Which just layers a sheet of ice over everything. So there were like parked cars that just started sliding down hills. There were people who like had to walk down their driveway who were like sitting on their rear ends and just sliding down the driveway because they couldn't walk. People trying to walk like up a hill, unable to do so because the ground was just a sheet of ice.
Oh my goodness.
Sounded awful.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things, it's like, God, I'm so glad I live here.
I know.
Because when it rains, you know what? Yeah, it rains. You got to drive a little slower. Got to drive a little more defensively. Can't zone out driving. But other than that, I don't have to worry about my parked car sliding down a hill.
I know. That's just bizarre. Yeah. Wow. You know what else is bizarre? The fact that Brock Purdy's playing like maybe he's among the top quarterbacks in the NFL. I had to catch myself there. It is. I've never seen anything like it, Kyle. Obviously, we don't know enough yet to say, yes, he's a great player. But just the fact that the 49ers went from, we lost Jimmy, maybe this guy can hold it together, to, wow, he's playing great. It's incredible. It really is.
It's remarkable. Like, I don't think the gravity of the final pick of the draft, starting games at quarterback as a rookie and winning them and playing effectively. It's not like he's throwing it 6 times a game and completing 3 of them, and that's just their defense and run game. Like, no, he has been an effective playmaking quarterback.
Some are saying he's just hitting open receivers. That's what some are saying.
Which is really funny. That's genuinely the funniest like criticism we have for quarterbacks.
It drives Kyle crazy when people say that. It's true, but when people say it as like a criticism, Kyle doesn't like that.
All that guy does is find the open receiver and get the ball to him. Oh man, he really sucks for being able to execute the offense. No, and there's layers to it, right? Like Brock Purdy playing really well and being 3-0 as a starter doesn't mean he's Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. Like obviously, and are there a bunch of quarterbacks that you could plug into this Niners offense and it would still be effective? Like 100%. But the fact that Brock Purdy, as a rookie, is doing this, and that the Niners are on their 3rd string quarterback, and the Super Bowl is just still on the table.
Oh, yeah.
Again, will they get there? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But the fact that it is even in the discussion is, I don't quite have the like proper. There's no comparison for it. This is just unprecedented. Mr. Irrelevant had never thrown, the last pick in the draft, in the modern draft era, had never thrown a pass in the NFL, much less started a game.
Yeah.
And won.
It's a
on
fact
good team.
that no rookie has taken his team to the Super Bowl, right? I think the only rookie quarterbacks who've even won 2 playoff games are Sanchez and Flacco. Yeah, so it's never been done. If Brock Purdy, the last pick of the draft, third string quarterback, if he were to get his team there and maybe even win it, it would just obliterate that stat, right? Oh, no rookie's ever done it. Well, yeah, the guy who was the last pick in the draft, who he barely made the roster, he did it. So
it would be, and this is where, like,
long ways to go for that, I know, but it's on the table.
No, and that's the caveat to all of this. They could faceplant in the wild card game. Like, that's also on the table, just to get both sides in there. But in the universe where the Niners go on and win the whole thing behind Brock Purdy, it would right.
That's this universe, right? That is this universe.
That's the right reaction. No, in this world, it would be, and I'm trying not to be hyperbolic, but this is like just where when I think of it would be one of the biggest NFL stories of all time. You think Nick Foles stepping in as the starter for that Eagles team and outplaying Tom Brady in the Super Bowl was a big story? This is like twice that. Maybe more. It's inconceivable.
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. Go ahead.
Inconceivable. No, it is. I can't wrap my brain around. And I think that's why I have a hard time just being like, oh yeah, the Niners are still Super Bowl contenders, because everything that I know and that we know about quarterbacks in the NFL is typically when your starter goes out, you're screwed. If your backup goes out, you are definitely screwed. And when you have to start a 7th round rookie, you're hosed beyond repair.
Why does it seem like right now they have a better Super Bowl chance than they did when Jimmy Garoppolo was playing quarterback? Am I imagining that? Because it sure seems that way.
No, it does, but I think it's because we've seen Jimmy fall short before.
And I think it's also because of, other things going on, like Kinlaw's back and Armstead's back. But still, yeah.
Yeah, and we've just seen Jimmy fall short. Like, we know what his shortcomings are. We've not seen Brock Purdy really stopped yet. Again, not that he's putting up 350 yards a game, but we haven't seen him just really bottled up and like, oh man, he threw 3 picks. And that was, he just looked like he didn't have any idea.
My favorite play, maybe, and this is dumb if it's my favorite play, but it may be that he made against Washington, where when he was running out of bounds and he spun around and threw the ball down the sideline out of bounds.
But
because he spun around so that he wouldn't get nailed and so that he would have the leverage to throw the ball downfield.
I'm so glad you brought that play up, because of all the plays that it's like, here's what the offense can do with Brock that they can't do with Jimmy. I don't think there's that many things, but that specific play that you point to, that was a 2nd and 17. He spins out of a sack and, has the defender chasing him, tries the little hezzy move, gets to the sideline, spins out of the way, and then throws it out of bounds. That's a neutral play now. Instead of, if he takes a sack, okay, now you're looking at 3rd and 25. Not that 3rd and 17 is great, but let's say that's a 2nd and 4. And you take a sack, now it's 3rd and 12. You get the throwaway, you evade pressure, you throw it away, now you're at 3rd and 4. They're still 3rd and manageable. And that's the kind of stuff that they were missing. That was my hope with Trey Lance when they started the year. It was like, hey, he doesn't need to be great. Can he avoid the bad interception in the middle of the field, and can he escape a few sacks? Can he turn negative plays into positive or neutral plays? And Brock Purdy has been very good at taking negative plays and turning them into positive and neutral plays.
I don't know about his arm strength. I mean, so far it looks fine. Scouts will tell you, no, he doesn't have great arm strength. Scouts will tell you he wasn't very accurate at times in college. We haven't seen that. But you watch him, and to the point you're making, he processes what's going on. I mean, rookie quarterbacks are not supposed to have the presence of mind not to force a play in a situation like that.
Yeah. And he's a player who, even going back to dominating high school football in Arizona, he didn't have any college offers. That's why he winds up at Iowa State. He has a productive career at Iowa State. Again, not a superstar, but I think that processing and what you're talking about, he's had to his entire life be so good at that because he's not super tall. I think he's listed at 6'1", and that might be generous.
So I talked about this yesterday with Dan Devone. He doesn't look like a quarterback, and that's part of the issue I think some people have with him. Some guys you see him is like, man, that guy's an NFL quarterback. You see him like he was at the Warrior game. He's just a guy. It doesn't matter, though.
Right. But that's kind of the point, is he doesn't have all these physical gifts, so it's like he has to be an elite processor. He has to know the offense like the back of his hand. He has to know what defenses are doing, because if he's in a spot where it's like, okay, I need my physical gifts to make a play here, like that's where it gets dicey. He has the physical gifts to evade a sack here, and that 3rd and 1 bootleg that effectively sealed the game against the Seahawks.
Yeah.
That's just not in their bag with Garoppolo at quarterback.
Nope.
That play action boot, and he can play action boot, but he's not going to take off for the corner like that.
And that's a big part of Shanahan's offense.
Yeah.
Huge part of it.
Yeah, and that just that threat, like, okay, he can get that first down. It just makes the linebacker play it a little differently. And then you add in all their offensive weapons. And now it's like, wow, this is a viable offense with this guy's tools at quarterback. And again, unless he falls off a cliff, I don't see any reason that he just can't keep doing what he's doing.
So is he 24 today?
23 today.
He's 23 today.
Born in December of 99.
From the 415, the very first throw on the Commanders game was impressive and Mahomes-like? Do we need to say that?
Okay.
That's where I start to get really anxious. He's like Mahomes. He reminds me of Montana. Really? It's just too early for that.
So
is it not?
It is. That's great. Like, because that sets apart. Like,
so not to go Kalina on you, but that's crazy.
So what that texter said, I get what they're getting at. Because on that first play, they went fake toss. He turns around. There's a defender in his face, so he drops sidearm to get the throw to Ayuk over the middle. Really impressive. That's defender, but not panicking, because I know where my receiver's supposed to be. I know where the throwing lane is.
Do you know if I'm serious question. Do you know if he played any baseball? Because Mahomes did, and some guys with arm angles.
I don't know. Okay. Brock Purdy's dad played in the minors.
That's right.
So I'm sure there was some baseball at some point in his life.
Okay.
So again, I get where that is, but again, you start bringing Mahomes' name into it, start bringing Montana's name into it, and it sets this bar that frankly I think is too high. Like, that's not fair. If you're expecting Brock Purdy to eventually become Patrick Mahomes, or it's like, hey, offense, get on my back, we're doing this, you're not going to get there. But they don't need, with the weapons they have, with the head coach that they have, and particularly with the defense they have, they just need what they're getting.
So you're telling me he's a really good game manager?
Yeah.
Are you? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, he's a fine game manager. At least he has been. That's also the caveat, because
Yeah. The other thing is, though, that game managers, they don't necessarily take those shots downfield that he's taking.
He doesn't. So.
And I mean, I know he's not like throwing 80-yard bombs, but.
So he's very
efficient on passes of 20 yards or longer.
Yeah, because he doesn't throw them very often. And he can be, I have the chart right here. It's 7 passes he's attempted of 20 plus yards down the field. But to your point, he's completed 4 of them, because when he takes those shots, they're open. He's not throwing contested, like, okay, someone's down there, I'm just going to let it rip and I'm going to trust my arm strength. Like, no, hey, Brandon Ayuk sauced up that safety and now he's wide open. Hey, Christian McCaffrey with a safety trailing him, yeah, I'm going to drop that one in the bucket. George Kittle, wide open over the middle of the field. It was supposed to go to Ray McLeod. Also would have been a touchdown to him, but hey, going to let it rip because he's just open.
Kittle's healthy now. Something's happened with Kittle. A switch has been flipped, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, it's George Kittle again.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's hard to cover, man. And when you have Christian McCaffrey, and you've got linebackers following him, and you got safeties keeping an eye on him, and you got Brandon Ayuk, and this corner needs help with him because Ayuk's going to route him up. Like, they're just a hard offense to guard.
It gets back to that warrior principle of Steph's gravity, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's 100% what it is.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
It's a basketball principle, spreading out the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and they don't even have Debo.
Everybody.
That's the most amazing part of this. When Debo went down, I was like, okay, there's the okay, they'll probably beat Tampa Bay because they're up by a bunch, but now they got to go to Seattle without Debo, and then they got Washington. That's a good defense, and they're just cruising. Washington's defense hadn't given up more than 25 points since week 2, and the Niners hung 30 on them in the second half.
They played really poorly, though, defensively. I mean, strategically, where they were like, you're not going to run the ball on us, and Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan were like, okay.
Right. Great.
Yeah, you have no defenders in the middle of the field, so we don't have to run the ball. to beat the bejeebies out of you.
I thought it was fascinating. Speaking of that, the 4th and 3 at the end of the game, I have 100% agree with going for it. It's 4th and 3. You're up 10. You have the ball on there 11. There's whatever it is, a little over 3 minutes left. And if you kick a field goal there, you open yourself up to the weird, like, okay, they run it back for a touchdown, and then they get a quick stop, and all of a sudden they have the ball with a chance to win it. If you go for it, because if you don't get it, they still need 2 touchdowns to win. If you do get it, you can ice the game with a touchdown. But I don't think they go for it if they have Jimmy in that spot. I've always wondered if Kyle Shanahan isn't super aggressive on 4th down the way we see Andy Reid and Mike McDaniel and Brandon Staley. All those guys have quarterbacks they trust to make the right play.
They trust them, yes.
Yes. And that's what I've always wondered, if Shanahan has a quarterback that he trusts to make the right play, to not take a sack, to not throw a pick, to be able to scramble and extend it, would he go for it more often? And I'm of the mind that 4th and 3 call was a sign of how much he trusts Brock Purdy to at least make the right play and to not actively hurt the team.
Shanahan taking his own restrictor plates off the offense.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not even fully aware of that.
Yeah, I just, and again, I could be wrong.
No, when was the last time you were wrong?
I know. I've been right about literally everything, but okay. So shout out to anybody who got that reference. But I really think, like, when they got in that spot, I'm like, they're kicking a field goal here, because that's what Shanahan does in this spot. But then they didn't. And I truly, truly believe that he did that because he went, Brock's going to make the right play. And he did. And George Kittle made an incredible catch, but then they score a touchdown. They go up 17 in his ball game.
From the 707, I've been saying this from the beginning. Brock Purdy's a better version of Alex Smith.
Sure. I
just feel like that doesn't, intellectually it makes sense, but emotionally I feel like, no, he's so much more than that.
So that's why he's better than Alex Smith.
But a lot more. To me, he's been so much better that I don't even think it's they're comparable.
I just need a larger. I just need more. That's been the thing is I'm enjoying this so much that I'm trying hard to not like dive into the sample size of it all.
Yeah,
because it's still a small sample up against Alex Smith, who had multiple seasons where it's like, dang, that's a pretty good season for Alex Smith. Like, I have
with Kansas City,
right? I have 4 games of Brock Purdy, and it's been really good and it's been a lot of fun. But if he winds up being like a better version of Alex Smith, then the Niners can win a lot.
Here's what I don't like about that, and you're right. It's been only 4 games, so it's not fair to make the comparison. Alex Smith, and I liked Alex Smith a lot, but his limitations as the 49er quarterback were very evident.
Yes.
And to this point, I don't know that any of Brock Purdy's limitations have been evident. He must have them, but we just haven't seen them yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, that's why I say I want a bigger sample.
How was he the last pick in the draft? Was everybody wrong? Or is the other cleat going to drop?
I think there's something to that. Like everybody being quote unquote wrong, just being like, yeah, hey, we need offensive line help, so we're going to take a stab at an offensive lineman here because we don't need another quarterback. Like, who are going to waste a pick on a quarterback? And I think the Niners drafted him with all intentions of just making him their practice squad guy, and then he goes and plays in the preseason and was like, oh, he's not going to get through waivers.
Can I tell you something that please don't tell anybody, and I would never say this on the radio.
No, don't.
Yeah, before the season started, I was of the mind that, come on, Sudfeld's better than this guy, Purdy. I know that Purdy.
I was too.
Were you really? Okay, I feel a little better.
I'm holding all the L's on my preseason Brock Purdy takes. I was just wrong.
Yeah.
So there.
I know the kid. Yeah, the kid looked like he's got some moxie, but you can't have a quarterback who has hardly played in the NFL and Trey Lance, and then also have him backed up by a guy who's never played. You can't have that. That was my opinion before the season started.
Yeah, because it didn't look like Garoppolo was going to come back. No, I was right there with you. And again, I'm holding all the L's on my Purdy preseason takes, but no, he's an effective player right now, and that's what this team needs. And you want to say he's a better version of Alex Smith? I think you can say Alex Smith and somebody picks Alex Smith. No, but you can if that's like.
I understand the point, but I'm not going there.
I think it's just pick a game manager type quarterback, and I think you can probably say like, oh yeah, he's in this, because he's gonna again. I think he's ultimately gonna fall between that. Here's the great quarterbacks, here are the trash quarterbacks. He's gonna be somewhere in the middle there.
Who was the best of all the game managers?
Defense.
I think, and I know we're not just talking 49ers. I think it was the guy who may have been the first guy that was referred to as a game manager. I think it might have been Phil Simms. Phil Simms was really good.
I think it's Tom Brady.
Game manager?
Really good game manager. I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm doing a joke.
I see that.
I'm being silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Phil Simms was really good. And I think he might have been, I have to double check this, the first guy that was called not that great, but he's a game manager. He's a really gifted passer.
Yeah, and they had a good run game, good defense.
Yeah, that's what some people will still tell you, scouts and the like, about Brock
Troy
Purdy.
Aikman, game manager.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah. Some will tell you that Brock Purdy, he's really not, he's not accurate, and he's not a gifted passer. That he's not accurate consistently, which he has been, and he doesn't have a lot of arm strength. So are we ever going to see that? Are they just wrong? Has he in the system figured out a way around that? Has he outgrown it? I'll tell you this, the way things are going right now, the way they look with this team, if the 49ers, this 49er team, if they don't win a Super Bowl, it's going to be really disappointing. Some teams in the past, you could say, wow, they got to Super Bowl. That's great. It always hurts when you don't win a Super Bowl. 2019 was, Joe Shasky, I don't know if he's ever going to get over 2019. If this team, unless something somewhere goes sideways, if this team comes up just short, I think it's going to be devastating.
Devastating is a strong word.
It is.
But like I said earlier, I was in the house money camp with, cool, they beat the Dolphins. Like, that was kind of fun, but let's see what it looks like against the Bucs. And then they go beat the Bucs, and it's like, okay, that was fun, but let's see what they do on a short week in Seattle. They're banged up. This is a really hard spot for a rookie quarterback, and he goes out and plays well. And now it's like, this is no longer house money. If he falls off a cliff, it's like, oh man,
yeah,
that really stinks.
Well, the other side of that coin is, boy, if they don't win, it'll be devastating. Why? Because it looks like they're probably going to win the Super Bowl, and they should win the Super Bowl.
They're playing the best football in the league right now.
Yes.
And with this defense, like, that's the hardest part. Like, we focus so much on the quarterback, but what Brock Purdy does, he needs to manage the game, because this is a team built on its defense and its run game and its offensive playmakers. I would feel worse for this defense, because this is the best defense in the league. It is a championship caliber defense.
Getting better.
They have a championship caliber offense.
Health-wise.
Like, that's, they're there. Like, they are very much there. And they still look like they're there with Brock Purdy under center. So I'm with you.
From the 831, Alex Smith's problem was mental. He couldn't take media when he threw interceptions. I remember well, even as a Raider fan, I felt bad for him. He never got over it. Purdy does not worry like that. At least he doesn't so far. And maybe that's something we need to keep an eye on. When he does face some adversity, is he able to overcome that type of adversity? And that's why the win over Washington was so big, because Washington is a really good defensive team. And it was fair to wonder, well, how's he going to handle playing against Washington? And he handled it just fine.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah,
he's really good.
He handled it just fine.
So he's on pace right now, his 17-game pace. Does that make sense? So if you take his stats from the last 4 games and extrapolate those over a 17-game season, he's at 211.5 passing yards a game. So about 3,600 yards for the year, with 34 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. If that's the production this Niners team is getting from their quarterback, they're going to contend every year.
Mm-hmm.
What
if Jimmy were playing and putting up those same numbers? What would people say about it?
If he was putting up 34 touchdowns and 8 picks, that they'd be able to win the Super Bowl. Problem with Jimmy was always, and that's why this year was so encouraging. It's like, oh man, he's gotten rid of some of those negative plays, and I think it's partly because of Christian McCaffrey. But no, I think that the ceiling looked a little bit higher with Jimmy this year because of some improvements.
888-957-9570. Is this Filmo joining us on 95.7 The Game? Filmo, what's up? How you doing, Mike?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm doing good.
Man.
Enjoying the rain, loving it, enjoying you guys' conversation. I agree with Kyle when you say like he's performing at a level where you kind of don't want to like dive into it and really like start to think like, man, can he really be this good? Now, with him being the last pick in this year's draft, I think the year prior, if he would have came out, they said he would have been maybe a second or third round pick. So maybe, timing is everything. But my last point is Brock Purdy's going to come upon when we get to the playoffs, he's going to have a playoff moment in which it's like he's going to be lost and confused. Now, if we can be ahead and play Niner football, get an early lead, he's going to pull a Jimmy G 2-3 years ago where he only passed the ball 3-4 times in the second half. It would not surprise me because we're trying to get to the bowl. We're trying to get back. Kyle is trying to protect his young quarterback, and he probably won't be throwing the ball 20, 30 times unless he has to, is my point.
Right.
Thanks, Philmo. That's a great point. Going back to Jimmy, what was it, 8 passes against the Packers? Mm-hmm. The reason it's a great point is because I think we talked about this. We saw this with Washington. Washington was prepared to prevent the 49ers from running the football. With Christian McCaffrey, Kyle, the 49ers, they don't need to run the ball to establish that threat. When you have Christian McCaffrey back there, other teams already have to play the run. You don't have to, it's like run to establish the run so you can pass. The 49ers, the run is pre-established, and I don't think that was always the case with them. And that's why you go back to the game against Arizona. That's why that was so significant, where they threw the ball, 14 out of 15 times? Mm-hmm. It's a wrinkle to this offense that is making them even more difficult to defend. Everything's still based on the run, but the run threat is there even when they're not running the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, that's huge. That's a big thing with Kyle Shanahan is that diversity where you could have the same personnel group on the field for 10 straight plays and you will not get any kind of read on what exactly they're doing because they can run out of it, they can pass out of it, they can line up in a bunch of different formations. Like being unable to key on certain things is just what makes this offense that little bit different.
Yeah, in the past you could say, all right, if they're not running the ball, then they can't run play action. Well, this team is like, we don't have to show you we can run to run play action. You know we can run.
Yeah, your linebackers are going to move for sure, especially with Christian McCaffrey. Last thing real quick, Phil Mike brought up Brock Purdy and his draft stock. And he's right. His draft stock plummeted that senior year because he didn't get any better. He didn't make that leap. I'm looking at an NBC Sports way too early mock draft from 2021. This is from the 2021 draft. Brock Purdy, first round pick in this mock draft.
Wow.
After his junior season. First round pick. Like that's where this guy was until his senior season, where he's just kind of like, oh, he's the same kind of guy. He's just not improving at all. His ceiling is too low.
You know what that reminds me of is Patrick Baldwin Jr., seriously, where he was a great high school prospect, went to college, got hurt, didn't play well, and then no one wanted him. And the Warriors like, let's take a shot.
Yeah, take a flyer.
Yeah. All right, coming up. Yeah, we will get back to how hard should the Niners gun for the 2 seed. And is there, all things considered, Jimmy's getting his cast off. Is there any way you can see him ride into the rescue this season for the 49ers? That's coming up next, sponsored by calhope.org. We'll get to your calls, 888-957-9570 on the Xfinity mobile text line. This is the Morning Roast. Whitey and Kyle in for Bonte and Butch on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Some people bring joy wherever they go, some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from passiton.com.
It's a rainy day in Walnut Creek. Highs near 57.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
So the 49ers game against the Cardinals on January 8th will not only be the final game of the regular season, it'll be J.J. Watt's final game. It's Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen in for the Roasters today on 95.7 The Game. J.J. Watt, Kyle, announcing his retirement today. Says he's played his final home game. And so, yeah, assuming he suits up against the 49ers, that'll be J.J. Watt's last game.
What a career. What a guy.
Well said.
Thanks. Hey, 3 DPOYs, a bunch of...
First ballot Hall of Famer. No question.
He is. No, yeah. he will be for sure. What's he at? 111 and a half sacks.
What's that, about 38th all time, I think?
Yeah, probably right in that range. About
sure.
30, top 40 for sure. I don't know exactly. Probably 38, I would agree.
Yeah. 5-time first-team All-Pro. Just think what it's like, by the way, to be a guy, who's played as long as he's played, and just getting up in the morning, how difficult that is. Seriously.
I didn't play football, and it's hard to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
No, good for him though, man. I know he's kind of a cornball, but he's had an incredible career. Should absolutely be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm. And another one of those teams that's had a very disappointing season, right? Those Arizona Cardinals.
Is it disappointing, or did we kind of expect this?
I kind of expected it, but I still think from their side of it, they got to be really disappointed.
Yeah, they're going to be that team could wind up being a little bit of a disaster moving forward. I believe in Kyler for the most part. I think Cliff Kingsbury stinks. And I think that Steve Keim, their GM, also kind of stinks. And they just signed those guys to long-term deals. I don't know how much they're going to want to get out from under those deals. So they might just kind of be stuck in purgatory with a head coach and quarterback that don't like each other.
You go back to that draft, and I
It'd
know
be great for the Niners.
As you pointed out, they had Kingsbury, so it's kind of like, well, you know who they're going to pick, but they never even gave any thought, right, to picking Bosa instead of Kyler Murray. Nick Bosa is an MVP candidate this year. He's probably not going to win MVP, but he should be a candidate, Defensive Player of the Year, yeah, and he's having an incredible impact, but teams always they get all googly-eyed for the quarterback.
Yeah, well, it's the fast route to winning, right?
Can be, yeah.
Like it can't. Like look at the Chiefs post Alex Smith. They just went, "Hey, Patrick Mahomes, we have our guy. Like this is just going to be the guy," and they figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs roster, top to bottom, is not great. It's pretty good. It's good, but the Niners have a better, I think, top to bottom roster than the Chiefs do, and I don't even know if it's close. But Patrick Mahomes is the rising tide that lifts all boats, and so it just doesn't. It doesn't matter. The Chiefs are going to contend, but I get why the Cardinals did that, because it's like, okay, we're out on Josh Rosen. We can get Nick Bosa fine, but we also think that Kyler Murray can be that rising tide that lifts all boats. And we're not going to have to worry so much about the defensive side. Plus, they had Chandler Jones and everything. But, man, in hindsight, I don't know if they would do the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, look at the Jets and
not that Kyler's been bad, but if he doesn't get along with Cliff Kingsbury and...
Mm-hmm. Do you think Zach Wilson's done, deactivated by the Jets?
Zach Wilson stinks.
Do you think he's done with the Jets? See, if I'm the Jets, I'm still, you got to talk to him first, because to me, everything they have invested in him, I still think you're probably not going to get anything for him. And I don't know what his financial situation is, but I would think it'd be worth your while to still see if there's any way you can salvage it. Because, I mean...
Yeah, I guess. But his issue is not only does he stink... But his teammates,
there is that.
But he's a jerk about it. Like his teammates apparently.
Well, the Niners loved him, didn't they?
And did they?
I think they did. I mean, they knew they weren't going to have a shot at him, but
yeah, I don't know. But he can't do anything that like the Niners would need him to do. Like I'm not a believer. I get Robert Saleh having to defend his guy and saying we live in an instant coffee era and you got to let the guy develop. But it's like, have you watched? Are we watching the same game?
And by the way, instant coffee's terrible.
It's really bad.
Yeah.
I have a Keurig that I use. Bloop. But it's also got mine's the single cup and the pot.
Yeah.
So I can do a pot of coffee if I want. With just the grounds. I grind my own beans. No big deal. Bloop. And I also have on like when I'm doing the morning show, I can throw the K-Cup in because I'm not gonna brew a whole pot when I've got to run out the door.
All right. Good to know.
You're welcome.
Yeah. That's Kyle Madsen scouting report. 888-957-9570. I got to ask you where Jimmy's going to be next year. We got to get to that. Where he's going to be end of this year is he going to be back on the field. First, to George we go in Los Altos on 95.7 The Game. Hey, George, you're on with Whitey and Kyle. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, fellas. Just my point of view is Patrick Mahomes won the Super Bowl for Kansas City, and Tom Brady won the Super Bowl for Tampa Bay. Granted, there's a team around him, great players. Brock Purdy does not have to win us the Super Bowl in order for us to get a trophy. He just has to basically do his job. And in my opinion, if we get Elijah Mitchell back and Deebo Samuel back at 100% going into the playoffs, it's game over. Game over. Because there's no way you're going to be able to stop that team offensively, and there's no way you're going to be able to do a lot against them defensively. So, to me, Brock certainly is a key piece. He's the quarterback, but he doesn't have to win us that game the way those other two guys did, where it all rested, in my opinion, on their shoulders as quarterback.
Thank you, George. I agree with that. Kyle, to me, that's because of the way the 49er offense is set up. And I made this point yesterday. You go back to basically the same offense, Mike Shanahan with the Broncos that won back-to-back Super Bowls, right? John Elway had been a great quarterback. By the time they played Green Bay and Atlanta, he wasn't the same player. But that was okay. They didn't need him to be because of the way they ran the ball in their defense. And he won 2 Super Bowls when he was no longer that great swashbuckling quarterback that he had been.
Well, and Brock Purdy needs it. This is where I agree with George for the most part, but I would push back a little bit. The Niners don't need him to win them the game necessarily, but he has to play well. Like, he can't just go out there and throw 3 picks and go 16 for 30.
You can't lose them the game either, Kyle.
No, but seriously, there's a requisite level of play you need from your QB to win.
He can't go out there and be instant coffee.
No. He needs to be the pot of coffee.
Keurig. 888-957-9570. Adam in San Francisco. Adam, you're on with Kyle and Whitey. How you doing today? You staying high and dry and safe?
All of the above.
Good.
I'm not going outside. It's raining too hard out there. I like the rain, but staying inside. No. You guys asked a question before the break, or why do you ask these 2 questions? You know, do the Niners take the foot off the gas pedal, and does Jimmy come in to save the day? I am a big believer in momentum and just, having your rhythm, finding your groove, and the way the Niners are playing right now. And also, we don't know what's going to happen with the Vikings or the Eagles. I looked at the Eagles' schedule, and they play the Saints and the Giants. If they don't beat the Saints, I'll be shocked, but they're probably going to get the 1 seed. Minnesota's kind of still floating up there, but the way they're playing right now, I think if you then bench players to, you get scared to prevent injury, that you just don't play football that way. You got to keep kind of riding that momentum, playing the way you're playing, and, carry that momentum into the playoffs. And lastly, if Jimmy Garoppolo is healthy, excellent backup quarterback, and he should be the backup. In the sense of getting him to start again, absolutely not. Like, Brock Purdy has made this offense so much more dynamic. His pocket awareness, his elusiveness, his decision making, and to a lot of the analysts and everyone's points. Like, yes, the Niners' offenses kind of look the same, whatever, but we can see, at least from just watching on the TV, is like this guy makes this offense different. So, and then also the fact that Jimmy hasn't played since Miami. We know how he is coming off of an injury. If we need to play him, of course you put him in. But in sense of if he's healthy, do you start him over? Absolutely not.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, it was 50 years ago, Kyle. As you well know, the Dolphins won all 17 of their games. Week 5 of that year, the great Bob Greasy broke his ankle, and then a guy named Earl Morrall started, and they won all their games, and they got to the AFC title game, and Earl Morrall was like, eh. And Don Shula says, Bob Greasy, are you ready? Yes, sir, I'm ready. And they win that game, win the Super Bowl. How likely is it that to happen again this year? With Jimmy, if, Brock Purdy, something happens, I haven't seen this before, or, all of a sudden, oh, wow, he really is inaccurate. Jimmy, where are you?
So Kyle Shanahan made the point that the 7 to 8 week timeline was just to be recovered.
Able to walk around.
Right. He just got his cast off. That's just kind of the end of it. Then you'd have to reacclimate to football. Like, what can you move on it? How well can you move on it? Can you throw? Now you got to get back into practice, get back into foot. Like that would be I don't see them doing that.
What did Kyle say yesterday about Brock Purdy's future? Not just this year and Jimmy and all that, but Brock Purdy, is he the guy going forward?
Do you want to play the sound?
Let's see. Do we have that? Do we have no, we don't have it right. Do we have that?
Don't?
Yeah. We'll get to that. Yeah. We will get to that for you. Yeah. Kyle Shanahan on what did you make of what we'll get that, Kyle, but what did you make of that?
Weird. So he more or less said like by the time the year ends, I don't even know what year it is. I'm trying to get guys prepared for Wednesday. Great question, but I'm not thinking that far ahead. And
was that just a pure dodge, or is that where we are?
It doesn't obviously answer the question as straightforward as we would like, but I think that's his honest answer. I think that's genuine. I think he over-exaggerates going, I don't even know what year it is, which would be hilarious. He wakes up and he's like, it's 1982. It's like, what? Not even close. You weren't even alive
Let
then.
me guess. Yeah.
Just wakes up. He's like, I really want to listen to this like Billy Joel today. What?
Uptown Girl.
Got his Walkman with his
Where's my Walkman? Yeah.
No, it's like 50 first dates, but Kyle Shanahan after a season just doesn't know.
Yeah.
Anyways, okay. I think he genuinely has no idea what training camp next year looks like. And I think this past offseason should be a lesson for everybody in that. Anybody trying to make sweeping declarations about Brock Purdy's the starter, he's QB1, or Trey Lance's, it's Trey Lance's team, or Jimmy Garoppolo, or Aaron Rodgers, or Tom Brady. I think this time last year, if you had been like, yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to start games, so that I'd be like, no chance. None.
Yeah.
And we saw how that played out. So
Jimmy's going to start, and then he's going to get hurt. Then a guy who they pick with the last pick in the draft is going to ride to the rescue.
And keep winning games and maybe make them look a little better.
Sure.
Right, yeah. So that's what I genuinely think his answer is. I don't know.
And obviously he has an opinion, but he's not going to share that either.
Right. And his opinion could easily change over the next 3 or 4 months.
Where do you think Jimmy plays next year? Does Jimmy go to New York? Do you think the thing about Jimmy, we were just talking about J.J. Watt, who announced his retirement. And at his age, anybody at his age, there's aches and pains. A guy like poor Jimmy, you can't just have surgery every year on some part of your body and then and then, all right, guys, it's July, I'm ready to rock, right? It just takes a toll on you.
It's the whole problem.
Flesh and blood.
That's one of the big reasons I think they traded, they moved off of him because of their perceived ceiling with him. But also because he can't stay on the field, man. He finished last year hurt. Like he got through the playoffs, but he shouldn't have been playing.
I know.
So this is kind of been their whole issue with him, is they can't rely on him to be healthy and on the field. So
from the 510, I believe Jimmy's going to go to the Jets or the Steelers or the New England Patriots.
I don't think he's going to go back to New England. That's super redundant with Mac Jones, and they need help in their coordinator room. The Joe Judge, Matt Patricia offensive coordinator thing was a disaster. Any other coach not named Bill Belichick would be getting clowned into oblivion for that.
Yeah, you're right.
But Belichick has earned that equity to make a bad decision here and there, so fine. But I think it's too redundant with Mac Jones to take Jimmy there. I think the Jets make a ton of sense. And I think the Steelers, frankly, are going to probably ride it out with Kenny Pickett a little bit. But I think the Jets, you have Mike LaFleur there, former Niners assistant. You have
Robert Saleh.
Robert Saleh, the head coach. It's a similar offensive scheme. It's a very good defense that Garoppolo's not going to have to come in and do a lot. It's just like, can you get the ball to Elijah Moore?
Just try not
Corey
to suck a
Davis,
lot. Can you just
Garrett
come
Wilson?
in, Jimmy, and not suck a
Can
lot?
you just not be garbage?
Yeah.
Can you be better than Mike White?
Mm-hmm. Here you are talking about how we never know, but if I had to bet right now, I'm with you. Jimmy G to the Jets next year.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes the most sense. Unless he wants to come back to San Francisco for like $5 million, which I don't think he will.
888-957-9570. Dre in Lemoore, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dre, 49ers, to what extent should they really be all in on the 2 seed, Dre?
All in.
All in.
You want to be at home as much as possible. You never know if the Eagles get knocked off in a playoff game. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to take the 1. So then you would have home field advantage. You don't rest anybody unless they're injured or the game's out of hand. Then, hey, let's take our guys out and let them high five and watch the second string go. They need to be as crisp as possible going into the playoffs. Hey, I got a couple more things if you let me real quick. I called yesterday, and I said, Purdy is not Mahomes, but he does a little side pass, and I've seen Herbert do it yesterday to get away from.
Yeah.
And one of you said, well, you're just saying he is Mahomes. And that's not what I said. But that's okay. It's all good. But after that, the darling that loves to call Robin from San Francisco, I had made the mention that he's the best quarterback I've seen in the last 25 years come in to throw. And you guys weren't up that alley, and I understand, and a lot of people aren't. It's too early. And I'll take that back and put 20 years because 25 was young. I'm saying he's the next best since Garcia. But Robin was saying, I'm a prisoner of the moment, and
we're just having fun, Lamore. I got you.
Robin loves to get on people's calls and give your opinion. Well, she said everybody's on Twitter saying this.
We're good.
And
yeah, thank you, and I understand. Dre. I understand where you're coming from. And yeah, I did make that comment yesterday about Patrick Mahomes. You're right, and it was an interesting point you raised. Best 49er quarterback in the last 20, 25 years. The fact that that's even being spoken speaks volumes about where we are. And as far as the rest of it, it's just sports talk, Dre. We're just having fun. Yeah. No harm, no foul. Right?
Oh, we're doing sports talk?
Yeah, we are.
Oh,
yeah.
shoot.
Yeah.
Okay, whoops.
Best 49er quarterback last 20 years?
I don't know. I have 4 games.
Right.
I have 4 games. Is this stretch?
That's why I said yesterday. I was like, it's a little too early to say that. That's all.
Is this stretch better than Colin Kaepernick's run to the Super Bowl in 2012? No, it's not.
Kaepernick was like a force of nature.
Right.
And I know everything that happened afterwards and the way, he went from so great to no one wanted him, which is a whole nother thing. But if you just look at what he was doing when he was on the field playing, it was amazing.
Right. And that's just kind of my point. He was going to change the NFL, and we were going to rethink what quarterbacks do because of Colin Kaepernick, or in large part because of Colin Kaepernick. Like, that's where it was. And then, like you said, it kind of tailed off, and
it got really ugly.
By 2016, he was battling with Blaine Gabbert, and it was not as exciting, which is my point.
By the way, his last year as a 49er quarterback, he was pretty productive, but that's neither here nor there. He really was.
16 touchdowns, 4 picks.
Yeah.
He deserved another chance to play in the NFL.
Yes.
That's a whole different conversation. But my point with Brock Purdy in relation to Colin Kaepernick here is we saw the Kaepernick train kind of come off the tracks into 2014, 15, especially post Harbaugh. But that's why I can't put Brock Purdy there yet, because I've seen 4 games. Like, this is a great little start, and maybe it keeps going, and maybe he's awesome. But I'm not ready to have this is the best quarterback I've seen in 20 years. Like, no, it's not. We saw one a decade ago who had a better run than this. But Jimmy's 2019. He had a whole season where he was really, really good. Like, I'm trying not to get too far ahead with the Purdy thing.
888-957-9570. Nick is in Berkeley. He joins us now on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Nick, how are you?
I'm good, man, and Merry late Christmas to y'all and Happy Early New Year, man. I just want to say this, man. I really don't care who's quarterbacking right now, because our weapons are firing on all cylinders. Our defense is just crushing teams, and I don't think anybody's going to beat us, man, until late next year. And let me tell you this, man. We had some great teams, like when we lost to the Falcons in the playoffs when Garrison Hurd got hurt. We lost to the Vikings in upset when Chris Carter went crazy. We lost to the Ravens game when there was a blackout when Garrett, and I don't understand why Frank Gore run 49 yards and then drift out of bounds, 3 yards before the goal line. Running to the goal line in the end zone backwards, bro. But that was some bad coaching going on there, too. So I think that the talent that we have right now, man, and the coaching that we have is totally in sync. And, man, I just hope that we could overpay D'Amico Ryan from leaving, you know what I'm saying, so we will keep him on D. But if he leaves, he leaves. More power to him. He's a great coach, and, best of luck if he does leave. But I'm telling you right now, ain't nobody can hang with us. I don't care if we go to Philly. I don't care where we're playing. We're going to crush everybody until late next season.
Thank you, Nick. Who scares you the most, Kyle, from the 49er standpoint?
The Eagles.
Yeah. Remember what Washington did to the Eagles, the way they ran the ball on them?
Mhm.
And Dallas had some success running the ball. I really like that matchup. As much as you can like a matchup against the freaking 1 seed, no
Right.
disrespect, but if I'm the 49ers, there's a lot about that potential matchup that I like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're really good in the trenches though on both sides, and they'd be a tough game, a tough matchup whether it's Brock Purdy or Trey Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo. That's not quarterback related. I just think Philly's really good and really deep and going to be really tough for anybody to beat. Like I said, that's not a 49ers.
They
specific
just
thing.
lost.
So
to the freaking Cowboys.
So here's why when you talk about the 2 seed, this is
Yeah.
why the Niners need to quote unquote go for it, because if the Eagles lose again next week, if Gardner Minshew starts against the Saints and the Saints good defense, kind of scrappy, like they sorry, I got derailed there.
That's all right.
So if they lose to the Saints, they're now a game up on the Niners, assuming the Niners win. The Niners have a shot at the 1 seed. Like, it's very, very long, but they have a shot at it. So that's why you just have to go all out. And if you wind up as the 2 seed, great. But the door is still cracked open that little bit for the 1 seed because they get the Saints next week. And then after that, they have a home divisional game against the Giants, a game the Giants might need to make the playoffs. And then you're talking desperation. I just think the 1 seed's open.
Did
So
you
go for
hear
it.
Kyle last week, Kyle Shanahan, that is, talking about what happened to his dad's team one year when they arrested everybody? I
yeah.
mentioned this yesterday. Yeah, it was really interesting because they won those, as we mentioned earlier, they won those back-to-back Super Bowls. And the year before that, which would have been 96, Denver was 13-3, and they were just destroying people. And then they rested people at the end of the regular season. And their first game was against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they lost 30-27. And Kyle Shanahan still remembers that vividly. And he don't want that to happen to this team.
Yeah, I think any notion that you're going to rest players for multiple weeks is nuts. But I do think, like, let's say if they go get upset this weekend in Vegas and they're not playing and the Vikings win, so the 2 seed's out and the Niners are just locked into the 3, I see no reason to rush Deebo Samuel back. I see no reason to rush Elijah Mitchell back. I mean, if you want to limit Nick Bosa's snaps or sit Nick Bosa and treat it as a bye week, I 1,000% would be on board with that. But to Adam's point earlier, if you're playing for something, you got to play. You can't just kick your feet up and go, we could get the 2 seed, but we'll just take this as a bye week. I just don't think you can do that.
It's not the 49er way.
No.
It's
and
not.
skipping a chance to improve your position is just not like...
It's not prudent.
No.
Coming up, separating contenders from pretenders. And teams the 49ers should be concerned with. That's what the Fraud Squad does. We've got the Fraud Squad coming up. Also, why tonight's game for the Warriors, believe it or not, is actually a huge game. That more still to come here on the Morning Roast. By the way, get ready for the playoffs with your relevant and DPOY shirts now. 957thegameshop.com. It's Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen in for Butch and Bonte today on 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast. So it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus 1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus 1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes 1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Roasting it today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Kyle Madsen, 49er fans, so excited on the text line, however, Kyle, from the 408, all these overconfident Niner fans need to chill. Woo! Can't blame 49er fans.
Why?
What's the point of that?
No,
What's the point of that, the way this team is playing?
No, genuinely. Like,
I'm with you.
I don't think is going, hey, I'm going to put my life savings on the 49ers to win the Super Bowl. Is that nuts? Yeah, for sure. But they've won 8 games in a row. Mm-hmm. They have the number one defense in the league.
They're dominating people.
Right.
You're a kid. I don't know, what are you, 15, 16, whatever. This actually in some ways reminds me of what the Niners did when Bill Walsh was the coach. I mean, you'd have these games
so
like
Brock Purdy is Bill Walsh now. Okay.
Well, when Bill Walsh's teams, they play somebody like, some team that was okay, and Bill Walsh was great about talking about how great they are. Oh, boy, you never know. And it reminded me last week of Kyle Shanahan talking about Washington, and they can run the ball and legitimate, the playoff brand of football they play on a great defense. And I was looking at that line, and I was just kicking myself that I didn't, place a wager on that because the 49ers were given either 6.5 or 7, and I knew they were going to win by way more than that. And that's just the way this team is right now. It's like a team like Washington had no chance against this 49er team right now.
Yeah, that's what. So Warren Sharp, very smart sharp football stats and sharp football analysis, like really smart deep dive. He does like a 700-page season preview every year. I don't know if it's 700 pages, but it's very in depth. And he talked on our show with Willard and Dibbs. He talked about how what you do the first 8 games of the season doesn't matter.
Wow.
Throw the first 8 weeks out the window.
Do you know, is that more true now than it was before they went to the longer season?
I don't know. But throw the first 8 weeks out. It's what you do through November and going into December, and what the 49ers do, and frankly, what they've done every year under Kyle Shanahan, really, is they're playing their best football right now.
You know what that reminds me of is the year Craig's Bucks won the Super Bowl. And remember, early in the year, they struggled and they lost like the Monday night game to the Bears, or Tom Brady didn't know what down it was. And then about November, something clicked, and there was just no stopping them.
That's what it feels like the Niners are at right now.
Yes.
But that said, let's go back to the universe where they go to the Super Bowl and win it. That means they will have won 14 consecutive games if they win it, at least for the regular season.
You say you wonder what was that catalyst? It was a butt kicking to the Chiefs, which is the Niners got the same thing. So maybe they both have that same mojo going. You get your butt kicked by the Chiefs, then all of a sudden you go on a run to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, it's
That's
one
the
thing.
Key. You just got to get smoked by Kansas City.
That's all it takes. One thing for you or I, Kyle, to talk about how we thought, Brock Purdy played. But here's Kyle Shanahan yesterday on how he thought Brock Purdy, happy birthday, Brock Purdy, today, on how Brock Purdy played against Washington.
Brock played well, real well. He was smart with the ball. There was a couple situations that were tight, where there was an unblocked player, and the play was almost there. And I thought he just did a great job not doing anything stupid in some tough situations also. I mean, he's shown that he's willing to let it rip at all times, and there was a couple times in the game that they got an unblocked guy right to him, and he made a couple great decisions just to take the sack. So I was real impressed with how Brock played. Just talking to him here the last 2 days, he got out healthy again, and I think that should continue healing up, and I think he should be even a little better this week with more health.
I think that's a real glimpse into what Kyle Shanahan looks for in his quarterbacks. He played well. First thing he says, he took care of the ball.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's it. He played well, played real well. He took care of the ball.
Yeah, and made the right decision to take a couple of sacks. Like that's why I'm so flabbergasted by Brock Purdy, and why I'm so confident in him moving forward, because it is risk mitigation. It's not trying to force the ball into a window that's not there because there's an oncoming rusher.
And that's what rookies do.
Right. And again, maybe he hits a wall.
I will say he did that against Tampa Bay and got away with it.
Yep. He did it against Tampa Bay and also against the Seahawks.
Yeah.
He got dropped.
And a boink. Yeah.
Yep. So, and then the interception this week, not on him at all.
Right.
So weird thing. But yeah, he's just good. Like they just need the Niners have needed a quarterback that is going to eliminate negative plays or limit negative plays and not turn the ball over. And that's what Brock Purdy is very, very good at. You talked about that play where he spun away from the sack and then the defender chased him to the sideline and he spins around and he throws it away.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, that is a sack with Jimmy Garoppolo.
And by the way, he had pretty good arm strength on that throw. But
yeah, good enough to get it out of bounds for sure.
Yeah.
So, I've been thoroughly impressed. And one of our callers earlier, Adam, brought up the notion of Jimmy Garoppolo possibly returning because that door was open. Shanahan said, it's 7 weeks, but that's just a heal. I'm with Adam, who said that Jimmy should be back as the backup, but you can't. His days as a starter, at least this season, again, never say never for next year, but his days as a starter this season are done. Barring injury in front of him if and when he returns.
It would be nice to have Jimmy available just in case Brock Purdy's carriage turns into a pumpkin, right? At midnight.
Or if he gets hurt.
Yeah. But either way, just would be nice to have that security blanket. that insurance policy. But other than that, the notion that somehow that if Jimmy's healthy, well, he's your quarterback. I mean, I don't think anybody would make. I don't think even Jimmy would make that case right now.
I think I would buy that a little bit if Purdy just wasn't playing well and they just happened to be winning.
Yeah.
Like if he was, throwing a couple interceptions a game and defense bailing him out, they're winning 10-3 and 12-6. If it was something like that, I'd be more open to it.
Even Don Yee right now, it's you guys can't do that.
Like that's crazy. That's nuts.
It is.
Brock Purdy's playing really well. By all metrics, their offense has been better. And so putting Jimmy back in would just be doing it for the sake of being here, it's Jimmy.
Well, if we have a rule, the starter can't lose his job because of injury,
right,
which is one of the stupidest things ever.
Like hell he can't.
Yeah.
When the guy behind him is playing better, then so be it. So,
which, by the way, we mentioned Kaepernick earlier, and that's what happened to Alex Smith. Was playing 100%. Well, got a concussion, and then okay, you're out.
Yep, that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
So, I'm unless Purdy gives you a reason to believe that he is not their best option right now, you go with it.
On the text line here, 888-957-9570, Xfinity mobile text line. Rockin' New Era 84. Thank you, Rockin'_New Era 84. I know you're
my man.
You're a big fan. We appreciate that. No discredit to Jimmy, but are we in awe of Purdy's play because of Jimmy's lack of awareness or limiting errors?
No. I'm personally in awe of Brock Purdy's play because he was the last pick in the draft. And I just expect it. Go watch most people have probably tuned out by this point, and shout out to you. The end of the Chiefs game, he came in garbage time and threw 9 passes and looked abysmal. Looked so bad. Which is why when he came in against the Dolphins, it's this game's over. Season's over.
They were losing at that point, 7-3, right? You thought,
down 7-3.
Can this guy beat the Dolphins? And you probably thought, That's probably what you thought.
A dolphin noise?
Thought it was
at
appropriate.
9-10 a.m. on a Tuesday?
Thought it was appropriate at that point. Been trying to squeeze it in. But your point is, it's like a different guy.
Right. And so that's what impressing me, not what it looks like against Jimmy or Trey or whoever else he's playing against. It's just what it looks like in comparison to the bar he set in week 7. It's just a different player. Just astounding.
Yeah, we over evaluate or overestimate or overvalue. This guy was a number 1 pick or the last pick. So to me, Rockin'_New Era 84. That's why I am in awe of Brock Purdy, because I thought, okay, last pick in the draft. Guy's barely played. So therefore, he's maybe not even an NFL quarterback. And then you see what he's doing. It's like, well, wait, this doesn't compute. This does not make sense. I have never seen this before. So I'm almost literally in awe. We throw these terms around all the time. I don't know how else to describe it. Watching him was like, ugh, I am in awe of him because of that. Because I thought maybe he'd be here. He's been way better than that.
Right.
That's impossible.
There's 3 to 5 plays a game where I will out loud be like, huh.
And for you, that's a lot.
It is. There's several plays a game where I didn't think he could do that. I'm shocked.
Hey, that guy's not supposed to be able to do that.
Yeah, that first play of the game that we talked about where he did the fake pitch and he turns around, defender flying at him and he drops sidearm. That's a really high-level play. It was completion for 7 or 8 yards or whatever it was. But so many rookie quarterbacks in that spot, regardless of where they're drafted, are taking a sack or throwing it away and just making a bad decision. He made a good decision in that spot and completed the throw.
But don't take it from us. Michael Irvin was on yesterday with JD and Allen, and Michael Irvin says, you just got to give this kid his due.
What I'm noticing every time I go, San Fran can basically have anybody. That's a quarterback-friendly system, quarterback-friendly team. All of that may be true, but you can't take away from what Brock Purdy is doing. You can be as quarterback-friendly as you want to be. We still saw some hiccups and some hitches in Trey Lance's development. You see what I'm saying? And more than we're seeing right here with Brock Purdy. That's all I'm saying. We can't go about stealing his credit and what he has done, and because we want to raise up the defense, or we don't want to give him all of his credit, and we take it away. Yeah, he just got to don't mess it up. No, he's making plays, and there's a difference between the two.
That's a great point by a Cowboy fan who doesn't necessarily like to give the 49ers any credit.
Yeah, he's right. He's 100% right. everything Brock Purdy's doing at this point just points to him being, you know what? That's just a dang good player.
Hey, Brock, don't mess it up. Oh, wait, we're better because of him.
And
that's not supposed to happen, and here it is happening.
How many times have we heard that quarterback-friendly offense? Like, he plays in a quarter. So does 90% of every quarterback in the league right now. This is not new. There are so many branches of the Shanahan, McVay tree out there now that not every, 20 teams-ish are running some variation of this 49ers offense. And guess what? Zach Wilson, not running it great. Not doing a great job of it. Joe Flacco, veteran, didn't do a great job of it. Mike White, fine. I think he's okay. Kind of Brock Purdy-ish. You've got, Marcus Mariota got benched. Desmond Ridder, rookie, not playing great in that same style of offense. It's just, there are so many things a quarterback has to do to be successful that to just go, that's the offense, is disingenuous.
By the way, Zach Wilson, not to pile on poor Zach Wilson, but since week 11, and he was deactivated by the Jets, 9 for 22 for 76 yards. Did that just make you cringe?
9 of 22 for 76 yards.
Yeah. Here are our poll questions of the day. Is this on Twitter? Yeah, these are our Twitter questions. 95.7 The Game Twitter. 49ers, should they be all in on the 2 seed or rest players? Kyle, at this point so far, 65% all in, 35% want to rest players, want to play it a little more safe. And if Jimmy is healthy, who do you start in the postseason? If Jimmy is healthy, who do you start in the postseason? Purdy, 85%. Jimmy getting 15% of that early vote, which is a bit of a surprise. So maybe Don Yee is, participating in our Twitter poll question.
If you're, man,
Kyle didn't like those numbers.
No, 50. No,
if you're watching on
right.
YouTube, 50. You look at the look of disgust on his face.
No, I just,
it's very early.
Yeah, and Jimmy's not going to be ready for the start of the postseason. It would be like NFC title game. So that's the big thing in this question now. So not only is it start Jimmy, but it's start Jimmy over a quarterback who has now won 2 playoff games. That just doesn't. No, you can't. You can't do that. And I was talking with our program director Matt Nahigian at the break, and he brought this up, and I thought,
is that who that is?
Yeah, no, he's back there.
Oh, all right,
producing the heck out of.
I knew
I recognized
doing a great job. I was like, yeah, doing a great job, Smitty. Yeah.
No, and he brought this up, and I don't think that there's. He said it looks worse if you start Jimmy and lose than if you start Purdy over Jimmy. And I agree 100%.
Right.
Because if you bench Brock Purdy for the NFC title game, let's say that's when he's back. Bench Brock Purdy for the NFC title game in Philly. And Garoppolo goes out there and he looks rusty. He throws a couple picks and you lose by a touchdown.
Yes.
It's what you were rolling. Whereas vice versa, it's all right, well, Jimmy was banged up anyways. Who knows? You got that far with Brock. You had a tough game. So it's
true.
So much easier to explain away.
Yeah, that's why Matt Nahigian is the program director. He understands all that.
Just directing the program.
Yeah, although he's got Philly roots too.
He sure does.
Lori from Phoenix says it'd be great to have 2 capable QBs for the playoffs available. So much better than when we were an injury away from Sudfeld. It's a great point once again by the great Lori. Yeah.
Yep.
Although again, I thought before the season started that Sudfeld would be a pretty good backup here. I admit it. Okay.
Yeah, I was there. We were wrong. That's fine. I didn't think Sudfeld would be a good backup. I just thought he's who they were going to go with because I didn't think Brock Purdy was going to be.
He's got NFL experience. He understands the system.
They guaranteed him $2 million.
And who's he playing for now?
The Lions.
Yeah.
Backing up Jared Goff.
Mm-hmm.
The red hot Detroit Lions, by the way.
Are the 49ers going to see the Lions in the playoffs?
They could.
Yeah. Brings us to the fraud squad segment.
Oh, you've been lining this up all day.
As you look at who the 49ers could be playing here as the playoff picture takes shape, what the Fraud Squad does, Kyle, it's a public service, as you well know, being a founding member of the Fraud Squad. We point out to you the teams that you don't need to worry about that team. And you can point to this analytic or that analytic, and they can say, we've done this, we can do that. Fraud Squad will tell you, no, they're frauds. You don't need to worry about them. Mm-hmm. So we can start this way. Is there any team that leaps to mind? Or we can go down, if not, we can go down the list of teams that have clinched spots or that are fighting for spots. I will say this. I think the teams on the fringe right now, I think they're exempt from being from fraud squad, even consideration, because we don't even know if they're going to be in the playoffs.
So Seattle, not in consideration?
No. We don't have to waste our time with them unless you want to. If you feel strongly enough.
No, I know I'm a founding member, but our mission statement is in a work in progress. Is this fraudulent as Super Bowl contenders?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You
Okay.
don't have to take this team seriously. For example, and this has been going back and forth between Cowboy fans and Viking fans, and they're calling each other frauds. And I'm not sure how to feel about the Vikings. 11-0 in one-score games. So does that mean, wow, that you got to be a good team to win 11 one-score games? Or does it mean they stink because they should have put some of those games away and won them by more than one score?
So I don't think they stink, but...
Are they frauds? Are the Vikings frauds?
Yes.
Craig, were you not? Yeah,
Yes.
they are.
No,
They?
In terms of, if we're ranking the teams that, I would put Tampa Bay to put together a run before I put Minnesota.
How much of that? See, I yesterday I said, I don't think the Vikings are frauds. I understand your point. I think I'm in the minority here. I just was so impressed by what they did against the Bills. That really made a huge impression on me. That win is one of the most amazing games I've ever seen. How much of your Vikings are frauds view is due to the fact that you're just not like a lot of people, not a Cousins guy.
I think it's a little bit of that, but I also don't think their defense is great. I think that so many of their comebacks have been the opponent undoing themselves.
Certainly the Colts was that.
Right. And so this is where it's tough for me because I don't discredit, you don't get to 12-3 on accident. You have to do a lot of things right to pull out one-score games. But how are they going to fare against, right now they would play Washington in the first round. Do you love that matchup for Minnesota? I don't. I think Washington's not very good. But are you yes, Minnesota is for sure winning that game by multiple scores? No.
What's the point spread on that game, you think? Playoff game?
Probably
6?
6. I was going to say 6.
See, I would take the Vikings. Maybe I'm wrong. But if they get one vote from the fraud squad, they're frauds. That's the way it works.
Oh, okay,
so,
good, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not with you on that.
I don't see them beating San Francisco. I don't see them beating Philly. Dallas beat them 40-3 in Minnesota. I put them, of those top 4 teams, I put them 4. And if you wanted to try and talk me into Tampa Bay making a run instead of the Vikings, I think I would
not do that. Tampa Bay with that offensive line?
Tom Brady, man. Until Tom Brady stinks, I wouldn't.
Tampa Bay?
I would hear the argument.
Frauds!
I would hear the argument. Whoa.
I'm sorry, Craig.
Whoa, we already went there?
Yes.
Come on.
Do you see what happened when they played the 49ers? They had no chance.
They shouldn't have beat the Cardinals with Trace McSorley. They shouldn't have beat, who'd they play the week before that where they snuck one out and I don't know. They've had too many games down the stretch here where it's been why are you struggling?
How about them Dallas Cowboys?
They're good. I think Dallas can play.
I do too, and they can run the ball, right?
Do you see Mike McCarthy making a run though?
Well, that's what I was just going to say. If I was trying to convince you to vote fraud on it, which I'm not, that's where I would go because their coach is basically, he's really good at keeping his job. That's what he's really.
Boy, is he?
That's what he's really good at.
Yeah,
but we saw last year the way that game ended against the 49ers where he had Mike McCarthy's I don't know what he just
running a quarterback draw with no timeouts.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, but I because of the way they run the ball, and they are very talented, I can't call them frauds. I don't think they're
very good.
They're not going to get to the NFC Championship game, but given what they just did against the Eagles, I can't go there.
So here's how I do this in my head. Here's my very scientific fraud squad decision-making
You
process.
are not obligated to reveal your method, but if you want to, that's
But
fine.
I'm going to. Full transparency for the listener and the people who's require our services.
By the way, on the text line, Tampa Bay is horrible. Tampa Bay sucks. Brady is washed, and Tampa Bay will miss the playoffs because of Giselle. Anyway, go ahead.
Maybe. I just, in relation to the Vikings, I would hear the argument. But anyways.
I think the Vikings are frauds based solely on the fact that Steiny is on their bandwagon.
Hilarious. Tampa Bay has a minus 38 point differential right now, by the way. That's worse than every team in the top 12 in the NFC right now. That's really bad. The Niners, by the way, the NFC's best point differential at plus 145. Minnesota, plus 5. They have 12 wins and they've outscored their opponents by 5.
I know. Well, it wasn't that long ago they were upside down.
Yes, 2 games ago.
Yeah.
They were -1, and they've won their last 2 games by 3. That got them to 5.
888-957-9570. Who would you start if they're both healthy, Jimmy or Purdy, in the postseason? And who do you want to play or not play at this point? Who, as you look at these teams, potential frauds, contenders, who are you thinking, yes, I want the Niners to play these guys? Conversely, this is the team I would really like to avoid if possible. 888-957-9570.
So I have two things for you on this.
Yes.
I think the Niners, who are currently slated to play the Giants, would beat the hell out of the Giants.
Oh, yeah.
But
unless Correa ended up coming back to the Giants.
Yes, good point. But the 8 and 9 and 10 seeds are all a little bit, again, not scared of them. I think the Niners will win, but playing Seattle for a third time.
Seattle stinks.
Seattle's not very good. But beating
it's a bad
team,
matchup for Seattle.
And I don't think the Niners would lose these games.
I don't even think you should finish saying what you're about to say.
I'm going to finish.
Seattle?
Beating a team 3 times in a year is difficult. That's all. I would pick the Niners.
Not if you're way better than them. Everyone says that. But if I'm better than you, I'll beat you 3 times, 4 times, 5 times.
I think the Niners were better than the Rams last year, and the Rams beat them in their third matchup. So,
well, the Rams were pretty good, though.
Were they?
Well, yeah, they won a
Frauds.
Super Bowl last year.
And where are they now? No. So, again, this is just like a little cause for concern on each one. I would pick the Niners to beat every team below Dallas. In fact, I think I would also pick them to beat Dallas. But anyways, Detroit, they have a good enough offense that it could just get a little bit weird. And that's in a playoff game where you're one and done, and it's like, oh, hey, they got a 75-yard touchdown on the opening play. Oh, and now, okay, here's a 3-and-out from the Niners offense. Oh, and here's a long drive. Okay, now the Lions are up 14-0. Like, I could just, I can chart that path in my head.
I think you're talking yourself into that. I understand where you're going, but I think you're talking yourself into that.
Yeah, 100%. And then
playoff golf doesn't scare me.
That's totally what's going on. Okay, I'm providing fun.
Yeah.
And then Green Bay, who's currently 7-8, if they win their next 2 and they're just rolling going into the playoffs, now you're facing potentially Aaron Rodgers, who the Niners have ownage over. I totally get it. Nobody's scared of Aaron Rodgers. But, again, little cause for concern. Of all those teams, it's like, dude, keep Aaron Rodgers away. I just don't even want to have to deal with that. Give me Goff or Geno Smith or Carson Wentz or Daniel Jones. I'd way rather play one of those guys than Aaron Rodgers.
By the way, you as a lifelong 49er fan, weren't you a little relieved not to have seen Carson Wentz Saturday after what he's done to them historically?
Yes.
I mean, he just
when he came into
dominates them.
When he came
no matter what team he's on.
When he came into the game, it was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Remember in the bomb cyclone when he was on the
Colts?
Yeah, Colts. Yeah, and
year,
that Eagles game.
Nick Mullins, where he missed Kyle Juszczyk for a touchdown. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he threw a pick six. Oh.
888-957-9570. Who are you starting if they're both healthy, 49ers, in the playoffs, in the postseason? Jimmy's healthy. Brock Purdy's healthy. Who you starting? And of all these teams we're talking about, Fraud Squad's work is not done yet today. But of the teams that are out there lurking and playoff-wise, from the 49ers standpoint, anybody you, oh, yes, I want to play them. Anybody that you want to avoid. Kansas City already getting a vote here as a team that, I hope we don't have to play them. 888-957-9570. It's the Morning Roast. In for Bonta and Butch, it's Whitey and Kyle, 95.7 The Game.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Your Warriors 2022-23 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. Happening now. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast. So it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $17.48 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, the final chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
This is Staples.
So, rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, it still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or just go to eBay Motors and get it right the first time. With over 122 million parts, they have the parts that fit your vehicle. Air filters, tires, headlights, brakes, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Bonte and Shasky enjoying some holiday time off, so you got the Fraud Squad today doing some important work here. It's Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen on 95.7 The Game. We'll get back to the phones immediately, so hang on if you can, 888-957-9570. Kyle, what the Fraud Squad does, of course, is a public service every year at this time. As you well know, being a founding member, we're very active, identifying NFL teams that, maybe they've clinched playoff spots, but frauds! As far as being a contender, fraud. So we've touched on some of these teams already. Teams that have clinched in the NFC, Eagles, Vikings, 49ers, Cowboys. And you say the Vikings are frauds.
Yeah, I think they are.
Okay. Anybody else in that four? You have other teams we know vying for playoff spots. I think we agree.
You know what?
Eagles, 49ers, Cowboys.
I'm going to overrule my earlier decision.
What?
Tampa Bay is fraudulent.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they haven't clinched yet, but I'm with you on that.
Although, when you talk about the NFC South winner, I'm not going to call them fraudulent because I don't think anyone takes that division seriously.
No, they're frauds. Okay? I mean, you can talk yourself into or out of whatever you want. They're frauds.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. And then in the NFC, Bills, Chiefs, Bengals, Ravens, Chargers have all clinched now. See any frauds in that bunch?
I think the Ravens are kind of fraudulent.
I think the Chargers are, and the Bengals, unfortunately, it pains me to say
Why the Chargers?
Because they're just chronic underachievers. And I think their coach is kind of a poser. And I think he's a good coach, and I love Herbert. But I mean, they should be having a better season than they're having, and that's always the case with them. And I don't like the way that stacks up against better teams in the postseason.
Okay,
I like them, and the Bengals losing La'el Collins at right tackle, that's not good for them.
Yeah, it's tough, especially. But I mean, their offensive line stunk last year, and they made a Super Bowl run. So no, if. The fact that they beat Kansas City now 3 times in a row, including once in the playoffs, is super impressive to me.
Oh, Joe Burrow beats Mahomes in anything.
Yeah, well, and they just
Wordle anything, he destroys them.
It feels like they're on a crash course to kind of seeing each other again in Kansas City.
Yeah,
and I'm not ruling out Cincinnati.
Gotcha. 888-957-9570. If you're a Niner fan, who you starting if they're both healthy in the postseason? Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo. Kyle Shanahan said that Jimmy's getting cast off. And then anybody in this playoff field that as a 49er fan, I want to play them or would rather avoid them. Let's talk to Peter in San Francisco, 95.7 The Game. Peter, thanks for hanging on. What's up?
Hey, I'm gonna go with Purdy, man. He just looks so good. You know, he brought me to my first 49ers game in over 30 years.
Wow.
He's just excited. He brought the team. Like you mentioned earlier, he made that defense rise. That 49er defense hasn't looked that good in years. It was dominating on Saturday. And I sat in the first row, and I got to tell you, the speed of that team, I don't know how any team can beat the Niners. And I'm going with Purdy all the way. He excited me.
Thank you, Peter, and take care of that sneezing duck in the background.
I thought it was a small elephant.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to start Brock Purdy. It's just not even like...
That's really a cool story, all kidding aside. I've been to a 49er game in 30 years, and Brock Purdy brought me out to a 49er game for the first time in 30 years.
Love it. He's riding or dying with Brock.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what you have to do.
Yeah. Is he the best 49er quarterback in 30 years?
Stop.
I just asked a question. I'm just asking a question.
Steve Young was the quarterback in the last 30 years. So.
Okay. All right. Drew in Oakland, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Drew? How you doing?
Oh, good morning, Drew. Yeah, this is Drew.
Yeah.
Marty,
yeah.
Kyle,
Hello.
Thank you for taking my call.
You bet.
I'm gonna go ahead and pick Purdy. Honestly, the debate about Jimmy and Purdy is kind of outlandish. We shouldn't be talking about that. We wouldn't be saying that if Mahomes was the quarterback and he was injured and coming back. Honestly, I love Jimmy Garoppolo, but we have to go with Purdy. We need to change. We need to do offense. The other guy said that the defense just started rolling. The defense has been rolling. Purdy just made it easier for us and started putting points on the board. So we got to go with the hot hand right now. The real question is the problem we're going to have in the offseason with Trey Lance and him. Hopefully it makes Trey Lance better, step up his game. But at the end of the day, right now, I wouldn't bring Jimmy back forward. Jimmy's going to go play for another team. He's going to do his thing. We love him, but at the end of the day, all the way with Purdy right now.
Thank you, Drew. Good to talk with you. I'll update you with this. 95.7 The Game on Twitter, our poll on Twitter, who should start at quarterback if both are healthy for the 49ers. Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo. We have nearly 1,000 votes now, Kyle, and Jimmy's still getting 14% of the vote.
That's about right.
Is it?
Yeah, because there's going to be
that still seems very high to me.
No, because
I like Jimmy, but that's ridiculous.
There's a faction of the 49ers fan base that is just like ride or die. Jimmy's the GOAT.
Is there?
Yeah.
I thought the 49er fan base was ready for him to just
no,
go somewhere else, Jimmy.
I would say about 86% are, and then there's 14% that aren't.
I just didn't think the number was that high even. Did you think that the 49ers were done as legitimate contenders when it was announced that, Jimmy's...
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I thought they were... I told you, I thought the season... I texted my friends when Jimmy got carted off.
Texted your friends? Wow.
Yeah, I have friends. No big deal. And I texted them when
Kyle has a Keurig and he has friends.
And I do a podcast and I play travel ball. So just a lot of W's over here.
Mm-hmm.
No, when it was announced that Jimmy got carted off, I was like, this season's over. Like, they're just done. Look, again, Jimmy goes down in their season. But I was wrong. I was wrong. Purdy's been really good.
The only time I felt that way, I didn't quite feel that way. Obviously, I understood how daunting it would be. But when Bosa got hurt...
against the Jets.
Yeah, that's when I remember. And JD and I were doing a postgame, I think it was. And I remember saying, well, if he's going to be out, they're not going to win a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah. That was in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about, Because, when he got hurt again this year against Atlanta, or no, against Carolina, and then didn't play against Atlanta, it's like, oh, man, that's a groin. That's the kind of thing that lingers. He's not going to be 100% again. So even again this year, but Bosa's been unbelievable.
888-957-9570, Xfinity mobile text line. You want to participate that way, give us a call. We appreciate it. Just thanks for being with us today, and thanks for listening. From the 650, Jimmy has won in the postseason. That should not be overlooked. The way the season's going, Brock will get hurt, Jimmy will return and win the Super Bowl.
Okay, and if Brock Purdy gets hurt and Jimmy Garoppolo is available, then fine. I would rather have Jimmy Garoppolo than Josh Johnson. But you're not going to have Brock Purdy after he wins 2 playoff games, which is about the timeline where Garoppolo would be ready. It was the NFC Championship game. And even that is just like healed. That's not necessarily ready to play in a football game. You would have Brock Purdy, who has also now won in the postseason.
From the 510, Whitey, people love how Jimmy looks, has nothing to do with his fans. That's why he has fans, among other reasons. Even if Brock Purdy's game were to fall off here, there's no reason to think about it. Well, let's say it falls off, where he's like, wow, he's not playing well. And then you get to a point where Jimmy's available. You still would have to go with Brock Purdy. You still would have to start Brock Purdy, to the point you raised earlier about Jimmy's rust.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that Jimmy's not going to be ready to go for a while, and you don't know when you declare, when the doctors say, okay, he can play, you still don't know what you're going to get. So he's still going to have to be in reserve, even if Brock Purdy's game falls off, which, by the way he's playing lately, that seems impossible. Right. I know it's not, if you've ever watched sports, but it sure seems like that's not on the table.
Yeah, he's been
It's just all he's doing is hitting open receivers. How hard is that?
I keep waiting for, and I said, so the Dolphins game goes great, but it's like, okay, we saw Jimmy look great against the Seahawks and then have one of his worst games ever the following week. So I thought Purdy going against a defensive coordinator like Todd Bowles, against a defense that's game planning for him, he's going to look a lot worse. He didn't. Okay, great. But now you're going on a short week. You're banged up. Hostile environment, division game, division title on the line. Didn't get to practice during the week. Like, okay, well, here's where it kind of comes to a head. And he didn't. Okay, now you're coming back home against a good defensive line, a really good defensive line that gets pressure up the middle. Hardest thing for a quarterback to deal with. A defense that hasn't given up more than 25 points since week 2. And he hung 30 in the second half?
And he was more than a little banged up. You didn't say little, but he was more than a little banged up before that Seattle game.
Yeah, they didn't think he was going to play. That's not nothing.
And you can't, you're right. And you can't really, in my opinion, overestimate how important that is when it comes to showing your teammates, I'm the guy. It's one thing to say it, hey, everybody, pay attention, I'm the quarterback. But when you do that, when you're hurt and you win, that goes so much further in terms of making sure everybody's on your side and looking to you as, wow, he is the guy. He can lead us.
Well, and that's a great point, because all the things we heard from the Niners coming out of the locker room too, I don't want to say coming out of the locker room because that makes it seem that guys front-facing in the media, talking to media, it wasn't, we're going to do everything we can to help Brock. We're going to help him along. Like, he just needs to, it was, no, Brock can play.
Yeah.
Like, he's telling this guy to shut the heck up, and he's telling you when you're misaligned. He's taking control of the huddle. No, I love Brock and this and that. It was very much a confident, like an outward confidence, not a, yeah, we think we can win, just we'll help him out.
How could anybody vote for Jimmy in this poll today when it's Brock Purdy's birthday? That's what I don't understand. From the 707, the Brock love is out of hand. Let me know when he throws for 300 yards or leads a comeback.
No, but that's perfect. But that's not where the discussion is. We're not ranking him among other NFL quarterbacks. We're not saying, hey, he could go to Kansas City and be Patrick Mahomes. Like, no, that's not the case. But within this ecosystem, within this Niners team, these offensive weapons, this defense, he can operate the offense. The offense is functioning at a high level. With him in the backfield. That's all that matters. I don't give a damn if you want to rank him 25th. Fine.
It's not a scaled down version of the offense that is designed to, hey, just stay out of the way.
Right.
That's not what you're getting right now.
And if you personally want to say Brock Purdy's the 25th quarterback in the league, then fine. Then you think 24 other guys could come in and do this? Whatever. He's doing it better than Jimmy Garoppolo was. That's all that, like, they're winning. That's all that matters.
Some are saying he's the best 49er quarterback in 25 years.
That some are saying. Yeah.
Craig, are you saying that, Craig?
I'm totally not saying that.
Okay.
But the one thing I am saying, though, is those people who keep saying, hey, I want to see him with a comeback. No, I don't want to see him keep playing up 17. You know, I don't. He's never going to show me he can come back from anything. Just be up 17 every time and keep winning. I'm fine with that.
That gets into the whole thing. It's not just teams, but as fans, the way we value a quarterback, and we don't even understand what it's most important that a quarterback is doing for your team.
Well, okay, and here's the irony of that text message. If Brock Purdy's throwing for 300 yards, that's probably bad.
Oh yeah, you've lost the game.
Right, that means you're having to drop back and throw it a ton, and you're probably playing from behind. And the Niners aren't built, regardless of who their quarterback is.
I agree.
I
made that point myself. Yeah.
And again, this is not about we're talking up Brock Purdy because they think he's a top 10. No, it's not that at all.
The fact that he is even in that conversation, where does he rank among other starters? That's a nuts. Near holiday miracle in and of itself.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
He should be last. It should be like he's the worst quarterback in the league. And he's not. He's good enough.
I'm sorry from the 650. I'm sorry, but in the playoffs, bleep gets harder. Teams are better. Get back to me when he wins a playoff game.
That's
fair enough. That's a fair point. It's a very fair point.
That's what I've been saying. So not today necessarily, but he's checked all the regular season boxes for me for this year. Like I'm good. But what does he do in that playoff game when the Giants open with a 12-play, 80-yard drive? They go in and score a touchdown, down 7-0. Okay, now you're down.
Maybe he throws a pick
in a
or
playoff
something
game,
too.
right?
Yeah.
Are you still that same calm, ice in your veins guy? I don't know, because the 650 is right. The playoffs are just different. Especially that's why I think they need to go for the 2 seed so much, because that playoff game at home. Okay, let's say you get past the wild card round. The Niners are just better than. Let's say they play the Giants, and the Niners are the better team, and they go on. But now they have to go on the road to Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I have claimed Minnesota is fraudulent, going on the road with your rookie 7th round pick is much tougher than getting to welcome the Vikings into your building.
Yeah, somebody else here, 650. What if he waits until the playoffs to show you why he was Mr. Irrelevant?
Then
fair
so be
question,
it.
But that's the importance of what he did against Washington in a big game, and to the point you made earlier, what he did against Seattle on the road in a game, wasn't a playoff game, but a hostile environment when you're playing for something, and he passed those tests.
And here's the other thing, within tests within a
with
test.
With flying colors.
We're going Inception. So tests within tests. He did not look great early against the Seahawks. he had a couple of stumbles where he missed it. There was a throw to McCaffrey where he was open. He just missed it. He missed a throw to Ayuk. He nearly threw the interception. Like the offense stalled out a little bit through the middle of that game. But then he came back late and put together a couple of drives. And the fact that he did not get rattled within that moment in that game and came back to play well and make a couple of big plays, that kind of stuff matters. And I thought the same thing was the case against Washington. They scored 7 points in the first half. The offense was not good.
Nope.
The defense is the only reason they weren't behind at the half. They had the goal line stand. But he came back and played really well through the rest of the second half.
Jimmy's history after returning from injury needs time to trust his body. He's always looked bad early in games early after returning. Purdy for sure. Also for the playoffs, bring on the Vikings. This is from the 925. Don't want to see the Cowboys. Trench matchups are better in my opinion. So the 925, bring on the Vikings. Don't want to see the Cowboys. What is it you called, the word you use for the 5-letter word, I think, for the Vikings?
Fraud!
Fraud squad.
Fraud squad. Yeah, no, I don't think their defense is great. I think Kirk Cousins, if you watched Kirk Cousins at all, ever, it's especially apparent in person. Like the guy just,
he
gets rattled, man. No, he's not a terrible player.
Did you know that he led the Vikings to the greatest comeback in the history of the NFL?
When?
A couple weeks ago.
Get out. How did I miss
You know what stunk about that? You know, when that happened, I thought, oh, that's great for Frank Reich because that happened to the team that fired him, right? And I forgot, no, that's his record that he lost. So not only did he get fired, but the team that fired him, they gave up the record
did you hear
that he'd had for the greatest comeback.
Did you hear that he called Kirk Cousins?
I did.
He shot him and it's like, hey,
did you hear what he called him?
This is your torch now.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, Frank Reich.
You don't like that?
I mean, it's weird. It's kind of weird.
Well, I like that, though, because he said people have asked me about that for years, and they draw inspiration from that. And now,
that's true. He did bring that into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I thought what he said was, Kirk, that's a great comeback, but there's one thing you are that you need to know.
Fraud! We're frauds. Embrace it.
He dropped a fraud on him.
Yeah, that would be, Frank Reich, another member of the fraud squad. Welcome, Frank. You're in here now.
49ers are going to win out, right?
Not necessarily.
You don't think so?
I think they should, but
how would they not? You mean in case they played the last week of the season? J.J. Watt, by the way, the last game of his career.
Well, okay,
and it doesn't matter.
So here's they're going to have to play. So if they want the 2 seed, there's no rest because they can't clinch it this week. So they have to win their next 2 to get the 2 seed.
Can they be out of contention for the 2 seed before their last game starts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vikings win this weekend, Niners lose, 2 seeds out. But Vikings lose, Niners win. They have the same record going into the final week. And the Niners currently hold the tiebreaker. But if the Niners lose, then it's over.
So the Vikings could be the 2 seed.
Yeah.
They're still frauds? See, I know I'm in the minority here. I can't quite go there. I can't quite label them frauds because ultimately they're the stinking 2 seed.
I've just never watched them and been super impressed and been like, wow, Minnesota really took it to that team. I just don't think that 1-score game stuff is going to work in the postseason.
Okay. By the way, Steiny and Evan are coming up. And, of course, we have the Warriors tonight on 95.7 The Game. Kyle, as I said earlier, I think when the schedule came out, you'd look at the schedule, a couple days after Christmas, Warriors have Charlotte. Big deal. I think this is a huge game tonight for the Warriors.
Yeah. Yeah, because you need to start stacking wins, right? Like that's what the Niners, they got to 3-4, and they were going to play the Rams, and now here's a good spot in their schedule to start winning some games. And this is what it is for the Warriors. It can't be, you got fired up for Memphis and then lost your next 3. Like that just eliminates all the good that you did on Christmas.
Yeah, and Charlotte played last night.
Yes.
So it sets up nicely for you. Although, was it last week, Charlotte playing the second game of back-to-back there in Sacramento, and they surprised the bejeebies out of the Kings. Kelly Oubre's coming back. LaMelo Ball's really good. Really love watching him play. And since he's come back, they're a different team. They're really good in transition. So one of the problems the Warriors have had this year is that they've been a little lackadaisical here, there, early in the year. You can understand some of that. And I just, they're veterans. They know this, but if they come out tonight and they don't bring their best effort, they could be looking up at, at the scoreboard in the fourth quarter going, wow, we got a game here we didn't think we would have.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what this team is susceptible to. They can't sleepwalk to wins anymore, especially with Steph and Andrew Wiggins out.
Yeah.
So that's what I would love to see, is if that intensity, it's not obviously going to be the same as it was on Christmas Day, but just ratchet it up early. Like build a huge lead on this team. Like just can you just beat the heck out of a team once? Like just kick the crap out of a bad team. That's what I want to see.
Mm-hmm. And I want to see James Wiseman play well again.
Yes.
I know that it's not fair for the young players to expect them to improve in a linear fashion. He was good, then he was better, then he was better the next game. It just doesn't happen that way. But still, 2 games in a row for him. Would love to see him have another solid game. And then the fact that the 3 young players all played well in the last game, would love to see more of that tonight.
Yeah. Anytime those 3 guys are on the court are the most valuable Warrior minutes. For sure.
Mm-hmm. All right. What are you doing tomorrow? You want to try this again tomorrow morning? Craig, you want to try it again tomorrow? Yeah.
Oh.
Fraud Squad reuniting tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
You don't have to.
I guess.
But you're welcome to. 6
I got a thing.
Okay. Thanks for being with us today. We appreciate it. A lot of fun. And a lot of fun still to come here, because Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings, they're next on 95.7 The Game.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Every week, Damon and Retto go inside the 49ers locker room. The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Retto. Bang, bang, Niner Gang! Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of, whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take 1 pill each morning and 0 heartburn all day. So So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All righty, what is going on? Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Daryl the Guru Johnson out. We'll see him next year. We'll see Guru next year. And I hope everybody is enjoying their holiday week. Which reminds me, did anybody wish a happy birthday to Brock Purdy today? It's Brock Purdy's birthday. He's one of those guys, He's one of those guys with a birthday near Christmas.
How do you game plan for a guy with a birthday near Christmas? Especially one that's 2 days after the big day, 1 day after the official holiday. So he gets presents, he gets a day off apparently, and now he's got a birthday.
You know, it's funny because it's a lose-lose. Because he gets hosed on gifts, but then the people in his family get hosed too because they actually have to think about 2 things, multiple gifts, rather than just, okay, hey, we got Brock's Christmas, let's get him that toy truck.
Got to buy 2 pot
now
roasts.
Now what are you going to do? After you buy the truck, then what? Then what about the Ken doll? You got to come back with a Ken doll a day or 2 later.
And you got to do it before the weekend because everything's closed.
Nothing's closed anymore, is it?
Oh, on Christmas Day.
That's over, though, now. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you got to do it before
By the way,
weekend.
That's the other thing that happened to me. So, I got kids. It's Christmas Day, Christmas Eve. Since when I thought those were family days.
I mean, nobody goes out on Christmas Eve, and yet my kids are going to like parties and stuff on Christmas Eve.
I think the Christmas Eve, or especially the weekend, is a weekend where a lot of people that are back in town reconvene, go out Friday, Saturday. It was honestly a perfect situation this weekend for myself and a couple of high school buddies, yeah.
Well, that's what's most important. Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings with you. On 95.7 The Game, we got Golden State Warriors, Charlotte Hornets tonight, 7 o'clock start. That means 6 o'clock Warriors Live with John Dickinson. And let me tell you something. They better win tonight, the Warriors. This team stinks. 9-25. The question is, to me, and I think, look, when the Warriors played the Memphis Grizzlies, there's absolutely no doubt about it that the veteran players wanted to win that game. And maybe because the veteran players were clearly into that game, they lifted up the younger players too. And it came, they came up with a team effort that was very impressive. Question is, can they sustain that? Can Draymond Green and Clay to an extent and Poole, can they continue that effort? And I'm looking at their next two games. They have a back-to-back. And see, this is, to me, Evan, what makes it so difficult is, can you go out there and get a win tonight? Yes. All right, but is Clay playing tomorrow? Probably not against Utah. What about Draymond? Well, he's I think he's probable tonight. So if that's the case, he might not play back. And you get into that. How do you build any momentum if you can't string together a winning streak?
Well, this is kind of where they were at after the Boston game, except they had to hit the road where they've been horrendous. At Chase Center, they've been a completely different team. We've seen both sides of the coin with the Warriors. And now, if you really are a team that wants to get itself out of the cellar, I mean, right now as they stand, they're in 11th place in the West.
Right.
So they're not even in the play-in tournament, nevertheless out. If you want to find yourself in a top 6 seed, which as we discussed yesterday is a place where I think they need to be, then these games matter. So you cannot overlook a Charlotte team that is second to last when it comes to net rating in the NBA, that has only had its best player for 10 games this season in a LaMelo Ball. And then you're looking at a Jazz team that honestly you should be wanting to play up for because they stole your lunch the last time you played them, and you blew that game, choked it away on the road. So you got 2 games that you should win, that you should want to win, and that equation, according to Draymond Green and Klay Thompson and everyone else of the elder statesmen that wants to find different reasons to win games, that is trying to come up with different ways to motivate themselves, well, you got it right in front of you. Exactly.
They're 1-0. This is the start of an 8-game homestand. Can they get to 6-2? They're already 1-0. Can they go 6-2? Can they win 5 of the next 7 at home? I know optimistically Warrior fans are programmed to think they can go 8-0 on this. But can they? They only have one back-to-back, and it's tonight and tomorrow against Utah. Tonight, Hornets. Tomorrow, Utah. So maybe it can be done. I'll tell you what. You want to make some... You want to give me a hot take right now? I'm just going to lay it. Let's put the round on the table. You know how to do that yet, Craig?
I think yesterday was... there we go.
All right. You can't do this every game, but tonight it's just slapping you in the face. James, it's been 2.5 years since the 2020 draft. James Wiseman went 2, LaMelo Ball went 3. Evan, Warriors make a mistake? They make a mistake? Should they have drafted LaMelo Ball?
It depends.
No. That's my answer.
Yes, they did. If you look at the other guys in that draft, and you take a look at LaMelo Ball, you look at Okongwu, as you put up yesterday, you look at Jalen Smith, you look at Tyrese Halliburton, you look at Cole Anthony, you look at Sadiq Bey, Precious Achiuwa. All those players are better than James Wiseman right now.
Correct.
That means that if you are redrafting this draft, James Wiseman would not be the second pick.
You're right.
Where do you fall?
The issue is, yes, they made a mistake.
Right now.
Yeah.
They did.
They made a mistake. And here's the other thing. And it's not just LaMelo Ball. Although you brought up an interesting point. Had they drafted LaMelo Ball, they might right now be sitting with Poole, Ball, and Curry. And Clay. May as well
and
throw
who knows?
Clay in there.
That might have worked. But my point yesterday was that if you draft LaMelo Ball, you don't have any minutes for Jordan Poole. They play the same position.
Right. But listen, the one thing I liked about LaMelo Ball was he's a pass guy. He likes to pass. And I didn't think he could shoot, but his shooting's a little better than I thought. But like I never think he can have too many passers. So he never. I get it. He's a guard, but if you were telling me before the draft, LaMelo Ball is the best passer in this draft, then I don't think that ever hurts you as a team. So I'll tell you this: the Warriors would have had more clout with LaMelo Ball.
Oh yeah,
and more operating from a position of strength. But I'm interested to hear what Warrior fans say. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. The Charlotte Hornets are in town. It's hitting you right in the face. LaMelo Ball and James Wiseman play tonight. Now, James Wiseman's put together 2 games where it's kind of interesting. One game was all numbers that people say didn't matter, and then the next game was no numbers but an impact, and people said, hey, he's chipping in. Hey, you got LaMelo Ball in town. If I'm James Wiseman, I'm trying to do some things tonight. Aren't you?
It sounds like he's going to get a chance.
Do you think he cares at all that LaMelo Ball is in town? Do you think that's crossed his mind at all?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If he's the type of competitor that I think he is and that he needs to be an NBA player, yes, he has thought about LaMelo Ball coming into his house.
Okay. So I'll agree with you. Wiseman's thinking that way. Here's the thing. I hope, though, that he goes into the game tonight and says, I'm going to get every rebound. I'm going to get every rebound. I'm going to try to block every shot. Not, I'm going to try to knock down a 3 to start the game, and I'm going to try to, hopefully they'll get me some touches on the block. All he's got to do is impact that game defensively somehow tonight. And we'll see if he can or not. But James Wiseman and LaMelo Ball, they're going at it tonight. Both expected to play. By the way, Wiggins out. You know what? That's the other thing. I mean, they're missing their top 2 players, the Warriors, right now. Curry and Wiggins, right?
And you don't know how long it's going to last. I mean, we thought Wiggins would be back on Christmas.
Yep.
We thought he'd be back potentially before Christmas. Steph Curry is reevaluated in 2 weeks. So you don't know how long those guys are going to be out. If Steph Curry misses, they said optimistically when he got hurt that it would be 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, well, right now he'll be reevaluated after 4 weeks. I can't imagine that he'll immediately be back then. So right now, best case scenario, looking at 6 weeks without Stephen Curry. That's another reason that these games, these winnable games now, mean more to Golden State. Because you don't know how long you're going to have. I mean, I can't imagine Steph is going to come back in the middle of a road trip. He might. I don't know when Andrew Wiggins is going to come back. And I don't think the Warriors do either. So if you are in a position right now where you are looking up at 10 teams in the Western Conference, you got to find a way to stack some wins. And these teams tonight, tomorrow, they have not shown to be able to, even at home, string together, especially in back-to-backs, like consecutive 3, 4, 5 good games in a row. And if Draymond Green is talking about, and Klay Thompson are talking about how important confidence is, how important the mental aspect of the game is, which they clearly did not display on their last road trip, then these are get-right games.
No doubt.
And you need them more, not necessarily just to pile up W's, although that is important. But if you're a team that prides themselves on being mentally tough, in which they weren't against Brooklyn, against New York, against Indiana on the road, then these are games that you can't afford to lose because that's going to impact your mental even more.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. And I think this is a huge stretch of games for the Warriors, these home games. Because if they don't get right over the next 2 weeks, the next 7 games, I think there could be significant moves made one way or the other. And I'll explain that in a sec. Let's go to Gabriel Gabriel's in Fremont. What's up, Gabriel? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, man? Love the show, man.
Thank you.
So I'll make it quick. I just wanted to comment on James Wiseman. How everybody's, he's a buzz, this and that. Let the kid play, man. You don't know what he is until he plays. This guy's been a star ever since he got into the NBA. His confidence is not there. It's obvious, right? Because he doesn't play. Let the kid play. Let's see what he can do. Thank you, guys. Love the show.
Appreciate the call, Gabriel. Appreciate the call. See, I think if you're a Warrior fan right now, it's set up perfectly in a way to at least be able to assess who you are. You ready to take me? You ready? I'll take you through it?
Yeah, dive into the deep end.
Okay, here we go. No Steph Curry, he's out. Yep. We know that. He's going to be out for the rest of the homestand, most likely. They got 7 more games, okay? What do you want to do if you're the Golden State Warriors? To me, I think you want to have a winning homestand. 5-3, to
minimum.
me, is the minimum. It's the minimum. But you want to go 6-2. But my bigger point is, can you get these young players? And you know what? I'm throwing them in there. Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman, Lamb, and Ty Jerome. Those guys, and even DiVincenzo, even though he's a little older than those guys helped you win against Memphis. In fact, you don't win against Memphis without a couple of those guys. So can the Warriors be successful during an 8-game homestand without Curry and with Wiggins missing, let's say, half of it? Can you get out of here 6-2? Okay, if you get out of here 6-2 without Curry on this homestand and the young players are starting to contribute like they did against Memphis more than they have in the past, okay, now what? Well, now we're 2 games over 500 and we're headed out on the road. Okay, well, guess what? We stink on the road. We're the worst team in the NBA on the road. Well, you know what? Good. Because at least at that point, you know that you've stunk on the road. So you can build off that. We got a 5-game road trip. Can we win a couple of these road games? Can we start becoming a better road team? Guess what? We went out on the road. We won 2 of 5. Not great, but better than 2 and 15 or whatever they are on the road. And then at that point, now you're getting close to the end of January. At that point, I think you start saying, with a move or two, can we realistically win it all or make a big-time run? But you're going to have to look at the mirror at that point. But at least you have more evidence and more, more information at that point.
Yeah, and it's not often that you're given kind of a second reset in a season, especially against big opponents. Like against Boston, I think the Warriors thought that could be a turning point. Steve Kerr said it. Draymond Green said it. I'm sure a lot of people on the team felt that. Now you're in a similar situation, but you're in a place in which you've been successful. They are 13-2 at home. You have your next 6 at Chase Center. You've just beaten the Memphis Grizzlies, a team that you have wanted to kill throughout this season, especially the week after. They're talking about how they're not worried about the Western Conference. Okay, well, now the Warriors need to prove what John Morant said, which is, we ain't worried about the West. Okay, well, tell me why you shouldn't be worried about that. Show me why you shouldn't be worried about the West. If you're not, this team in Charlotte already beat you on the road. Utah already beat you on the road. Now, these are teams upcoming for the Warriors that they can beat, that I'm sure they feel like they should beat. And now you bring into the equation, like you said, the young guys of Kuminga, Moody, along with Wiseman, hopefully. JaMychal Green probably not going to be playing tonight. That gives Wiseman more minutes. In those 10 minutes, between all 3 of them, we need to see more of what we did against Memphis, which was playing together, not as individuals. Like, at the beginning of the season, it's totally understandable to think that Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman are all working on their individual games. They just came off Summer League. They're trying to work on things to get better as individual players. The Warriors don't need them to be individuals. They need them to play like a team. And now without Curry and Wiggins, it gives them more opportunity to play within the flow of the offense and especially the defense. And defense is where the Warriors have struggled. And defense is where all 3 of those guys, save Lamb and Jerome, all 3 of those young guys can help this team because of their length and athleticism. And that's what I want to see against a Charlotte team that is one of the worst scoring teams in the league against a Utah team that has sputtered since its hot start. In these next two games in a back-to-back, you need your young guys to help you in the area that you have been porous in this season, which is 25th in defense. For a team that prides itself on defending the hoop, they haven't done it this year, but showed against Memphis that they're taking the proper steps to turn that around.
Well, and if their core is getting older, which we all know it is, they need the young guys to play with more energy. And the young guys got to play with the energy the nights that the veterans might not have it. Let's go to Gene. Gene's in Oakland. What's up, Gene? How you doing?
Doing great. Excuse me. First of all, so I want to say that I've never been in favor of the youth movement by the Warriors from the beginning. I just don't believe that you can take a bunch of raw young talent, put them on a team that's, basically championship ready, and develop them properly. I mean, if you got a certified, future superstar to draft, that's one thing. But it just takes. I just think it takes too long, and I think that's what we're seeing right now. I mean, you've only got one of these young guys, Kuminga, who's really contributing on a regular basis, and he still needs, a lot more work, really. So, and with regards to Wiseman, I've felt from the beginning with Wiseman that maybe he's miscast. I've never seen him as a rim protecting center. Frankly, he looks more like a shooting forward to me, and maybe he should be playing more away from the basket.
Yeah, thanks, Gene. I don't like that at all.
I don't think that's why they drafted him, to be like, okay, so, and look, I do think the Warriors did draft Wiseman, Kuminga, in hopes that they could become the superstar that Gene is talking about wanting from a young guy. Like, that is the hope. But right now, it hasn't worked out that way. That's why we're saying that, yes, LaMelo Ball should have been the pick, or Tyrese Halliburton should have been the pick right now over James Wiseman. But in 5 years, which is, I imagine, the reason why they took him, to be the bridge between this generation and whatever the next iteration of Warriors basketball is going to be, that is the question that remains for Golden State and for James Wiseman. This season, though, again, they don't need him to be the superstar center. They need him to be a backup big that can defend, that can run the floor, and that can finish around the rim at a 61% rate, which he's doing right now. And they need him to not hurt them in the 10 minutes that he's on the court. That's not asking a lot, but he's shown that it has been difficult for him to do up until, I would say, the last two games.
Yeah, I mean, but the other thing, well, not but the other thing, I mean, the part you got to acknowledge, you have to acknowledge it, and I don't know where it fits in, and maybe once you acknowledge it, then you can criticize the Warriors more if you really feel that way, but LaMelo Ball starts every game that he's healthy for a terrible team. They stink, and he's put up numbers. And he's got some flash. There's no doubt about it. And he's pretty good.
He is.
But you don't think James Wiseman on the Charlotte Hornets would be averaging 15? I bet he'd be averaging 15 a game. And they'd be 9-25, right?
Look, we have our own case study in Golden State. His name is Jordan Poole. When he starts, you see the numbers that he puts up. When he comes off the bench, you see the numbers that he doesn't put up. I mean, It clearly affects young guys when you get opportunity to make mistakes, to play like you've played your whole life, and then when you're kind of put into somewhat of a role or a box that James Wiseman is trying to earn his way out of, yes, there's going to be a drop-off, and in a James Wiseman case, I believe a significant one.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see if this is any kind of springboard for Wiseman. But I've tried to emphasize this, and I want to know what you think, and I want to know what Warrior fans think. So they're a championship team, essentially, in 2020. The Wiseman draft. They're a championship team put together. Why would you draft the most raw player in the draft unless you acknowledged to yourself, no, he's not. We're not drafting him for next year. We get it. We know he's not going to play a lot because we are that's the part that I don't necessarily think that Joe Lacob and Bob Myers were saying, when we draft Wiseman, it means that we must develop him in the Steph Curry era. I don't think they were thinking that. I think they were looking at Wiseman and saying, this guy's 7'1". He's got a shot to be unbelievable. Whether they're right or we're taking him. Well, he's only 19 and we're a championship team. I don't care. What if he's David Robinson? What if he's Chris Bosh? What if he's Jermaine O'Neal even? So, I'm willing, that's the part that I think isn't as cut and dried as I think people think. And that is that, how did they not, they thought Wiseman would be further along. Of course they did. But I'm not so sure that they saw Wiseman as somebody who was going to be able to win, titles as the starting center this year or last year.
Definitely not this year. Definitely not last year. But to me, Wiseman and Kuminga to some extent too, they are light years picks. They are picks that you make if you think that you're so far ahead of everyone else that you don't need much to still contend for titles. And in fact, you can improve your chances down the line by, in a way, stockpiling these talents, stockpiling these picks so that they can develop under Curry and Clay and Dre and learn under this, this Warriors winning culture, and then be able to take the mantle whenever this generation is done. I think one thing that they maybe didn't count on was the fact that Curry looks like he's going to be playing at such a high level for the next few seasons that Draymond, along with Klay Thompson, were going to take steps back as quickly as they did. And so you're stuck in the middle of, well, do we want to try to maximize this window or do we want to rush the next window? And right now, they don't have enough minutes to hand out to see if those young guys can play at this level. I think they tried to do it at the beginning of the season, and we saw what happened, which was they were all playing like kids.
Yeah. A couple things here from the Xfinity mobile text line, 415. They drafted Wiseman to contribute as much as other rookies in the past. All right. How many rookies play a lot on a championship team their first year, especially when they have no college experience? 510 says, stop it, Steiny. The Warriors expected more from Wiseman by now. No, I'm acknowledging that. Of course they want Wiseman to be further along
That's why he started.
Than he is now.
That's why he started his first season.
Correct. But what I'm getting at, as it relates to Wiseman, is I don't believe the Warriors drafted him with the expectation that he would be phenomenal by now. I'm sorry. I think they, the idea to me would be, okay, look, we're drafting a 19-year-old kid. It's going to take him 4 or 5 years. Perfect. Maybe he'll be David Robinson when Steph Curry retires. And it's like, oh my God, we got David Robinson. That would be the ideal.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're hoping that he can be, I know you've brought this name up before, to be Jermaine O'Neal. The first 4 years in the league to sit, average 3 points, play 10 minutes a night, develop it behind the scenes, and then the moment that he gets a chance to start can blossom into an all-star center. That's the goal. The issue is there's a reason why we can only pull one name out of that hat, because it doesn't often work out that way where you can thread the needle so perfectly that your second timeline is ready to handle the reins and the expectations of trying to compete for a title.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. We're talking about James Wiseman with LaMelo Ball in town. I can't help but think about what if. Question is, what if the Warriors did have Curry, Poole, and LaMelo Ball? Would that be good? Would that be bad? Listen, James Wiseman still has time. We're going to talk more about it on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, the final chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month first month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone streams video and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift the Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Help Ukrainian children. Shazam this song.
Christmas not home, tired and beyond.
Scroll down Shazam. Open on YouTube. Follow the link and donate.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Come on. The Capital Mania Bowl?
Camellia.
2 6-6 teams? Georgia Southern versus Buffalo?
Oh, you know what they say.
Come on.
When those two teams get together, throw out the record book.
First of all, they've never gotten together before.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I'm going to bet Georgia Southern has not played. I'll bet this is the first ever meeting. By the way, you don't have to say first ever. You can just say first. This is a first meeting between Buffalo and Georgia Southern. I'm calling it right here, right now, out in the Bay Area.
No, participation trophies are going all around. I mean, that's what college football is really about at the end of the season. Participation.
2 6-6 teams. Georgia Southern. All right, Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings with you. Dally Guru Johnson has the week off. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They're in town tonight and for the next 7 games. Longest homestand of the season. They're 1-0. It's a total of 8 games at home, so they have 7 left. Tonight against the Hornets, tomorrow against the Jazz. And my feeling is you got to get both these. You got to start getting rolling at some point. But I get it. I get the inherent problem, though, is probably going to have to play tomorrow night without Clay. It looks like if Wiggins is out tonight, probably going to miss tomorrow.
I would assume so.
So you're going to have to go. You're going to have to beat the Jazz undermanned. And all I'm saying is that's made it tough to try to get rolling because every 5 games Clay misses. Draymond misses a couple. Steph obviously is hurt. So they got to figure out a way to win their next 2 games. And that gets them to 500. And then you start thinking, all right, now we're moving.
The issue, too, is these types of games haven't been an issue in the past for the Warriors, for these, this generation of Warriors, because you're looking at, one, a team that at this point of the year probably has a better record. We're looking at last season. This team has got, 20, 23 wins at this point. And so you don't need to chase the W's as bad as you need them now. The second part about that is your bench has also generally been better. You've had guys, more so veterans, but players that can contribute, can step up, can start, and you don't have to worry about as much of a fall-off. Guys that are more solidified in their roles. Mm-hmm. It seems like the Warriors are still trying to figure out what these guys on the bench and their roles are going to be. That's another place where I think these 2 games and the rest of this homestand is valuable, because if you do get rolling, if you do pile up some wins, that of course affects your confidence, but it also affects how you feel about your place on this team. And that's something the Warriors have not been able to answer yet outside of, say, their top 5 or 6 guys, 2 of which are currently hurt.
Yeah, they're still figuring some stuff out, obviously, roles. But it's not even fair to say they're figuring out roles. I mean, Steve Kerr's got to figure out if he has a role for Wiseman, if this is who he's going to be. Let's go to KT. KT's in Oakland. What's up, KT? How you doing, man?
What's up, man? How you doing, man?
Doing well.
Yo.
Congratulations, man. I heard you was out for a minute for your daughter's schooling thing, so I was just listening in.
Oh, thank you.
Going.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Well, Matt, we go back to the club one day. So
yes, sir.
I just want to say about the Warriors is that, I have to tell them the fans out here are just, they're just thinking like fans. I mean, when you draft young guys and you're a championship caliber team, you draft them for the future. So, they might not pan out in the first couple of years, but, some do, some don't. But what you do is you stay competitive and with your core guys, and those young guys grow into their roles, and then you're a better team in the future. So when everybody say get rid of Wiseman and everything, I mean, you can say the same thing when they said that about Curry. When he came in, had the ankle problems, they wanted to pass on by him. Wiggins, same thing. Looney, we kept Looney after, 3 or 4 surgeries. I can even go back to Chris Mullin when Chris Mullin was having a problem with, with the drinking thing, and they wanted to get rid of Mullin. But we stayed with him, and look what how that turned out. He's a Hall of Famer. So, you got to, when you draft, you got a competitive team, not back there when Mullin was drafted, but when you got a competitive team, you can let them young guys grow into their roles, and you just don't throw them away just because they're having a couple of bad seasons. And we're not going to win a championship every year. You got to stay competitive to stay in that position to catapult yourself for the down year. So the fans who talking about get rid of this guy and get rid of these young guys, they're not giving them a chance. And I think they're being a little too greedy on just thinking the Warriors are going to win every. It's not like that anymore. It's not like the Boston era when everybody was winning 7 championships.
Right.
Bro. It's competitive. So, you just stay competitive. You keep your core guys, let the guys come up and grow into their roles, and then you're in position a couple of years down the road.
Yes, sir, KT. I'm with you. By the way, KT
seems like he knows you.
He does. Okay. Solid power forward back in the day. Although he could stretch a little bit. Stretch a little bit, but he was strong. Oof, strong guy.
Ahead of his time.
He could defend too. Listen, let's say, do you think the Warriors right now know if James Wiseman is an NBA player or not?
You would hope.
Okay. But my point is this. Unless somebody in that organization, Joe Lacob, gives up on Wiseman or thinks that Wiseman can't play, he's going to stay. Then you can't trade him right now. You better be, if you're the Golden State Warriors and you're entertaining moving James Wiseman, I'm sorry, you better be convinced he's not going to be very good. We don't think. We've changed our mind on him. We thought he was going to be really good. We brought him in here for 3 years. He wasn't who we thought he was. He had some bad luck with injuries. I'm sorry. I'm not trading James Wiseman right now when he's been hurt over half his career.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's giving up on James Wiseman.
I disagree. I think people are. Let's go to Steve in Fairfield.
Let's find out.
What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, the negatives are easy to see on Wiseman. He needs to rebound more. He needs to stay down on defense and not pick up the cheap fouls. Probably his biggest negative is that he's more concerned about the role to score than the pick. And when you have the greatest shooter of all time and great shooters like Jordan and Clay, you got to set that pick hard and free him up. And I know Kerr's been negative on him about that. Having said all that, I think he's a tremendous talent at 7'1", can shoot inside and outside. And I blame the coaches for some of what he's doing in the negative sense. But Steiny, I agree with you. And the person I think that's negative on him is Steve Kerr. I really believe that actions speak louder than words. And even when he has a good game, Steve Kerr's kind of negative on him. And I think he'll be traded at the deadline, which is going to be a travesty because I'll tell you what, I really believe it'll go down to when the Warriors traded Robert Parrish and the rights to Kevin McHale for Joe Barely Cares. I really believe it because Steve Kerr's done with Wiseman. I've seen it in his action and his words. Even when he has a great game, Steve's pretty negative on him. I hope it's not the case. I think he's a tremendous talent, and they'll regret it.
Thanks, Steve. Let's talk about that for a minute.
Yep.
Because you brought up this scenario before the show, and I'll spell it out. And if you want to jump into the conversation, we're talking about the Warriors. James Wiseman contributed to the win on Christmas, no doubt about it. LaMelo Ball in town. He was the 3rd pick. Wiseman was the 2nd pick. And
they're forever linked.
They are. They're forever linked. Somebody on the text line said, what really stunk is the Warriors had the worst record that year. They're 15-50. And the texter said they should have had the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
And you know what? Let me ask you what you think of this. Because everybody knows I love hypotheticals. I don't think they draft Anthony Edwards with the number 1 pick. The Warriors. I think they draft Wiseman.
Yeah, I think the way that the last 2.5 years have played out have shown that there were better players in that draft than James Wiseman, but they were fixated on him for whatever reason. I mean, it's what the caller laid out. Look, he's large. He's got athleticism. He can shoot inside and out. His the highlights of James Wiseman were infatuating. So I can't blame them for being intrigued and enamored by him. But yes, LaMelo Ball has proven himself to be a better NBA player. Anthony Edwards is a better NBA player. But the Warriors wanted James Wiseman. That much I feel like we know at this point.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. James Wiseman, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga. This was always going to be the challenge of trying to win a title with young guys. It was just always going to be the challenge to me. You put inadvertent pressure on your younger players to develop maybe more quickly than they were ready to develop. Let me get back to the situation that you kind of described. So here we go. We'll play a little. Close your eyes and imagine if you're at home. Steve Kerr is in the office with Joe Lacob, and Bob Myers is just sitting there. He's just sitting there.
Yep.
And Joe Lacob says, "Steve, can we play Wiseman a little more?
Well, I would, but I don't think we can win with him right now.
Well, I'm going to channel my inner guru. We're not really winning without him either right now. So 15 minutes a game you can't give him?
I don't see it, Bob.
Joe.
Sorry, that was my Steiny.
I agree. No, not I agree, but
yeah.
Do you think there's I think, I don't know if I want to say rift. That's too big of a word. Do you believe Joe Lacob would like to see the young players play more than they're playing now? Joe Lacob.
Absolutely. I also think that, and this is kind of my question, is like, I think that there has been, for whatever reason, some disconnect between what the vision from the top of the organization is, ownership, front office combined, and what Steve Kerr has envisioned for either himself or this team. And I've always contended Steve Kerr's job is to win. That's why he was brought here, because the Warriors weren't winning at a level that Joe Lacob wanted his team to, or, the potential of this team was greater than he was getting when Steve Kerr took over. His job's to win. Okay, well, if Steve Kerr's job is to win, he has shown at the beginning of the season that he would rather, or feels he's better equipped to win with the two-way guys and Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome than Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman. And I think that's starting to change, and we're starting to see Steve Kerr alter his rotations, partially because there's more minutes to go around with Curry and Wiggins out. But then what happens in these next 6 games at home? Can the young guys, can the up-and-comers, the Moody's, the Kumingas, the Wisemans, can they change Steve Kerr's mind enough so that when Wiggins does come back, that when Curry does come back, that when the two-way guys are running out of games to play because they only get 50 this season, can those 3 core pieces of the future be ready enough to contribute 10 or 15 minutes on any given night?
Not all 3 in the same game.
Well, we saw for the first time against Memphis that they could.
That's right.
That's what they're going to have to prove again and again and again.
And, of course, once we get into the playoffs, they're going to have to prove it in a series. And game after game after game. And that's where if the great Bob Myers quote of when I said, I don't see it with those 3 guys, he said, well, what about 1.5 of them? What about one guy and then kind of half of the other? And
in a playoff scenario.
Correct. And I was like, that's possible. They still got to go somewhere. Let's go to Mark. Mark's going to put, to me, this is the biggest rat on the table in the Bay Area professional sports scene right now. Mark is going to put the biggest rat on the table.
Brock Purdy?
No.
Oh.
What's up, Mark? How you doing?
How you doing today?
Doing well.
I think we need to sign Bob Myers. I think he's the best GM in the NBA, and I don't want to lose him. And I think these young players need a chance, and I think they're going to get it on this homestand. And we'll get a really good look at these young kids. And I think we got to be a little patient. But I think they're all young, and they show promise. So I wouldn't give up on any of them right yet.
Hey, Mark, I got a question for you. Just as you're a Warrior fan, you're looking at it from the outside. Why do you think Bob Myers doesn't have a contract for next year?
I don't know. Look at his record. Look at the results he gets. His drafting, everything. I mean, he's the best. I wouldn't lose him.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Mark. Appreciate the call. I mean, that's the other thing that is going to start, I think, becoming a bigger and bigger issue as we get toward June. And then Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's only got next year. Like that's the other thing I was thinking that to me I'm finding fascinating is we were talking so much before the year about this team and where they are in their, the dynasty and can they keep it going? And boy, it's going to be hard. I mean, we didn't even factor in that Bob Myers may be in his last year, or Steve Kerr, who's going to be the next coach of this team. And people will be like, "Why are you even talking like that, Steinmetz?" Well, Kerr's only got one more year left on his deal. Myers has 5 more months left on his.
What is going on in Golden State? I think that we're starting to figure out, and we will more so this offseason, depending on what happens with Bob Myers, understand whether Bob and Steve are a part of the old timeline or if they're a part of the new timeline. Now, I know both of them haven't used the word timeline to describe what this team is undergoing, but if Joe Lacob was the one that was fixated on Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody and trying to gather a stockpile talent that can affect winning in 5 years, maybe a little bit now, but more so in 5 years, well, maybe Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, again, are they're focused on winning now. And Bob Myers came out and said, professionally, look, I'm not worried about next year. I'm trying to focus on this season. I believe he is, because I believe they want to win and maximize this season. But that also means then that affects how they view the next wave of the Warriors, the next, the Kumingas, the Moody's, the Wisemans. Like, those 3 guys are probably viewed as, I don't want to say, on the back burner, but if their focus is on winning, then the focus is going to be on the top 6 guys on the team, not the 3 guys that are supposed to replace the top 6 guys or top 3 guys in 5 years.
I read this quote the other day. I can't remember. It might have been by Jerry Tarkanian, the legendary coach, where he said, you need 8 guys who can play and 4 guys who are good cheerleaders. That's basically what he said. And he's kind of right. 650 says, are you serious? Myers will probably be gone because Lacob will hire his son as the new GM and ruin everything. I don't know about that. I mean, look, Kirk Lacob's in the picture.
Yeah.
Whether it's now or next year or the year after, I mean, there's just no doubt. Kirk Lacob is in the picture. Mike Dunleavy right now is the assistant GM, kind of Bob's right-hand guy. But again, Bob's not working with a contract for next year, so it's fair to say, I wonder what's going on there. I find it hard to believe. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Why doesn't he have a contract?
Do you think it's possible that he doesn't want one?
Well, let me ask you this. Let's say hypothetically you were winding down in your job. You kind of knew the pressure's coming on. Last year you could feel it, and the boss came up to you and said, "Tell you what, we're going to extend you 2 or 3 more years at big money, at that kind of money." Are you really saying, you know what, I'm not going to take it because I'm at a crossroads? No, I think you're going to take it, and then if you have to walk away from it, you will. You know what I mean?
But if you're in a situation where, yes, last year was the highest of the highs. It was a championship that not a lot of people foresaw, maybe even inside the organization. Then you're saying, how long can I really keep this going? Like, sure, the Warriors might end up winning the title this year. We hope they do. But what if they don't? Then you're looking at, well, are they going to get better next year? How are they going to get better next year? They're cash strapped a million different ways. They can't really add anyone. They're trying to fill out the back end of the roster. So if you're not good enough to win it this year, and you see teams around the rest of the league getting better, moving past you, then there might be a situation where if I'm trying to decide whether I want a contract, I also have to decide what expectations come with that contract. And if you want to be...
Well, the expectations to win a title.
Exactly. But what if you realize that you can't perform up to the expectation of your boss, and you're being paid, in a sense, to be what you once were with a far superior team.
No doubt. And that's, to me, what makes this... I mean, think about this for a minute. So Bob Myers has 2 years left on his deal before last season. 2 years left on Bob Myers' deal. Okay. Not time for a contract extension, but they win the title. He wins his 4th title as president of basketball operations. 4th. Nobody saw it coming. He made some key signings. Wiggins trade works out. Gary Payton II. Nice signing. He's got 1 more year left, and he's coming off a title? And he's a lame duck this year? Or, when you think of, it'd be one thing if the Warriors would have lost in the first round last year and Lacob goes, you know what, let's sit tight a little, Bob. They won a title. They came back and won a title. That's when you would, in theory, reward Bob Myers. Hey, look, you got 1 more year. Let's rip that up. I'll give you 3 for 30. I don't know. Right?
What's going on? You could argue it's the same reason why all the players are fighting for contracts. I mean, maybe not Poole, maybe not Wiggins, maybe not Curry, but Clay, Draymond, those guys are fighting for their next deal, hopefully in Golden State, but you never know. It's a cutthroat business. And that's, I think, what we're probably starting to see more now than ever with this golden era of basketball. It's like money is at the core of all of it. And if you have an expectation to be at the top, Joe Lacob has already laid out what he wants for the Warriors. That's 16 titles in 33 years,
Correct.
Whatever Jerry Buss did for the Lakers.
Right.
So if that's the goal, and you don't see someone in your organization that can help you get there, then you would move on from that person. Or that person would move on from you if they can't give you what you want. So it could be something mutual. It could be one side or the other. But it's something that is probably the most important storyline moving forward from this season is what is going to happen in the Warriors front office.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. I see Javi in Vacaville. We're going to get to you on the other side, Javi, but I'm interested to see where Warrior fans are on this one with Bob Myers. I mean, you don't want to lose Bob Myers, do you? I mean, you just don't.
No, he is at the core of this. We kind of laid out the culture yesterday, and I forgot to put Steve Kerr in there. That's on me. But you have ownership, you have Bob Myers, you have Steph Curry at the bottom of all of it, laying the foundation, and Steve Kerr, of course. So if you lose one of those core pieces, yes, that's not a good thing.
Right. 650, the writing's on the wall for this scenario to play out. And Bob can spend more time at home with the family while he's helping. So essentially get the Travis Schlenk treatment where you...
Is Bob Myers trying out?
No, he's not trying out. He's not trying out. So I don't...
I would hope not.
I don't understand why he doesn't, but he doesn't. And it means... Ray Ratto said it. I said, Ray, this is something with Bob Myers. And he goes, well, it's not nothing. So I'll consider that a win as it relates to a discussion.
Seal of approval.
Discussion with Ray Ratto. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warriors, Game 2 of their 8-game homestand tonight at Chase Center, 7 o'clock tip-off. JD's got Warriors live at 6 o'clock. And Golden State, Steve Kerr, talked about he's feeling a little bit like this is the time to turn it around. We're going to play some of that Steve Kerr sound, talk more about the Warriors on the other side. We also got Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30, and we are absolutely, positively going to get into some 49ers conversation because there seems to be a lot of talk about the quarterback situation. I'll tell you what, I think it's basically in the best place it may be since Kyle Shanahan started here. Mm-hmm.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continued to take Andro 400 and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good? All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
It's that time of year. Bowl season is back. Now you can listen to close to 20 bowl games available from Bowl Season Radio and Touchdown Radio. Free on the Odyssey app. From the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl to the 78th Annual Tax Slayer Bowl. Get your football fix no matter where you are with the Odyssey app. Don't miss out on games featuring Notre Dame, Florida, Iowa, and more. Plus, stay up to date on all the biggest bowl season updates with the Fourth and Manageable podcast. Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. Our design pros are artists, using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home, their canvas, all inspired by your vision. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. Check out their end-of-year blowout sale. For a limited time, receive 15% off your garage door purchase, plus qualify for up to 24 months no-interest financing. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me up higher.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We're going to get to the bottom of that Dylan Brooks.
We got an investigation on our hands.
We do. In fact, our main man, Craig, you got two things to do before you do your thing. One is, can you play the Klay Thompson sound from right after the game? The win
What
over
message
Memphis.
did you want to send tonight?
Man, they was talking about dynasty and all that. You can't talk dynasty when you haven't won before. I don't think people realize how hard that is, the commitment and sacrifice it takes. I mean, you got to sacrifice your body. And I thought that was premature talk, to even mention that word. But they bring the best out of us, and I think we do the same. And even though you don't like them, you got to respect them because they're a threat.
All right, so when I heard that the other night, I'm thinking, what's he talking about? Who's talking dynasty? Do you have the exact quote there?
So apparently, after the Warriors lost to Memphis last year in March, Brooks referred to Memphis as he was talking about like building and continuing to work on whatever they're doing, and he said keep building a dynasty. So he said that after a regular season victory last year. I think that's. But the fact that Curry has clearly held on to that, Klay has held on to that for months and months. Like, they had that game
I got you.
Bullet pointed because of what Dylan Brooks said.
So he's okay. All right. Let's go to Javier. Klay had a point. Javier's in Vacaville. What's up, Javi? How you doing, buddy?
How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Awesome.
So the notion that I brought up yesterday was about
Buddy Hield
mistake that they made drafting James Wiseman over LaMelo Ball, something that Warriors fans don't want to talk about. So there's two things. If the Warriors were to let Myers walk out the door, it'd be the biggest mistake, and not just Warriors history, but Bay Area history since the 49ers let go of Jim Harbaugh. And it wouldn't be proven with words, but rather with actions, because before Bob Myers got here, the Warriors were, the bottom end of the Western Conference, if not the bottom half, if not the bottom third of the NBA. My second point is that everyone's we have to let Wiseman develop, and I'm totally for that. But you're saying, well, if they don't win the championship this year, what makes them be good next year? And the year after that? Well, then you need, again, like I said yesterday, you got to capitalize on a window that you have with these three. And if you're not going to capitalize on the window, then you're trying to say, okay, we're going to have them, march into the sunset, and we're going to try to find pieces that can help us go catapult into the next generation. Well, I don't think I know Curry, Thompson, Draymond on that type of time. We're trying to win. If I'm the Warriors, I'm calling Indiana. I'm saying I'll give you Moody, Wiseman, or even Wiseman and Baldwin, and throw Moody also for a Miles Turner. That's an expiring contract. That's going to take $20 million off your salary at the end of the year. He's a stretch big that's going to help you win now. That can shoot from the perimeter. That can help you interior, get rebounds, and do what you need in the paint as a big man. And also, you get to clear the salary at the end of the season. And then you say, we don't have enough money available with these players. Well, yeah, the two of those three young guys you drafted between Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman, you're going to have to get rid of them to get somebody in return. But a guy like
but you can't re-sign Miles Turner under that circumstance.
But what I'm saying is you lose the money.
Sure.
You take the money off your salary, and then you gain a player to help you win right now. So it's a win-win.
I got you. Thanks, Javi. No, and that's a name that's out there. So Miles Turner, center for the Pacers. I don't know what he's making.
Well, you would trade for him to be the starter, right?
You would trade for him,
or because that means Kevon Looney's got to go to the
team,
bench.
Trades for a starting pitcher at the deadline to see if that pitcher will help him win a World Series. That's what Turner would be. But I don't know that he's that good, first of all. I don't know how much he'll drastically change the Warriors. Let's just say he's pretty good. Yeah, okay, he's pretty good. Do you really want to give up Wiseman? Let's just say Wiseman and Moody. You really want to give up Wiseman and Moody forever for 3 or 4 months of Miles Turner? I'm not doing that.
I'm not doing that.
I don't like
either.
Miles Turner enough to do that.
I also don't know if Indiana would want that.
I might not even do it if you could re-sign Miles Turner.
What the Warriors are looking for from Wiseman, and I assume what they would be trying to find in a trade, would be a big, probably that can come off the bench. Because I think they like Kevon Looney as the starting center. Plays 20 minutes a night, can finish games sometimes. But you need another interior presence that can add to your rebounding struggles, that can defend the paint, and that can hopefully get you a couple of easy baskets.
All right, so Turner's making $17.5 last year of his deal. Wiseman's probably making about 12-ish, 11 or 12. So, yeah, I'm sure you put Wiseman and Moody together, that gets you in the area.
Sure, money-wise, it'd work.
But then you got to let Miles Turner go at the end of the year. If everything Joe Lacob is saying is true about the money. So 888-957-9570 is the number. LaMelo Ball and the Hornets are in town. Remember the 2020 draft? About 2.5 years ago. Warriors took Wiseman at 2. Hornets took LaMelo Ball at 3. Was that a mistake?
Time flies.
I mean, can we officially call it a mistake right now, Warrior fans? Or can we say, you know what, we still need more time? We still need more time. I mean, it's hard to disagree with somebody who says, well, right now it looks like a mistake. Certainly.
Why did the Warriors take James Wiseman in the first place? Because to me, that's where the answer to the question lies. If you were drafting him to be a franchise centerpiece and a David Robinson, or who else is being compared to, Kevin Garnett or Chris Webber, whoever, then yes, he was the wrong pick. I don't think he's going to be any of those guys. He's not going to be a Hall of Fame big. That doesn't mean he can't be a quality NBA basketball player, though. It's just going to take 3 or 4 years, and if you're not willing to wait that long, then yes, it was the wrong pick.
Well, you know what? And that's where I think maybe it's just semantics, but that's where I disagree with some people who say the hope was that Wiseman could help right away. He should have been helping right away. I get it. That would have been an ideal circumstance. But I truly believe the Warriors drafted Wiseman thinking he could be a superstar in 6 years. A superstar. Now, when David Robinson came into the league, he was already like 23 or 24 because he did the Naval Academy thing, and then he had to do 2 years of service. But they drafted him to hopefully be Kevin Garnett. There's no doubt about it. Kevin Garnett he barely played for Minnesota that first year.
Yep.
Like he wasn't ready. Kobe wasn't ready. Kobe was not very good in the playoffs his first season in the NBA. So, yeah, it would have been great if Wiseman were contributing a little more now, and it'd be even better if Wiseman were, playing 25 minutes a game as your starting center, giving you 15 and 9, fitting in, this, that, and the other thing. But the reality of the situation is I think they drafted him for beyond Steph Curry. The next step, Steph Curry was their ultimate goal.
Yeah, it has to be because
you don't get that pick often.
No. I mean, that's a pick where I think the Warriors felt like they were playing a little bit with house money. I mean, sure, that season was a wash, but they expected to compete in 2021. And of course, then last year they won the championship. So things have gone according to plan in a sense after rebounding from a 15-win season. But if you're playing with house money, you swing for the fences. And who was the guy in the draft with the biggest ceiling? Quite literally, James Wiseman.
Well, yes, but
even more so than, as we discussed before the break, even maybe more so than Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
Who was the consensus.
But who was considered in the draft? Let's put it this way. If the San Francisco Giants were, I know this is, try to meet me halfway here.
I'll try.
The bottom line is the Giants, San Francisco Giants this year would have wanted LaMelo Ball ahead of Wiseman or anybody else because Ball could, quote unquote, sell tickets. Like, to me, yes, Anthony Edwards has turned out to be very dynamic, but Ball's a drawing card too. Don't you think? I mean, Ball has...
Yeah, he was playing overseas. Maybe he played more basketball, but he was relatively unproven. Yes.
So what I'm saying is, the Warriors, had they drafted Ball, they would have gotten like another star power guy. He just is. He's the most popular. Like, he's the biggest name of that draft, even bigger than Edwards, especially when he plays. And it's my roundabout way of saying, if they really wanted to make a splash, they would have picked Ball, I think. But,
just for everything else that he would have brought. Like the show, the entertainment.
Yeah. I mean,
the family.
Can you imagine if the Warriors right now were sitting with LaMelo Ball rather than Wiseman, and LaMelo Ball essentially was the same, like, this would be the most exciting team in the league. It would be nuts. Ball, Curry, and Poole. Now, maybe that's why you drafted Wiseman, because you knew you had Poole. But Poole had a terrible first year. So you draft Jordan Poole late first. He is awful his rookie year. Now here comes the draft. Do you think the Warriors knew or thought, hey, Poole's going to be fine? Poole's going to be fine. Because if they say Poole's going to be fine and they knew this then, well, then, yeah, maybe you don't draft LaMelo Ball.
I think you probably see Poole being fine behind Steph because he doesn't have to, he wouldn't be starting that next season. So you anticipate Curry coming back. You also anticipated Klay Thompson coming back before he tore his Achilles that offseason.
Right.
I think they also, in that 15-win year, they kind of got a glimpse at the show. They got a glimpse at the flashy point guard, and his name was D'Angelo Russell.
Ugh, no, come on.
That kind of play, that kind of game, whether LaMelo, I think he's a superior player to him right now, but if you're looking at a guy with a kind of a similar skill set, is more about the highlights than the win. Like, maybe that scared them off of drafting a point guard like LaMelo. Like we already tried that.
I disagree. Like, I think LaMelo Ball is a pass first point guard if he's playing on the right team.
No, he is. But if you're basing it, like, you don't have the last 3 years of the NBA to judge. Like, D'Angelo Russell was a quality point guard in college at Ohio State. He was a good player. LaMelo was a fine player in Lithuania or Australia, wherever he's playing. But to me, I could see the Warriors viewing those players as
redundant,
kind of similar.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with that. But then you're kind of getting into the Sam Bowie, Michael Jordan situation.
And then you're drafting for position.
They didn't draft Jordan because of Clyde Drexler. Well, what if they had both of them? Dang. Here's a text from the Xfinity Mobile text line from the 925. 2 points. If we took LaMelo, the Warriors wouldn't have Poole right now. Why?
So I kind of brought that up yesterday. I don't know if it's that they wouldn't have Poole, but I don't know if Poole would have been able to develop as quickly as he had or has.
But history of the league, it's like, I get it. There probably wouldn't have been enough playing time for all of them. That I get. But if you have good players, the league had been going small.
Isn't it kind of what Kuminga ran into last year, though? He's just buried behind a bunch of guys at his position.
You mean that's what would happen to Poole?
Potentially. And at the time, he's the 28th overall pick, or late first round pick. He's not valued as much. He'd probably be in the G League a lot more. And who knows? He might have been able to develop, and then you run a nice 3-guard rotation with those 3 guys. you're probably giving up a lot of points.
Then you still got Clay.
And then you got Clay coming back. Where's he going to go? And then you got to there's Wiggins.
Tim's in Raleigh, North Carolina. What's going on, Tim? How you doing?
What's up, Sonny? Hey, I'm getting in the car on the way home from work, so I'm kind of catching it. I heard a glimpse of what y'all were talking about, but I absolutely don't think it was a mistake at all. I mean, to me, I think I'm maybe a different type of Warriors fan that's a little patient and know that we won a title last year unexpectedly, and if this had happened last year, people wouldn't be freaking out, and we're not going to win a title every single year for the next 5 years, but I guarantee you the same conversation was had about Embiid after that second year when he missed his first 2 years in the league. And I'm not comparing Wiseman to him, but after Ben Simmons missed his first year, after Blake Griffin missed his first year or two in the league from those injuries, I guarantee you the same conversations are being had in those cities too. Was it a mistake? Was it a mistake? Yeah, they are kind of thinking down the road, and I don't blame them for thinking down the road. But I think once this young man realizes about defense, setting screens, timing. I love what Kurt did the other night, matching him up with Brandon Clark, making it a personal challenge. You're matching up with this guy. Keep him off of the boards. The guy went out there, grabbed a quick 5 rebounds. I can see the young man contributing towards the end of this year. Keep bringing him along the way he's bringing him along. And I think we got to understand it wasn't necessarily a demotion to go to the G League because he needed playing time. Had the team started out on fire like last year, he could have learned, worked through his mistakes while up here. But the way we started out, they couldn't afford to do that.
Right.
Send him down there to get the playing time. I mean, we saw how this guy started out that first year. He was putting up decent numbers that first year. Yeah, the team was horrible, but they threw him out there not knowing anything on pure talent. He averaged 12 and 6 just on talent. Didn't know anything about the league. So now things are caught up with him. He got to learn how to play defense. He got to get his timing right. No, it wasn't a mistake, man. I mean, we just got to,
right.
Let it play out, guys.
That I agree with. That I agree with, Tim. You got to let it play out. In fact, that was going to be one of my themes today.
Yeah?
People who don't let things play out.
Well, I am a young man, Sonny.
You gonna follow me here? You gonna follow me?
I'm going to try. Down the yellow brick road.
Because this is people sometimes say, well, who do you even root for? And
yeah, that's a good question.
Right. I root one team I like right now, just right now. I'd like to see them do well as the Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
And Kirk Cousins. All right, Steiny, why do you care about them? Well, I can't stand the way people talk about Kirk Cousins and the Vikings. I can't, I don't like, Kirk Cousins, he's trash. Not trash. So when that happens, when I think it goes overboard in one direction, then I root for the guy.
Yeah, you got to reset things.
All right. Here's another thing I remember. For example, the Giants, the Carlos Correa, the Giants, obviously don't go through with the contract. All of a sudden, they're a joke franchise. What a joke. What a joke. Farhan's a joke. Fraud. Joke. Well, then you find out the Mets did the same thing. So now you're like, well, maybe.
No.
Yeah, maybe they did. Maybe they did. All right. So here's where we are. You know what I remember about the last couple years of the Durant era?
Talk to me.
Or last year with Durant? How many Warrior fans were like, what an idiot. Can you believe Kevin Durant walked away from our situation? What a mistake that was. I'll bet you any money he regrets that. No, he doesn't.
Never did.
They're like the best team in the East right now.
They are.
You don't think if somehow the Nets win it all, that'll mean more to Durant than had he stayed for another one?
It takes me back to the conversation that you and Guru had with Bob Myers a month ago. To the winner go the spoils. I mean, when you win it all, you get all the credit. You get to write the narrative however you like. I mean, Exhibit A is Draymond Green. Like, that guy writes every narrative because he's got the cachet. He's got the chips. He's got it all. He gets to tell people the way things are. Some's true. Some maybe a bit embellished. Kevin Durant, if he wins it this year, gets to say leaving Golden State was the right decision.
Oh, it's the best decision I ever made.
Best decision of his life.
Get out of that chaos. Get you guys punching people in the locker room. Why do you think I left? I want to go somewhere I could win.
But if Brooklyn loses,
I'm kidding.
which they have the last 2 seasons,
True.
even when they formed this mega team, this super team of James Harden and Kyrie Irving, then we're looking back at that Brooklyn era and saying, why would Kevin Durant go on a play with a conspiracy theorist and an out-of-shape shooting guard? So the narrative is dictated by who finishes the season on top. The Warriors last year, that's why that championship, I mean, you asked Stephen Curry about it, Steiny. That chip meant more to him than any of the previous 3 because of the narrative surrounding him, his team, and the franchise, and they got to prove everyone wrong. So, and this is what Kevin Durant is trying to do now. He's trying to prove people wrong. The Warriors are trying to prove people wrong, being 2 games under 500. The young guys are trying to prove people wrong about them. They're trying to prove that they belong, and they have a great stretch right now to do that.
628, us Niner fans. First of all, it'd be we Niner fans. Can't stand the way you talk about the Niners either. By the way, here's what I have on my sheet. That's why the way I root for people, that's why I guarantee you I'm going to end up being Kyle Shanahan's one of his biggest supporters. If the 49ers don't win it this year, okay? Let's say they get to the NFC Championship. I don't even care if Purdy does it. Or
They better.
Okay. But let's say guess what? They win 2, then they lose. Now Kyle Shanahan's 6-3. You know how many people are going to be like, can't win the big one? He can't win the big one. So they're going to be talking about one of the, and you're thinking, maybe I do
wonder. No, I don't
he's
think
one
I'd
of the
say that.
youngest coaches in the NFL.
Exactly.
He will have been to an NFC Championship game in 3 out of the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And people are going to actually say, I don't think he's ever going to win the big one. What are you, an idiot? Like, that's what bothers me.
Yes.
Why would you, just because he may end up being 0-2 in NFC Championship games and 0-1 in the Super Bowl, starting his career doesn't mean that he won't have success down the line.
And yes, Kyle Shanahan this season has just moved his regular season record above 500. But people have given him the benefit of the doubt because of a situation like he has now, which is he can make his 3rd-string quarterback just as good as his 2nd or 1st-string quarterback. So Kyle Shanahan is in a position where, yes, his legacy might be up in the air and maybe in the future more dependent on the postseason than the regular season. But that's, in my opinion, because he's already proved a lot more than other coaches have over 10 or 15 years.
Right.
Jeff Fisher was a head coach, probably too long in the NFL, but for 20 years, he's a knowledgeable guy. He's come on the station. Great interview. Kyle Shanahan's already proved he's a better head coach than a guy that's been in the league for 15 or 20 years. And I do think that people will have that conversation after the season of can he win the big one. But to me, it is a little unfair unless he has the best, if maybe people say choked away in 2019, choked it away last year. I don't think they had the best teams in those years. To get to that point, to me, Kyle Shanahan has maximized his rosters so far. This year is another test. If he gets to the NFC championship game with a 3rd-string quarterback, people might be disappointed if they lose. They probably will.
Sure.
If they lose in the Super Bowl, even more so. But that, to me, is maximizing a disadvantageous situation rather than...
Listen, if the San Francisco 49ers make it to another NFC title game, this is what I said after they clinched the playoffs to me. If the San Francisco 49ers get it to the NFC Championship game this year, and then all of a sudden you look at Football Reference, and under Kyle Shanahan, you see that he made 3 NFC Championship games in 4 years, in his first 6 years. He's going to be the coach for the next half a dozen years at least. That's what he's already done. He gets 10 years to win a Super Bowl. Honest to goodness. And that's kind of what I mean. Did Andy Reid all of a sudden become a great coach? That one year he won the Super Bowl finally? Come on.
Nope.
Come on. But everybody said that about Andy Reid. John Elway, can't win the big one. Can't win the big one until you win the big one. Well, he won 2. So what I'm saying is, I don't know how old Kyle Shanahan is, 42, maybe 43?
43.
43. if the 49ers don't win it this year, and I hear anybody say he can't win the big one, I may get physical because he's only 43 years old.
Was that Donna Reed? Or was that Guru always references
Let's
physical?
get physical.
Yeah.
Physical. That's Olivia Newton-John.
Olivia Newton, of course.
Olivia Newton-John. Oh, shout out Guru. You know he's listening. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yes, Kyle Shanahan. He's put himself on another plateau because this team made the playoffs. It's third time in 4 years. That's the bottom line. Hey, what's coming next is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale.
Hi.
We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC Equal Credit Opportunity Lender.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead. What are you saying? What are you saying?
There have been 517 head coaches in the history of the National Football League.
All right. 517.
30,
Jim Tom Sula among them, I take it.
Yep, Chip Kelly. 35 have won Super Bowls.
Okay.
That means you have to be in the top roughly 6.5% of head coaches to be a Super Bowl winner. What I was saying is that Kyle Shanahan is on a trajectory to be maybe one of the, in a top 10% of head coaches ever. Great head coaches, better than the rest. There's still a window where he doesn't win the Super Bowl there, is my point. Sure. Like we were talking about this last week.
He's Don Nelson.
Over under half a Super Bowl for Kyle Shanahan. Odds,
half?
Yeah.
I'm taking the over. For his career?
For his career.
See, that's kind of what I mean. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll bet you Kyle Shanahan's going to win a Super Bowl because I think he's going to be a coach for the next at least Kyle Shanahan, and this is kind of what I mean. He's going to be here another bunch of years. And he's either going to win here or something will happen and he'll leave here. He'll get another job right away. Ain't no doubt about that, and probably a pretty good one. So I would take the above, and it might not necessarily be the Niners.
And my point is that the odds are so stacked against him. Maybe not with this team, but even now, we've already discussed that the Niners are the second best team in the NFC. Okay. So they have to upset someone just to get to the Super Bowl. Once they get there, you can probably make the argument there's two better teams in the AFC. Chiefs, Bills, maybe the Bengals. They're playing about as good as football as the Niners are. They've won 7 in a row. But I'd say the Niners are better than them. So if Kyle Shanahan doesn't win the Super Bowl this year, starting quarterback, third-string quarterback be damned, I can't kill him for that. And I do think people will, because of what you're talking about. You put together 3 conference title games in 4 years, and you haven't won a Super Bowl. What's going on? But my point is, it is such a rarity to even be in that situation that I guess I'm giving him credit for that as opposed to coming down his road for not having won the big one when his team is not far and superior to the rest of the field. Like if the Warriors didn't win the championship with Kevin Durant, that's a failure. That's a choke.
No doubt.
But if the Warriors didn't win the title last year, in which people did not expect them to me, I can't kill them for not winning at all. That's not a choke. What they did was unexpected. What the 49ers are trying to do this year in winning the Super Bowl, to me, would be considered an unexpected championship.
Would it? Would it? I mean, wasn't the goal at the beginning of the year, and as ludicrous as we talked about, and how are you going to develop Trey Lance and win a Super Bowl? You can't do it. So we were kind of talking, this team was good. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not saying, I'm with you. I don't think any team, I'm not a big Super Bowl or bust guy. I think it's stupid because, yes, the numbers show not every team can win it. That's why he's going to the playoffs again. Third time in 4 years. Like, what I'm saying is, you can't win the Kyle Shanahan stinks argument anymore. You could, believe it or not, even though it might have been flimsy, at 3-4 this year, if I wanted to argue against Kyle Shanahan, I could do it easy. First 2 years, terrible. Like, here's how you do it. You don't get to throw out the first 2 years. That's on your record.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
You stunk.
Yep.
So you're 0-2. Okay, then you make the Super Bowl. Then you don't make the playoffs. Well, then what happened? Then you got lucky. You got lucky. Again, I'm arguing purposely from the other side. They got lucky. You won the game. You won a fluke last game of the year. Otherwise, you miss the playoffs. So that happens. Now you miss the playoffs 4 out of 5 years, and you're coming into this year with Trey Lance? Really? You might get fired if Trey Lance isn't good enough at that point. You know what I mean? All I'm saying is we are now at the point with Kyle Shanahan where you can't argue that way anymore because there's too much in the other direction.
But it sounds
Guy's
like
a good coach. There's no doubt.
You're saying
about
he's
it.
bulletproof.
I'm saying bulletproof. Like I think like this is kind of what I mean. I think it's official now that he's going to coach here for a while.
He's who we thought he was.
Exactly.
When we hired him.
Exactly.
That's what he's proven.
That's what
this
I think.
Season.
Yeah, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. And look, I've always thought that Kyle Shanahan was a brilliant mind, or Russell Crowe. But I also think that Kyle Shanahan, yes, he had to prove it. And he's had a great roster that he himself has had a hand in. I think he also gets credit for that. Juggling roles between the front office and the sidelines, which doesn't often work. But I also think that if you're saying that after this season, if they don't win the Super Bowl, which in my opinion is not a failure, that people are going to be having the conversation entering next season of, can Kyle win the big one?
And I'm going to say,
or Kyle hasn't.
How stupid are you? That's what I'm going to say. Kyle hasn't won the big one. How stupid are you? You did this with Andy Reid. Like, history is full of people that you make fun of.
Dick Vermeil.
Until they win it. Like, what makes anybody think Kyle Shanahan, like, here's my question to you. Do you really think right now that there's something in Shanahan, something about it, that's going to prevent him from winning the Super Bowl?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
now if he goes to the Super Bowl and loses 4 Super Bowls, I'm still probably not going to say, well, he can't. Like, it's just, he's the unlucky guy, I feel like.
And this is where it does get nuanced, because I do think you can say, he's never won the big one. Or
like Marv Levy and Jim Kelly.
Marty Schottenheimer, never won the big one.
I don't think of Jim Kelly and Dan Marino in a way as non-championship players. Those guys, do they have rings? Of course they don't have rings. But are you telling me that Marino was the reason Marino doesn't have a ring? No chance. So like Dan Marino had one opportunity to be a champion, and the Niners beat him because
they had a better team. They had a better team.
I'll tell you what, 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. We're talking about Kyle Shanahan and coaches in general. I mean, to me, where we're at with Kyle Shanahan is he's going to be around for a while, and rightfully so. And before you bring up maybe, am I flip-flopping? My biggest issue with Shanahan when he got here was not Shanahan. It was the way he was elevated before he'd ever been a head coach. Before he ever coached a game. What a genius play caller. This guy is unbelievable. He's he's the next great thing. Okay, fine. I don't know. He's never been a head coach. So now it's 2 years in. They haven't won anything. What else do we find out? He's a little arrogant. Shanahan's a little arrogant. Okay. Well, now he starts 2 years. He's a little bit arrogant. but now he starts winning. So now he's 6 years in, and they've won 3 out of the last 4 years. And he's going to probably be the coach here for the next decade, I would think, if he wants to.
And he's been a big reason. Again, people have developed under Kyle Shanahan. Like when you look around the 49ers, sure, there are some free agent acquisitions, maybe a couple trades here and there. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey's the biggest one. But for the most part, like all of these guys have been homegrown outside of Jimmy Garoppolo, Christian McCaffrey. I know Trent Williams is. But so the 49ers have also created like this space where they can win, develop players, and it looks like also do well enough in the draft to keep a sustainable winner going. Like, I think that's also the goal for Shanahan. That's why he builds the teams the way he does, is because, and look, and this is actually where I'm at when it comes to the 49ers and them winning the Super Bowl. If they do win the Super Bowl, to me, it'll be a test of style and era, because Kyle Shanahan wants to run the football. He wants to defend at a high level. That's what his dad did. That's how Mike Shanahan won 2 Super Bowls with the Broncos. I know John Elway was the quarterback, but Terrell Davis and a horde of running backs were the reason why that offense went. That defense was dominant. Kyle Shanahan grew up in a time where you could run the football and out-physical teams in a way that got you to the big game. I think that's what he has always wanted to do. And I think that's how he has picked his kind of style in San Francisco to win. If they do it this year in a modern-day game where the quarterback's the most important position and you can't supposedly win unless you have a Patrick Mahomes or a Josh Allen, Kyle Shanahan's trying to flip the script because this is how he knows the best way to win. And so, like, Kyle Shanahan has, and he's done it the last 3 or 4 years. He has done that. He has executed his game plan in the regular season and to an extent in the postseason to where, yes, if they win 2 playoff games, he's 6-3 in the playoffs. That's a winning record. Not many guys can do that. So the fact that he doesn't have a Super Bowl now is not an X on his resume to me. It's the next step, but it's not something that I'm going to denigrate him for.
Well, okay, how long do you give him? They lose in the NFC Championship. See, this is where, this is the way I look at it. Like, Andy Reid, all right, when did Kansas City win it?
2019.
2019. Okay. You think Andy Reid, something happened where he made decisions to a different degree where, he became a champion. He was a better coach in 2019.
The best decision that Andy Reid ever made was trading up for Patrick Mahomes. Like that's where he won the Super Bowl, in my opinion.
What are you telling me that Andy Reid, who's going to the postseason, he was the same coach the 2 days before he won the Super Bowl that he was 2 days after the Super Bowl? The same coach, to me. They won it. They won it. Because he put himself in that position a lot of times, and he finally came through. So, to me, it wasn't like, well, he made some breakthrough. No, the breakthrough made him, kind of, if you know what I mean. So, it just kind of bothers me that, now that he's won a Super Bowl, he gets validation. Well, he's no better coach today than he was when he was taking the Eagles maybe to 4 straight NFC title games. He just didn't have the best team that year.
It's kind of what we were talking about with the Warriors and, Kevin Durant leaving. It's like the narrative gets to be written, sure, by the media and by everyone covering the sport, but based on the result. Like Andy Reid, there's a reason why people were still hiring him to be a head coach because, sure, he didn't win in Philadelphia. The one Super Bowl he got to, he ran into Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. Like, I'm sorry, but you also look at the teams that they lost to in the NFC title games before then. Also the Buccaneers who won the Super Bowl. Andy Reid has gotten his teams to the edge of the promised land before 2019, Kyle Shanahan right now is at a point where I think I expect him to get the 49ers, or the 49ers to get him, vice versa, to the NFC title game. That's where my expectation ends. And maybe that's a loser's mentality, and maybe in San Francisco where we hang banners and when we go to Super Bowls, we win them. That's where I fall off the bandwagon. But Kyle Shanahan is right now, if you were drafting head coaches, at worst, third. At worst.
Well, I mean, there are other coaches who, how are we playing the game? Bill Belichick.
Belichick?
Yeah. I mean, he's better.
But right now, you'd want Bill Belichick.
Well, see, that's the question.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're stacking resumes, then yeah, he's further down the list. But I'm saying, and we're talking about the guys, you said he's going to be head coach for 20 years.
For example, why do people consider Kyle Shanahan a better coach than John Harbaugh?
Mm-hmm.
Because to me, or Mike Tomlin, because to me, that's...
Probably because those two head coaches inherited great teams or great rosters. Kyle Shanahan, we've seen him...
You think?
Yeah, when John Harbaugh was a young... He inherited...
Right, but how long has he been the coach now? 12 years?
When Harbaugh won the Super Bowl, he'd inherited...
Right. But, see, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Is like...
When Mike Tomlin won the Super Bowl, he inherited those teams from Bill Cowher.
Right, but after that, Pittsburgh's been in the mix all of Mike Tomlin's seasons, for the most part.
Until this year,
right.
yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, he hasn't lost
John Harbaugh
less than 10 games.
Gets the Ravens to the playoffs every year, essentially.
Yes.
I mean, just like, it's going to be, I get it, might be 9 of 11,
sure.
something like that. Yeah. Well, that to me is
successful
what
coaches.
Kyle Shanahan has begun, officially now. 49ers are going to make the playoffs 3 out of the last 4 years. That's the first step. You want to be that team, Pittsburgh. To me, obviously the Patriots. To me, the first steps can be one of those teams that gets to the Packers with Aaron Rodgers. Once you start doing that, then, to me, you start thinking about Super Bowls.
I think that, look, I mean,
are the 49ers going to make the playoffs next year?
Yes.
Let's just say, of course they are.
Yeah, of course.
Then that's 4 or 5.
Yep.
So really, their window's not closed this year. Their window's probably going to be open for a few more years.
Now, if they played, see, this is the thing, and we expected the division to be better than it was this year, but that also matters too, because if you play in this year, if you play in the AFC South, you play in the NFC South, you got to win 8 games to get in the playoffs. The 49ers, the last couple of seasons, have had to win double-digit games to get in, until this season, have had to win double-digit games because there's a Sean McVay in Los Angeles who Kyle Shanahan is always going to be linked to. Sean McVay has a Super Bowl. But right now, people are laughing at the Los Angeles Rams because they cashed in, and they won. They did it their way. But right now, they are not set up for the success that you're talking about that the Ravens have sustained.
What are you talking about?
The Steelers have sustained. Los Angeles Rams?
They're Baker Mayfield now. Missed something?
By
the way, Dan Dibley texting in. He's just joined the show. And the reason I say he's just joined the show, Dan Dibley, is because he texted, only 35 coaches have ever won a Super Bowl.
Oh, I'm glad he was listening then.
Yes.
Just chimed in. Appreciate that.
6.7%, Dibs, of all coaches have won a Super Bowl. Look at Evan, the producer. He had those numbers early in the show.
Just pulled them out of my back pocket.
Yeah.
I got to keep some ammunition, Stein. Keep me on my toes.
Let me go to Kumar and Willits, one of my favorite places in the Redwood Empire. He wants to talk about Wiseman, then we'll take a break, and then we'll talk more football.
Flying.
Yeah. What's up, Kumar?
Hey, you guys. It's good to talk with you again.
Thank you.
Up here in the rainy forest.
Yeah. Beautiful country, though.
I have been a Wiseman fan for this whole time, and I'm just keeping my eye on certain things. Obviously, he needs to work on his defense and his screens right now. But if you look at his per 36 numbers, that's per 36 minutes, he's been 19 and 10 both seasons that he played, the first season and this season. And that's something that people don't talk about. I hear you, Steiny, saying, if he can give you like 15 and 6. And yeah, he's not going to get 36 minutes. but his offense is pretty much proven at this point. And when we're seeing the development of his screening and his defense, I mean, his defensive rotations in this last game were NBA level. If he can keep that up, he is the perfect backup to Kevon Looney. And that's all I really had to say. I enjoy the show so much. Love you guys.
Appreciate it, Kumar. Thanks for hanging in there, too, because we went to football.
He kind of proves what we were talking about, though, between LaMelo and Wiseman, which is, yes, per 36 minutes, he has those numbers. LaMelo's allowed to play 36 minutes a night.
Well,
James Wiseman's not allowed to play that many minutes.
Right. Well, it's also
currently.
It also has to do with LaMelo Ball, because he's a guard, doesn't really get into foul trouble like a guy like Wiseman or a big man. If you're a young big man and you're charged with protecting the rim, you're not going to play 36 minutes in a game. You can't. You're going to foul. So, like...
but that's also the difference between being on a team that's trying to contend for a title and a team that is trying to figure out whether or not you're going to keep Terry Rozier. Like, so, you know what I'm saying? LaMelo Ball is allowed to fail more than James Wiseman is. And over 36 minutes, I don't know if he puts up those numbers, but the fact of the matter is he will never get that chance currently.
No, not on this team. Not on this team. Golden State Warriors play the Charlotte Hornets tonight, 7 o'clock tip from Chase Center. John Dickinson's got Warriors Live coming at you from Chase at 6 o'clock. LaMelo Ball in town. Would you rather have LaMelo Ball right now than James Wiseman?
Yes.
But then what would you do?
Right now?
What would you do, though, at that point? Now you got four guards.
I'd try to run a three-man weave the best I could. Hey, that'd be a hell of a lot of the transition Warriors, I mean, it'd be like We Believe again, right? Just getting up and down the court, throwing lobs behind the back. I don't know how much winning they'd do, but it'd be a lot of fun.
They'd score a lot of points.
Yeah, they would. They currently score a lot of points.
By the way, when we were talking about LaMelo Ball, it always comes up. The Warriors didn't want to deal with his dad. And I guess LeVar did say he didn't want him to go to Golden State, meaning LaMelo. First of all, that doesn't mean anything.
Well, LeVar Ball has openly expressed his, I think, not disdain, but doesn't really respect Steve Kerr as much, I think.
Right. But what I'm saying is the Warriors didn't stay away from LaMelo Ball because of LeVar, his father. I do not believe that for one sec. In fact, LeVar's kind of disappeared since his kids got into the league.
Yeah.
Like his profile's pretty low, actually. Don't you think?
Yeah, he's the ultimate salesman. He sold 3 kids at the NBA. They took 2 of them. 2 of them are going to make millions of dollars, and he gets to just sit in a pool of money, I guess. I think he also runs a business, but, you know.
Hey, man, he made it happen. He made it happen with his kids, no doubt about it. All right, we're halfway through the show. The 49ers quarterback position. Everybody was just kind of scratching their heads. And let me tell you something. I think their quarterback situation is as defined now as it's been in the Kyle Shanahan era. I believe that, and I'll tell you why on the other side. By the way, 95.7, thegameshop.com is live. The DPOY and relevant shirts, they're flying off the shelves. They are. You can get yours now at 957thegameshop.com. 49ers, do they have the best quarterback situation in the NFL? Maybe not. I'll tell you why.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pains went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to xfinity.com/hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Rain and wind in Cupertino, highs near 59.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey. And together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings with you. Daryl Guru Johnson will be back next week, next year. And we're having fun. And, you know, I'll tell you what, the text line, the Xfinity Mobile text line, so kind. So many times over the course of days and weeks. And, you know, many on the text line have commented that, yeah, I'm the only guy working this week of, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you.
And
Iron Man.
And there's been a lot of thank yous a lot of people thanking me for working this week. I appreciate that. And,
you're our station's Kevon Looney.
Well, I do it for the listeners because, you know,
because you're selfless.
I don't want to be Steph Curry in Denver. I don't want to be that guy. That's the bottom line.
New Orleans.
And I'll never be that guy.
Oh, well.
Tell you the truth.
There's that.
So, fact of the matter is, Bay Area's getting their money's worth today. Nobody's cheated.
Not next Monday, though.
What do you mean?
I thought you're off next Monday.
That's neither here nor there. This is the
this
big
week.
This is the big week.
Brock Purdy's birthday.
This is the big week.
You're here for Brock.
Yeah, I'm here for Brock. How old is he now? 25?
Probably 24? I thought he was the same age as Trey Lance, actually. Hold on.
Huh. That doesn't bode well.
23.
I'm messing around. By the way, we're talking. So, a couple things. First of all, Warriors Hornets tonight, 7 o'clock from Chase Center. Game 2 of their 8-game homestand. JD will have Warriors Live at 6 o'clock. Steve Kerr was talking about he's feeling like this is the time to get this thing turned around. Okay, I want to start with a piece of sound, Craig, from Kyle Shanahan. I want that Kyle Shanahan A774. A774. Shanahan was asked about the 49ers' long-term quarterback situation.
No, I don't even know what year it is after the season's over. So I'm trying to think about how to get them ready for Wednesday, man. So it's a great question, but honestly, I don't look ahead like that. So we got a number of big games in front of us.
All right, so that question was asked about, have you thought about next year and what the quarterback room is going to look? To me, it's obvious. All right, let me tell you what's going on here. Let me tell you how the 49er quarterback situation is going to play out. No mystery. There's no mystery. No mystery.
Well, there kind of is.
No, there's not. I'll tell you what. I heard the morning show today, Whitey, and Kyle Madsen. Great show. And they were talking about if Jimmy Garoppolo is healthy, you start him in the playoffs. Well, you got to see what happens in the next 2 games. You can't, first of all, I would say this. I anticipate that Brock Purdy's going to quarterback the entire playoffs. That's what I believe will happen because I believe he's going to be good enough regardless of whether Garoppolo starts getting healthy or not. They're going to just stay with Purdy. Unless he stinks. What if he stinks the next 2 games? What if he throws 3 interceptions against the Raiders? They lose, they lose 21-3, and the Vikings are done. They can't get 2. And now all of a sudden Purdy's got a bad game under his belt. Okay, here's what I'm getting at. I don't anticipate that happening. Purdy will finish the year. All right, and then next year, you have two quarterbacks under contract, Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. And those are going to be the 2 quarterbacks that decide who's going to start next year.
Rock'em sock'em.
give me another scenario. You give me another scenario that's plausible. Here it is. Purdy's going to quarterback the rest of the year for the 49ers. Win a game, lose a game. Win the Super Bowl, lose, it doesn't matter. Next year, day one of training camp. Who's the starter? I don't know, but I know Brock Purdy and Trey Lance are the candidates. You know it's going like that, Bay Area. And there's nothing wrong with that.
What if Jimmy Garoppolo comes back?
He can't.
Couldn't last year.
Why would you bring Jimmy Garoppolo back?
Same reason you brought him back this year.
Well, you didn't know you had Brock Purdy, though, at this point when you brought Jimmy Garoppolo back.
Well, apparently Brock Purdy's been playing with an oblique tear the last couple of weeks. I mean, you can never have enough quarterbacks, Steiny.
You want to bet?
A couple insurance policies.
Although I lost that bet last year.
Yeah, let's go. Actually, I like Yingling. Let's do that.
There's two different things here. One is Garoppolo coming off shoulder surgery. There's more openings for Jimmy Garoppolo.
You'd think.
Around the NFL now.
What if he wants to stay?
Why would he want to stay? Seriously. He's not going to be the starter. There's no chance Garoppolo stays.
If there's a chance that Brock Purdy's the starter, why wouldn't there be a chance that Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't be the starter here?
Because they're not going to bring him. They're not bringing all three back. Now,
well, you got 200 contracts. So you only have to bring one back.
True. I mean, let me ask you a question. Are you trolling here, or
I'm just prodding?
Do you really think
I'm trying to get to the bottom of this? This is what we do.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you, you're wrong.
Okay. I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is coming back because I think another team is going to pay him more money than it would take for him to take a cut to stay in San Francisco. But I do think there is a mystery at the quarterback position. Now, maybe
what is it? What's the mystery?
Who's going to be the starter next year? That's the question.
No,
that's the mystery.
Okay. Well, how many teams go into training camp with that issue?
Very few.
Do they?
Of who's going to be your day one starting quarterback? You figure that out pretty quickly. Now, maybe it happens in training camp. Maybe it happens in OTAs. Maybe it happens in minicamp. But you have a hierarchy the moment you step onto that practice field.
All right, who's the number? Fine. Then Brock Purdy's the number one quarterback next year.
You sure?
Sure. If he wins the Super Bowl, he's got to be.
What if he doesn't win the Super Bowl?
I'd still probably. You know what? Assuming he wins the next two games, and they win a playoff game, it's got to be Purdy. It has to be Purdy. He's a better quarterback. Like, he's shown, like, he's got a better track record than Trey Lance. Like, he will have done more during his career to...
They've both played 4 games now, started. Well,
okay. Fair enough. Okay. Right.
So if you're basing it off that...
if the playoffs started tomorrow and Trey Lance were healthy and Brock Purdy were healthy, who's starting?
Brock Purdy.
Thank you.
I also think that Brock Purdy would start based on what we've seen and what I think will happen the next 2 games. I think Brock Purdy would also start a playoff game over a healthy Jimmy Garoppolo.
I do too. So
the issue is that you didn't trade 3 first-round picks for Brock Purdy.
We got to put that to bed.
2 first-round picks, whatever you want to call it.
Doesn't matter anymore.
You traded heavy draft capital for a guy.
Yeah, but you can't stop the train. Like life moves on.
That's true.
Time marches on, in fact. You know what I'm saying is, like, you can't make decisions based on how much you gave up. You know, that's the way that one went. Yeah, you moved up to get Trey Lance. He still might be good, by the way. But is there anybody out there that thinks, and I know, like, is there anybody out there, if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, at 888-957-9570, I mean, I'm making sense, right? Purdy finishes up the year. Depending on how he does, he either comes in next year as the number 1, the number 2, or it's a competition between him and Trey Lance.
Like, it is. No, it's a competition.
That's the way it's got to happen.
But I think the first quarterback will be Trey Lance. Now, that could change very quickly. But I do think Kyle Shanahan and that coaching staff will give him a chance to earn the opportunity to be the starter next year. If they don't, then why did you draft him in the first place?
Runs the table.
Well, then you got a great option.
No. Who's the number 1 quarterback next year? Who comes into training camp if the 49ers run the table? By the way, we figured this out. We are great at math here.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot today.
49ers will have won 14 straight games if they win the Super Bowl, essentially, running the table. They've got an 8-game winning streak. You finish off the regular season by winning 2. That's 10, 4 playoff games. 49ers and Brock Purdy hoisting the Lombardi Trophy after winning their 14th consecutive game.
Man.
And you're going to come in next year and tell Brock Purdy this isn't your job to start. No, you don't. You're not going to do that. You don't have the guts. You don't have the guts to tell Brock Purdy, hey, Brock, we know you just won us a Super Bowl. We know.
Did he win in the Super Bowl?
We know.
How does it look?
Your record is 7-0, including 4-0 in the postseason.
How does it
look?
We
get it. You're 4-0 in the postseason, but we're going to start Trey Lance. No chance. Come on.
What if Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo's his way to a Super Bowl, which is throwing it 8 times, running it 40?
Dynamite.
He's still the go-to guy. I don't think he's going to look like that, but he's still the go-to guy.
Yes. Brock Purdy wins a Super Bowl. You can't start Trey Lance.
What if Trey Lance blows you away in camp? What if he is vastly improved? What if Trey Lance and that rocket arm that he can't seem to control finds wide receivers at a 70% clip? What if he makes the Josh Allen leap that everyone wants him to?
You got to play to make that leap.
Exactly.
So I don't think, this would have been, next year would have been, had Lance stayed healthy, I think next year would have been the year where you say, here's where we expect the big jump.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can expect that.
So you don't think Trey Lance is going to get the chance to make that jump?
No, I think if the 49ers stumble or stub their toe at some point, if I had a bet, are the 49ers going to win the Super Bowl or not? I would have to say no, just based on odds, the field. Okay, so Brock Purdy loses to the... Let's try to be as logical as possible. 49ers finish with a 2 or 3 seed. They win. They go to Philly to play the Eagles with Brock Purdy, and they lose. They lose a heartbreaker, 17-16. Okay, now I think it's fair to say, what do you do in day one at training camp next year? I do think there's a difference if they actually win the Super Bowl. They win the Super Bowl, that means Brock Purdy starts, 7 or 8-0, including 4 playoff games. He's got to be the starter next year, doesn't he? 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you. That's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. I got to believe 49er fans, realistically, isn't that the most natural scenario? The one that I played out, which is Purdy starts for the rest of the season, assuming he stays healthy. 49ers either win it or don't win it. And then next year it comes down to Purdy and Lance. Plain and simple. And if Purdy's coming off a Super Bowl title, I think he's got to be the number 1 quarterback next year going into camp. If they stub their toe and lose, then maybe it's Lance. Or maybe it's a competition. But that's got to be the way it plays out.
If Brock Purdy wins a Super Bowl...
You wouldn't bet against that, would you?
No. Well, because if he wins a Super Bowl, he will have done something that a rookie quarterback has never done, which is won the Super Bowl, which also lays out a new path that we've never seen, which him usurping Trey Lance next season could absolutely happen. I'm assuming that the 49ers get to the NFC title game.
Okay.
They face the Philadelphia Eagles. They win. They lose. Probably, let's say they lose.
All right.
Next season, I have to imagine that Kyle Shanahan, unless Brock Purdy, throws 3 or 4 touchdowns throughout the playoffs and shows himself to be a better quarterback, but they lose in heartbreaking fashion. Maybe there's a fumble. Maybe there's a block punt. Maybe they'll lose the way the Green Bay Packers lost to the 49ers last year, which was without an offensive touchdown being scored by the other team. Maybe that happens. I have to imagine, though, that the order would reset somewhat. Now, I'm not saying that Brock Purdy can't win the job, but Trey Lance, before this year, we've discovered this. The best quarterback did not start this season. Whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo, whether it was Brock Purdy, at the beginning of this year, Trey Lance was not the best starter at the time.
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so either.
There is pushback on that.
And Jimmy Garoppolo was the backup. And he had more of a sample size to pick from than Brock Purdy does. And Kyle Shanahan still told him he was QB2. Now, he didn't have the benefit of an offseason because he was hurt. But my point is, I think that anything less than a Super Bowl means that Trey Lance walks into camp as QB1, Brock Purdy is QB2, and then that can change at any moment.
You might be right. You might be right.
I think Kyle Shanahan is, at this point, as he's discussed, not looking forward to next year, doesn't know what year it is, doesn't know if he's going to be alive tomorrow. Like, he takes things in the moment, and I think that he'll be able to step back. And I love the fact that the phone lines are blowing up right now because it's a great thing to talk about. But I do think that Kyle Shanahan, after the season, will take a deep breath, reset things, and barring a Super Bowl, will reset his quarterback room.
Steiny, would you really not bet on the best defense in the NFL? I would, Jay, because I'm assuming they're going to go in and have to play a road game in the NFC Championship. And then
might have to play two.
And then I'm just kind of assuming they're going to get beat by either Buffalo or Kansas City. Plus, just the odds say take the field, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a reason why the Eagles have been the best team in the NFC this year. They're probably the only team that you could say, and Ross Tucker, we're going to talk to at 1:30, discussed it throughout the season. They might be the only team that has a comparable roster, if not a better one.
Well, he's Evan Giddings. I'm Matt Steinmetz. Ross Tucker's coming up in an hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to take your calls in a second. There was one other point I wanted to make, and it's we asked this question, and to me, there is no question. You said, or you asked, is load managing right now for the 49ers? In other words, making sure everybody's healthy, is that more important than the number 2 seed? I would say no chance. If you're the San Francisco 49ers, you absolutely, positively treat these next 2 games like must-wins, essentially, and you hope the Vikings lose a game. Listen, can the 49ers go into Minneapolis and win? Of course they can. But let me tell you what, they'd rather avoid the trip altogether. So I like the idea of, well, let's rest up, guys. No chance. They want. Listen, you'd rather play 2 out of 3 games at home than 1 out of 3 games at home. And to me, that is really significant. Really significant.
Especially if the price is only beating the Las Vegas Raiders and the Arizona Cardinals. The Cardinals are a much easier team to beat than I think the Raiders, but the Vikings have a tough matchup this weekend at Green Bay. You have the tiebreaker. They lose that game. You win this weekend against Las Vegas. You're the 2.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that maybe the week after there's a conversation to be had against Arizona of how much you need a Christian McCaffrey or how much you need your starters on both sides of the football. Maybe you can manage the snap count a bit. But this weekend, it's got to be balls to the wall because you need that victory, in my opinion. If it costs you a couple of 10 more snaps or 15 more snaps of McCaffrey to get a second home game in the playoffs, that is worth it.
No doubt. I'm with you there. Austin's in Folsom. Hey, Austin, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, brother? So much to unpack here. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So this is the thing. As an objective observer, I'm not a 49er fan, but I love the style of play that they have. The sample size between Trey Lance and Brock Purdy is so small. So I'll answer your question like this. If Brock Purdy runs the table and in convincing fashion wins the Super Bowl for the Niners, of course you have to put him in as the starter. Even if Trey Lance blows you away during training camp, you've got to give Brock Purdy the start. But this is the thing. You know what? Trey Lance has not impressed me. As, again, an objective observer, he has not impressed me at all. And the worst thing you can do isn't like when you spend a lot of draft picks to get a quarterback, like they did with Trey Lance. Sticking with him if he sucks is the worst thing you can do. You're going to hamstring your franchise, okay? So, dude, if Trey Lance isn't the guy, he's not the guy. Be okay with just letting him go and sitting him and playing Brock Purdy. I hope that answers your question. Great conversation, by the way, guys. Take care.
Thanks for the call, Austin. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think at this point, Trey Lance is going to be going into his 3rd year. What you gave up to get him at this point, that needs to just be shelved. He's just a player now. He's a player on your team, and he's got to win the job. He doesn't get the job because 3 years ago you moved up. I don't think.
And that could be the way things are moving. But it's like if a boss makes a hire and...
Be careful.
A boss, not our boss.
Sure.
A boss makes a hire in whatever industry. You bring in someone to be the next, face of your company, to be the next franchise player. I have to imagine that person has a longer leash, at least through their rookie contract. Now, maybe Zach Wilson bucks that trend, and that's the example that people are going to use as to, hey, the Jets drafted him ahead of Lance, and he's already going to be gone next year. But Zach Wilson has at least shown he played himself out of the job. I just don't know if after 4 starts, we can say that Trey Lance has played himself out of starting.
I hear you. And if you're using that theory, you have ammunition by saying, so you're telling me Brock Purdy's not the number 1 quarterback just because he got hurt?
No.
You're right. He should. If he was the number 1 quarterback this year, if you're telling me he was the best quarterback on the roster, you started him, he got hurt, well, then he should be the number 1 quarterback coming into camp next year.
I think there's a very short leash. There's a short leash next year for Lance, but if you don't give him the chance, then again, I ask the question, why'd you take him in the first place? And if we're talking about reasons to, put down Kyle Shanahan, that's at the top of the list more so than he can't win the big one to me. Like, why the hell did you take Trey Lance?
Well, he took Trey Lance because he wanted to upgrade at the quarterback position. He might have made a mistake.
He drafted for need.
Well, I give you that one, but the rest of their roster is pretty damn good. You know what I mean? To me, they don't have a glaring weakness. Let's go to Tony in, I'm sorry, no, who we going? Yeah, let's go to Tony. Tony's in Pacifica.
Tony.
What's going on, Tony? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, Matt? How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
I told you that Derek Carr was the problem no matter what was going to happen over there at the Raiders, right? And I was right.
Yeah, and right on the money.
Him and his bad decisions. Remember that last year?
Yeah.
And then remember I told you a while ago that Lance was going to be a bust, and he is, because Brock Purdy, anybody in their right mind who watches football, who watches the game, that thinks Trey Lance is going to beat Brock Purdy out for the job has lost their mind.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate it. Don't you think it's crazy, in a way, how the 49ers and Warriors situations are essentially the same? Wiseman's Lance. Lance is Wiseman.
In many ways, they are the same.
Nobody wants to see Lamb. Nobody wanted to see Purdy. Nobody wants to see Ty Jerome. But guess what? They're better.
You got them.
They're better than Wiseman.
Right now.
Right now. Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Ross Tucker coming up in an hour, and Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers quarterback situation, and Kyle Shanahan was asked about next year, where he thinks the Niners are going to be, and basically he dodged that question, said he hasn't given that any thought, but we have. And to me, it's pretty simple. You have no choice right now except to see how far Brock Purdy can take you. And to me, you see how far he can take you. You see how he looks on the journey. And at that point, at the end of the season, you decide if he's your number 1 quarterback going into next year or not. Trey Lance and Brock Purdy are under contract next year. Jimmy Garoppolo's not. I think there's going to be interest in Jimmy Garoppolo, and it's going to trump any interest the 49ers have in bringing him back. So what I'm getting at is I think the 49ers situation's pretty simple. Doesn't mean we know the answer, but I think we know it's going to be Purdy the rest of the year, and then next year it's between Purdy and Lance, right? Right? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the Xfinity Mobile text line. Don't forget, it's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
O'Reilly. Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Grab your cowboy hat and strap on those boots because Yellowstone is back. And good news, partner. Philo is the most affordable way to watch the new season. What's Philo, you ask? Well, I reckon it's the best darn way to watch 60-plus channels of live and on-demand TV. Get all your favorites like MTV, VH1, AMC, Discovery, Paramount Network, Nickelodeon, and more, all for just $25 a month. You can watch Philo with your laptop, tablet, phone, or TV and stream 3 devices at a time. It even lets you create multiple profiles. So, unlike those rowdy Duttons, you and your family can keep the peace and never have to fight over what to watch. And it has an unlimited DVR that lets you save all the best stuff, like Yellowstone, of course, for a whole year. With Philo, you get more of what you love for less money and way less hassle. Now's the perfect time to get back in the saddle and start watching Yellowstone. Visit philo.tv to get started. That's PHILO.tv.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that.
we'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you. Guru will be back next week. And coming up in an hour, Ross Tucker, 95.7 The Game's NFL Odyssey Insider. And we're talking about the 49ers quarterback situation, short-term, long-term. One of the reasons we're doing that is because Kyle Shanahan yesterday
on his conference call
was asked about if he'd given any thought to next year's situation at quarterback, and we got that. Let's take a listen.
No, I don't even know what year it is after the season's over, so I'm trying to think about how to get them ready for Wednesday, man. So it's a great question, but honestly, I don't look ahead like that, so we got a number of big games in front of us.
All right, so I actually believe Kyle Shanahan that he doesn't know
what year it is.
No, that he's got no clue about the quarterback situation next year.
Yeah.
Do you believe him or not?
No, I do believe him.
Okay.
Because I think if he did know, and usually teams, like we were discussing before the show, if your franchise quarterback goes down, gets hurt, well, one, no one's asking that question. But if they did, you would say, yeah, our guy's going to be QB1 next year when he comes back off injury, which Kyle Shanahan did not do.
True.
I think.
True. I don't know why you would do that, though, at this point.
Exactly. Because
you don't know.
And you've also got, I would say, a pretty damn good situation where you have Brock Purdy, who appears to be a serviceable starting quarterback, and then you have the unknown in Trey Lance, which I'm sure Kyle Shanahan would still say he believes in, but is probably maybe less optimistic about than he was at the beginning of this year.
Let's go to James. James is in Livermore. Hey, James, how you doing, man?
Hey, pretty good. Don't you guys think the 49ers are kind of in the unique position? Because
yes.
Let's just say Lance is a bust, which I don't think he's going to be, but you drafted a quarterback this year, and let's say he becomes a starter for the next 4 or 5 years. You're not really losing anything with those draft picks. Because if he becomes your starter for the next 4, 5, 6 years, and I think Trey's still going to be the backup next year at worst case scenario. So aren't they kind of in a unique position right now? I mean, they're not like the Jets with
Zach Wilson, yeah.
No, they're Zach Wilson is who you're talking about there. No, they're not. And I actually do, and that's kind of my thinking as we're talking about this. Isn't that the 49ers have the best quarterback situation in the NFL, but it's very easy to see how they're going to approach the next year or so with their quarterback situation. I mean, okay, anybody want to bet me? Anybody want to bet me right now? Although
the last quarterback bet you made with the Niners.
That's right. But that loss makes me 8-1 overall in my on-air bets. Okay. And I win at about an 88.75.
You lost the big one.
No, I didn't.
You lost the big one?
There is no big one unless it's the Guru.
Okay.
And I don't lose bets to Guru.
Well, the Warriors are still giving you a run for their money.
Anybody want to take? Here's my bet. Game 1 next year, Trey Lance or Brock Purdy will start week 1 for the San Francisco 49ers next year. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong and how.
My question is there anyone willing to make that bet?
No,
not
of
if
course
anyone would, but like
that's what I'm saying.
Is there one person out there that believes that Trey Lance or Brock Purdy is not going to be the guy next year?
I think
Jimmy Garoppolo?
No, that's what I mean. Yeah. Like that's what I mean about how I get it. We don't know who it's going to be, but on the other hand, we know exactly what the situation is. It's going to come down to Brock Purdy or Trey Lance.
Yeah, and now thinking about it, like I am with you in the sense that the quarterback room is, before this season and going into the last couple of seasons, it's been kind of a question mark. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo was supposed to be the starter, but unfortunately couldn't stay healthy. So there's always been kind of a question of what the 49ers quarterback was going to be year in and year out. I think going into next year, you can make an argument it's the most stable it's ever been.
Exactly. And I do think that, okay, regardless of how this year ends, and I get Kyle Shanahan saying, I don't know, I haven't thought about next year. Fair. But you think Kyle Shanahan right now doesn't know who he thinks is going to be the better quarterback week 1 next year, Lance or Purdy? Of course he does.
Who he thinks is going to be the better one?
Yes.
You think it's Brock Purdy?
I don't know.
Oh, but you think that he does?
Yes.
See, I don't know. I don't think he knows who he. I think that Kyle Shanahan knows that he has two commodities. He has two relatively unknown entities at quarterback next year. And I think he feels comfortable right now with either of them being the starter next season. I don't think he knows which one is going to be the starter.
That's a little different than
knowing who's better?
Yes.
Well,
because
he thought Trey Lance was the best one at the beginning of this year.
And I don't believe that.
You
is what I'm
don't
saying.
think that he started the bet? What?
I do not believe Kyle Shanahan really believed that Trey Lance was the best quarterback on his roster week 1. I'll never be able to prove my view on that.
Well, I'm curious though, but what is your reasoning for thinking that?
Because Trey Lance didn't look good. And they played, whether you like it or not, they were playing a certain kind of way with Trey Lance. And also, it's not just about Trey Lance this year. He's got a 2-game track record last year with mixed results. So Trey Lance has had mixed results.
Yes.
Okay. Even though it's a short sample size.
Best, yeah.
All right. Garoppolo's proven he can win.
Yeah.
Or they can win with Garoppolo. Okay. And now Purdy's doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why? Like why? Like what? Like this is where the eye test comes in. Why does he let Purdy play that way? That wasn't going to be the way Trey Lance is going to play. But they drafted Trey Lance to be a pocket passer, first and foremost.
They did. And I think that where his progression was heading into this season, Kyle Shanahan got wet feet about him being that pocket quarterback because according to reports in practice, he couldn't complete enough of those gimmies to warrant Kyle trusting him, apparently, the way that he trusts Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's completing almost 70% of his passes, which is incredible. And a lot of those passes have been open, they've been schemed, but he's hit enough of the free throws. He's made enough of the sacrifice bunts for his head coach to trust him and open up the playbook more than he did with Trey Lance. Like Brock Purdy right now, we were just talking about during the break, his stats are almost identical to Jimmy Garoppolo's. Now, I think Brock Purdy has played better than Jimmy has. The offense has scored more points. They've been more dynamic. They've done a better job with Brock Purdy over these last 3 3/4 games than with Jimmy before. But Brock Purdy is throwing for 211 yards a game. Jimmy Garoppolo, 210.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy's completing 68% of his passes. Jimmy Garoppolo, 67. Like, the results look different, but the stats would tell you that Kyle Shanahan trusts Brock Purdy just as much as he did Jimmy Garoppolo. And that clearly didn't apply to Trey Lance.
I think you're right.
But that's also why I think, though, when we're talking about next season, okay, so if Kyle, whether we know it to be true or not, probably not, started a guy that was not his best option to win immediately, Trey Lance over Jimmy G.
Right.
Why wouldn't he do that next year?
Because
he learned from this season?
Yes. Maybe. But I know you have good stock on your side too. I mean, I hear you. I mean, to me, I don't think Jimmy's part of the equation.
I don't either. Yeah, I'm with you there.
All right. Robin's in San Francisco. Hey, Robin. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Thanks for taking my call. A couple of things are kind of scattered because you guys have moved from topic to topic, which is great. So it's something that Evan said that kind of got my attention here. Listen, when we always say a coach inherited the team, then and when they win, they seem to discredit that coach because they inherited the team. But, sometimes a coach in any sport, baseball, football, basketball, they may be great, but they can only take you so far. And then that next coach is like passing the baton. That coach gets you over the hump. But yet that coach who inherits that team still gets discredited. I never could understand that either. That's, kind of like we shouldn't have never fired Mark Jackson because Mark Jackson, let's not bring all his other issues in. But he clearly got him to a certain point. But he could not take him to over the hump. Mm-hmm. Yet many discredit Kerr. And I think a lot of that goes on with Andy Reid, might be Shanahan. And, I don't get that. Also, too, Eddie, you said that, Brock Purdy has been playing kind of like Jimmy, so how come, they wouldn't start Lance over him? Well, we don't need him to do anything other than what Jimmy was doing because that's how the team is built. I actually like the style that they play, the old school, I'm going to run it down your mouth, low-scoring football, whereas everybody's so enamored with this high-scoring, Patrick Mahomes type of offense where no defense is being played. It really makes for lousy football to me. And the last thing I want to say, people are enamored with, I call him Cinderella, with Brock Purdy. It's not only it's because of his flair, not only his story, the Cinderella story, but because of his flair. I will agree, he has better footwork than both Jimmy and Lance, and even though his arm is alleged not to be his strongest, a quarterback needs good footwork and good pocket awareness and be able to read defenses quick, and he seems to do that to this point better than either one of them, and that is to me why he should start over Lance. Peace out.
All right.
Yeah, fair points. I do think, and yes, to her point about discrediting the inherited winning coaches, my point was that Kyle Shanahan could be just as good as, if not better than John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin, but he just didn't have the initial situation that they did.
Well, did Steve Kerr inherit that championship team?
Yeah. That doesn't mean he's not a great head coach.
But
two things can be true. You of all people should know this, Donnie.
Know what?
That two things can be true. Two different things.
Right, but I was just, you're inheriting things. Like you said, John Gruden is living off
one Super
Bowl where he inherited
Tony Dungy's team.
Okay. So how's that different than, Steve Kerr, because he's got multiple titles?
Well, no, John Gruden has proved himself. He played him out. He played himself out of being a great head coach. Like he started out on the fast track.
I got you.
Steve Kerr started on the fast track, but Steve Kerr has done it for now 9 years.
All right. 510, I wanted to get to this text on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I don't see the issue with having two strong, capable quarterbacks. Injuries happen all the time, and who doesn't want a backup quarterback who can win? I agree, but the two quarterbacks have to be Purdy and Lance. They can't be one of those guys and Jimmy next year, I don't believe. Like, you just...
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that.
What if Jimmy Garoppolo says, hey, no one out there is fishing for me like I thought they would. I'll take $6 million and come back. As the backup. I'll be the backup to whoever you want me to be.
No.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
I mean, I guess they have three they have Well, first of all, Garoppolo is going to end up making about $10-12 million this year when it's all said and done. And Lance is on his rookie deal, so I'll bet you he's making 4 or 5. And so they're paying $20+ million to the quarterback anyway at the position, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's going to be tough. Yeah, and you're going to have to pay Nick Bosa this offseason. So
let him walk. I'd rather keep Jimmy.
You'd rather have 2 kittens than a big cat?
No. I would. I'll tell you what. If Nick Bosa, who's the highest paid player in the NFL?
Probably. I think it's Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
I think.
If Nick Bosa said, "I need more money than Aaron Rodgers," you got to give it to him, don't you? If Nick Bosa says, "I want to be,"
Aaron Rodgers.
No. Okay. Can you do me a favor?
$50 million.
Okay. Who's the highest paid defensive player? Let's do it that way. It's got to be Aaron Donald, right?
It is going to be. Well, let me double check.
Right, I'll get that guy in here in the meantime. What's going on, that guy?
Hey, Steiny, Evan. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you. I got a couple points on the Niners that I'd like to make real fast. I appreciate you taking my call. And then just real fast, you guys talked about the Warriors. They played the last 2 teams that will stand in their way of a championship and beat them down at home. Why can't they do that every night? But that's subject for later. Hey, on the Niners, I heard on the overnight, the Fox, your guys' overnight station here, they had a scenario with Jimmy. They said, what if Purdy gets knocked out of the divisional round against Dallas? Jimmy comes in and wins that game. And, of course, he has to start a week later against the Eagles, and he wins that game. Then goes on to the Super Bowl and wins. So how do you get rid of him, for one? And two, they were saying, well, is Purdy really that good, or can you take Kenny Pickett and put him on this Niner team, and Kenny Pickett will do the same thing? And as far as Jimmy getting, I'll let you go after this. As far as Jimmy gets any run, I think Saleh will be the guy calling him up as soon as this season's over. I appreciate it. You guys stay safe. Happy holidays to you, and have a great New Year. Thank you.
Good stuff.
You too, man.
Good stuff. There's a hypothetical for you.
That guy wants chaos.
The disrespect to Jimmy G. It's not. Believe me, I don't disrespect Jimmy Garoppolo.
I know you don't.
But it's time. it's just time to move on from it.
Oh.
And the reason I say that is, and now I'll tell you what. Here's what you can say now, and you can just get away with it. He's just not healthy. He just can't stay healthy. Whether he's a starter, whether he's a backup, and that's kind of the one thing I was maybe picking at a scab. But for everybody who said, yeah, Garoppolo has a great insurance policy for Trey Lance, I agree on the one hand, but on the other hand, the nature of an insurance policy is they'll be there. And he's an injury-prone backup quarterback. In other words, it's one of those things where it's like, well, if we only need him for 3 games, that'll be great. But if we need him for 9, he's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
So can somebody tell me, are we going to need him for 3 or not?
No, that should be in the details of a backup quarterback's contract. Is say, if we go to you got to play. You have to play.
Leroy's in Oakland. What's up, Leroy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny?
Hey,
what's
buddy.
up, Evan?
Yo.
Hey, man, happy holidays, man.
Absolutely.
You know, Steiny, Evan, I hate to say this, but I think Purdy is being set up for failure, man. And I'll say it like this. He's going to struggle at some point. You know, all these defensive coordinators, they've gotten all the tape from Iowa State. They've gotten all the tape from the games he played. And the more games that he plays, the bigger resume that he builds, it's going to get harder for him. And unfortunately, it's going to get harder in the playoffs. And I can hear the fans now, as soon as he struggles in the playoffs, and if we lose, bring Trey Lance in or keep Jimmy Garoppolo. And I just hate that Purdy wasn't – I didn't want Jimmy to get hurt, but I hate that Purdy had to come in at this time, because I just feel like the more games that he plays, they're going to start to figure it out a little bit, and it's going to get harder for them.
I agree with that, Leroy. Plus, they're going to be playing, they're going to be playing a good team week 1 of the playoffs, a better team week 2, the best team other than them week, you know what I mean? So that's, I agree that I think it can't be this easy. Like, I just still can't believe that Purdy, you're telling me the 49ers, on the strength of that defense, that this guy, Brock Purdy, is going to come in and win 8 games in a row as a starter.
Well,
maybe 9, is it? I don't even know, but you know what I'm saying.
No, I'm with you. I think that, and this is what we'll find out. One of our callers earlier, Robin brought up, she referred to Brock Purdy as Cinderella. So the question is, when's he going to turn back into a pumpkin?
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe there's also a good chance if this is essentially who he is.
But and that to me raises a larger concern down the line. If this is who he is, like if this is his potential, then you might have an issue making him, your quarterback of the future. But right now, if you can have him be this right now, I don't know why he couldn't do this for another 4 or 5 games. Because again, no other team has seen him before. They haven't played against him. Yes, there's tape, and I appreciate Leroy bringing up his Iowa State record, but there are teams right now that will have to spend hours and days and weeks not trying to stop Brock Purdy specifically, but him within the 49ers offense that appears to have taken it to another level since moving from Jimmy Garoppolo to Brock Purdy. If he turns into a pumpkin, the question becomes, does that happen before the end of the season?
Well, I also think we tend to look at it as though he's either going to be good, or he's going to throw 3 interceptions. Well, we were talking about this yesterday. I'll bet you right now, anybody want to bet me, I bet you Brock Purdy will not have a 3-interception game for the San Francisco 49ers.
I wouldn't take that bet. I don't think Kyle Shanahan would let him throw 3 interceptions.
Right, unless he's going to throw 2 interceptions in the flat, or short little, you know what I mean? He's not going to call
horrific mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. The other thing is Purdy is going to, there's a chance that in the snap of a finger, all of a sudden Purdy's going to see a big, big difference in level of play.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that he's going to fall off a cliff. Now, he may tumble down the hill a little bit, but I don't think that he's going to roll so far down that the 49ers are going to rethink why they even, sure, he's their only option right now, but there's a reason why you hear the way that Kyle Shanahan talks about him, why George Kittle talks about him the way he does, why Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey talk about him being wise beyond his years. It's because you don't see that from a rookie quarterback, and especially one that has been thrust into a team that has legitimate Super Bowl aspirations.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation, I see Laurie, Pat, Panthers fan. I see Roy, don't go anywhere. You have the number. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers quarterback situation, both short-term and long-term. While I don't think we know specifically who the quarterback's going to be moving forward, I think it's going to be Purdy or Trey Lance. I think we can agree on that, right? Right? You tell me. And it's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale.
Hi.
We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone streams, video, and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continued to take Andro 400 and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good? All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Have you been naughty or nice this year? Cash don't care. At Jackson Hewitt, you could still get up to $4,500 for the holidays. Some bucks now, more bucks in January. So be naughty. Snap up all the ginger snaps. Wear a pretty sweater to an ugly sweater holiday party. You could still get up to $4,500 when you go to Jackson Hewitt today. Details at jacksonhewitt.com. Eligible clients can get up to $1,000 in December and up to $3,500 in January. Loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Finance charge may apply.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-728-8500. 800-728-8500. That's 800-728-8500.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. We're moving. We're moving along. Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings.
Rolling.
Instead of Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru will be back next week, next year.
I miss
2023. Do you really?
Yeah, I do.
I don't. What? I don't.
It's like a married couple, you guys. Sometimes.
Well, the funny thing is, I say stuff like that because I know he listens.
Oh, I hope he is.
Although, you know what? I almost get the feeling that
I'll cut this for him.
Goo's not listening this week.
I also kind of hope he's not, because that guy he's locked in like all the time to different radio shows and tuning in and watching sports. So I hope
that's what he says.
Oh, I do believe him.
Do you?
Based on how much he's in the Vine, talking about different games? Yes, I do. So anyway, I hope he's having time for himself and his family.
What's up, Goo? We love you, buddy. You know that. We're talking about the 49. Who else? Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy. Let's tell you what we're
birthday boy.
Let's go to Gus and Tracy. He's going to get us going this segment. Gus and Tracy.
Hey, happy holiday, you guys.
Same to you, man.
Okay, so I think Purdy's going to go the other way. I think the more defenses that he sees, the better he's going to get. Because you got to admit, you just can't throw a guy that was picked last in the draft, and for him to go out and play like a seasoned veteran, I personally think that he'll go the other way. The more he sees, the better he'll get.
The better he'll get. Oh, I thought he was saying I'm going the other way.
Well, the other way of the last caller, which was Purdy will come back down to earth.
Oh.
So he thinks the sky's the limit for Brock Purdy.
But I thought at one point he says there's just no way the third string. Okay. My feeling is I don't. If you say, hey, Stein, what do you think's going to happen with Purdy? Like, first of all, of course, I have no idea. But I would just present it logically in my head. And I would say, is this guy really not going to lose a game in the playoffs?
Yeah.
They're going to be playing really good teams. I get their defense. I get it. You're telling me that Brock Purdy's going to be able to go to Philadelphia, maybe, I'd get it. Go to maybe Minnesota, Philly, win, then go to the Super Bowl and beat a Bills, beat a Chiefs. Brock Purdy. I mean, I got to bet against that. I just think, here's the other thing. It just takes one bad game to get you beat.
Yeah, one and done.
And, I mean, the one thing I'll say is, I remember saying this. Hey, let's say Trey Lance, he started the year, and let's say he'd stayed healthy. At that point, like, going into the year, I said, okay, what do you want from Trey Lance? I said, if Trey Lance is your starter all year, give me 10-7, get to the playoffs. What happens in the playoffs? I don't care. I don't care if he throws 4 interceptions in his first playoff game that's Trey Lance starts, they get to the playoffs, he quarterbacks his first playoff game, he stinks. Fine, go back and you build off it. That's good. So to me, we're in the exact same place with Brock Purdy. Exact same place. He's going to get to the playoffs. All right, let's see what happens. I mean, Brock Purdy could stink in the playoffs, right?
And I think 49ers fans would tell you that they've also had quarterbacks in recent years that haven't been very good in the playoffs, and they have still gotten to the conference title game 2 out of the last 3 years.
Fair. That's fair. I just couldn't bet on it. Tracy's in Tracy. What's up?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? Happy holidays.
Same to you, man.
Hey, check this out. The way I look at it, and Steiny, you had a good point, but Purdy, he's already done his job, dog. He came in, and he took them to where they are now. He looks good.
Yep.
He's only going to come up smelling like roses no matter what happens. Let's say he stinks, still. He's a rookie quarterback. Next year, he'll be right there, and he'll still be looking good. Just wait for his chance again. What do you think about that?
I'm with you, Tracy. And I think that's the way it's going to play out. Brock Purdy's they're going to go to the playoffs of 49ers. I'm going to assume at this point they're probably not going to go all the way. They're going to lose. Okay. You got Trey Lance next year, and you got Brock Purdy. Let's see who wins the job.
Well, and that's why Brock Purdy would probably be more of a daffodil,
I don't know what that means.
It symbolizes a rebirth or, a new beginning, which is what the 49ers
who's the
have at the quarterback.
Lance?
Brock Purdy.
Well, Trey Lance needs a reemerging.
Yeah, he's a wilted daffodil at this point. Or
I don't know if you know this about
infancy.
daffodils.
Sorry.
They don't wilt. When they die, it's over.
Oh,
they don't come back the next spring.
Okay, so
actually, I have no idea.
We'll hold on to the flower analogy. The point is, yes, the 49ers have a good quarterback situation at this point. Like you have options. One option has to do with potential. One option you've seen. I don't think like Brock Purdy to me he's a fine quarterback. You can clearly win with him. You can clearly play well with him if everything else around him is great. But I do wonder, like, what is the ceiling for him? Because, yes, there was a reason why he was the last pick in the draft. And to me, when I watch him, it just has to do with arm talent.
See, to me, it's just he must have just got caught. He must have been that guy who, went back for his senior year. He does not blow you away. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
To be fair, after his junior year, he was considered a first round. Yeah.
So now he goes back into the draft. By the way, you should never do that.
Look at Trey Lance. Didn't do that.
Young kids. If you have a chance to come out, come out. You don't want to be Scotty Thurman.
You don't want to play in these 6-6 bowl games?
Let me ask you this. Trey Lance, could you imagine if he'd gone back? Like, Trey Lance had an opportunity, you got to take it. Well, what if he's a bust? Exactly! That's why he's got guaranteed money. He's loving it. Even if he does not.
$20 million signing bonus. That's worth the chance to be a bust.
Thank you. Let's go to the Panthers fan. Boy, that team's on the upswing.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's
Who
up?
needs McCaffrey?
Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
A couple things.
Yeah.
I mean, as a Panthers fan, I'm an expert on horrible quarterback decisions.
Sam Darnold.
That's what Trey Lance. Well, there's a list. The thing is, Trey Lance has never been your guy. He's never going to be your guy. You got to let it go.
I got a question for you.
I think
Panther fan, and I'll let you get to it. If you're a Panthers fan, explain to me this. How do you trade Christian McCaffrey for draft picks and you're better?
We're stupid. We're not better. and Merry Christmas, by the way.
No, wait. Hold on.
You guys need to.
What?
You guys got this year. You got it. Nobody's got a better defense. Nobody's got more offensive weapons. And Purdy is a gift from above. Just roll with it, but let go of Trey Lance.
Oh, I got you. Appreciate it, Panthers fan.
Talk about a guy that's...
But here's the thing. Trey Lance is Wiseman, and you don't have to give up on him. Like, you don't have to give up on him yet.
So when does Trey Lance or James Wiseman, like, do they just become house money? Like, they become gravy?
I believe that you come into camp next year. It'll be Trey Lance's fourth year? Third year.
Trey Lance?
Yeah, it's his third year. Wiseman will be going into his fourth year.
Wiseman's third year.
Trey Lance
is second.
played 2 games as a rookie and 2 games as a sophomore. So he's going to be in his third year.
Yes.
Third year, give him a chance to compete. Maybe he wins the job. What?
It's a big maybe.
Here's the thing. Just because he's the third pick in the draft doesn't mean he's immune from competition. You can't play that game.
No, but it does mean that he gets more benefit of the doubt than a guy who was taken in the 7th round with the last pick.
He sure did this year.
Exactly.
So you're going to do the same thing again next year? Let's go to Laurie.
Worked out pretty well for the 49ers.
What's up, Laurie? How are you?
Hey, guys. So here's the thing. Here's something that, another thing I wanted to kind of bring up. Part of the reason Trey was drafted in the first place is because Jimmy couldn't stay healthy. Well, Trey hasn't exactly been the epitome of health either. So, part of the reason he hasn't been able to develop is because of that. But I also think that when you have an opportunity like Purdy, I don't care where he was drafted. I don't care if he was undrafted. He's playing to the level of what the Niners needed to play right now. Yes, he's got a benefit of having CMC. We haven't really even seen him with Debo, too. I think in the playoffs, it's a real good chance you're going to see a whole lot of CMC and a whole lot of Debo running the ball, and you're not going to see a lot of Purdy throwing the ball. But the benefit that you have is, you don't have to. It's not like with the 5 games of Jimmy, you had to offer him all that money. He's still yours next year. You can see what you have in him next year. You're not going to take those unnecessary chances. And you can also still kind of see what you have with Trey. There's no reason. Now, I would not count Jimmy Garoppolo out of it, depending on how. I don't think you ever can at this point. Until he signs with another team, he's always going to be in the wings. There's something about Jimmy Garoppolo. It's like death and taxes. I wouldn't count him out yet.
Yeah,
but I think the Niners are in a good place right now. And kind of see what happens in the playoffs. He'll get his feet wet. Purdy will get his feet wet. And hopefully Jimmy can come back and be a backup. So God forbid if somebody else gets hurt, which happens with the 49ers quarterbacks. If Purdy can stay healthy, stay upright, and still do what he's doing right now, it's the perfect opportunity for him. And I think he'd be your starter next year.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Laurie. And she's talking about Purdy.
Yes. Being the front runner.
So basically,
for the starting job.
But she likes Garoppolo too, so she would say just bring them all back. I don't think he can. You're not going to do that if you're the 49ers. Would you agree with that?
I think the 49ers would do that if Jimmy Garoppolo was willing to play ball like he did this last offseason, but that was because of a very specific set of circumstances.
I agree. I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo will draw no interest.
He's also going to turn...
Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to be on the Niners next year.
He's 31 years old, so if he's trying to do right by himself, that's why he came back this year on kind of a prove-it deal. So if any team, no matter how bad they are, throws a 4-year, 3-year deal at him for average quarterback money, he'd be stupid not to take it.
You know what? Here's the analogy. Are you ready? I didn't think the Warriors were going to win it last year. They got a lot of breaks. They ended up winning it, and they deserve it. Totally different year, and I don't think they're going to win it.
Yeah,
I just don't think they're going to win it this year.
Yes.
Well, you said that last year. Well, last year I said there's no way Jimmy's coming back. You're right. I was wrong. There's no way he's coming back next year. There's no way. I'm doubling down. I'm absolutely doubling down. If Purdy and Lance are healthy, there's no chance that Jimmy Garoppolo is on the 49ers. Come on.
After last offseason,
2 years in a row.
I can't write it off.
That's kind of why I can write it off. Let's go to Dale in Palo Alto. It's good. Good convo. What's going on, Dale? How you doing?
Great day. We need this rain. Hey, I think it's a pretty easy choice. I'm sure others have made that pun, but I would actually look at finding something for Young and keep Garoppolo because he's proven he can win games. You're not given more than 2 or 3 years in the NFL before you're spit out because they don't have to pay your long-term pensions and stuff. But Purdy also spent a full term in college. He's not only mentally developed, he's emotionally and physically more developed than a one and done or a one and injured and done like Trey was.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. I'll give you this question. You get 2 out of the 3 back.
Ooh.
Nobody's taking Lance and Garoppolo at this point. If I said you could have 2 of the 49ers 3 quarterbacks going into next year, I guarantee you it would be less than 3% who would choose Garoppolo Lance.
Well, from that question, it just becomes really a 2-man race.
What do you mean?
Well, Brock Purdy's getting one of the spots between the 3.
Well, that's my point now.
So it just comes down to who would you rather bring back, Trey Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo?
How about this one? This is a. What if right now? No, sorry, you got to make the decision right now. You can only keep one of them.
One of the 3?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Right now, right here, right now. You only get to keep one. Mm-hmm.
It's got to be Brock Purdy, right?
You've got to be kidding me.
It's got to be.
Roy and San Leandro. I almost think it's Trey Lance you got to keep.
To keep one?
Yes. Believe it or not. What's up, Roy?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Roy, let me ask you this real quick. You're starting a franchise. You got a chance. You can take Purdy, Lance, or Garoppolo. Who are you taking?
Going forward, I have to go with Purdy because, because he's shown more, just like most of the fans been calling in, he's shown more than Trey Lance. And Garoppolo is yesterday's news. So you have to go with Purdy. But the point I wanted to make, but I wanted to basically make 3 points. Okay, my first point, when you guys were talking about coaching and all of those different coaches and stuff, you got to remember when Shanahan first got the job with the 49ers, they wanted that guy named Vay. Okay, now, do you actually think Vay would have this success with the 49ers and Shanahan? You better be glad your last dollar that the 49ers that McVay wanted to go to the Rams instead of the 49ers. Now look how things turned out. Okay, the second point I wanted to make was that, like the 49ers, I really believe he can beat Philadelphia and them, but it depends on the offensive line. I keep telling you, the 49ers offensive line. And the third point that I wanted to make was that the Trey Lance, if he doesn't show what he was supposed to have done, going forward as a real good quarterback, then you just have to let him go. I mean, you can still get good draft picks for him.
Thanks for the call, Roy. Appreciate it. You think he meant Adam Gase?
I thought he meant Sean McVay.
I did too, but
I don't know if... Well, McVay was hired the year before in Los Angeles. And maybe they wanted to bring him over, but...
49ers wanted to hire Adam Gase.
Yes.
And he said no because they wouldn't give him a coordinator or something like that.
Well, it's a good thing that they didn't have a coordinator to offer.
By the way, I got a good point here from Steiny. You said you can't use the picks anymore on Trey Lance, blah, blah, blah. Then you said you might have to keep Trey Lance. I see what he's saying. Like, if you could only keep one quarterback, and I'm saying it might be Trey Lance, I think the listener's saying, well, you said at some point you just got to forget about those 3 picks.
Well, but I also said that I would bring Trey Lance in as QB1 next year, but if we're choosing one that you got to have, it's at this point, I'll be prisoner of the moment guy. It's Brock Purdy. So look, and this is the conversation we're going to have the entire summer.
See, I don't think we are.
We don't?
No, I mean, to me, it's not hard. The season ends this year. To me, it doesn't matter. 49ers win it, 49ers don't win it. 5 seconds after the Super Bowl, what's your quarterback situation next year? I mean, it's going to have to play out. We got two good ones right now.
Exactly. No, Shanahan's going to play it exactly like he did in his conference call yesterday, which is, I don't know. We'll find out.
Big J is in Oakland. What's up, Big J?
How you doing, guys? Happy holidays. So listen, the bottom line is Jimmy pretty much sucked. I mean, he had flashes of success throughout the season. I would say the defense saved him more than he saved us or did anything for the team. Purdy passes the eye test, simply said. He executes everything that Shanahan throws his way, and he does it with great success. And that's all you want him to do. Every time the ball was hiked to Garoppolo, I held my breath because I didn't know what was going to happen. But this guy shows confidence, and he executes the offense. And that's basically what you want this guy to do. And he's not perfect, obviously. He's going to make mistakes, going to lose a game or two. But he's solid, and that's all you want.
Appreciate the call, Big J. What do you give me for him and Monty Poole?
That's pretty close.
There's a similarity.
Yeah, that's a good call. It's almost as akin to Priest in Palo Alto and Dave Stewart.
How the heck is Jimmy G yesterday's news when he's the reason you went on a 4 or 5 game winning streak. Okay.
Reason is being kind.
Well, but it's from the how can you dismiss Garoppolo like that? And I get it, but
unfortunately,
you can't. I mean, at some point, don't you have to? Okay, don't you have to move? Forget play. Don't you have to move on to Jimmy because you can't count on him? He's just not healthy enough. He's missed half his tenure as a 49er, pretty much, right? He's missed half his games as a Niner, maybe more.
And let's put it like this. If Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo, right now their stats are similar. Whether eye test, pass, whatever, right. Whether you think Jimmy Garoppolo is worse or better, doesn't matter. They have the exact same numbers right now. So wouldn't you rather have the guy with the exact same numbers that's 8 years younger and hasn't been injury prone or hasn't shown himself yet to be injury prone? Like, you're taking the younger guy. That's to me more so that like the larger reason why Garoppolo wouldn't be on the team next year, in addition to him probably getting a deal somewhere else, is the fact that if you think you have another or even better version of Jimmy Garoppolo and he's in his rookie year, then that's the guy you're going to put your chips in on.
I would think.
Now, that's a great insurance policy.
Yeah. Pat's in Foster City. What's up, Pat? What you got?
Hey, happy holidays.
Yeah, same to you, buddy.
Hey, just a couple points real quick. One on the Warriors, given their discrepancy of their home and away record, everyone's sort of puzzled by it. And to me, it's a pretty easy explanation. Last season, they kind of limped along, and are they going to win the first round of the playoffs? Are they going to make the playoffs? They're never going to go very far. They never played together even one bloody game during the regular season. They won't be able to turn the switch on. They turn the switch on and win another championship. So I think the Warriors have approached this season almost like an extended preseason. Let's just nurse our starters. We don't need to play them on the road very often. We need to play them at home because we want to keep the fan base excited and showing up and cheering and whatever. But we're just going to kind of go through the motions here until we get to the playoffs, and then we'll turn it on like we did last year, except hopefully we might even be healthier than we were last year. So that's my theory on it, which is kind of a little bit disappointing for the league, but I think that's what's going on. That's my theory anyway. And then regarding the Niners, in the quarterback situation, the other caller was talking about Purdy and they have to go back to Iowa State to look at film and all that. If any defensive coordinator just looks at the preseason, Purdy played quite a bit in the preseason, I should say. And to me, he looked the same then as he does now. He was still making the accurate passes, the short passes, the good footwork. That hasn't changed. He's just playing with better people now than he was maybe during the preseason. So,
thanks, Pat. You're breaking up a little bit, but your point is well taken. As for the Warriors, I'm with you. Here's the way I look at the last 2 years for the Warriors. Last year at the start of the season, Curry, Clay, Draymond, they wanted to prove something. They hadn't been in the postseason in 2 years. Clay'd been hurt. They were getting Clay back. They were motivated right away. That's why they started 18-2. Then they got banged up. Then they stumbled. Then they got everybody basically healthy at the right time. Curry misses the last 11 games, but it doesn't matter because he's coming out. That means he comes into the playoffs fire. Okay, so they end up winning it. How can you come out this year and say, hey, let's see if we can start 18-2 again? Like, no chance. Like, I agree with Pat. It's let's just survive for as long as we can. And once we start to have less wiggle room, we'll get moving.
Yeah, I mean, what's the reason why people don't want to go to work after the Super Bowl? Because they're hungover. I mean, like the Warriors experienced a championship hangover, maybe more so than any of the previous three just because of what was on the line. So if you're asking them to start immediately the way they did last year, I think that was probably a bit unreasonable. Now, I didn't expect them to have kind of a 500 first third of the season, but now we're starting to see, okay, you beat Boston, you couldn't recapture that, whatever you found against them on the road. Now you beat Memphis, so you kind of give it a little bit of a reset. Now at home, in a place you have been playing well, how do you fare without the help of your two best players in Curry and Wiggins? How can Draymond and Clay capture some of that former, whatever they found in themselves last year that motivated themselves to play at a level that they did against Memphis? How can they find some sort of consistency over the next 6 home games?
Yeah, I think that's what it's all about, too. Real quick, Brett in San Rafael. Hey, Brett, how you doing, man? Ross Tucker on the other side.
Happy holidays. Yeah, on the quarterback situation, I think you keep both of them, Purdy and Lance. I think Garoppolo deserves to be a starter somewhere else. There's so many teams that need starters. If you look at the problems in the NFL, a guy like Trace McSorley the other night for Arizona, he couldn't even throw a ball like 5 yards. So you need at least 2 quarterbacks, if not 3. You maybe draft it or get an undrafted free agent. That's really good for your third string guy. But I like Brock Purdy a lot, but I haven't seen enough to make him the starter next year, unless, of course, he goes to the Super Bowl. Then, of course, he will be. I haven't seen enough of Trey Lance either. But
exactly,
I keep both the guys, and I say, Jimmy, you know what? You're awesome. Everybody loves you, but there's so many teams that need a starting quarterback. Go for it.
Exactly, Jimmy. You deserve better. Jimmy, you can start in this league, just not on our team. So let's find you a place. All right, coming up on the other side, Ross Tucker, Fillmore Mike's favorite. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, no Daryl the Guru Johnson this week. Instead, it's Evan Giddings. But I'll tell you who's a mainstay on Tuesdays. Ross Tucker, 95.7 The Game's Odyssey NFL Insider. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Ross. What's going on, man?
Yeah, likewise, guys. What's going on is, for the first time all season, on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast Power Rankings, I put your Niners number one, man.
Oh,
the Niners is the best team in the league.
You're trying to curry favor out here in the Bay Area after you denigrated them all year long and talked up your Eagles.
I don't know that I have denigrated them all year long. But, no, I mean, I think with the Eagles losing Lane Johnson and Avonte Maddox, and then just giving up 40 points like they did, that was pretty surprising. Now, they scored 34 with Gardner Minshew. I think right now, in a best of 5 on a neutral site, I think the Niners are probably a little bit better than the Eagles right about now.
Interesting. Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Here's where I can't quite go there, because that means you think Brock Purdy's going to be able to win a game in Philly, in theory. So you think he can?
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Remember this, right? Power rankings are not the same as what I think is going to happen, right? So power rankings are just like who I think the best teams are right now.
I got you.
If they played like a 5-game series or 7-game series in like Wichita, Kansas, that is very different than the Niners having to win 3 playoff games, potentially 2 on the road, including 1 in Philly. Very, very different. If we're talking path to the Super Bowl, I would still give the Eagles the edge, because that's a big difference, really big difference. Purdy having to come to Philadelphia in a conference championship game after probably going to Minnesota, the way it would probably work out.
Well, Ross, that takes me to my first question for you, which is how important do you think the 2 seed would be for the 49ers. I know they were a game back, but they have the tiebreaker. If Minnesota loses either to Green Bay or the Bears the next 2 weeks, Niners could clean up, maybe take the 2 seed. Do you think it is important for them to have 2 home games, or do you see a Brock Purdy-led 49ers team being able to go anywhere and win the playoffs?
I feel like, Evan, if it was someone other than the Vikings, I would say I feel like it's really important. But, I know how Kyle feels about resting guys and, momentum going into the playoffs and all that stuff, and I totally get it. But I think I'd rather have my guys fully healthy, Debo and Elijah Mitchell, for the playoffs, as opposed to rushing them back, try to get the number 2 seed. I don't think there's enough of a difference between the 2 and the 3 to do that. I mean, certainly you'd rather play that game being a home game. And, who knows what happens with the 5, 6, and 7, right? You'd rather be able to play as bad a team as possible in that next round, depending on how things unfold. Maybe the Vikings lose. Who knows? Although if that's the case, then you're fine as a 3 seed anyway.
Exactly.
So I don't think it's important enough that you sell out to try to be the 2 seed over the 3 seed.
Interesting. Ross Tucker joined us on 95.7 The Game. See, I know we're not. You'd have to define it. It's like, well, would you play Elijah Mitchell if he's 75%? I get it. Those things are really hard to figure out what you would end up deciding doing. I just think it's huge. And it's not that they can't go to Minnesota. Of course they can go to Minnesota and win, but don't you just want to eliminate that entirely? Then you get rid of any this. What if Minnesota does have some magic going on up there because they've won every close game this season? But what I'm getting at, 2 home games rather than just 1, I think is huge.
You know what I'm curious about, and I don't know this off the top of my head. I'm sure you guys can get somebody on, but these are the type of things we talk about on the Even Money Betting podcast. I would love, and maybe you guys already know the answer to this, I would love to know what the betting line would be. Minnesota at San Francisco in the divisional round versus San Francisco at Minnesota in the divisional round. How much of a difference does it make on the betting line?
Well, I think we have people here at the station that believe the 49ers would be the favorite in Minnesota.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's say
it's a matter of how many points.
Let's say that's 1.5.
Within a field goal?
The Packers, are 3-point favorites over the Vikings this Sunday.
Right.
The Packers, which gives you a little indicator of sort of the lack of respect, I guess,
true,
for what the Vikings have accomplished. So San Francisco in Minnesota, they're favored, I think, probably by a little bit. San Francisco in the Bay Area against the Vikings, probably closer to 6.5.
Wow.
Well, talking about
I think you're right, though.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think they would be favored. I'm curious, though, because obviously, the one wild card for San Francisco, and really as it's been all season, has been the quarterback. And right now, if you just look on a piece of paper, Brock Purdy has pretty similar numbers to Jimmy Garoppolo, but the offense looks so much more dynamic and explosive. Why? What do you think the difference is between Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo? Why do you think that the Niners offense has taken a step forward as opposed to just staying the same since they have similar statistics?
I think it's on some level Purdy's mobility. I think his ability to really stress the edge on those bootlegs has added an element to the offense that they didn't have with Jimmy, and it's helped open up some of those bigger plays downfield, and it's helped the running game as well, because now you got to have somebody, waiting there on the backside of all these outside zone, these stretch runs, which just kind of thins out the whole defensive wall. I don't think anybody was ever afraid of Jimmy on a naked boot or any of these bootlegs Whereas with Purdy, it's like, hey, we got to have an answer to this because this guy can get 5, 10, 15 yards.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us every Tuesday. Let me throw this at you. We were talking about schedules, and I get it. You can only play who's in front of you, okay? But I'm going to just run off, okay, if you said, hey, Steinmetz, who are the best teams in the NFL? All right, you ready? Buffalo. 49ers haven't played them. Kansas City, they got shellacked by the Chiefs. Cincy's really good, haven't played them. Ravens are really good, haven't played them. Dallas is really good, haven't played them. Philly, they're one of the best, haven't played them. Vikings, haven't played them. Even the Giants, like they haven't played any of the top 8 or 9 teams, and the one they did drilled them. So if I just told you that right now, would you say, yeah, that doesn't matter in the playoffs, or huh?
I would say, huh. I didn't even realize that till you told me that, and that does matter. You know, we're talking about, oh, they're winning 8 games in a row, and they're killing these teams. If they haven't played very many of the top 10 teams in the league, well, then what are they really doing? Well, I mean, it's still impressive what they're doing, and they're putting more points up, and they're winning by double digits, and they're winning going away, and all that stuff is good. And the Commanders are not a bad team, but that is an interesting nugget that I hadn't really thought about, that their level of competition is about to get significantly increased.
Exactly.
Well, Ross, do you think then, because I feel like one of the parts about San Francisco is there is a bit of the surprise factor now with Brock Purdy. And sure, there's 3 3/4 games worth of tape, but even though the Niners haven't played any of those playoff teams that Steiny listed, do you think that there is still some advantage to the fact that other teams also haven't played San Francisco, with how physical of a football team they are, combined with the wild card that is Brock Purdy? Doesn't that also kind of give them some advantage?
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. You know, the flip side as well, which is that they haven't played the Niners either, and had a chance to go against them and really experience what that rushing attack is like, what that D-line is like, how the Niners are playing right now. I do kind of think, though, that the Purdy part of it, after 2 more games, I guess I don't really know how much more Kyle Shanahan will kind of have up his sleeve. You know, I mean, by the time they're playing, you know, one of these top 6, top 7 teams, Purdy will have played 3 more games. Pretty big sample size then at that point of games that they've used him, and not quite sure how much more Kyle has left that, you know, you haven't seen from him.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, Ross, thanks as always, man. Have a safe and happy New Year. We'll talk to you next week.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
All right, it's Ross Tucker, 95.7 The Game's NFL Odyssey Insider. 650, Ravens are not good. Hello.
Well,
Steiny doesn't even know what teams are good. They're 10-5.
I mean, they're not good with their backup quarterback.
10-5.
Lamar Jackson comes back. They're far
Pike.
The Pike. It is interesting, though, to hear Ross talk about he's got the Niners as his number 1 power ranked team. It sounded like he's still on the edge of whether or not he'd pick them to go to the Super Bowl.
Well, he's a little like me in that it doesn't...
You're from Reading?
That, and he's very, very logical, and he's precise. The reality is...
Plugs his own podcast.
You probably wouldn't take the Niners just because, as of right now, you'd have to envision them winning 2 road playoff games. Well, you know what? I'm taking the Eagles, who are playing at home the whole postseason.
Sure.
It doesn't mean the 49ers might not be better than the Eagles. I just think, give me the team with the easiest road, and then the second easiest road. I do think it's interesting, the Minnesota angle, because I agree on the one hand, and everybody knows I like the Vikings and kind of mess with people. Like, there's no doubt the 49ers could go into Minnesota and win a 2-3 score game.
Yeah, I think they'd probably be a 3-point favorite on the road.
But all I'm saying is you still
at least
rather not make that trip. I mean, for all you know, like, and this is kind of what I mean. Like, JD and I talk about the pound of flesh theory. And I just think the Vikings are more likely to take a pound of flesh in Minneapolis than in San Francisco. So even though it's impossible to measure, I think that, 49ers win their first game. Then they go to Minneapolis and they win a dogfight. Well, guess what? If they lose to the Eagles then in Philly, we might look back and say, man, if they play Minnesota at home, maybe they're feeling bad. You know what I mean? They're not as fatigued. They didn't travel as much.
Yeah, I also think that the 49ers are, I think that they're more of a cold weather team, the way that they're constructed. With the way that they run the ball.
I would have thought they'd be a good rain team.
That was also the first game of the season. With a quarterback
just saying
that was running a lot. And look.
Great defense.
I'll give you that. I think that this team can travel and win in the cold more than a team like Minnesota could. So that home game probably means more to the Vikings because they get to play inside, where it's probably a little bit easier to throw the ball, and where your run game doesn't have to be as good, and where your defense also isn't allowed to get downhill as much, because when the 49ers do that, they're already the best unit to begin with, but when they don't have to worry as much about defending the pass, to me, they might even be better. So I think that the Niners are built to go on the road more than the Vikings are. That's why I hear Ross when he's saying, look, that second home game for the Niners shouldn't necessarily supersede trying to be healthy 100% going into the playoffs.
6-5-0. He's trying. Whoo, he's trying. Look at the Ravens win. Very close games. Easily could have lost. They're 10-5. Hit the pike. Ravens haven't scored more than 20 points in like 5 weeks. They've had Lamar for half of those. Hit the pike. I know there's two sides of the football, Chief.
Yeah,
there's offense and defense.
They're also 8-4.
Hand in hand. It's a team. And that team's unified. John Harbaugh's got the Ravens overachieving right now. Yeah. You don't want to play the Ravens. You do not want to play the Ravens right now. That's a hell of a
Actually, if I was in the AFC, that'd be a team I would want to play.
Okay, the AFC, Kansas City.
Yep. Buffalo.
Cincinnati. I'll put the Ravens in there.
The fourth team to come out of the division is unfortunately going to be probably Jacksonville or Tennessee. So you'd want to play them. The Chargers. I would want to play the Chargers.
I would rather play, Miami than the Chargers.
Yes.
And the Patriots and the Chargers. Who else is in that mix there? That's it, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, right now at the bottom it'd be Miami, Los Angeles, and some combination of New England, New York Jets.
Oh, the Jets are still alive. That's right.
Yeah.
Or
technically Pittsburgh. But, yes. No, out of those teams, right now, Jacksonville is going to host a home game. If the season ended today against Baltimore, they could win that game.
Let me throw this at you. I heard JD's coming up at 2:00, and he's with Larry Krueger, and then JD will be doing the pregame Warriors Live at 6:00. JD brought up something interesting about the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
What if the Packers end up the 49ers opponent in the first game? See, what JD's point is you fear Aaron Rodgers with house money. You can beat Aaron Rodgers if you're the Niners.
Yes.
But with nothing at stake for Green Bay, essentially. Ooh, you probably don't want the Packers coming into Levi Stadium, right?
No, Green Bay's quietly also got a pretty decent defense. I mean, they did not start out well this year, but Aaron Rodgers has played a lot better. His weapons have, that was the part of it at the beginning of the season is, you lost Devontae Adams, now you got a bunch of rookies. Well, now those bunch of rookies got 10, 12, 13 games under their belt. Maybe Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, might be tougher to handle than you think.
6-5-0. Jacksonville just beat the Ravens. LMA, you mean the first place Jacksonville Jaguars, 6-5-0.
They did.
That's the first
by
place
a point.
Jacksonville Jaguars. It takes a division champion to knock off The Baltimore Ravens. Sometimes it's fun being on the radio because you can just say what you want. Poor 650. I get you. You better hope they don't make a run, though, those Baltimore Ravens. I'm just saying. All right, JD is coming up next, and he's with Larry Krueger. We still have what? I haven't done this in a while.
Left.
How much we got here? 2? That's it?
2.5.
154?
Yep.
Hard out? Okay, so that's 2.5 minutes.
It's ingrained in my mind.
Let me see. Yes or no? 49ers going to finish the season on a 14-game win streak?
Yes.
So they're going to win the Super Bowl. That wins them the Super Bowl.
I thought apologies. Thought you meant 14 wins in the regular season.
Oh.
No,
no, they can't do that either.
Oh, 13. My bad. Apologies. Math was off. No, they do not finish the season on a 14-game win streak.
Steiny, the Commanders beat the Eagles with Jalen Hurts, and the 49ers stomped them. But here's the thing, and listen, this is in 408. It's no fault of the Niners. It really isn't. But their division stinks. It stinks. So the 49ers got to play 6 gimmies.
Also,
gimmies.
If
the Philadelphia Eagles, on the other hand, got to play the 11-4 Cowboys and the Giants and the Commanders. Whew, that's the toughest division in football, baby. Mm-hmm.
It's hard to go undefeated in a season. That's all I'll say. And the Eagles
Who's going undefeated?
Well, the Eagles were damn close to doing it.
Oh, exactly.
I mean, I know
you don't need to go undefeated.
They lost by a touchdown to the Cowboys with a backup quarterback.
Take it to the bank. We're not going to have another 17-0. Not that we've ever had one. There's never going to be a team in the rest of our lifetime that goes 17 or 18-0 in the postseason and runs the table.
So basically, they got to win 20 games in a single year.
It's going to be 21, I think, right? When they go to the 18-game schedule.
Yeah, I don't see that.
I don't either. 18 games.
Well, as we found out, you don't want to go perfect in the regular season.
It's true. That's true. Who the boys have next? Anybody?
Warriors, Charlotte. Who you got?
Warriors.
By Peter King today.
Nice. Peter King. Who do you got?
Who do I got? I'll take the Warriors. Hey, James Wiseman, double-double tonight. Dunks on LaMelo Ball. How about that?
I don't. Yeah, well.
Don't have a strong opinion.
No. Charlotte coming off a loss. Charlotte's on a back-to-back. They stink. Come on. Although they beat...
Clay's making 6 threes tonight.
That doesn't necessarily mean he played well.
That's true.
I got the Warriors winning their next 2 on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where they'll break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Hyundai. There's never been a better time to get away with a great deal on a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
And now, your Live Nation lineup. The Roots at the Masonic December 29th. Nimesh Patel at the Masonic January 21st. Sarah Silverman at the Masonic February 25th. And Margaret Cho at Palace of Fine Arts June 2nd. That was your Live Nation lineup. For tickets and info, hit up livenation.com.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Baby, just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Are you ready?
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome in. Good Tuesday afternoon to you. John Dickinson, joined by Larry Kruger this afternoon. As
hey,
we lead you up to Warriors basketball tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors and the Charlotte Hornets. Larry, yeah, we've known each other for a long time. I think this is we couldn't quite figure if it was the second or the third. I think it's the third show we've done together.
Third show of me and JD. Well, JD, it's always great to see you, man. We've talked many times on the Niner pregame because you're our boots on the ground, trusted reporter from inside the stadium with me and Lowe. But yeah, this might be our third show all time. I'm excited, man.
Yeah,
Good to see you.
looking forward to it. And we'll be doing that again here on New Year's Day as I'll be in Vegas for the Niners and the Raiders. That's going to be a lot of fun, quite the experience there, and a lot to get into over the next 4 hours. Peter King's going to join us as he does each and every week in this slot here on 95.7 The Game. 3 o'clock for Peter King, so he's coming up in an hour. Anthony Slater of The Athletic as well is going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock, covers the Warriors, obviously. We'll talk about everything going on with the Dubs as they try and find their way without Steph Curry. Game 2 of the 8-game road trip is coming up here as well, or 8-game homestand, rather. Good thing for the Warriors, it's not a road trip.
Right.
They've played on the road and be able to beat the Grizzlies the other night at home, so they still, showing that they can do it maybe even without Steph Curry. But you look at tonight and LaMelo Ball coming in and James Wiseman playing a little bit more of late, at least more effectively the last couple of games at 30, the final game of the road trip in Brooklyn. He has no points or field goal attempts in the game against Memphis, but the Warriors really pleased with his defense and his impact on the game in 8 minutes that seemed more meaningful than the 30-point game in Brooklyn. But it raises the question, just kind of off the top here, LaMelo was picked number 3. Wiseman was picked number 2. The Hornets come in among the worst teams in the NBA. A lot of that is LaMelo being hurt, but Warriors make a mistake. I mean, it's always fun to kind of reevaluate drafts as years go on and just how things played out.
It's so funny because we're talking about this today because today is one of those days that, you get those Christmas presents and then people like, well, I love it. Thank you, Dad. Oh, I've been dreaming for this. 2 days later, you ask the wife, hey, where's the little guy? Oh, he went to the store to return that gift that you got him. Great. Everybody's returning gifts at this point. It's buyer's remorse. People, or even gifter's remorse, I guess, or giftee's remorse. But yeah, I don't know how you had Wiseman and Edwards and LaMelo ranked in that draft. I guess I'm the most surprised. I'm surprised a little bit by all three. I liked Edwards as a scorer, and obviously he's just been awesome, especially the second half of last year. I thought LaMelo was going to struggle more, JD, with his shot. I thought he was going to be an all-pass, no shooting kind of a guy. He's taken a lot more threes this year, and his shot looks pretty good, and it's obviously coming on. And then Wiseman, of course, has been disappointing if you thought it was going to happen overnight, and I guess maybe not disappointing if you really felt it was going to be a long-range play. All I'll say, and I was saying this to Steinmetz as they were walking out, if you're one of those guys, JD, who was like, the Warriors had to trade Monte Ellis to clear up, shots and time and space for Steph Curry and Klay Thompson back in the day when they traded Monte for Bogut, then how can you really question taking of Wiseman here when you had, Jordan Poole and Steph Curry playing on the ball and you didn't have a chance at Edwards? So it's really a LaMelo versus Wiseman. Who did they make the right call? Did they make the wrong call? How do you say, oh, yeah, they had to trade Monte for Bogut, but then say, oh, they blew it by drafting Wiseman instead of LaMelo?
Yeah, it's interesting because there were so many different dynamics going on at the point in which that draft took place, and it was right before Thanksgiving. It was in the pandemic. I mean, this was the November 18th draft, not the typical
Klay had gone down
June 23rd draft. And yeah, a lot of the lead up to that was, yes, you knew Anthony Edwards at that point was going to Minnesota, number 1 overall, and Wiseman seemingly, via a lot of the reporting, had moved ahead of LaMelo in the Warriors' eyes. But as of that day, right up until that afternoon, that was when Klay Thompson and the Achilles injury popped up. It was literally that afternoon. And so there was a lot of question, do the Warriors change course now because Klay Thompson in all likelihood has sustained another year-long, or what wound up being about a 14-month injury from the time that he injured it to the time he was able to come back. And it was, do you reverse course? Do you change? If you were going to go Wiseman, do you now go LaMelo because you're not going to have Klay? You pair him with Steph, who's coming back, and then you figure out what you've got. The other part to it was Jordan Poole wasn't Jordan Poole yet. Now, at that point, it was the Jordan Poole that, remember, was burning out his key card at the facility during COVID when nobody was allowed in the building, and maybe he wasn't supposed to be in the building, but he was sneaking in the building because he wanted to get shots up and work on his game and really try and improve. But this was even before Poole had gone to the G League and that famous stint in the G League where he dominated and then came back and assumed a role at the end of that season, which the Warriors lost in the play-in tournament and ultimately were eliminated by Memphis. So there were a lot of things we know now about the Warriors that we didn't necessarily know on that day where they had prepared in all the lead up to take Wiseman over Ball.
To me, it really was a simple thing. It came down to who do you want on the ball? Like, when the Warriors had Monte and Steph, Monte, despite being a 2-guard, was on the ball quite a bit. And didn't play. It wasn't your prototypical off the ball 2. So you had Steph then coming in as a point. He was going to play on the ball. To me, it was really hard to go towards LaMelo just because LaMelo didn't have any ability to play off the ball. So if you were going to, basically to draft him would be to take the ball out of Steph Curry's hands and make him play off the ball, and that just seemed like a non-starter. So I think that's why I kind of lean towards Wiseman, and I won't, I don't know that, this story has not been written yet. I mean, James Wiseman is not what he's going to be. And I think it's always easier for guards, backcourt guys to transition to the NBA than the big men with all of the footwork and all the moves that you have to have inside, all that goes into that. I just think it takes a little bit more time as a big man. And I think we should just kind of, we got to be patient. I mean, ultimately, that's the solution with James Wiseman. I think they got the right guy. And I know that's hard to say now because LaMelo has gotten to a certain point. But I do believe the Warriors will be vindicated in time. How much time is the question?
Yeah, and I mean, you look at LaMelo and you go back through 51 games in the 72-game season that he played in, ended up starting 31 of them. He did play 75 of the 82 last year, was an all-star last year, averaged 20 points a game. I mean, that's where it looks like, wow, this kid's something special. And then he's been hurt this year, only played 10 games to this point out of 34, 35. So I think that's been a little bit of a problem throughout the course of his career to this point, has been some of the injuries, the dynamics in play. I think there was a little bit of a Steph is the system and is the franchise and is the face. And I'm not saying this necessarily impacted the decision to not take LaMelo Ball, but I think, and LeVar Ball, his dad, had said, he's not a big fan of Steve Kerr, didn't necessarily want him to come to Golden State because I think he wanted his son to be the premier face of a franchise. That wasn't going to be happening here. Would there be something to Jordan Poole's growth being stunted by the fact that LaMelo Ball is here? It would have been really strange because I think he would have ended up starting alongside Steph Curry because Klay Thompson was out that year. Then what? Does he become a bench player at that point? Do you look to do something different with Andrew Wiggins because you want to get the 3 guards in the lineup, and then you've got Poole on top of that with Klay looming a year down the line? Like it is, there's just a lot to sort through when you look at the evaluation. I think if you think LaMelo Ball was the better player, I think the Warriors do believe that they thought Wiseman was the better player. Like it wasn't, in my mind, and because we always have this debate right around drafts. Do you go for the position of need versus the best overall talent? I think the Warriors believe that Wiseman was the best overall talent, but then that begs the question, now looking back on it, was that a mistake? I guess you're saying we don't really know as of yet, but the one thing I will say, I think the Warriors believed Wiseman would be farther along. And some of that's injury, some of that's just the lack of being able to get on the floor consistently, but it's also at times just looked like not the best fit with Steph and not the best fit with Draymond, which if you can't play with those two, it's hard to play with the Warriors, period.
Well, I mean, the Warriors have such high basketball intellect as a group that if you come in and you're raw and you need development in that area, you're going to look like a fish out of water. And that's exactly what it looks like with James Wiseman. There's just so much development that needs to go on there that he just looks, they're worse with him. Steph's worse with him. The Warriors are a worse team with him, rebounding, defensively, offensively. I mean, but you have to, it was the long-term play. And it's funny because a lot of the 49er comparisons get made between Trey and James Wiseman. And yet I see the Warriors in a unique position because the NBA regular season is eternal and there's tons of minutes to go around. And I just think that it's just, you can develop a James Wiseman in season. Even though they've struggled with it thus far, I think it can be done. I don't know that it can be done in the NFL. If you get a super raw guy, I mean, when are the
Niners were going to try with Trey this year, right? The way it looked.
And it wasn't going to work. Why? Because the fans weren't going for it, the players weren't going for it, and the coaches weren't going for it. I don't know who's left, after
and it got off to a bad start in Chicago.
It got off to a bad start. I think Trey will develop. I really have great thoughts about where he's going to wind up. But it's the NFL regular season. You only have 2, 3, 4 games max to kind of play around with. Then it's time to win, and you got a team with guys like Trent Williams on it, and guys who are veterans who aren't going to have that many great years ahead. You had to kind of go for it this year. So I think the Niners are having a hard time. Even if Trey had stayed healthy, they would have had a hard time keeping him on the field and winning games while developing him. Well, I think the Warriors, it doesn't really matter. For me, I would say after watching the Warriors against the Celtics and watching the Warriors on Christmas Day against Memphis, I would get into it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter that the Warriors are terrible on the road. It just doesn't matter that they don't look good every night right now. It doesn't matter that they don't look great in December, because they won't get decided until May, and you got just so much. You got an eternity between now and then to get better. So I have no concerns about Golden State, because I'm looking at those teams in the West, and JD, I don't believe in any of them. I don't believe in Memphis, don't believe in Phoenix, don't believe in Denver, don't believe in Dallas. As far as can any of those teams beat Golden State in a 7-game series, I wouldn't bet on it.
I think where it becomes problematic and where I would disagree with you a little bit is I do think you got to win enough games to at least comfortably get into the playoffs. To me, you don't want to be in a position.
You want to be top 4?
I want to be top. I want to be at least top 6. I ultimately want to be top 4. Yes, I want to be top 4. If it ends up being because of circumstances, top 6, I think you can make a run there. Although you're not going to have home court advantage against anybody. And to me, it's more the cumulative than can they beat any of these teams. I think they could beat Memphis in a series. I think they kind of showed it again the other night on Christmas that they got a little something on Memphis when they ramp it up to the best of their abilities, even without Steph and even without Wiggins. I mean, that was a statement, I think, to the Grizzlies, hey, you don't want the smoke. Right. Even though you run your mouth like you want nothing but the smoke, you don't want the smoke because we've got a level that you guys can't reach. To me, it would be the cumulative, though, of can you beat Memphis and then beat Phoenix and then beat Denver and then beat Milwaukee or Boston or Brooklyn or whoever ends up coming out of the Eastern Conference. So to me, it's more all without home court advantage. And I know the Warriors have won a road game in every playoff series over the last decade that they've played in with Steph and Clay and Draymond. That gets brought up every year. They've won at least one road game in every single playoff series. If you don't have home court advantage, though, oftentimes that means you have to win 2 road games because you might slip up one at home or you're 1-1 coming back, a team gets one. And typically you're not as buttoned up of a team, and that puts you in a position where you're a little bit more vulnerable. So you almost might, in some of these, have to win a couple of road games. And I think that's where you're playing longer series. And the Warriors really made hay last year. I thought big understated reason as to why they were able to win the championship last year. You beat Denver in 5. You get a little bit of a rest to lead up to the Grizzlies series. You win that in 6. It was hard fought. But then Dallas ends up being the team you play. You get rid of them in 5, and you get that week to lead up to the final. I think the little breaks after that first series and after that conference final series, as opposed to having to go 6, 7, 6, 7, that takes a toll over a playoff with an older squad. So I as far as the seeding and all that, to me, it's important. You don't want to be fighting uphill. And that's why I think this homestand is important, and that win on Tuesday was important, and tonight's important for the Warriors to bring it. I kind of need to see a 5-6 win homestand to just get back over 500 and feel a little bit better about where things are headed as far as them having a shot to make that run once Steph is back.
Okay, so you can't have both. You got the 6 seed. Would you rather be a 6 seed, but you got your rotation and you're playing well going in, or would you rather be, an 8 seed? You know what I'm saying?
I want the 6. I want the 6.
But I'm just saying, would you rather have? You can get into the playoffs. To me, it's not about the seeding. It's more about the rhythm, the rotation, and their health. if the rotation's playing well and it's ironed out, if they're playing in good rhythm and they're healthy, when the playoffs start, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think this team can go through any seeding in the West.
Even if you're playing elimination games right off the top.
It's not ideal, but if the choice was that or you aren't entering the playoffs, I could say you were the 2 seed, but your rotation's not set, you're not healthy, and you're not playing particularly good ball at the end of the year. I'd rather be a 6 seed and have my rotation be set, have my, be healthy and be, kind of starting to gel as a team than be a higher seed, but I don't have those things going on.
The irony is the Warriors kind of had that last year. They were the 3 seed, but they had been pretty bad in the second half and injured and banged up, and nobody knew what the rotation was going to be. It was a new team. Hey, what can Wiggins do in the playoffs? What can Poole do coming off the bench? And then they lock in against Denver, and they just hit the ground running really all the way up until the 5th game against Memphis when they got blown out, but they were already up 3-1, so it didn't really matter. And then they come back and they close that series. Like, they were on cruise control against Denver to take the 3-0 lead. And yeah, there was a lot of question and worry and doubt about that. I think this team's a little different. Like we saw last year, even before Clay came back, that the pieces fit and that they had enough of a veteran presence with Otto Porter, with Gary Payton II, even Bielitsa here and there, where you saw what the high end could be. In a blink. You never saw it with all this, but you never worried about Clay, Steph, and Draymond together, right? Because you knew they had it locked in from champions past. But the rest of it, you really didn't know, and they flipped the switch, and they were the 3 seed, but didn't. There were all these questions, and it ended up working out for them. I think I would prefer to be in that position. Whereas now you're looking at all the young players and what can they do, and really the biggest takeaway for me off of Sunday was the young players actually contributed against a good team in a win. Which I think you could count the number of times on one hand, maybe on a couple of fingers that's happened.
Oh, it's hugely important too to JD because I don't think they can get there if Wiseman, Moody, Kuminga are all basically total zeros come the playoffs. Somebody of those 3 guys, and I probably should throw Baldwin in there because I think Baldwin's got an incredibly refined looking shot. I thought watching the ball come off of his hand, he's skilled. He's got a great outside shot, so maybe he works his way into the rotation. I just think they got 5 young guys, 5 relative babies on this team. They got to get a couple of them in the rotation on a regular basis. Now, that being said, I don't have any real respect for any of these teams out west, though I did see Dallas the other day, and Dallas is a lot better team than the team that the Warriors beat last year in the playoffs because now they got Tim Hardaway's kid, and he's healthy, and they had him last year, but he wasn't healthy. But to me, getting Christian Wood, big man who can run the floor, who can shoot the ball from outside, that's a really nice piece. Dallas just, to me, looks a little bit better. Actually quite a bit better than what I remembered them last year in the playoffs. Though there were people that thought that Dallas was going to upset the Warriors in the playoffs.
Steiny.
No, but some people say Denver would be the team they fear. I kind of fear Dallas.
Yeah, I think Denver would be a team I would fear more if I was more confident in Jamal Murray coming back off the ACL. There's nights where he's looked tremendous. There's nights where he's looked like a guy coming off an ACL still that's not quite as dynamic as he would be had he not sustained that injury. Jokic is out of this world as always, and Michael Porter Jr. is kind of he can shoot it and fill it up, but he's not a great defender. I'm a Denver,
Aaron Gordon. How about Aaron Gordon on Christmas?
Yeah, unbelievable. No,
that was unbelievable.
They're a well-coached team, obviously, with Michael Malone. I'm a huge Michael Malone guy. So I think Denver would be that team potentially that might be the natural, team that's on the ascent as far as having all of their young guys kind of, going through the process of, hey, you make it first round, second round, conference finals, and now it's time to maybe make the jump. Memphis, we'll see. They run their mouth so much. The Warriors would want to take them out. The Clippers, we'll see. I'm kind of with you on Dallas. They were a slow starting team last year. They really lingered around 500 throughout the first half, and in the second half, they got it together and were playing really good basketball into the playoffs, and they were able to make a run. So I think that's a team to keep an eye on. I just want to avoid the dreck of the play-in tournament and these one-and-done games.
Yeah.
Like, I'm almost with you where I can give on the home court advantage and say, all right, it doesn't have to. Like, even home court in one series, I think, makes a big difference.
I thought you meant top 4, but you're basically saying top 6.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give on that. I really want top 4, but I think there's a significant difference between top 6, given how jumbled up it is. I mean, you said it. I mean, if the Warriors were 6 and they're playing Memphis at 3 in the first round, because here's the other part of playing a team in the first round, you're not going to be tired at that point like you would be if you were playing them in a conference finals. Like, sure. I would, if I were the Grizzlies, I'd much rather play the Warriors in the conference finals where they had already had to play a couple of series as the younger team. If that's a first round series, you're going to get, in all likelihood, a relatively fresh Warriors team. Like, somebody else may get them down the line because of what you took out of them, but they may still beat you if you're Memphis, and obviously that would be something that Warrior fans would truly, truly enjoy.
Well, and then I kind of wonder, what is Golden State going to look like in the playoffs this year without Peyton? Just because he was that defensive stopper. And I don't know that they've got a player that, I like DiVincenzo, but they're different.
Yeah.
He can't really replicate that stopper mode that CP2 offered. So we'll see. And then of course, the trade deadline. Are the Phoenix Suns going to wind up with Kevin Durant? That changes the dynamic. I mean, if suddenly Durant is in the West on the Suns, depending on what goes back in return, that could shake up the playoff picture.
And honestly, I think the Suns are a team that could make a move. I don't think it's going to be Durant though now, because they've won 9 in a row. Brooklyn 22-12. They're all the way up to within 2 games of the top spot in the Eastern Conference. They just beat Cleveland. They've been playing excellent basketball. They bottomed out about a month ago in Sacramento, that TNT game where the Kings put, 150 points on them or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was just embarrassing. Well, since then, I think they've lost, they're 18-3 or something like that since that game. So they're playing much better basketball and are all the way up to third. So I don't think Durant at this point is going anywhere. 888-957-9570. John Dickinson and Larry Kruger, 888-957-9570. That's the number to give us a call or shoot us a text. Xfinity mobile text line is always being monitored in here by the both of us. You got your heckler? You find your heckler today?
Not yet, but I'm sure there'll be one.
I'm sure there'll be
heckle away. Yeah,
sure there'll be a few of them. And I want to come back to the Wiseman LaMelo conversation as well, just a little bit, because I think some would be quick to say, hey, the Warriors made a mistake. Like, how can you not say the Warriors made a mistake? Wiseman's barely done anything. LaMelo is an all-star last year, and really the only thing that's kept LaMelo down at all has been injury in that first year and this year to this point. But there's something to be said, and we can get into this coming back, there's something to be said for the Warriors won a title without him. And like, in the sense that if you win a title with a guy that obviously was too injured to play last year, like, you can't really call it a mistake if you're, you know what I mean? If you're good enough to withstand not having him, like, there's nothing that says they're automatically a better team than a team that won the title if they had LaMelo Ball in the mix.
There was a parade.
Like, they won an NBA championship, and basically it was, James Wiseman didn't play a second last year. So you get a little bit of more leeway to work him back, obviously, and develop him. I do think that they thought he would be farther along and able to contribute more than he has. I think they thought more games like Sunday's game, where he's out there, he's rebounding, he's altering shots, not trying to do too much. I think that was the template for all of the young guys, but especially Wiseman. I think they thought that they could have plugged him into 10 to 15 minutes a game with play like that, and it just hasn't happened to this point.
You think about all the young, talented big men that have entered this league, and it's pretty rare that a young, talented big man goes to a title contender right out of the chute. So that right there kind of complicated the equation. In some ways, you look at that and you go, oh, it'll be great. How could it not work out? You already got a great team. You don't need much from him, but you've got a pecking order. You've got a way that you play. You've got a culture. You're not going to interrupt that culture for one player, and the development becomes complicated. But I always wonder about the off the field, off the court stuff with LaMelo. What if LaMelo wasn't on the ball? What if he was playing on the ball some of the time, off the ball some of the time, and then LeVar started barking about it to Kerr, and all of a sudden now you've got this dynamic where you got Poole that plays best on the ball, Steph that plays best on the ball, and LaMelo who played best on the ball, and they're all on the same team. And how does that work? And is LeVar chirping? Is he going public? And what's the reaction? So it would have been different for sure. LaMelo looks awesome, but all the other elements of it have to be factored in as well.
No doubt, and I think the Warriors would never admit this, but I do think they didn't want to deal with the LeVar Ball component.
I was with him. I was absolutely with him on that.
So, yeah, we'll get into it. We'll keep it rolling. 888-957-9570. He's Larry. I'm JD. The 95.7 The Game merch store is live. James in Concord. He ordered a relevant sweatshirt today. You can get yours now at 957thegameshop.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative, due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn. Qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Rain and wind in Cupertino, highs near 59.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. John Dickinson and Larry Kruger sitting in for Damon and Ratto here on a Tuesday. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Let's get to a quick text here on the Xfinity mobile text line. Also, let everybody know we do have Peter King coming up as well at 3 o'clock. We'll switch gears. We'll get into some football. A lot to talk about with the 49ers as they gear up for the Raiders in Vegas on New Year's Day. 2 seeds still in play for the 49ers. So all that's coming up here at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. But I wanted to get to this text on the Warriors and LaMelo Ball as he comes in tonight with Charlotte. And, of course, going back to that 2020 draft where Wiseman was taken at 2, LaMelo Ball taken at 3. And the 925 just asking the question, would LaMelo Ball flourish with the Warriors? And the fact that he wouldn't be starting over Steph and Clay. I know you've added Poole into that mix as well. Another one is just getting into the hey, LaMelo, thinking of the trade-off of his offensive production being on the roster, but then maybe Poole's development isn't what it has become because of that. So I think, just 2 different angles to the whole what if the Warriors had gone down the LaMelo route and how it would have, in that year leading up to the championship year, maybe change the course of history.
Well, I think they would be better. Why? Because I think LaMelo's a baller. I mean, he can play.
You think they win the title last year?
Yeah, I think they probably do. Because I think LaMelo would have given them another ball handler, or would have freed Steph up to play a little bit more off the ball. It wouldn't have looked the same. And there would have been challenges, as we mentioned, with LeVar and his personality. He's kind of bombastic and he's verbal and he's out there. But Wiseman gave them 0, and LaMelo would have given them something. So I think I think you could say they would have won a title. It would have been different. As far as, I don't know that Jordan would be developing the same way. I think the Warriors, if they had LaMelo, would be probably, they're already one of the most fun teams in the league to watch, but I think they would be even more fun if they had LaMelo, because I think LaMelo would be throwing lobs, and there would be all kinds of open floor, sharing of the basketball. I don't know that his dad would have been happy, though, because I don't think he would have played as much.
How do you think they handle the Steph and LaMelo have played together for the whole 2020-2021 season, and then the first couple of months of last season, and then Klay Thompson's coming back, and if LaMelo's playing at a close to an all-star kind of a level alongside Steph, because I don't think there's any doubt those two would have been paired together because we didn't know who Jordan Poole was going to be at the point in which LaMelo would have been drafted. So those two would have played together. They would have been the starting backcourt. They would have been the starting backcourt in all likelihood last year. How do you think that plays out where LaMelo's playing at a high level? Steph is obviously Steph, and then Klay Thompson's coming back.
I mean, I think ultimately...
And Klay wasn't going to be coming off the bench. I'll say that.
Everybody besides Kerr is a winner. You know what I mean? I think we would have won. I think the team would have won. I just don't... I think Kerr's job would have become that much more difficult if LaMelo had been here. Because I think he would have had to figure it out, right? He would have had to somehow blend, another guy with a massive ego, but also with games. So,
but is he as effective if he has to, not? Because I think you could make the case that part of LaMelo's success is he is the guy. There's no real expectations in Charlotte. He's one of the most popular players in the league. He can just do whatever he wants. If he wants to shoot it 20 times, he can. If he wants to be a facilitator, he can. If he wants to defend, he can. And we know sometimes the Warriors, young players, it takes them a minute to fit in, even the guards.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It would the dynamic, one, it would have been an awesome watch. But two, it complicates things. It really does. And I think it would have been a huge challenge for Kerr and the coaching staff. And I think there would have been a lot of games where you're like, where things popped up because of, usage and how the thing is blending together. There would have been a whole gamut of other issues, let's just say. But I think they would have been an incredibly fun team to watch.
It's interesting. It really is. And especially 2 years ago. I think last year, when I look back and knowing what we now know about last year's team and how it all just came together and the pieces fit and Jordan Poole had developed to where he was awesome in the time that he filled in for Klay as the starter alongside Steph, averaging 18, 19 a game, coming off before he was coming off the bench, but in that lineup and then shifts to the bench role, ends up starting at the end of the year. I just wonder, now again, knowing what we know about how that year played out, 2 years ago, I'm with you. 2 years ago, the Warriors, the building wasn't full because of COVID, and there was just a weird, Kelly Oubre didn't fit, and Wiseman was playing a lot, then he wasn't, then he was, and he was hurt, and that team was the opposite of fun to watch for the most part, other than Steph being incredible, pretty much from the beginning of the year and holding them up to a point where they could get that 7 seed and go into the play-in tournament. So I'm kind of with you on that, but I feel like the 2 years ago would have changed in some form or fashion the context of last year. And last year, last year was just perfect the way it all worked out.
Yeah, I think another interesting angle on this thing is how would last year have gone if James Wiseman had not been hurt? Would James Wiseman have just been sitting there, DNP, Steve Kerr's decision?
I think so.
Or would they have been trying to work him in? Would there have been pressure to work him in? Or is he literally just sitting on the bench?
I think they, at every opportunity that they had last year to be cautious with his injury or push his return back, or, the joke, right, was always, he's ramping up. He's ramping up. Wiseman's ramping up. He's ramping up. He's ramping up to get back to practice. He's ramping up to get back to maybe go get in some G League games. And I want to say he went to 1 or 2 G League games, and then there was some knee soreness that popped up, and he ended up having to have, another procedure. And then at that point it was, can he come back at the end of the year? And the Warriors just very early on at that point said, nope, he's not coming back. And I think at every point in which, because of the momentum that they had built up without him, and knowing how it didn't really work with Steph and didn't really work with Draymond from the year before, I think they used the injury as a means to protect him, obviously, first and foremost, because you didn't want him to be in a position where he was hurt for this year when you truly wanted to try and develop him. But I think they took every turn they could to use the injury as a means to just kick the can down the line as far as when he had to try to even be integrated into the mix, because they frankly didn't want to deal with it. They had too good of a thing going with what they had.
And he made him worse.
And he made him worse because and there was data from the year before that would tell you he made him worse, and you don't want to. I don't think Steve Kerr and the Warriors organization wanted to deal with the fact that there might be pressure to play James Wiseman. So they just took it off the table and used the injury concern as a reason. Hey, we're doing what's best for the kid. He's young. He's got a long way to go. We're going to make sure he's absolutely healthy before he gets out there.
Well, I mean, it really is interesting because it makes you wonder, would he have gotten some run in the playoffs at all, or would they had come to their evaluation that, you know what, we'll shelve this until next year? And then would that have changed the vibe? If it's one thing to be sitting there rooting on your teammates because you're not healthy and they are, and you're making a run at a title. It's a different thing if you're healthy and ready and they're not using you. That would have changed the whole dynamic. So I tend to think that they would have gotten it done last year, but it would have changed things. And if they had tried to attempt to play him throughout the playoff run, that would have changed things as well. And who's to say that it would have been changed for the better?
I don't think he would have played at all. I think if he had come back in the playoffs, I think if he had been able physically to come back in March, let's say, I think it would have been similar to the way it was at the beginning of the season. Let's say those first 10 games or so before he got sent out. I think they would have tried to carve out 5 minutes a half for him just to see how it goes, to get his feet wet. At that point they were banged up, so they didn't have the full team. The team that had gone 41-13 at the beginning wasn't the team that they were playing at that point. So I think they could have got him a little bit of run, but had it played out like those first 10 games had played out, I think they either would have shut him down due to injury at that point, just come up with something. Maybe he would have gotten hurt, at that point, or they just would have said, hey, he's a youngster, he's a DNP, we've got other players that are capable of getting after it.
One thing I want to see the rest of this year is I want to see him with the Warriors, not in the G League, and getting some run nightly, and improving and working towards becoming who knows, the 8th guy or the 9th guy in the rotation, but in the rotation. Because I think when you look at the finals and you're sitting there, it's going to be Boston, is it going to be Milwaukee? You're probably going to need a little bit more size. You're probably going to need James Wiseman in some capacity. So I'm glad that they've used the G League. It seems like the G League's been a positive. I loved what I saw from Brooklyn, but they got destroyed in that game.
It was the quintessential, hey, Wiseman's got 30 and you're down 40.
But even that was a positive because you know what? Without that game, if they ever get to a point this year where they just make the evaluation, you know what? We're going to try to trade James, because there's all kinds of rumors around the league that the Warriors are going to make some combination of Kuminga, Moody, or Wiseman available to other teams at the trade deadline, and they're going to listen. At least if he's got a couple of, even if they're in blowouts, if you got a couple of games in your game log that show that you had 30 points, at least I think that helps his trade value on some level. You guys still got to project, and the team trading firm's going to have to project, but at least there's something to look at, and maybe I think it ups his value. I really do.
888-957-9570. He's Larry Krueger. I'm John Dickinson. We're in for Damon and Ratto here on this Tuesday afternoon. Let's go to the phones. Let's get Dave in Fremont in here on the phone lines on 95.7 The Game. What's going on today, Dave?
Hey, guys. Happy holiday season. Thank you for taking the call.
Yeah.
But I am calling a little bit disgruntled today. Why is everybody so polarized on James? I don't get this, man. He's a 20-year-old. I'd like to see you guys get on the court and score 30 against half of what Brooklyn is at the moment. They're really good players. And to score 30 is an achievement. Someone was looking for him in the paint, so he made shots. That's what you're supposed to do. Then the next day, playing within what he's supposed to play. What do you mean? Why are you setting up these confines for, he's got to play within his given, a moment? Like, that's horrible. You guys are like totally cutting him down. Don't do that. This guy's growing. He's an uncut gem, and he has the ability to change the dynamic of the Warriors because we need someone to throw to in the middle. We need a big man, and he is growing into a man. He's starting to get hair on his face, thank goodness. And now he's going to grow and get better,
Dave.
guys.
Dave, we'll let you go on that. Now, go ahead, Larry.
I'm not cutting him down at all.
No.
I mean, I like the guy. I think he's a tremendous prospect. It's just a matter of, can you do two things, right? Can you win the games and also develop them? JD and I don't view this the same way. I don't think NBA regular season matters at all. And I think the Warriors, with all their experience, can win the title out of any seed. And that includes
7, 8, 9, 10.
I don't care if you're in the play-in tournament.
Right.
This Warrior team has been there. Everybody else, it's like the map for the gold. The Warriors have the map, and everybody else is just kind of walking around. You know, the Warriors know exactly how much energy needs to be expended, how much do you need in the tank. They know how to get to the finish line. Everybody else is just kind of like, well, we're hoping to play well enough, and we think we're pretty good, and we'll have to see. The Warriors know how to get to the finish line. So when you have that knowledge, I think that's a massive advantage. And I'm not afraid about winning. You know, I'm not afraid if I'm a Warrior fan, and I am, from being the 4 seed, the 1 seed, the 8 seed, the 10 seed. Just get in. Just get in. You can't obviously win the title if you're not in the playoffs. Just get in, especially, and I totally agree with what JD's saying. I'd rather be at higher seed. But when we look at how bad the Warriors have been on the road, I mean, just destroyed in some of these games, non-competitive. And then you look at the way they played Boston. They circled the wagons somehow. Yeah. They get Memphis. They were huge underdogs on Christmas. They circled the wagons. They didn't have their 2 best players, in my opinion, on the floor, and they still beat Memphis. So they know how to turn it up. They know the level they need to get to. They know where the gold is. So I'm not worried about this. To me, I agree with the caller. I would rather see the Warriors develop their young guys, all 5 of them, but at least 2 or 3 of them this year. And then I don't care about the seeding. It doesn't matter to me what seed you are, but get 2 of those young guys in the rotation playing well. If they get to the playoffs with 2 of those young guys in the rotation playing well, my only question, JD, I think they rampage the West. It's Boston or Milwaukee.
Sure.
They're going to go to the finals. Can they beat Boston? Can they beat Milwaukee? That, to me, is the question of the entire season.
Yeah, and I'd even throw Brooklyn in there as well, as they're playing.
Throw Brooklyn? That's a good call,
just because they're unbelievable the last month plus. They've figured it out. They fired Steve Nash. It seems like Jacques Vaughn's got them going in a different direction. It seems like Kyrie and Durant are back in. Like we didn't know whether they wanted to play in a given night or not, or whether they were locked into what Brooklyn's
doing. And they're
doing.
volatile and awesome offensively.
Yeah, exactly. That would be their downfall, is they may not be able to defend at a championship level, but they at least are committed to playing every night, which is something that wasn't there before. I think you're spot on with, if they definitely want one, and I think Kuminga's the one that they've circled as the guy that's got the best shot to be in the rotation consistently. And I think they like his athleticism, his body type, his ability to be a defender, really, and a rebounder. But I think they have almost tried to use him a little bit like they've used Gary Payton II, where offensively he's somebody that can shoot a corner 3 if the team leaves him open, or get a dunk in the context of the offense, or get a little short post where you can put one move on and maybe get fouled, right? Teams really have a hard time with it. But I think they've told him, do less offensively, let the points find you in the context of what we're doing. Go hound a point guard, go hound a wing, and just use your length, use your athleticism, and be more concerned about defense and rebounding, as opposed to the offense and getting it out at the top of the key and putting it on the deck and trying to go by somebody or shoot threes. And I think I think he struggled on the road trip, but prior to that, he had a good 5-6 game stretch where he was doing that. I thought he did that in the game on Sunday in a big-time way. I think Wiseman, for the first time, Larry, on Sunday, 30-point game aside from Brooklyn, that game on Sunday was the first time where Wiseman had that kind of game like they were looking for from Kuminga, where it was all of the other things. He gets out there 8 minutes, he's got 5 boards. He didn't have a block, but he changed 3 or 4 shots. He didn't foul like we've seen him foul when he's in those positions. It looked really, for the first time, defensively like he had a clue. The Warriors would tell you they don't want to throw it to him in the post and let him try to go to work and operate, because that, right or wrong, isn't their system, but they do think there are ways he can succeed. And I think the Memphis game is the template, far more than the Brooklyn game.
The only thing about Kuminga that worries me, I mean, he's an incredible athlete, maybe one of the best in the entire league. But he just doesn't bring it all the time.
That's true.
I mean, I'm watching that Philly game, and I just looked up
It happened on the road trip. Yeah, you're right.
29 minutes of game action against the Sixers. He had no rebounds.
Right. And that was
you can't
the game.
Have no rebounds in 29 minutes. And when you're as athletic, you're the most athletic guy in the entire floor. You play 29 minutes, you grab 0 rebounds. That can't happen. And that happens too much. He's got to be, you're right. Get your points in transition. Don't worry about, you shooting the basketball. Defend with, with aggression and rebound the basketball. But he doesn't necessarily do that all the time.
No, he does it in stretches, typically when his minutes are taken away, and then it's for a couple of games, and everybody kind of wonders why. But if you're paying attention, like you are, you know why. And then he gets another chance, and then for a 3-4 game stretch, he plays that way again. The Philly game was a turning point because he really didn't play well in the first half of the Indiana game when Steph got hurt before that. And he played better in the second half. The Philly game, he was a blank and really didn't have a great trip from that point on and started to maybe put it together a little bit again against Memphis. There's always this constant, he plays 3 or 4 games where he does it the way the Warriors want to do it, and it's almost like he gets a little content and a little lackadaisical and doesn't bring it in the way that they want him to, so they got to sit him down for a couple of years. And that if that's an issue consistently, then he's not going to be somebody that's going to be trusted in a playoff series to play significant minutes. And if he's not, that's when the Warriors have to start to look toward, well, maybe they do need another wing off the roster to come in and play some minutes, because you can't wonder what you're going to get from a young player on a night-in, night-out basis in a playoff series, especially a playoff series where you're in all likelihood to be the underdog a couple of times, as the lower seed, having to win games on the road. Let's sneak in a couple of calls here before the top of the hour, and we get to Peter King at 888-957-9570. Let's go to Steel Toe in Millbrae. What's going on, Steel Toe?
Thank you, JD. Thank you, Larry. Yeah, I kind of disagree. I don't really see Wiseman and Kuminga helping. I don't think they can help even as good as JTA and Bielitsa. Like right now, if they went to the playoffs and played Denver, Nikola Jokic will go right through Wiseman and Kuminga like hot knife through butter. And I don't think we appreciate how well the JTA and Bielitsa played defense and rebound, and how good they were in passing the ball to the shooters. And these young guys can't do that. I was hoping Bob Myers would try to figure something out, but I don't think he's going to bring in any savvy veterans that will be like JTA and Bielitsa, and these young guys are going to tire out the starters in the playoffs. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the call. That ultimately could be the Warriors' demise in this thing. I think that's definitely a possibility. The other, just real quick thing about the roster composition, the Warriors do have an open roster spot. And not to get too bogged down in Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb, who have played well.
They played well this last game.
And played well the last game and have helped the Warriors in some games. If you can convert one of them to a regular contract to make them eligible for the playoffs. If you can't convert both unless you cut somebody or unless somebody is off the roster or traded away. And not really a conversation for now, but if you're looking to add from the outside and you feel you also need to convert both guys, or even one guy, you have to take something away from the roster. And obviously a trade, you'd be taking something off the roster. But there is a little bit of gymnastics with the 15 and the +2 as far as the two ways go that you'd have to maneuver.
Yeah, and then we don't know exactly who's going to show up on the buyout market.
Right.
And to me, the guy that I'm kind of keeping my eye on the buyout market, because I think he would just be an awesome addition for Golden State, is Vucevic.
Oh,
now,
wow.
Vucevic is maybe, if he's bought out, he might be the best guy in the history of the buyout market, right, JD? I mean, this guy can shoot the rock. He's borderline all-star. Didn't he play in an all-star game at some point?
He may.
For Orlando?
I think he may have, yeah.
Vucevic can flat out shoot it with range, and he's a veteran, and if the Bulls are going to buy him out, man, that guy could absolutely make a huge difference. I kind of agree that Wiseman will struggle with Jokic, but everybody's going to struggle with Jokic. My thing with Kuminga is I would show him on the ball defenders of yesteryear.
Yes.
Show him Rodman. Show him Michael Cooper. Show him guys who are just harassing guys on the perimeter, and just say, do that. Do that the rest of the year. And I don't do, and you do anything else besides that, it's gravy. Just start locking guys down, because he's got the athleticism, if he committed to it, to do it.
Let's get Mike in San Jose in here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Mike, you're on with JD and Larry.
Hey, fellas, how's it going? So
good.
I've seen this movie before, and I don't know why. I guess you could say the new Warrior fans, the new fan base, they're over here crying and, oh, we're losing these games and this and that. You know what? Like last year, after the All-Star break, I'm pretty sure the Warriors were getting touched up. And I remember all the fake fans crying and saying, oh, no, look, we're losing to this team, we're losing to that team. If this team hasn't proven to everybody by now that they could just flip the switch and they could do their thing, I mean, I don't understand what everybody's crying about. We are not going to get anything close to the number 1 or number 2 seed. The Warriors are looking to creep into the playoffs, and then they're going to run the table, and that's just how it is. They know what time it is. I'm a real original Warrior fan. I see this. I see the way they're playing possum. They played everybody last year. They're playing everyone again this year. They're only 5 to 8 games out of first place. All it takes is for them to go on the run at the end of the season, win 9 games in a row, 8 games in a row. Next thing you know, they're a 3 or a 4 seed, and then everybody's praising the Warriors, talking about how great they are.
Thanks, Mike. Let's jump in right there because we're up against it a little bit. Look, last year they were 41-13. Like, we knew they had a 41-13 in them. We knew they had an 18-2 in them. We don't know that about this team. There's different players on this team. They can flip the switch to a certain extent. Is it a level to get them all the way to a title? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, last year they did it. I think the caller's right, but I would just say that they're going to have to get something out of the kids. You got 5 guys, I think, on this roster that are 22 or younger. A couple of those guys have to be good, consistent members of the rotation for them to get it done.
All right, 1 hour in the books. We got 3 hours to come. Peter King joins us next as we are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Get up to $26,000 of ERC money for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. You qualify if you satisfy either one of these 2 tests. The easy way, your gross revenue drops a certain amount. The complex way, a full or partial closure of your business, a facts and circumstances test. You could only use the inside of your business up to 25% of capacity. Even an essential business like a food store had a 75% partial closure. Or supply chain disruptions. Or limits on the number of people you could have in an area. Or many other possible factors. Beware of companies that only consider the easy way and avoid the complex way. And also companies that fraudulently say everybody qualifies, especially companies that only just recently came into existence and then can disappear. We've been practicing tax law for over 30 years. Call Moskowitz LLP at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAXDEAL. 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com. Moskowitz LLP.com.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need a new desk calendar so that I don't miss a meeting with my boss or a soccer game with my daughter.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year. Right now, a 2023 lined desk calendar is $3.99 and an unlined calendar is just $4.99. Make this year your year at Staples. Offer ends 12/31. In-store only.
O'Reilly. Improve visibility in your vehicle and save $10 on a pair of Trico Force wiper blades now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Don't risk your safety because of bad wiper blades. Be ready for any weather. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Visit your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC Equal Credit Opportunity Lender.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hour number 2. Expanded edition here. Damon and Ratto, John Dickinson, and Larry Krueger in for the guys here on a Tuesday. Let's get to our first guest on the program. It's a pleasure, as always, to be joined by Peter King of NBC Sports. Peter, we appreciate the time per usual. How are you doing this afternoon?
Hey, everything's great. I'm out in the Bay Area with the family, having a nice holly jolly Christmas. So life is good for me. How about you guys?
Yeah, we're doing well. Yeah, great holiday, and things keep rolling for the 49ers. Now 8 in a row, 11-4, couple of games to go. I just got to get your impressions here of the latest Brock Purdy game against probably the toughest defense that he's faced to this point. What did you think of him and the Niners in getting that 8th straight win?
You know, I sort of look at the 49ers right now as that team that, you know, obviously gets hot at the right time. And the most fortunate thing for them clearly has been the fact that Brock Purdy has stepped in, and he stepped in a way that I think not even Kyle Shanahan could have hoped for. You know, he texted me last week after the game, and just very few words, but one of them was the guy's just several of them, the guy's just unbelievable. And I think what is unbelievable about it clearly is his precociousness, because nobody expected him to be this good this fast. But I also think there's one other factor involved in this. And I think I said this to Ray a couple of weeks ago, and I keep thinking about it. We all think how unlikely it is, how ridiculous it is that he would be playing this well this soon. And I think who isn't surprised at it? But I do think there's one factor that people sort of overlook. Everybody says, well, last pick in the draft and all that, which obviously is true. Played 48 games in the Big 12. And, it's one of those things where, you think because Trey Lance was the third pick in a draft and Brock Purdy was the 262nd, I think that's right, pick in a draft, that naturally Brock Purdy is going to be far less of an accomplished player in the NFL. And, it's so early. Of course he might be. But I think we do forget that very early in a guy's career, and Brock Purdy just turned 23 this week, very early in a guy's career, that what really matters is his level of experience. And Purdy had great experience. And you know what? A lot of Hard Knocks experience. And I don't mean the TV show. I mean that he got beat up. That wasn't always a great program, obviously, at Iowa State. So to me, I think you have to look at Brock Purdy and you have to understand that there is a bit of history to him. And look, I've talked to Brock Purdy for 10 minutes of my life, so I don't claim to know Brock Purdy, but what really impressed me in the time I talked to him, which was after the Dolphins game, is that nothing that he did that day, and I'm sure nothing he's done since then, is any kind of a surprise.
No, I mean, the guy has just been incredible. The thing that I've noticed about him is that the guy's got a crazy compete level. And it's hard. You can't measure that. There's no combine stat for compete. And this guy competes. But the thing that was at the combine, and it's one thing that I missed, every team in the league missed, including the Niners, otherwise he wouldn't have gone last, is his 10-yard split was 1.55. I was talking to Dre Greenlaw about this in the locker room the other day. And when he heard that, he said 1.55? And he was floored by that. That's 95th percentile of a 10-yard split. He's got that ability to get away, kind of like Mahomes. I hate to say it, kind of like Joe, if you want to go old school Niners. That doesn't necessarily show up in the 40 time, Peter.
Yeah, and look, I think if you ask anybody who plays pro football, the reason that that's going to be impressive is that very seldom do you run a 40 in pro football. It's much more often that a 10-yard split, even though nobody really pays any attention to that, it's more often that a 10-yard split matters. It certainly matters in offensive linemen, and it'll matter for a quarterback, because what does a quarterback need to do? He needs to get out of the way. I think even though I was watching Zach Wilson last week or last Thursday night, and a couple of times, and I know that Zach Wilson seems like such a lost cause right now, but one of the things that people saw in Zach Wilson is his incredible speed when he gets out of the pocket. People are not catching him. And again, look, if Zach Wilson had some of the other traits of Brock Purdy, he'd be taking the league by storm right now because his athleticism is so great. But that is the core piece of athleticism for a quarterback that I think is the most important.
Peter King joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Peter, that being said, and this is something we're going to get into on the show today, Kyle Shanahan was asked yesterday about the quarterback situation for next season. Of course, he's going to dodge it, says he's not even thinking about that. There's bigger things to come. We all know. But if you had to look ahead and look at the layout of the 49ers QB room, I mean, how much can it change based on how things end between now and whenever the season ends for the 49ers? And how would you sort of slot things for next year? And where does that leave Trey Lance potentially?
Well, I think it's easy to sit here and say right now that Kyle Shanahan doesn't have to make a decision. He is going to allow Brock Purdy and Trey Lance to go into training camp next year, and may the best man win. And that's a pretty good luxury to have, the third pick in the draft and a guy who just took the league by storm, depending on what happens down the stretch. But that could all change. How could it change? Look, there's 2 games left in the regular season. There are as many as 4 games left after that. Brock Purdy could, let's underline could, take the field 6 more times before the offseason comes. Now, if he takes the field 6 more times, he's going to win the job, and it's going to be his job, in my opinion anyway, in 2023. You're not going to take the guy out of the game and put him behind Trey Lance on the depth chart after he did what he has done. Whether he wins the Super Bowl or not, his 6th game from right now would be the Super Bowl if the 49ers make it. Now, I think there's one comp in history that sort of reminds me of this, but isn't exactly this. And that is that, when Tom Brady first became a player in 2001, he got in there because Drew Bledsoe got hurt, but he had almost all of the regular season and then the postseason to prove himself. And if you guys remember, Drew Bledsoe was healthy for the Super Bowl that year, and in fact had come in to relieve Brady in the AFC Championship game when the Patriots beat the Steelers. And Bill Belichick had a decision to make coming into Super Bowl week because Brady was banged up. But Belichick knew all along if Brady's healthy, he's getting the job back. And Bledsoe was unhappy because he came in and he sort of Mariano Rivera the AFC Championship game. But anyway, Purdy is not going to have the length of time to prove himself that Brady did 21 years ago. The difference now is that it isn't like he's going up against a proven quarterback, because Trey Lance is not a proven quarterback. He hasn't proved anything yet. So I think Kyle Shanahan, everybody said, oh boy, that'll be a tough decision. I don't think it will be. He's just going to let the play determine it. If the 49ers go down in flames in the wild card game, or maybe even in the divisional round, he's probably going to have a decision to make. But I think if he gets much farther than that with Brock Purdy, I don't know. I haven't asked him. And I don't know that Kyle Shanahan will even entertain the thought of it right now, because he doesn't have to. Sometimes in football, people want you to make decisions you don't have to make yet. And I don't blame anybody for asking him the question. But if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm not answering that question right now, in part because I really don't know, and in part because I don't have to say anything right now.
We're talking to Peter King, and I think John Lynch deserves the Executive of the Year award. I mean, not just the way that Purdy has played as Mr. Irrelevant, but he's got like 14 or 15 rookies between the practice squad and the active roster. Drake Jackson's played well. Womack's played well. Burford is starting. And then I thought the timing of that McCaffrey trade really the season was dangling by a thread there. If he goes to the Rams, they maybe lose that game to the Rams and drop to 3-6, and the whole thing tumbles out of control. I know Howie Roseman's awesome, but and the Eagles are stacked. He had a great offseason. But I'm giving it to Lynch. How do you break down that award?
Well, it's kind of interesting. I've always thought that Executive of the Year, that you can pick it in certain ways. Okay, so I think John Lynch deserves tremendous amount of credit for the roster that he's built. He and Adam Peters, and obviously Kyle Shanahan, because he does have the final say. Now, I do think that Shanahan, Peters, Parag Marathe, and Lynch, and Jed York certainly, at least from what I know, and look, it's been 5 years I sat in the draft room in their first draft, but their teamwork then, and from what I hear about it now, is very, very good. Now, the Howie Roseman thing is interesting because, a lot of people might say, well, Executive of the Year means Executive of 2022, so it's hard to count things like, reaching for Jalen Hurts in the second round, and some of the decisions that he made before this year that are really paying off this year. So, I think some people judge it only on the decisions you make this year. If you judge it only on the decisions you make this year, I think Lynch has a very compelling case for it. I'd probably vote for Roseman right now, along with, look, I thought John Schneider would have been in it until the Seahawks kind of plunged starting about a month ago. But the one thing about John Lynch's case that no one can argue is that everybody can say, well, geez, Brock Purdy was the last pick in the draft, so the 49ers missed on him 6 times. But I think the thing I would say about that is, well, the 31 other teams didn't pick him at all. So it's almost like when Brady went 199th and everybody said, well, if the Patriots were that smart, they would have taken him earlier than 199th. It doesn't matter. They picked him, and they get the credit for it. And I think Lynch should get the credit here. I do not begrudge him an Executive of the Year vote for that and for other reasons.
Peter, I want to ask you about the landscape of the bottom half, let's say, of the NFC playoff picture right now. And I guess I'll ask it in this way. Between the Giants and the Commanders and, let's say, Detroit and Green Bay, who suddenly is very much in this mix, among that group, what team you think is the biggest threat to do something if they get in? And maybe from the 49ers' point of view, which team do you think they wouldn't want to see out of that group?
That's a really, really good question. If I were the 49ers, the team I probably wouldn't want to see, as crazy as it sounds, I don't think I'd want to see the Giants. Just because the Giants have the kind of defense that has frustrated some very good offenses this year. Look, the Lions, I would have said the Lions 5 days ago, or 3 days ago, whatever. But the Lions now really got exposed, especially on the ground. And so I guess I look at the Lions right now, and I have some immense skepticism. And you get over 300 yards run against you when you know time and again the run is coming. That's a damning statistic. And so I think of all those guys you mentioned, I'd say the Giants because of their defense. But I think the Giants are so toothless on offense that you really wouldn't have to have a great day on offense. You just have to have a kind of middle of the road day. The only way the Giants are going to hurt you on offense is if Saquon Barkley owns the game. And I just don't think any offensive weapon right now is going to own the game against the Niners.
Peter, the Broncos got crushed on Christmas, and then Nathaniel Hackett took the brunt of it, and he's gone after 15 games. The interesting thing to me, though, is that, and George Payton, I thought, had an interesting offseason, even though a lot of people will be critical of him on the Russell Wilson trade. But according to what I read, whoever they hire as the new coach is not going to report to George Payton, that they're going to report directly to the owner. And I just think that this is a problem the 49ers have had in the past, and I just think this is a problem that you see around the league when you have, the front office and the head coach on different timelines, different motivations. They're not aligned. When they're not locked together, I just think that's problematic. Is Denver making a mistake with their structure?
I don't know a team right now where the coach bypasses the general manager to report to the owner. And again, Jed York would have every right in the world to say to Kyle Shanahan, I hired you, I'm my boss. I want to see you every Monday morning at 9:00, and we're going to have a 2-hour conversation. Okay? And he's within his right to do that. And some teams have had success and done that. The Buffalo Bills did it. Ralph Wilson used to have command performances with his head coaches, and heck, they went to 4 straight Super Bowls. So I'm not saying it is unworkable. I'm saying that, to me, the only way that a football organization can work in my opinion, is to have the general manager and the coach. The only way it can work for any length of time is to have the general manager and the coach aligned, and to have the owner or the owner's representative, as is Rob Penner's job in with the Broncos. He's part of the ownership group. He's not the owner. The only way it can work is to have the general manager and coach aligned at the hip, and those guys reporting to the owner. I don't understand an owner who wants to have people report to him, because to me, who wants to have his coach report to him, because to me, what that does, it means that the coach and the owner then can be a cabal, okay, and the general manager then can sit with the owner on Sunday, and it's just, I just don't think it's a healthy way traditionally to run the team. It's not to say it can't work. And look, here's the bottom line in the Denver Broncos. If Russell Wilson plays next year the way he played this year, I don't care if the reincarnation of Vince Lombardi is the coach and Bill Walsh is the offensive coordinator. I don't care. It doesn't matter. If Russell Wilson stinks, they're going to stink. And so anybody can report to anybody, but if they don't solve Russell Wilson, and by the way, I keep hearing people say, well, geez, now you can't touch Russell Wilson. You can't cut him until 2026. That's a bunch of nonsense. They can, look, it's going to be very hard to cut him now with $110 million of dead cap space next year that would mean. It'd be very hard to cut him at the end of next year if he was awful again, because that's $85 million of dead cap space. That would really bother me. But you know what would bother me more? Entering 2025 with a horrible quarterback as the anvil on my roster. So I would rather pay Russell Wilson off and get him out of there at the end of next year if he does have an instant replay of this year.
Peter, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it as always. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, hey, thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Peter.
All right, the great Peter King joining us here on 95.7 The Game. So, Peter, initially interesting on the conversation we're going to get into here coming back, but he says competition between Purdy and Trey Lance unless the Niners get to an NFC Championship game or a Super Bowl.
Then he says you're rolling with Purdy. We didn't follow up with then what happens to Trey, but we can talk about that coming up.
Yeah, no doubt, because it is going to be fascinating. And 888-957-9570, that is the phone number. We'll open up the phone lines. The Xfinity mobile text line is open as well. As a lot to chew on. We can also get into some of the potential first-round opponents for the 49ers. Who's got action among those, I guess it's really 5 teams. I left Seattle out, Larry, because they've been leaking oil for about 6 weeks. I threw the Giants, Commanders, Detroit, Green Bay, and I left Seattle out, although technically I guess Seattle's still in that mix.
No, technically, but they're in a free fall, and Geno's starting to struggle. It's like, the clock struck midnight, and Geno has reverted back to his previous career standard.
Yeah, so Kyle Shanahan was asked about the quarterback situation for next season yesterday during his weekly Monday conference call that comes after the game. He dodged it. We'll play the cut for you coming up here. Also, the conversation of, have we seen enough? Have we seen enough right now to, I wouldn't say pencil in Brock Purdy as the quarterback, but write it maybe grab the old Sharpie, the old autograph Sharpie on the piece of paper on the index card and write.
That's permanent ink.
Right, that's permanent ink. The permanent, the Sharpie that, you make sure when you want to get an autograph, you're going sharp because you can write on anything with it. It's going to stick there, hopefully for till the end of time, for at least 2023. And then what happens in the playoffs if Jimmy G's healthy? I think we know the answer to that one. So we can get into all of that coming back here. It's John Dickinson and Larry Krueger in for Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $17.48 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone streams video and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. Our design pros are artists, using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home, their canvas, all inspired by your vision. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. Check out their end-of-year blowout sale. For a limited time, receive 15% off your garage door purchase, plus qualify for up to 24 months no-interest financing. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
There's no place like the California Academy of Sciences during the holidays. Science lovers of all ages will revel in a festive array of winter-themed activities, jolly live shows, falling snow, and more. Learn more and buy your tickets at calacademy.org.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF
for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Help Ukrainian children. Shazam this song. Scroll down Shazam, open on YouTube, follow the link and donate.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Larry Krueger, 888-957-9570. Hey, tune into Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. And Warriors Live coming up tonight at 6 o'clock with yours truly here on 95.7 The Game as the Warriors take on the Charlotte Hornets. Anthony Slater's going to join us at 4 as we'll talk some dubs with Slater then. But let's get into the 49ers conversation. I think good conversation starter with Peter King of NBC Sports just about the quarterback situation. And Cam, let me know if you've got that cut ready to roll from Kyle Shanahan from yesterday in the conference call so we can hear his answer when he was asked, very last question of the conference call about next season. So let's go ahead and roll that. Oh, we don't have it yet. Okay, my bad on that. So we'll hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say.
He dodged.
But he dodged. We know he dodged. And
I can't think about that far in advance. We may not even be alive.
Right. It was very much like that.
Right.
Yeah, no, there's no question about it. And so it just leads down the path. And I talked about it a little bit yesterday. I mean, at this point, how could it not be Brock Purdy? It's Brock Purdy until further notice, based on the way that he's played to this point. And then, we'll have to see how it ends, of course. But, I mean, you kind of feel like he isn't going to have that blow-up game because of what we've been able to see in the evidence of what we've seen to this point when he's played the last few weeks.
I'm all in on Brock Purdy and have been for a long time. But this idea that he's going to suddenly fall on his face, okay, I'm not sure where that comes from. He has faced Tampa Bay's defense. They're 7th rated in scoring. He faced Washington's defense. They were 12th. He faced Miami's defense. They're 14th. And then he faced Seattle's defense. They're 28th. So he's faced some decent defenses. You say, oh, yeah, but that's nothing compared to what? Compared to what? Philly is 15th defense in scoring. Dallas is 13th. Minnesota's dead last. They're 32nd. Those are the teams on paper that you would think would stand between the Niners and going to the Super Bowl, right? So I don't know that I don't think he's got to face any tougher defenses in the playoffs than the defenses he's already faced. The other side of it would be people have already said to me, well, dude, I mean, how could you possibly be all in on Brock Purdy? We haven't, Jimmy was 5-0. I mean, my kid was like, yeah, Jimmy dad was 5-0. I'm like, well, okay, but that Jimmy played 500 ball in his college career at the FCS level. And if you're a future NFL quarterback and you're not winning the vast majority of your games in the FCS level, I think you got to wonder about that. Brock Purdy was a 4-year starter and led Iowa State, hardly a monster in the Big 12, to 4 straight bowl games and won 65% of his starts in college. So he's not Jimmy. I mean, Jimmy was a 500 quarterback in college. Brock Purdy was 30-17 in 47 collegiate starts. I just think he's ideally fitted. He's ideally fit to quarterback a run-oriented offense that requires the quarterback to make, specific, efficient throws. And I just think when you look at him, JD, he's accurate. He's got an excellent touch. He's got incredible timing. He's a real distributor of the football. He's got a good enough arm. He's got quick feet. Off the play action, he plays with this great rhythm and quiet feet. You don't see he's not nervous pitter patter like Garoppolo is. He's set. He's got a solid base. He has one of the best, 10-yard splits of anybody, so he can escape. But then you look at him and you're like, this guy's a chain mover. He makes those short and intermediate throws that Trey Lance struggled with, just the basic throws. Brock doesn't just make those throws; he makes them with total ease. Like he could do it 100 times in the dark. So he has improv skills. He throws well on the move, especially to his right, and he's clutch. I mean, this guy's got a compete gene that is off the charts. And he just keeps plays alive. And the one thing that he really does, he has an ability to keep plays alive, a sidestep defensive lineman, and still, when he turns back around, he absolutely knows exactly where his receivers are in the route. So that's a skill. And I just think that when you really look at him, this guy did it in college. And, if you follow me on Twitter at SportsLarryK, I tweeted out a whole 12-minute breakdown of this guy's college film. And if you watch it, it's identical, literally identical to what you're seeing right now. So this is who this guy's always been. We just need to finally admit that we all missed. We all missed. I sat there and swore when they drafted him on draft day. I was like, because to me, he's just a smallish, Big 12, unimpressive. I just didn't think. I just thought, this isn't the guy.
I mean, I'll give you my comp. I mean, we sat out at practice, and I say it reminds me a little bit of Matt McGloin.
Yeah. A lot of people said Nick Mullins. How many people said Nick Mullins?
A lot of people did.
And it's like we sit there and we tell each other, don't judge a book by the cover. And then what do?
We do, yeah.
We judge the book by the cover. And he looks like Mullins, he must be Mullins. He's not Mullins.
Yeah, he's got the moxie of McGloin. I think he does have a little something to him where he thinks he's pretty good, but obviously he's a lot better than that.
This guy is taking the reins of this job, and he ain't giving it back. He's not. He's the leader in the room. I mean, the 49ers, I'm down there every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday doing interviews with these guys. You get a sense of the room and the mood in the room. After the Miami game, the 49ers were going the rest of the way with their third-string quarterback, and there wasn't any, guys speaking oh man, the season just got away from us.
Right,
the injuries,
it was over. Nobody was there wasn't, and that was even palpable
none
in
of that
post game in Miami after in the locker room. It was there. You thought there would be a sense of we're screwed. It's over. This is another wasted year. Damn it! And it was not. It was a weird calm. It was
optimism.
It was eerily similar to when Trey got hurt and Garoppolo was taken over. Hey, all is not lost.
Yeah. And then when you look closely to who is the 49ers' main weapon, it's George Kittle. And George Kittle under Brock Purdy has been spectacular. I think if there's one thing that is noticeable, what's the biggest noticeable difference between Brock and the other quarterbacks? It's the production of George Kittle. George Kittle in Purdy's 3 starts has 14 catches on 16 targets for 241 yards and 4 touchdowns. And Brock, on his throws to Kittle, has a perfect 158.3 quarterback rating when he targets Kittle. I mean, I don't know, but to me, I think I would like my quarterback to have, good rapport with my number one weapon. And how can you have a better rapport than a perfect QB rating? So I don't think what we're seeing is accidental. I don't think the defenses coming up are going to be he's done it to this point, but boy, the big bad whatever team is looming. I don't see that big bad whatever team. I really don't.
Well, the thing for me is, and we can have a conversation about, if as you look to next year, whether, all right, is it Jimmy Garoppolo or Brock Purdy? At that point, I feel like we could at least have a conversation because Jimmy has been able to win and play at a certain level. And look, Purdy to this point in the small sample size has been better. There's no denying that. When you just look at the way that he's played and the way it's fit into the offense and things have been unlocked. And I'm with you. The big 2 things that stand out to me about Purdy is it's the fact that the plays that Kyle Shanahan dial up to be explosives or to be touchdowns have been touchdowns. And I think a lot of those have been to Kittle to this point, to echo kind of what you're saying. But there aren't, how many times would we come in on a Monday and talk about the throws that Garoppolo missed that would have been a touchdown? Oh, man, you hit this, it goes for a touchdown. You hit this, it's a big gain, and it's points on the board. The red zone issues, they pop back up a little bit at the end of the Washington game, but for the most part, the Niners have been punching it in when they get in the red zone, or even hell before they get into the red zone. You don't need to be great in the red zone if you're scoring from the 40 or if you're scoring from the opposite 25, like they've been able to do here of late as well. And so to me, it's those plays that Kyle schemes up, and I think there's 4 or 5 of them a game that are meant to be explosive. Hey, this is going to hit. The defense is going to do this. It's going to be open. Those plays are being made at a much higher level, which I think is a distinction from the Garoppolo era. And then you also look at just the off schedule, the ability to move. I mean, you laid it out beautifully, just his ability to escape, to know where he is, to know where the receivers are, to make those plays, to stick those throws off schedule. That's the most surprising part of all of it for me, is the mobility and ability to make plays on the move.
Extend plays, be a late in the down thrower.
Right, absolutely. And there's a guy, boom, hit him, first down, move the sticks. Like, that's all been impressive. All of that being said, if we were going to have a conversation about Purdy v. Jimmy Garoppolo in 2023, I'd be here to at least have a conversation and say, over the long haul, we probably haven't seen enough of Brock Purdy yet. Now, maybe if he goes on and leads them to the Super Bowl and or they win it, then that's checkmate in favor of Brock Purdy. But if we're talking about Brock Purdy, and I think we can safely throw Jimmy out at this point, as he's not going to be coming back. I know we did it last year, different circumstances. So I'm almost removing Garoppolo from that conversation. If it becomes a simple conversation about Brock Purdy versus Trey Lance for 2023, I'm sorry. I've already seen enough. Like that, to me, it's Brock Purdy. Like, Brock Purdy's had the same amount of starts at this point, or the same amount of, I get he had a very short stint in that 4th start, I guess. Trey did. But if it's 4 starts gotcha. I don't want to count the Seattle game, but Purdy's played more essentially as a starter in the NFL than.
I give Miami to Purdy as well, because they were behind. It was first quarter.
Exactly.
He won that game.
It looked like
it was Jimmy started.
Exactly.
But technically, Purdy should be 4-0 in his starts.
And it looked like Trey was going to have a good game against Seattle. It did early when he got hurt. But what I'm saying is, I've seen more from Brock Purdy in his career where he's playing the quarterback position at a high level, the way you want it to be played, than we've seen at Trey Lance in his limited opportunities. There are explainable reasons for that. But again, the overarching point for me, Larry, is if we're saying Brock versus Trey, there's no need to necessarily have a competition at all at this point for me. It's Brock Purdy's team.
I agree. I think they drafted Trey on traits, and they still are in love with those traits. So they still really have a lot of hope for Trey's future, as do I.
He could be a package guy next year.
But traits still demand coaching and refining. And I don't know that Kyle Shanahan is an elite quarterback coach. I think Kyle Shanahan's an elite quarterback, or elite play caller, play designer, play sequencer, play schemer.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't think that his greatness is that he can take any raw piece of clay and make them a great quarterback. I don't think he's ever done it before.
No, but Purdy fits and does the things.
Purdy, in a lot of ways, is ideally suited for an offense that has all these run-after-the-catch monsters, because it's just about, does the ball come out on time? Does it come out accurately? Does he know what he's seeing? Does he process pre-snap what he's seeing? Does he know where to go with the ball? To me, what's really the most impressive part about Brock Purdy is the footwork in the short game, because your footwork has to be on point in the short game to have the ball come out on time and with accuracy, and it is. So the guy's played a lot of football. And if you go watch his college film, you're going to see the exact thing that he did at Iowa State is exactly what he's doing now. He extends plays. I've asked Greg Cosell about Trey Lance about 40 times and about Jimmy Garoppolo about the same number of times. And he'll always say about Jimmy, he's like, he's not a late in the down thrower. In other words, if the first read isn't there, it tends to go downhill from there as he starts to survey the field. Brock is a good late in the down thrower. He can process what he sees, but he can go through the progressions, and then he can move his feet, get out, buy himself some extra time, get a new angle, and then find his receivers and hit them in stride. And the other thing is, when you have run after the catch receivers like the Niners do, and they may have the best ever. I mean, you got Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, McCaffrey. I mean, you got some of the great run after the catch weapons in the entire sport. This guy has the ability to hit these guys in stride.
Yeah.
And if you can hit a guy in stride who's already has run after the catch ability, you're talking about big chunk yardage plays. And that's exactly what we're seeing.
That's why those plays have gone for explosives and gone for touchdowns in a way that they hadn't in the past. So 888-957-9570 if you want to join the conversation. Xfinity mobile text line as well, 888-957-9570. As you know, is this Brock Purdy's show? I mean, there's almost nothing in my mind that Purdy could do between now and the end of the season to where you're saying, like, the worst case scenario, I kind of go back to Peter King. The worst case scenario would be a competition at this point for Brock Purdy. Like, that's Purdy, let's say, has a horrible game at the Raiders on Sunday, and then you go into the playoffs and it's, he's just kind of solid, average, whatever. Maybe the Niners win a game, they lose a game, something like that, to where you're still a little unsure, but you've seen, let's say, a decline in production over the course of these next few games, and you don't go to a Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl. At that point, I mean, maybe there's an open competition between the two. I'd favor Brock Purdy in that kind of competition, but I feel like that's almost the worst low end as far as this thing goes in him next year. If he continues to play as steadily as he has, I mean, the Niners have a great shot to win the Super Bowl one, and then it's game over at that point. But I just, as I said this a lot during training camp about Trey Lance, and there was some pushback, and I think we talked about it a little bit. But my assessment of Trey from watching camp was, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it just, the way I put it was, he's just not as far along as I would think he should be in the passing game. Whether it's the mechanic, there's just plays that were there to be made, even against the top defense, that he didn't make. It's just some missed throws, mechanics are a little bit off, whatever it is. I thought for a guy that the 49ers had handed the keys to really February 1st, a couple days after the NFC Championship game, I thought he would look a lot more competent than he did. I know he's young. I know he didn't play a lot. I know there was going to be a lot of net need for development, all of that. But watching training camp, I was worried. I was concerned that there had the potential to, it was not going to go well for Trey Lance. We've seen Brock Purdy step in and play immediately and make it look, not like how an offense should look, even better than what we saw from Garoppolo in his time here so far. So to me, I don't know. It's just, it's not even a discussion in a way right now.
Well, I mean, Trey has high-end ability. There's no question. I think he's got
talented kid for sure.
I think he's got the physical ability. I think he's got the mental ability. And I know football's important to Trey. So I think it's gonna be a matter of time. The question is, do any of us, Kyle, Shanahan, the players, the Niner front office, the fans, the media, does anybody have the patience to go through the growing pains? I mean, when I said that
not with this team,
Purdy throws the short and intermediate pass, and he throws it with ease. Trey Lance doesn't throw any pass with ease. There's nothing that he does just where he can do it repeatedly all day, every day. No, he doesn't have that kind of refinement. So he has a very strong body. He's got a very strong arm. He's got a great attitude. And I think he's a really valuable quarterback prospect. And I think, in my opinion, he's going to get there, but it may take 3 years. And I don't think they're going to give him those 3 years. So then the question is, what do you do with Trey?
Yeah.
And it's like, I think, right now people are like, well, you bring him back and you go with Purdy and you just sit Trey behind Purdy. Okay.
That's probably what I would do.
That's probably what a lot of people would do. But, that assumes that Trey doesn't have an agent or his own desires to play. I mean, he didn't play a lot in college. He hasn't played a lot so far. He knows he has to play to get better. Why is he going to sit willingly behind Brock Purdy for the next 2 or 3 years? It doesn't make sense. He would almost be ruining his career if he stayed here, despite the fact that this is a great spot and this is a great organization. They got weapons and they support their players. I think Trey Lance needs to play right now, but I don't think he's going to play here. So the question is, what's he worth? Would they consider moving him? What do you need to see before you'd be open to that? Some people have already seen enough. Some people need to see a playoff run. Some people won't be there until Brock is standing there in Arizona holding the Lombardi trophy and saying, I'm a champion. There are people that aren't. That's not going to be enough. But the thing about it is, when you look at the quarterbacks in this draft, Will Levis from Kentucky, Alabama's quarterback, Bryce Bryce Young, is that his name?
Yeah.
Bryce Young. Trey Lance, I still think, has a lot of value. And even as is, I think they could move him this offseason and get something of significance. People saying, they're not going to get anything but a third or fourth round pick. No. They're going to get way more than a third or fourth round pick because it's supply and demand. And he's still a young, healthy, good quarterback prospect with a great attitude. So, I think the Jets will come knocking. I think the Colts will come knocking. I think the Raiders will come knocking. I think there's a bunch of teams out there that are going to need a quarterback. And from what I've seen, all the mock drafts, JD, the top 3 or 4 guys are all projected to go in like the top 10 of the NFL draft. That means there's going to be 5 or 6 teams probably looking for quarterbacks that there won't be any quarterbacks on the market. And Jimmy can go one place. That takes one of the jobs, but there's still going to be a handful of opportunities. I think some team is going to come and offer the 49ers something significant for Trey. And then it's a matter of, do they take it? Does Trey want to move on? He may want to move on.
I'd probably wait and see. And part of that is that you're not totally sold on the fact that Trey Lance can't eventually be a good quarterback. I mean, to me, it's twofold. You would need to see more of Purdy, and you're hedging a little bit at that point. Even if he takes you to a Super Bowl, you would be hedging by keeping Trey Lance around and believing in that development. Now, you're right. It gets tricky if Trey says, look, I want to play. I don't want to be a backup and wait for an opportunity.
It's day one that Trey comes in and says, you know what? I love it here. You guys are awesome. I want to be traded. The day he makes that demand, his value goes down.
No question.
So you probably want to communicate with him and privately and say, Trey, this is the situation. The teams, we love you. You love us. And, we want to do the best for you. What is the best for you? And then find out. And then you see what the offers are and see if you'd rather is he more valuable to you as a backup to Purdy or in a competition with Purdy? Or is he more valuable to you in what you can get as an asset to build up your football team going forward?
And I know Kyle Shanahan didn't want to do this going back to last year with Garoppolo as the starter. But I think at that point, you could still get Trey Lance on the field in some packages and get him some action that way as he continues to develop and
build his value
and build his value and show that he can be a running quarterback. That we haven't really totally seen that yet at the NFL level with some regularity. So I think there is some value in that. And then as this year has shown. And I couldn't believe it when I was running through it again. I'm sure you've talked about this a lot, but 4 of 6 years for Kyle Shanahan where he's needed 3 quarterbacks to get through the year. So it
matters who's the backup.
The backup matters, I think, more. And we've seen Purdy already. Just 2 starts in, gets to a point where he's playing through something, something relatively serious here. So we got some people on the phone lines that want to talk. Let's get to it here before the top of the hour. Ryan in San Francisco on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Just making sure. Just want to say that, I do feel like this. I don't know, or you guys can correct me too. I feel like this is like the Redskins all over again, where RG3 was that big pick, and then you have Kirk Cousins all the way at the bottom. I feel like Brock Purdy was a pick from Shanahan. I think Trey Lance was a pick from upper management, but I do love Trey Lance and I love Brock Purdy, but I just feel like we have a better chance with Brock Purdy as of right now. And we'll see what happens for next year.
Thanks for the call. There's no way that Kyle Shanahan didn't make the pick for who the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers is going to be. There's no way I'm buying that.
On all quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, there may have been, and he may have liked multiple guys, and you are going to listen to your scouts. You should listen to your scouts. These guys are really, really smart. And I've seen scouts bang the table for a player, and they've got great conviction. I've seen scouts not have any conviction. So it really depends on, what the discussion was like. I guarantee you they did not pick Trey Lance against his wishes.
Right.
No
way.
But I'm sure he liked the traits that Brock Purdy possesses as well. I will say this. Brock Purdy is has the number one passer rating in the NFL since week 13. Number 1. He ranks number 1 in the NFL since week 13 in passer rating, number 1 in the NFL in win percentage, obviously, number 1 in touchdowns per attempt, and he's throwing the ball down the field.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw this, JD. Purdy has a 72% completion rate and a 139 quarterback rating on throws 10 yards deep or more this year. So
he drives it. He does. Better than you think. That was something I know we talked about early on. Like he's smaller. I kind of wonder about that in terms of durability. and also, maybe balls getting knocked down in the pocket a little bit. Washington got him for a couple, but also just the ability to drive it, as far as the arm strength goes, and the arm strength has, to this point, been there, no question. Let's get Gene in Oakland next here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Gene, you're on with JD and Larry.
Hey, fellas. Yeah, thanks, fellas, for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm already sold on this kid. I think I've seen enough. I really think he is the starting quarterback for this team moving forward. He's got poise. He sees the field. He throws accurately. He's evasive. I mean, he's got all the skills that you need to succeed. I mean, and even I've heard it said that he has a weak arm. I mean, that dart he threw to Kittle on that 40-yard play, that looked like a pretty damn good throw to me. And he's supposed to be small. Well, he's 1 inch shorter than Mahomes and the same size otherwise. So I'm not even sure that's a real factor. So I like this kid. He's going to be due. He's going to have some real challenges. We expect it. Even if he has a bad game or two, hopefully before the end of the season, that's fine, Well,
you're running out of time there.
Yeah, have it
totally
soon.
Confidence in
Thanks, Gene. You're right. If you're going to see it, you want to see it the next 2 weeks.
I will say this: if and this is just my sense of it. So this is just clearly my opinion. But if Jimmy Garoppolo, if here we are on the 27th of December, if somehow magically Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, and Brock Purdy were all 100% healthy
right now,
100% healthy right now, if Shanahan went to Garoppolo or Lance, I think he'd lose the room. And he's enormously popular. Shanahan is in the room with the players.
And so is Jimmy.
And so is Jimmy. And so is Trey.
Yeah.
You're
right. You're right.
The players love Trey. They love Jimmy. But they are the harshest critics. They know what it's supposed to look like. And they know better when they see better. And Purdy's been better than those two guys.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. Damon and Ratto streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live and see what's going on inside the studio. That's always fun. And you can do that today as well with myself and Larry Krueger. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. Anthony Slater joins us next, and then we'll continue the 49ers conversation here on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hour number 3, we're rolling along here. John Dickinson and Larry Krueger in for Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We'll get back into some 49er conversation coming up here, but let's get back into the Warriors with our Warriors insider, and it's Anthony Slater joining us here. Slater, what's going on, my man? Good to be with you.
It is. How's everybody?
Yeah, we're doing well, getting through the holiday and getting on in deeper into this 8-game homestand that continues with the Warriors and the Hornets. And just right off the top, we started talking about, this is always one of those nights where things get revisited as far as LaMelo Ball's coming in. You've got James Wiseman playing a little better these last couple of games, especially against Memphis. But how do you view the 2020 draft right now as far as it shook out with the Warriors taking Wiseman, haven't gotten a lot from him, LaMelo with Charlotte? I mean, is it too strong to say the Warriors made a mistake? And what's your sense for how the Warriors view it at this point?
I mean, no, it's not. I mean, they got 8 minutes from Wiseman the other day, and it felt like a very positive step forward, right? And we're talking about third year of the second overall pick. So, you can look at LaMelo, who was among the 3 they were really contemplating up top. Anthony Edwards being the other one, obviously went number 1 overall. You could, really second guess, like, Tyrese Halliburton, trade down and get him. I mean, obviously that would have been the home run option. But, how do the Warriors view it at this point? It was like relatively a consensus pick, and that's the thing. It doesn't seem like it's a mistake that is fracturing, different factions within the Warriors. I think at this point they're just trying to maximize what James Wiseman is in the current moment. And as we, take the blow-by-blow, play-by-play of James Wiseman's career, again, it is not great for where he's at right now, but there have been minor positive steps, I think, in the last month, sending him down to the G League and then at least seeing some small things lately that make you believe, hey, maybe he can help a little bit in the rotation. I think we're going to see it again tonight because JaMychal Green remains protocols.
Anthony, when are we going to see Wiggins?
Yeah, that's a great question. I could see middle of his homestand, but I also was being told Christmas. That was the target date, and he is still out. Obviously, he missed that game. I can see why you don't want to debut him on a back-to-back. You don't want to double-dip him right here. They want to see him get some live scrimmage action, which he has not yet. So maybe the Portland game, the 30th, right after that, they have 2 off days, which will include a big practice. So you might be talking January 2nd on Wiggins. They're still kind of trying to figure that out, but they need him soon.
Yeah, no question. And yeah, that's kind of the follow-up is, when with such a compacted schedule do you get live work, and what would that live work consist of? Is that 5-on-5 scrimmaging? Is that 3-on-3 with some of the staff? I mean, how does that look for the Warriors when they want to get it in?
I've heard he's done a little 3-on-3. I don't know how, active that was. I think what they really want to see is the 5-on-5, where you play like 5 straight minutes like you would, during a segment. Especially, Wiggins is a 38-minute per night, like every night type player. So they want to get him out there 5-on-5 long segments before they green light him to play. How do you do that during a schedule like this? It's tougher, but, you could bring a G League team up. I mean, they do it all the time. Obviously, some coaches can play. The younger guys can always kind of join a scrimmage. But, again, I am starting to, look at that 2-day break they're going to have between – it's a Portland game, and I don't even know who maybe you're looking at.
Atlanta on Monday.
Yeah, maybe you get like a Sunday really good script, or maybe a Saturday, during that weekend. For that's kind of the area I seem to be targeting.
Give me a team in the West that you actually think could beat the Warriors in a 7-game playoff series.
A fully healthy, realized Clippers team. If Kawhi Leonard looks like Kawhi Leonard, but should I believe that is ever going to happen again? I don't know. Memphis gave them a difficult series last year, and I know this is probably not a popular time to be saying I can see Memphis, giving them, hell in a 7-game series, but I can still see that. I don't see Denver. I just if the Warriors are healthy with Curry, I just think Denver can't guard them. Don't see Phoenix. I mean, they've kind of proven themselves to be frauds in a lot of ways. I don't know. Where are you guys at?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, I think Memphis is among those, although, the take on the Grizzlies for me changes a little bit, and maybe it shouldn't necessarily based on Sunday, but it just kind of said to me, Slater, that when the Warriors want to dial it up, and they clearly would want to dial it up against them, maybe more than any other team, they can find a gear, and I don't want to say in the Grizzlies' heads a little bit, but it looked kind of like that on Sunday, and the Grizzlies have done a lot of talking, and with every loss, it makes me wonder. The Grizzlies might be able to beat everybody else, but if they had to play the Warriors may have a little something for them. I think we disagree a little bit on Denver. I think if Denver could get Murray back to a point that he hasn't been able to quite hit yet with Jokic and all of that, I think they could be a team that gives them a run. But for me, it's not as much about can the Warriors beat any one team? To me, it's more the collective of can they beat Memphis and Phoenix and Denver and then have enough left in the tank for Milwaukee or Boston or Brooklyn or whoever comes out of the East.
Well, by the way, probably going on the road for all those series, too.
Right.
At least what they're current, where they are in the standings right now. With the Denver matchup, it's just, to me, it's going to be 55 high screens with Steph Curry and Jordan Poole for Nikola Jokic to guard game after game after game. And they've always liked that matchup. They loved getting them as the 6 last year, 3-6. And again, like you said, there's no Jamal Murray, no Michael Porter really, last year. So Denver profiles more formidably. Bruce Brown helps, KCP helps, but I don't view them as that much of a threat. I'm waiting for the Clippers to come together and have like a 10-game regular season stretch where Kawhi and Paul George both look like themselves, and then I would say that's the team, but I still haven't seen that.
I kind of like Dallas a little bit. Just getting Christian Wood, you got a healthy Hardaway Jr. To me, they look pretty good. The one thing I'm not concerned about is I'm not concerned about what seed the Warriors are. To me, it's just about can they get healthy and find a rhythm, get to May, and have a solid rotation. If they can do all those things, whether it be the 2 seed, the 6 seed, the 7 seed, to me, their health and their rhythm means so much more than their seed.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they need all of their top 6 to be available and healthy, which we saw in the playoffs last year. They were fortunate. That's what happened. But beyond those top 6 having to be there when it matters, they need to figure out 7, 8, 9 in the rotation. And, they are 16 and 18 right now, but I think they're starting to get some decent answers. Dante DiVincenzo has been really good the last month, and that's been huge.
No, and I think Dante DiVincenzo would be somebody that you almost by the end of the year, I think maybe even now the Warriors would consider a 7th, right? Among that group. Yeah. You've got the 6, and then he's the 7th that you would trust in a playoff series or in a playoff run. One thing I wanted to ask you, and we're joined by Anthony Slater here, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, is just kind of along those lines, but taking a different spin to it, just the sense of urgency for this homestand. I know it was a little bit of a blow, had to be not having Wiggins back when I think they did hope they could get him back on Christmas. Didn't quite. Out tonight, probably tomorrow as well. But, the Warriors played with a sense of urgency against Memphis. Do you think they've got a sense that they really want to try to lock in here, even without Steph and Wiggins, and try to bring that level of intensity? Just gauge for us the level of urgency to not dip even farther below 500 by winning some of these games on this homestand, even shorthanded.
Yeah, I think it's there. We've seen it at home all year. I mean, it isn't like they've maybe had 1 or 2 dull games at home, but only have 2 home losses. That's mostly been with Steph Curry. I do expect them to, just from a defense effort level to show up. Tonight, Utah, I think, the winnable game tomorrow. Portland, Atlanta. I mean, all these games, you cannot, without Steph Curry and without Wiggins, you can't just assume any wins. They could be beaten in any of these next 7, but they're almost all winnable. You got Phoenix in there. That's going to be difficult. But I think they got to be thinking 6-2, 5-3. And that sounds like you think, unrealistic considering what they have been without Steph Curry the last, handful of years. They're basically always 2-7 over 9-game stretches, but winnable home games, desperation time. Jordan Poole, I expect, they just need what they got out of him the other day, what they got out of him in Toronto. They need that on a consistent basis. He needs to be hot from three. Klay Thompson needs to probably have one or two big games peppered in here. But I think it's available to them, and they're at home. They're getting practice time and all that. Draymond Green's energized. I think he's coming with good force, and that usually spells competitiveness for them at least.
The guy who's so impressive to me when I've seen him, and I've only seen glimpses, but Patrick Baldwin Jr. I mean, the ball comes off his hand. It's a thing of beauty, and he seems to know how to play. He's the son of a coach. I know he's a rookie, and they got a lot of young guys here, but any chance that Baldwin gives them something down the stretch and that he could work his way into the rotation? Because there's some he's a beneath the rim kind of a player, but there's some high end ability there.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the shot in Brooklyn, right? He came on the court, he hit 5 threes in about 10 minutes, and suddenly they had cut that lead from 40 to 19. But he seems to get banged up pretty easily. Obviously, they're just kind of getting his ankle right. It's been 2 years of really pretty deep ankle troubles that he's had that it sounds like they finally solved getting him in the building. But, he goes down to the G League and it's back soreness and it's a thumb issue. And I just think that the grind of the NBA season and all that, to me, it just doesn't seem like they plan on him mattering this year in the rotation. It's almost like this project that won't even really get off the ground in an NBA setting until next season, especially with, Wiseman. They're trying to still fit Wiseman in. They can barely get him in. He's getting 8 minutes, even with JaMychal Green out. JaMychal Green will come back. Andre Iguodala is probably going to show up at some point. I think if they went trade market hunting and tried to get, fringe rotation guys or a buyout market, it would probably be in the front court. So I just think he's too buried, and the plan is too much of a next season with Baldwin and working with him behind the scenes on his body and his game.
Anthony, looking at the Memphis game, you could make the case it was, the first game or one of a handful of games, really in the last couple of years. And Wiseman obviously missed all of last year, but they got positive contributions from the lottery picks all on the same night, all helped them to win a game. Do you see that as the template moving forward here as far as giving them opportunities? I mean, they even played well, all three on the floor together at the same time, which is something that, hasn't happened a lot, but when it has, it's been disastrous for the Warriors. Just what do you see as far as some short-term sustainability while they're a little shorthanded on this homestand as far as trying to carve out more from Wiseman, like what they got against Memphis, and also seeing Kuminga and even Moody get those opportunities?
Yeah, that was against one of the deepest teams in the league the other night too. That was what was so impressive about it. I think Kuminga is pretty solidified. We talked about the answers they're trying to get at the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, part of the rotation. I think he's there. There's some nights are better than others. He was a little sluggish in Toronto, and his knee was bothering him. He only played 5 minutes. There'll be those nights within there, but I think most times, tonight he'll probably play 20, 25 minutes. He's probably going to get, some of the LaMelo Ball assignment tonight, just what he can do defensively. They don't have elsewhere, and they really need switchable, can kind of take primary assignments. So I think he's set. Moody, he's had a tough time leaping. He's not going to leap DiVincenzo in the rotation. Ty Jerome, Steve Kerr loves having him, an extra ball handler out there. So it's even been difficult for him to get ahead of Jerome. So I still think he's going to live somewhat on the fringes. And then as far as Wiseman goes, tonight feels crucial. Tomorrow even feels crucial if JaMychal Green's not back, because I think that is his path to a rotation spot and not maybe, another trip to the G League, is stay ahead of JaMychal Green. JaMychal Green has left the door open. He has not been that impressive this season. And if James Wiseman can just play minutes like he did the other night defensively, I'm only looking at him on the defensive end, then I think he can stay ahead of JaMychal Green. But I can't say that's definitely coming after only seeing 8 minutes. It was encouraging, but we'll see again tonight.
We're in late December. The trade deadline is, 5-6 weeks away, roughly. What is Bob Myers' mode, do you think, this time of year? Is he looking for a particular piece? Is he just in listen mode? How would you term, Myers' thoughts as the thing approaches?
Yeah, it's Myers, and it's their long list of other front office members. I know some of them were out at the G League Showcase in Vegas last week. Well, Myers was in New York with the team. That's when you hear kind of league wide more.
Oh, we lost Anthony there.
Got zapped.
No, I got zapped there.
Oh, there we go. You're back.
Yeah, so trade conversations, I think league wide are starting to pick up. Especially as January gets here, but it feels quiet in the league overall right now. And I don't expect a big swing from the Warriors. I expect if they do go to the market, it's more again like an eighth, ninth man, like an upgrade on a Jermichael Green rotation spot. Maybe they use one of their younger guys, but historically, Bob Myers' front office has been quiet in season. They made the big one a few years ago, the Wiggins for D'Angelo Russell swap, but that was like that season was over by the time they made that. That was a 50-50 year. They really just work around the edges. And to me, I actually look buyout more than trade market, because buyout means you don't have to use any assets, number one, and two, they can offer potential buyout guys minutes, and that appeals to buyout candidates. Usually they're leaving teams and they want to go somewhere they're basically guaranteed to play. And I think the Warriors might have an opening for a ninth man, something like that.
Anthony, great stuff. We really appreciate it. We'll talk again soon.
All right, fellas.
All right,
Thanks,
Anthony
Anthony
Slater joining us here on 95.7 The Game, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider. So good stuff from Slater.
Well, and this time of the year, it's like, you've played that first part of the year. You've kind of seen what you have. Now I wouldn't call this the dog days of the NBA season. This is kind of like now where teams start to plot what they're going to do at the trade deadline. And I'd love to know Bob Myers thinking, how he really feels about his chances going forward.
What do you think of Bob not having a contract? I know that story broke a couple of weeks ago. I think before the Boston game, Woj came out with his report. It was the first ABC Showcase game, so you got to have something a little bit on each team. And his nugget on the Warriors was the fact that Bob Myers' contract up at the end of this season, and nothing on the table at this point between Bob and the Warriors. What was your kind of read on that?
Well, it is interesting because it's irregular. It's not something that's
just want a title.
Yeah, you just want a title, and it makes you think: does Bob want to keep his options open? Does Joe want to hold his feet to the fire? Is there some uncertainty? Is there some division in the ranks between how about the thoughts on James Wiseman, or who they should have gone with when they had that high lottery pick? I don't know. Then at the same time, you've got Joe's got his children involved.
Yeah.
What's the difference between Bob Myers and his children? Well, he likes Bob Myers. He loves his children. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So, ultimately, does maybe Joe want one of his kids to take over as the general manager? I think that would be a huge mistake. I really do. And I'm not saying that those guys couldn't do the job. It's just that I think the optics are become a problem there if you don't have immediate and instant success.
Yeah, part of me wonders if maybe Bob just might be done on his own terms. Like I could see a scenario where the run of becoming a good team and then becoming a championship level team and winning a title and not winning a title, and then everything that surrounded them going and adding Durant to the mix and all the logistics that had to be done to make that happen. And they win a couple of more titles, and then things get edgy, and there's a lot going on behind the scenes with Durant. And is he going to stay? Is he going to go? We all knew he was probably going to go, but they had to play out an entire season with the cloak of that hanging over. And then they don't win the title, but not only do they not win the title, but the weight of Durant losing a season of his career on the last night that he plays in that Game 5, and then Clay losing what would end up being two years, but on Game 6, he's out for the next season on the last night of that season. I could see a scenario where Bob maybe felt like, what, it's been a hell of a run. It might be time to walk away. But Bob is he's such a thoughtful guy, such a good human, really, that I could see him almost sticking it out, because it would be a bad look if you're jumping ship at the end of the 5 finals in a row run, as it looks like things are about to get bleak. So I could almost see Bob, I want to stick with it to see if we can make some draft picks and if we can make another run back to a title, and then you do it, against a lot of odds you're able to get back and win a title. He's a big part of Otto Porter and Bielitsa and Gary Payton II and bringing all these guys in, cobbling together one more run. I could see Bob almost coming to grips with, I'm going to stick it out when the waters got rough and see what happens, but this is going to be it for me. I don't really think that this is necessarily, and I could be dead wrong, but I don't think this is a scenario of, Joe Lacob maybe not coming to the table or not being happy with Bob. I feel like maybe this is Bob just saying it's time. And we'll see, but that's sort of my read on it. And I know there hasn't really been any information. People have been kind of quiet about it overall, but just my theory on that one to this point.
Well, it's interesting. I get the sense, and I don't know this, I have no sources on this, but I get the sense that Joe, in his intensity, can wear you out. I think he can wear you out.
I think that's part of it.
And I think it's difficult to work for a billionaire owner who has his children involved and who has strong thoughts on everything from, who he wants to extend, who he doesn't want to extend, who he wants to trade for, who he doesn't want to trade for.
The second timeline, wave of, trying to win championships 5 years from now, 10 years from now.
Well, yeah, exactly. I would not fault Joe Lacob for a second if he was the one who was pushing the two timelines. Why? Because he spent an enormous sum of money to build that opulent palace. And now it's like you can't drive that thing off the cliff in 2 years. You need to have a reason for people to keep coming to games beyond the timeline of Steph and Draymond and Clay, right? So for him to want a second timeline, I think aligns with his business goals.
Sure.
But as far as you got business goals, you got basketball goals. Your basketball goals, do they take precedent or do your business goals take precedent? And who knows? We don't know. These guys could be all on the same page, or they could just be publicly all on the same page, and privately they could all be on different pages.
No, it's a good thought. He's Larry Krueger. I'm John Dickinson. 888-957-9570. We'll get back into some 49ers conversation. This Brock Purdy deal was jumping off, so we'll get back into that as this segment presented by the Golden State Warriors.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Your Warriors 2022-23 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. Happening now. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms, to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Plenty of sunshine tomorrow with a high around 50.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're rolling along here on a Tuesday. John Dickinson and Larry Krueger were in for Damon and Ratto till 6 o'clock. Warriors Live coming up then. 888-957-9570. We'll reopen up the phone lines. Get back into the 49ers conversation on the Xfinity mobile text line, Larry. You had one that just popped up, and it goes to a statement you made right before Anthony Slater joined us, the 510. A little bit of condescension here. I know you guys both could care less, but I can't listen to what you're saying anymore when you said they would lose the room.
Could care less or couldn't care less?
He said, what did he say? He said, yeah, exactly. I could care less. He said, I could care less. When they said they would lose the room if they put Jimmy G in, if he was healthy and they have to win a game. Done listening. Good day to you, sir.
I understand why you would have strong feelings, but that's how much better Brock Purdy has been than Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey Lance. And it's pro sports. And in pro sports, the players expect the best players to play. So, yeah, guys would say all the right things. Guys would, to the media, they would say, oh, yeah, we're happy with whomever. But Shanahan wouldn't do it. Like, if Garoppolo were healthy right now, I don't think they would go back to Garoppolo. I mean, I don't know how you feel about that.
No, I think, and I said this yesterday, I think a scenario that the Niners may welcome, I think they definitely would be one where Garoppolo is healthy enough to be the backup.
Which is why they haven't put him on the IR.
At this point, given the way Purdy has played. And then, I mean, if you had him, and I kind of laid this out just for fun yesterday, like, could you imagine if Purdy got him to the championship game and then got hurt and Garoppolo was able to come back and ended up winning the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
You'd go from Trey to Jimmy to Brock, back to Jimmy. You win it with 3 quarterbacks. They all kind of play their own little bit part in it. But I think that's the scenario where, yeah, Purdy would have to really struggle, but I think they'd love to have Jimmy as the backup for the playoff run. And look, Jimmy's probably not going to be 100% at any point between now and the end of the year, but could he get to 80%, which makes him capable of being a backup? I think that may be on the table.
One of the things that came up yesterday, JD, in the Kyle presser was that Shanahan kind of showed his cards. One, I think the 49ers know they made a mistake when they brought Curtis Robinson, a special team linebacker, off of IR, and that took one of their IR returnee designations away from them, right? So now they have to choose between – they brought Kinlaw back, so they have one more guy that they can pull off of IR. And Shanahan basically admitted yesterday in the presser to the press corps that it's going to be Elijah Mitchell, that they're waiting for Mitchell to get healthy, and that it could be Mitchell, it could be Ridgeway, but – it sounds like it's going to be Elijah Mitchell. And he didn't confirm it, but he basically made it sound like that's their thinking. And so Mitchell will probably get that last returnee designation. I mean, really, it's amazing that the 49ers have been able to do this. They've had this great run here, largely without Debo and Mitchell. I mean, in the last couple of weeks. So it kind of shows where they're at. I just think Purdy's playing at a really, really high level. And he's the perfect guy to operate Kyle's system. And he makes all the throws. And he can make all the throws. He's ideally fit for a system that's a run-oriented system and that requires you to make efficient throws. And he makes those efficient throws. He's a great distributor. He's very, very accurate. And he's got really, really quiet feet. He's calm in the pocket. And he makes these short intermediate throws just repeatedly, and they're just perfect. He throws strikes all day underneath. And those were the throws that Trey really struggled with. And then you mix in the improv skills and the fact that Purdy's kind of a chain mover. I think the Niners right now, if you're a Niner fan, you got to feel really good. They've got incredible bevy of weapons. Christian McCaffrey has absolutely given them a huge shot in the arm. They've got one quarterback that's playing at a really high level. They got another quarterback in Garoppolo who might be able to serve as his backup down the stretch or in the playoffs. And you got the number one defense that just absolutely wrecked shop on Heineke and Wentz, pressuring them constantly. So they got a great equation. And I heard, Steiny with Evan, yeah. Well, not the guest they had.
Oh yeah.
I forget his name, but anyway. I do know him, but I forget his name. Anyway, I was listening to him. He's a big Eagle guy, and basically was just saying
Ross Tucker.
Yeah, and Ross Tucker, wanted to say, "Hey, I got the Niners higher on my power rankings," but then he wanted to say, "But I think the Eagles are going to beat them in the playoffs." I don't think the Eagles are going to beat the Niners in the playoffs, and we'll see. That game's going to be in Philly.
I mean, that's most likely the ultimate matchup. I feel like the Niners are probably going to beat everybody else that they would face. That's the one. And this goes back even a couple of weeks ago, we had the discussion about it. I think, that atmosphere with the Super Bowl on the line, I think that would be unlike anything that the 49ers have faced at any point. Like, yeah, they had Lambeau in the frigid temperatures and it started snowing in the second half. That's different than, 100,000 at Cowboy Stadium, but 40,000 of them are Niner fans, even in a playoff game. Very different than the pseudo home field advantage they had in the NFC Championship game against the Rams that they lost last year. I think there's something to, hey, the Eagles have been the best team all year, and in that environment at Philly, like that's another level up, I think, based on really anything this team has seen in the last 4 years of them being good in terms of atmosphere and having to win a big game.
Philly's a great running
Unbelievable
team.
test.
They're a great running football team.
Yep.
The Niners have not given up. Forget 100-yard rusher. Forget 90-yard rusher. Forget 80-yard rusher.
70.
Forget 70-yard rusher. I don't think the Niners have given up a 60-yard rusher this year. So, I mean, they're I think going to be in a pretty good spot. We'll see. And then also you got the Niner defensive front against Jalen Hurts with a bum shoulder. And, I saw Travis Gibson fall on that shoulder. And we'll see. We'll see when this idea that Hurts was going to play against Dallas. No chance of that. And I'd be surprised if he plays this week. I just think when a 270-pound defensive end bounces on your throwing shoulder, you're probably out for a few weeks. So it's possible at least that you get Hurts with not 100% shoulder. But yeah, Philly's a hostile place to play, and the fans will be raucous and loud. But Brock Purdy's also just won in Seattle. So is it going to be any louder than Seattle?
I think it would be much more hostile at this point. And I was up there for the game in Seattle, and I was up there 3 years ago for the Week 17 game in Seattle as well. It was night and day, the difference from this year to, there were a lot more Niner fans there, still full throat Seahawks fans and 12s and all that running around. But I thought compared to 2019 in that game, it was a different level in 2019. It was far more hostile and loud and just bothersome in 2019 than it was for that Thursday night game. I think the Seahawks fans kind of knew that the jig was up a little bit with that squad.
There was one quote, JD, from Kyle Shanahan. I don't have it in front of me, but he basically said, Brock allows me to call the plays I need to call.
There you go.
And it's like that to me is a loud statement. Basically, he's been coaching around the quarterback for most of his time here with the 49ers. Now he can just play call, play sequence, play design, knowing that he can call what he wants to call in every situation because he's got confidence. That's his way of saying, I've got tremendous confidence in Brock Purdy. So we'll see.
And that goes back to the question that we were discussing earlier, which is, have you seen enough to know that Brock Purdy is the quarterback for 2023, at least going into it, or is there something that can change between now and then? 888-957-9570. I think that answer in quote form from Kyle Shanahan, to me, that tells the story because all quarterbacks are going to have bad games, but the ability, and that's the one thing we haven't seen, in fairness. The one thing we really haven't seen from Brock, and we were joking about earlier, you don't want to necessarily see him have to overcome adversity, but he really hasn't had to overcome any adversity to this point.
I would push back on that.
Okay.
Here's my adversity.
Where?
You're down against the Dolphins. You didn't even know you were going to play. They're beating you in your backyard, and now it's jailbreak. They're sending Van Ginkel and all these guys on all these blitzes.
Sure.
They blitzed the crap out of Brock Purdy, and he handled it and threw some strikes. So I would say there was a lot of pressure in that moment.
But I think that's that's almost a freebie. Like you're coming in, you're not. There's no expectations. Yeah. So I think that one's a freebie. I think the way the Tampa game, there wasn't a lot of adversity, but I think he handled himself very well in that game as far as the blitzes and all the different things as well. So I think that's an extension of it. You know what I wonder, and this was a thought that I had.
What kind of adversity are you looking for? Two touchdowns falling into a 14-0 hole?
You set me up perfect because I had it popped into my head exactly, and it didn't happen, but it almost did. The Seattle game is the example for me where they're up 7-3 and the game is, you feel like they should be up more. He throws that ball to Diggs that if he catches is probably going the other way for a touchdown. And the Niners had controlled that thing, but the score hadn't at that point dictated they were control. You throw a pick six in that environment, even though it was muted compared to 3 years ago, you go down 10-7 and then the joint is really jumping at that point. And you got to lead the 49ers back in a game like that from down with the division on the line. That it's that kind of subtle, hey, you threw that bad pass and had to pay for it, and now how do you bounce back? Because we've seen Jimmy do that and bounce back and be effective. Some quarterbacks, especially young ones, will crumble. I kind of wish, in hindsight, we'd gotten to see how he handled that particular situation.
Here's more adversity. How about the Keanu Neal helmet-to-helmet on the very first play of the game? Smoked Purdy. Probably should have been called it was. Actually, it was called helmet to helmet. But I mean, you take a helmet to helmet hit, and then he made 3 or 4 great plays on that drive.
I said it woke him up. I mean, he was kind of the Jimmy response to it, like, hey, I need to get hit to realize I'm alive.
Well, and then this Washington team, I mean, you had Chase Young and Montez Sweat, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen. I mean, those are 4 blue chip players, all basically high picks. And they were coming flying after you behind a line that, has struggled at times. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying. He hasn't been buried. He's been able to play from ahead for the most
Yeah.
part. He hasn't had to play from like a 10-point or 14-point deficit.
And the scary part is, again, you don't want to have to do that in a playoff game. Like, you don't want that. Although, hey, if you do it in a playoff game, then just forget it. Put him in 2020. You get down 10-3 in a playoff game or 14-3 or something like that. You maybe have a bad pick. You come back and win that game. At that point, all bets are off. But I think no 49er fan would want to see that coming in as far as, the way things, you don't want that first adversity to be in that first playoff game. But now, looking at the last two games the 49ers have, and the Raiders could be eliminated before kickoff on Sunday. I mean, they're effectively eliminated anyway, but could be officially eliminated before kickoff. I mean, that could be 1-2-3 Cancun. I mean, there was even a report that Derek Carr may not play in the game on Sunday. So it's hard to fathom there's going to be too much adversity in these last 2 weeks is what I'm getting at.
But you still have Max Crosby and Chandler Jones coming off the edges.
That's a good point.
There might not be too many tandems that are more ferocious than that. And then Arizona's got, Golden, and I guess J.J. Watt's retired.
Yeah.
J.J. Watt not going to play? Is he not playing any more games?
I think he's out.
Or is he just out at the end of the year?
Well, I think he's out. Well, hadn't he? I think he'd been. Well, he'd been out, and then he came. Did he come back?
I'm not.
I'll be honest with you. I've tuned out the Cardinals.
Buccaneers Cardinals, but I don't remember. I don't remember if I saw JJ or not. But either way, I mean, Cardinals have a defensive front, and they're a divisional opponent. That game will be at Levi's. Yeah, the one thing about Brock though that is interesting is that, and it was the one part for me that I didn't know about until I met the guy. But the guy's got crazy competitive. I mean, you want to go see, the best quarterbacks. It's like, what do they all have in common? Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Russell Wilson. You pick your great quarterback, whatever year. They are all insanely competitive. And that's the one thing about Brock, if you don't know him, is that he's just very, very, very competitive. So you mix in those other traits and then all the experience he had with this incredible competitive gene. And there's a belief in that room in this guy. And it's really interesting because you would think most teams on their third string quarterback, they're done. I mean, you got no shot. Not only are the Niners not done, there's this kind of optimism. There's this energy around this team that the rank and file guy on this roster believes that this third string quarterback can get it done. So that's something you don't see every day.
Well, that's telling, and appreciate the hat tip on the Xfinity mobile text line from the 650. I remember I was listening to this game actually on the radio as I was driving from Levi's to see family in Sacramento. Chandler Jones' elbow injury in the game on Christmas Eve. So he's done. He's probably done. Yeah, he got carted off, and I think there was a report today that he's not going to play the last two games.
Well, and come on, on paper the Niners should beat the Raiders and the Cardinals, pretty easily. But it is New Year's Day after spending New Year's Eve in Vegas.
Yes, it is.
So I can't believe the Niners will be rolling up and down the strip on New Year's Eve. But we'll see. We'll see who partied on New Year's Eve and who got to bed early.
I bet there's a 8 p.m. curfew. What's a curfew look like on New Year's Eve at the team hotel?
Will they even fly in that day? Will they fly in the day of the game and just?
Hey, we'll have a nice party for anybody that wants to, but it'll be right in the hotel, and everybody will go to bed at 12:05. Hey, Happy New Year! All right, off to bed. Wake up calls at 7:30.
Exactly. See you at the stadium.
First bus at 10.
Right. Don't be late.
It
is interesting though because they're in an interesting spot right now because they are playing this incredible football. They seem to have almost the perfect quarterback for what they want to do, which is just run the ball, play action pass off of it. I mean, make a lot of short and intermediate throws, be really efficient with your throws. Take care of the football. I mean, that's the one thing. When you hear Shanahan talk about Purdy, like when he's asked to evaluate him, he almost always starts with, well, he's taking good care of the football.
Well, that's the one thing we haven't seen any other 49er backup be able to do when they've been forced to play, and at times Jimmy can't do it.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Jimmy, I thought, was having his best year as a pro, but what is Jimmy known for? He's known for being resilient and tough and being popular in the locker room, but he's also known for these colossal mistakes that he makes. Yep. And this year, he was been able to kind of eradicate that whole part of his game. He's throwing the ball away, he's moving on to the next play, And not surprisingly, he's played his best football, while taking care of the ball. So, it's really interesting that Jimmy looked like he was on a path to maybe lead this team as far as it can go. Now you're on to the next quarterback. It almost appears like Purdy. It's like they might be able to get further with Brock than they could with Trey or with Jimmy.
By the way, J.J. Watt did play. Just looked it up. He was playing in that game. He had 6 tackles in the game. No sacks, but he's got 9.5 sacks this year. Did play on Christmas against Tampa. So
he'll be there.
That'll be the final game of his career.
Yeah. He'll probably want to go out on top, and he's a big-time player. So, but I got to think the 49ers should be able to run the ball on both the Cardinals and the Raiders and come away with a victory. But we'll see. We'll see, because, that's the thing. If they can keep that momentum rolling right into the playoffs, the 49ers are going to be a really, really tough out. Bosa's the defensive player of the year in the league. He's playing incredibly well. The one concern I guess I have after watching this Washington game is a little bit of their coverage down the field.
Sure. Especially when Mooney Ward went out.
And Hufanga had some issues. That's the one question. Can the 49ers, cover down the field against the pass and not give up big plays? If Jahan Dotson doesn't drop that first
that's a touchdown.
That's a touchdown. There was separation between him and the defender, and he was going to go into the end zone. So that, I guess, is a little bit of a question. Ultimately, I think the big question is, if Hurts is healthy and the Niners go into Philly, can the Niner D-line put enough pressure on Hurts while he's operating behind one of the NFL's best offensive lines? Can they put enough pressure on Hurts so that Devontae and A.J. Brown don't just toast the Niner corners? Because I think if Hurts has all day to throw, the Niner corner is going to have a hard time standing up to those Eagles receivers.
The other concerning part for me is just his ability to get away. And because we've seen the mobile quarterbacks be problematic for the 49ers. It's the off-schedule stuff. It's can they keep him in the pocket as well? Can they surround him?
Keep him hemmed in.
You want to keep, because to me, it's not like, I think they can get penetration, but it's what do you do with it? And, can you either get him on the ground or prevent him from escaping? Because I think that's where, from Russell Wilson to Justin Fields to Mahomes to Josh Allen, going back a couple years ago in that game they had to play in Arizona, that Monday night game, the guys that can escape and then throw it, that has been the kryptonite. Kyler has been a problem for the Niners at times over the when he's been healthy. It's the off-schedule stuff. It's the stuff where you think it just goes against the normal 49er pass rush. Dudes that stand back there and are waiting to get hit against any semblance of a shoddy offensive line, they've just blown those dudes up left and right and forced them into turnovers. But the guys that have the ability to escape have hurt them, and I think that's part of the concern. Now, can Hurts make the throws that he's going to need to make in those moments? We'll see. It's going to be a big game, obviously, for him, and being a little bit banged up. That remains to be seen. But
what are the conditions going to be like?
Yeah,
it might not be a day to throw. It's Philly in January.
Could be a blizzard for all we know. Could be cold and clear. You're right. Could be icy rain. Like there's a lot of different things. That game is still a month away at this point. Now with everything getting kicked back to another week in Week 18, that game would be January 29th. So, just still a full month away.
It's hard to believe how bad the Niner defense looked against Mahomes and company, giving up 40
plus.
Well,
they have given up some big plays. Like you said, and there have been a few big plays that haven't been made by teams, like the one with the Commanders. That's where and I don't know where you've been on this. It's kind of a silly conversation, and we were having it early, but the Bears beat them on a couple of broken plays. The Niners did a great job against Denver, but they were able to go down at the end of the game and hit some plays in the passing game. Russ made a couple of plays, maybe one of the few plays he made all year with his legs to convert some third downs and move the sticks. But that's where the conversation stopped for me, as far as, hey, this is a great defense, best defense in the NFL. Not historically great, though, because there have been too many of those.
Stop with the 85 Bears.
There's been too many of, first play of the game against Miami goes for 6. Mahomes torches them. You break down and give up 3 touchdowns late against the Bears. Like, it's a great defense. It's not a historically great defense, and that's okay.
Yeah. No, it's the best defense in the league this year.
And that's all that matters.
But it's not 2,000 Ravens, 2,002 Bucks. It's really, really good. I'm eager to see, Hufanga, who's, people say, oh, how did Hufanga, wind up on a day 3 pick? Well, I think you're seeing it. I mean, he's awesome in the box, attacking the mesh point in a cover 3 where he's lurking up near the line of scrimmage. But if you can make him backpedal and play coverage down the field, that's not his strength. And he can be picked on at times. So is Hufanga going to step up in coverage, when the money's on the table? I think that's a big question. I'm also eager. I'll tell you the other thing I thought was really great to see in this last game. Javon Kinlaw came back. He played 16 snaps. Shanahan said in the presser yesterday that he had no ill effects from those 16 snaps. The knee didn't swell on him. He's feeling great. He had a huge play on the goal line was it 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1 where Warner made the tackle, and he basically just absorbed 2 offensive linemen and freed up Warner to run to the ball carrier and detonate on him. And it's just like, you know what? If Kinlaw can be healthy, he just gives it makes their D-line so much stronger because he can absorb bodies. I mean, he's so strong, and that could really, really help.
All right, he's Larry Krueger. I'm John Dickinson, 888-957-9570. Rich and Fremont, we'll get to you coming back here as we are presented by Fremont Bank. We got 1 hour to go. Presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O-Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
With Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware, you'll earn points on every purchase you make. Club Osh has great member perks like double point days, free delivery, birthday coupons, and special member-only pricing on select items. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps you up to date on points, coupons, and receipts, all from your phone. Outdoor Supply Hardware, with 14 convenient locations throughout the greater Bay Area and Central Coast. Osh is home improvement improved.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
At Harris Ranch, we
do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. Looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
Just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hour number 4, final hour. John Dickinson and Larry Krueger in for Damon and Ratto here on a Tuesday on 95.7 The Game. Good conversation, talking some Dubs earlier and some 49ers as the show has gone on here. 888-957-9570. Man, just great to be with you. And I think we're
having fun, man.
Second or third show together. I haven't found
really
the
sure.
official number, but having a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Warriors go tonight. I'm eager to see that, and then of course Niners playing out the string here, and they get the Raiders, they get the Cardinals, and then they get the playoffs, and who knows how it's going to go. But I feel like it's a great time to be a Bay Area sports fan. Of course, the whole Giants thing with Carlos Correa, they're somewhat vindicated, I guess, because Carlos Correa is still not a New York Met, and that whole thing,
guess,
but I don't know.
I'll get your thoughts on that coming up as well. Let's get Rich and Fremont on the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Hey, Rich.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
You guys heard talking about, the difference of Brock Purdy versus Trey Lance versus Jimmy Garoppolo. And the other question was, if Purdy basically finishes out the season with both wins, do you stay with him? I think the answer to that question is you do stay with him, because the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to decrease the balance that you have right now on the field. And then the other thing is the reason why you stick with Brock Purdy starting next season, if he does get a Super Bowl, is because you look at the tangibles that Brock Purdy has. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Jimmy Garoppolo is not good, because he is. But they just do two different things. Purdy's advantage is the fact that Purdy reads the defense well. He also throws well on the run, and he also knows where his targets are before he releases the ball. And I don't know if you guys seen that, but I've seen him do this a couple of times where he'll release the ball. He knows where the target is. And that in my opinion, brings his stock up a little higher than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
But that's just my take, guys.
I think that's a great observation.
Yeah.
I really do. One of the things that Jimmy struggles with, and that's why they use him in the shotgun on the play action, is that he struggles when he play action pass. I mean, first of all, Shanahan, his whole offense is run the ball, play action pass off of running the ball.
Yep.
Greg Cosell said for years, what makes Kyle Shanahan special is his run pass fusion. And what he means by it is just he's going to show you a run, then he's going to come back with a play action pass, but it looks identical to that run.
Yep.
So you absolutely buy into the run. But what it requires is the quarterback to go play action pass. And if you go play action pass from under center, you turn your back on the defense. And then when you turn back around, Garoppolo needs a full second to reassess where everybody is. Where Purdy, that to me, if there's one thing about him, and you can go back to his Iowa State film, and he showed it at Iowa State. He's already shown it with the 49ers, both in the preseason and recently. On the play action pass, and even in the midst of dodging defenders who are coming after him, he always knows where his receivers are in the route, and he hits them in stride. So that's a major advantage. And so you're seeing him throw these passes. Also, he's throwing off a number of different platforms. You see him sidearm it. You see him change his arm trajectory to avoid the defender, to try to squeeze it through. Now, the Commanders got a couple batted down passes against him, but he did a really nice job of kind of changing his arm angle, which you have to do because, the defenders are athletic and they're coming at you from all angles. So there's just a little bit more refinement in his game, and it just shows because he's played a lot of football.
888-957-9570, the Xfinity mobile text line. Wanted to get to this one from the 415. Back to Philly in the playoffs, the weather will be key. How do you just see the weather? I mean, we talked about it a little bit, but like what are the conditions the Niners want versus don't want? I mean, how many snow games did Brock Purdy play at Iowa State, Larry?
I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know.
We'll go back and find out by the next month.
I would think a couple things come to mind. One, Philly is an incredible running football team.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been running the ball really effectively. And if it's a cold weather game, I mean, obviously their run game is going to be a huge factor, but the Niners' run defense has been really good. And if you bring Kinlaw back into the mix, now you're clogging the middle, and now you're letting these, to me, the guy who's the most disrespected 49er is Dre Greenlaw. He's not even a Pro Bowl alternate. I mean, this guy is absolutely balling. I mean, in coverage, against the run. I mean, Greenlaw is healthy and playing really, really well. Then you mix in Warner and Azeez Al-Shaair, and they've got three really good linebackers. So I think the Niners are a team that, as I said, they haven't given up a 60, 70, 80, 90. They haven't given up any big rushing days this year. So if they take away Philly's run and they make Philly one-dimensional, can Hurts beat them from the pocket consistently? I don't know that we have an answer to that.
The other one from the 650, this year we've seen mobile quarterbacks give us fits, talking about the 49ers, multiple question marks there. So I think there's a little condescension in that text.
Check the schedule.
Yeah, this year. Yeah, Justin, like you said it to me during the break as we were kicking it around. Who'd you lose to? You lost to Justin Fields
Russell.
on a couple of broken plays.
Right.
You lost to Russ because Russ made a couple of plays on the one drive. They actually moved the football the whole game with his legs.
You lost to Mariota.
Who lit you up. I mean,
like 80% completion.
Yeah.
And also Mariota, I thought that Atlanta game plan where Mariota held the ball on those read options, I mean, he put tremendous pressure on the 49er defense just to identify where the ball was.
And the Niners were extremely banged up in that game, especially on the defensive line. But still, I mean, that's a running quarterback, a mobile quarterback that smoked you in the passing game and the run game.
And then Mahomes,
who can do it all. But yeah, it was off schedule. So they really ran everything to the edges against the Niners, which I thought, all the pass play, everything was to try and to try and get to the outside. And Mahomes is, I mean, he's just the best in the business at finding guys. I mean, they were cooking in that game.
Yeah, and Hurts has played incredible football this year. My question is just what's, I want to see, there were people that suggested that Hurts was going to play against Dallas. Well, the hit that I saw that Gibson put on him, there was no chance he was going to play against Dallas. I'd be shocked if Hurts plays down the stretch, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Gibson hit him and bounced on him, and Gibson's about 270. So I got to think there's some kind of partial dislocation of that shoulder. So I'll be interested to see when Hurts gets back in the field and what he looks like when he does.
Let's get to Skills in Vallejo on the phone lines. What's going on, Skills?
Hey, John. Hey, Larry. Good to be on with you again. It's like this. Usually when I call your show, I say something off the wall and completely ridiculous. But today, this is a serious matter to me. So I'm only going to be a little ridiculous. So basically, John and Larry, when you do a show, you use your voices, of course, but you also have your equipment, right? You got your board, you got your microphones, you got your headsets. And because you want to have a successful show, you're going to protect that equipment. You're going to take care of it. You're not going to, for example, John, go in the bathroom and scrub the toilet with your mic. Larry, you're not going to take off your headset and smash a spider with it. Coach Shanahan, this brings me to Coach Shanahan. He does not always value his equipment. Some of the plays he calls for the quarterbacks, it's not going to matter if it's Purdy or Garoppolo or whoever under center, if he keeps running these guys up the gut over and over again against these stacked front sevens. And that's just what I'm seeing. Maybe you guys are seeing things that I'm not seeing. But he was doing this a couple weeks ago, even when they were up by 112 points? I forget what game it was. But, look, I don't get it. He's supposed to be a genius. And I'm a dummy, okay? I admit it. But I would never dream, and anyone I know dreamed of calling some of the plays that I calls for these quarterbacks, getting people hurt, and the running backs even too. So I'm glad Jerry Rice put him on blast like he did a couple weeks ago, and I'm praying McCaffrey's not next. Happy holidays.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree. I mean, I was just watching the game again the other day, and I'm right in the first quarter, and one of my first notes was bad call. The fourth and one call, he runs Kyle Juszczyk on an option pitch to Christian McCaffrey.
Too cute.
On a 4th and 1 where you're going east-west. It was way too slow developing. There wasn't nearly enough room to the sideline. It was poorly blocked. It was poorly executed.
Yeah.
And it basically just gave Washington the ball back on downs. That play was called by a guy that we all think is an offensive genius. That didn't work. So just because a guy's, a smart play caller, play sequencer, doesn't mean that he's infallible. Doesn't mean that you couldn't criticize. Doesn't mean that he doesn't make mistakes, that he doesn't, call a play that he shouldn't call. I didn't love the running of Trey Lance as many times between the tackles because to me, I mean, there's big, strong, tough guys who play between the tackles in the NFL, and the NFL defenders respect them, and I don't want to see, how did Jalen Hurts go down? This was my big question about people saying, oh, Eagles are going to the Super Bowl. Really? They're leaning on Jalen Hurts, who's kind of an undersized guy, and they're running him a ton. And people are saying, well, look, Shanahan was right to run Trey. Look at the way that the Eagles run Hurts. Yeah, let's get to January first, and let's see if Hurts is even there on the field. Because to me, your quarterback, it's risk-reward. If you're going to run your quarterback, I want a significant reward, not a 3-yard gain. I'm not trading a 3-yard gain for a hit on my quarterback. I don't think that's good risk reward.
No, I want to go back to the fourth down issues because I just happened to look it up here while we were talking. The Niners are 24th on fourth downs. It seems like they're 43%. It seems like when it's not a quarterback sneak, the 49ers really struggle on fourth down. Why do you think that is? And it's something that goes back other years. It's there's been times where Shanahan has said, hey, I thought it was 4th and 1. It was really closer to 2. I didn't have a good read on where we were, so I called this play. There's been times where he said he should have punted when he went for it, but when the Niners have gone for it and it's not, hey, everybody line up, we're going to run QB sneak because it's that short, it seems like they've had a lot of trouble with the play call and the execution in those situations.
All right. I mean, if I'm going to give you a straight answer, the straight answer is you have to tell me which play, and I got to go see the play, and I got to roll that play back and forth. But if we're going to speak in generalities here, I think one of the things that, traits, as a personnel guy, I always point to personnel, right? I always say that it's always about the players. When it works, it's about the players. When it doesn't work, it's about the players. It's usually about the players and not the calls. I just think if there's anything you can point to is that the Niners ask their linemen to get out in space and hit an athlete in space on defense. That usually requires smaller, shiftier, quicker linemen. So maybe smaller, quicker, shiftier linemen don't move people at the point of attack as well as bigger, bulkier guys. But they do have some big guys now with Burford and Banks. But I think it also comes back to the running backs. Look at the traits of a Kyle Shanahan desired running back. He likes guys who can get out and catch, and he values speed. The outside zone, the Raheem Mosterts, guys who have home run ability. He loves speed in his backs. For the most part this year, they've gone to bigger backs, but they don't have that power back generally if you go through the years. And I think that's part of it. If you got a big power back, you hand it to your power back and you shoot forward. But if you have a bunch of speed-oriented backs and you need 1 yard, you don't want to go east-west.
Right.
You want to go north-south, and you might not have the personnel to quite do that.
What have you made in looking at the impact? I think it's been under-discussed, and we've talked about it a lot in the Bay, and we've talked about it a lot on this station. But it feels like from a national standpoint, maybe it's been a little under-discussed, just the impact that Christian McCaffrey specifically has made on what the 49ers have done offensively. We've talked about the quarterbacks. We've talked about the next level from Brock to going from Jimmy to Brock and the like. But the winning streak coincides with the trade and with Christian McCaffrey coming over and the Niners' ability to much more consistently play complementary football. He's been able to stay healthy, which I think has been huge. I know they lost the Kansas City game, but since then, he played on 48 hours from getting in the building in that one, and then they go 8 straight since then. He's just opened it up for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about the head coach and the quarterback, but you're right, JD. I mean, really, the guy who needs to be given the applause or the big difference between the Niners at the beginning of the year and the Niners now is McCaffrey.
Yeah.
McCaffrey's the big difference.
Right.
They went from averaging, I think they from when they had before they had McCaffrey to when they had added him, I think they went from like 20 points a game to like 29 points a game. So he means quite a bit. I just think he's ideally suited for this offense and a lot of fronts. I mean, first of all, he's a blue chip player. He's a top 10 pick in the first round. He's an All-American, one of the greatest college football players of his era. And he's just a great player who's also really smart, and he's totally committed to this offense. You can use him in any number of ways, as a receiver, as a runner. He's strong enough to run between the tackles. If you don't just give him too many carries, he's obviously fast enough to get to the edge. You can throw it to him out of the backfield. You can use him as a gadget on all these gadget plays. I just think he's the ideal weapon for a quarterback that doesn't want to throw the ball down the field, that was Garoppolo or Purdy, really. I mean, they both were going to operate underneath, and I just think he gives the 49ers just another, incredibly versatile, explosive weapon that can be utilized within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. And man, I mean, it's been unbelievable. I personally think that John Lynch deserves the executive of the year, because I think if John doesn't make that trade, I think Christian winds up on the Rams. Yeah. And then I think the 49ers lose that game in L.A. to the Rams.
The game where he threw a touchdown, caught a touchdown, and ran in a touchdown.
Right. If you take McCaffrey out of that game and then put him on the Rams, I think the Rams win the game. Sure. And the Niners fall to 3-6, and I think the whole thing kind of tumbles out of control. Instead, they win that game, and they haven't lost since, right? I mean, they've just taken off. But I just think he's also the ideal weapon for Kyle and for Jimmy, and now, for Brock.
Yeah, and especially for Jimmy, because that I think unlocked Garoppolo's ability to have the safety valve, frankly, to have some easy throws that he could hit and pick up yardage. It's when they've needed him to run the ball a lot, he's ran it effectively. When they've chosen to not run him a lot and throw it to him more, he's been effective there. It's really helped everything flow.
Well, and then if you said, what's Garoppolo's weakness? people who watch film will say he's not a great late in the down thrower. But if you remember those games with Garoppolo and McCaffrey, he was using McCaffrey late in the down.
Yeah.
He would survey the entire field, go through his progressions, and there were 4 or 5 times he had literally nothing, and he just dumps it off to McCaffrey. And instead of going to 2nd and 10, it's 2nd and 2 because McCaffrey got 8 on first down. So I think McCaffrey really did help Jimmy quite a bit. Just stay ahead of the chains.
888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. John Dickinson and Larry Krueger here on 95.7 The Game. A little bit of breaking Warriors news here from the Steve Kerr pregame press conference. So good stuff here as the Warriors, Steve Kerr saying that Andrew Wiggins was cleared to play for tonight's game, but came down with an illness. So he's going to miss tonight and tomorrow with an illness. But again, I still say that's good news because it's not the adductor. And I guess the Warriors have moved past the needing a little bit of ramp up time, or maybe they got him a little bit of live action yesterday to where he could be cleared to play. So yeah, good news on the Andrew Wiggins front out of the Steve Kerr press conference over at Chase leading up to the game against the Hornets.
He hasn't played since December the 3rd. He's missed tonight will be his 11th straight game that he's missing. But yeah, a groin, that's what the adductor is. It's a groin. And those are nagging. Those are nagging kinds of things. So you want to make sure that if he needs, 8 games, give him 3 extra. You always want to, be very conservative because it's the kind of thing that can pull again and re-aggravate, and then you maybe lose him for an extended period of time, and you don't want to mess around with that at all. But yeah, that's
great news.
That's great news. Yeah, that's absolutely great news because that means that he could be back. He'll be back,
Friday.
Relatively soon, and maybe playing his regular allotment of minutes. He is the one guy, when you think about the old guy, you think of Golden State. I'm going to say one guy. He's one of the very few guys on this team that aren't in the twilight of their prime and aren't still not approaching their prime. They got some young guys. You got some older guys. Wiggins is in the prime of his career, so they absolutely need him to be healthy.
He's 27. I think he's going to be 28 in February. And yeah, he's a certifiable vet at this point, but he's right in that mid prime and right heading toward a couple of years of his prime, not coming out of it and not really before. I think Dante DiVincenzo is somebody who's a little bit like that.
Yeah.
He's 25, I think DiVincenzo is. And obviously different role for him, but he's somebody that's been through it obviously in college. He was on the Bucks team, although injured at the end, that won the championship a couple of years ago during the pandemic, but 25, but feels like a 30-year-old player at that age, which I think the Warriors desperately need that type of youth to bridge the gap in between the two generations, basically, of players that they have.
They wouldn't have won last year without Wiggins, and they won't win this year without Wiggins. That's how we can talk about Steph and Draymond and Clay. We talk about the future and Wiseman and Kuminga and all the promise. They wouldn't have won last year without Wiggins, and they won't win this year without him. And I agree. I think DiVincenzo's in that same. These are guys in there. Kevon Looney's in this group. They got a little group of guys that aren't too young, aren't too old, and they need those guys specifically to really play significant minutes and play a significant role. It looks like Wiggins will be back soon.
Yeah, so good stuff there. Again, cleared to play tonight was Andrew Wiggins. That per Steve Kerr in his pregame press conference ahead of the Warriors and the Hornets, which is coming up tonight here on 95.7 The Game. The plan was for him to return tomorrow. So he was cleared, but they were going to give him one more extra day. It's funny. I was hearing, even going back to the weekend of the road trip when they were in Philadelphia and Toronto, at that point, Steve Kerr had hinted at, hey, maybe he could even play in Toronto. But then I think they were using the cautious approach with, hey, don't play him in Toronto, then maybe don't play him in New York. You get him a whole nother week because the Warriors had 3 days off before the Christmas game, and the Christmas game became the target. And then, Steve Kerr said it lingered a little bit, so they were a little bit, iffy on the game against Christmas, and it sounded like it was going to be maybe the whole week and bleed into next week. So definitely some good news. Again, the latest on Wiggins. Cleared for tonight originally. Plan was to give it one more day, not play him both ends of the back-to-back, play him tomorrow when Clay likely sits, on the second of a back-to-back against Utah, but then he came down with this illness, so he's out tonight, he's out tomorrow, and that all points toward, we had Anthony Slater on a little bit earlier, and he said, hey, maybe that Friday game could be in play, as well as, the Monday game against Atlanta for sure. So it sounds like Wiggins is back on Friday.
He's a great two-way player, terrific defender. I'll tell you what I really was impressed with Wiggins is in the playoffs, he just became this rebounding menace.
Yeah.
And to me, that's what took his game to the next level. If he really hits the glass and becomes a force on the glass, man, that makes them so much better. I've never really thought. I've always thought that Wiggins, it seemed like he had enormous talent his entire NBA career. Just never seemed like he was either locked in the right system. Sometimes he appeared to coast. But man, this last run of the finals last year, and the way he was defending and the way he was so clutch offensively, but then when he added the rebounding element, that's what took him to me, he elevated to another level.
No, it really, I think it was the pressure that comes with being the number one pick. I think that, like, the fact that you have to be an immediate superstar, and if you're not, you're kind of a failure. I think that really throttled him in Minnesota after the trade. Obviously, Cleveland, he was tied to the whole LeBron thing, right? He was Cleveland's pick. And then they were going to get LeBron, and they wanted to get Kevin Love to come over to ride with LeBron, and so they made the swap there to bring in veteran pieces to put with LeBron and Kyrie and try and make a run that way, and that's how Wiggins ended up in Minnesota. And yeah, I think his personality also, anytime you got a quiet guy, I think people are going to look at you a certain way that can be a little bit unfair sometimes, like you're not high motor just because you're quiet. And I think that stigma, if you will, played negatively to him. But the right situation, I think, has been the biggest key.
What a trade for Bob Myers, by the way.
Yeah,
because they got Kuminga and Wiggins
even the foresight
for D'Angelo,
even the foresight to go to Durant on the way out the door and say, hey, will you do us a solid? Because if Durant tells him no,
right,
they can't even get Russell as a stopgap to use as a chip at that point. And then you don't have Wiggins, and you don't. God, where would this Warriors team be right now?
Seriously, that actually was because they could have been emotionally reeling at that point and just you know what, we'll deal with it down the road. We can't deal with it now. Instead, they made a very astute move there under pressure,
and he didn't hold any kind of grudge either, which I think was interesting because he could have been signed into the cap space by Brooklyn, and he didn't have to do it. Yeah, he could have said, you know what, forget you guys.
And has there ever been a player that just seemed like he didn't fit more than D'Angelo Russell with Golden State?
No, he was always a chip.
They share the ball. He doesn't. He was such a ball stopper. I couldn't even watch.
It was bad.
Yeah, I really didn't enjoy watching them when he was on the team because he changed their whole style of play simply, by himself.
Yeah, to me he was always a chip. They wanted to see how it was going to go, and then Steph got hurt, and they were fortunate to be able to get Wiggins. All right, one final segment coming up here. John Dickinson, Larry Krueger, 888-957-9570. The 95.7 The Game merch store is live. James in Concord. He ordered a relevant sweatshirt today. You can get yours now at 957thegameshop.com.
Plenty of sunshine tomorrow with a high around 50.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Hey, did you get that proposal done?
It can wait till tomorrow.
Some things can wait.
Should we book those flights to see your folks? We can do it later.
But untreated COVID isn't one of them. If you're 50 or older or have a chronic condition, COVID can be deadly. Got COVID symptoms? Talk to a doctor and get treatment right away. because it just can't wait. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
At Lowe's, it pays to be a pro. Now through January 6th, Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members earn 1 bonus point for every $1 spent on qualifying purchases with a Lowe's Business Credit Account. Redeem bonus points for cool rewards for your business. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Subject to credit approval, Lowe's terms and exclusions. See Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points and Lowe's.com/L/Pro loyalty terms for details. U.S. only.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
There's no place like the California Academy of Sciences during the holidays. Science lovers of all ages will revel in a festive array of winter-themed activities, jolly live shows, falling snow, and more. Learn more and buy your tickets at calacademy.org.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, final segment. What's coming up on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. It's Warriors Live. That's coming up. at 6 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors and the Hornets at 7 as well, as we are presented by the Odyssey Weather Network. John Dickinson, Larry Krueger, 888-957-9570. Let's go ahead and hear from Steve Kerr real quick. We've got the audio. We relayed it here, the breaking news out of the Steve Kerr press conference. Kerr gave an update on Andrew Wiggins and what's going on with him.
Unfortunately, he's sick now, so he's been cleared to play, but he's not in the building tonight because he came down ill yesterday. So we'll be out tonight and tomorrow, and hopefully, gets better quickly. But we'll see how he's doing. So he would have played tomorrow night. We were targeting tomorrow. That was likely to happen, and then he came down ill yesterday.
All right, so there you go. Yeah, just the update straight from Steve Kerr. We were talking about it, obviously, big deal, good deal for the Warriors to get him back. That would have been something if he could have come back tomorrow, considering where things looked. It looked a little bleak.
Didn't say COVID, though. He just said he's ill.
Yeah, ill. Yeah, and I could check the injury report on that as well and see, because they do designate COVID versus non-COVID illness on that report.
510 on the text line says, I think JaMychal Green has been terrible, and we miss Otto Porter.
Well,
I would agree with 510, even though I'm more 925 than 510.
Sure, right.
It wasn't me. But yeah, JaMychal Green, I mean, he was billed this offseason as, you're really going to love JaMychal Green. He's going to fit in perfectly. Yeah, he shot 26% from 3 last year, but that was just a down year. He's going to bounce back into this huge three-point shooting year, and he's been basically as bad or worse. Well, I don't know. He's shooting beyond the arc, but it's not good. He has been disappointing to me, and I think they do miss Otto Porter. I think they miss Porter's three-point shooting. He was a 45% career three-point shooter. They miss his rebounding.
They do. He was a great rebounder, and he played tough. I've said this to a few people. Like, my perception of Otto Porter, just as somebody that watches the league, like, I always thought he was kind of soft, like a big guy that, because he played on the perimeter offensively, that's really all he wanted to do, just a stretch big, which he was.